This episode is brought to you by Columbia Sportswear. It's snowing again, and that wind chill is killer. But you're not worried about that because you shop the Omni Heat Infinity Collection. It's warmth perfected with tiny gold dots that reflect your body heat inside and protect you from the cold outside. No snow or chilly temps can stop you now. Go out anyway. Shop the Omni Heat Infinity Collection now at Columbia.com/infinity.
Stream your favorites and discover more with the Disney Bundle. Watch the new season of Loki on Disney Plus. On Hulu, fear creeps in with the boogeyman. And touchdown with college football on ESPN Plus. All of these and more streaming now. Get the Disney Bundle with plans starting at $9.99 a month. Plans with ESPN Plus starting at $14.99 a month. Terms apply. See DisneyBundle.com for details.
This is a RogueMedia Network podcast.
Benjamin Betts. It's all about the Benjamin Betts, baby. You know what's up? Yes, Benjamin Betts, baby.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the rift that is the Benjamin Betts podcast, League of Legends Worlds 2023 edition. We are not in Korea, but all the teams are. I'm your co-host, Corey. I almost said Jared. And I
You wish you had my record.
I wish I got my co-host Jared with me. Jared, you were cooking. You were cooking these last two days, my friend. Oh my word. I would say day one. Let's throw a little water on the situation. Cloud9, Fnatic. You got that one wrong. This was Thursday. It's okay. Fnatic won 2-1. But you were correct. Weibo 2-0'd Mad Lions, and you got all three of those bets correct. So really, okay, well, sorry. You got that correct. Then we moved into yesterday, or very early this morning. You predicted D+, the Korean 4 seed that was going to sweep GAM Esports in convincing fashion. You got all three of those bets correct. Game 1, Game 2, and the series 2-0. And then the big one, dude, this was the hard one because these were two very close teams, KT Rolster versus LNG, and you predicted it correct, man. You had LNG 2-1-ing. They did it. They did it in the order in which you thought it would. Now, you missed one game there, but that's okay, the spread on game 1, but you got game 2, game 3. You feeling good?
Feeling good, man. I'm feeling good. One of these is a super easy pick for me. The other one, there's some nuance.
Okay. Well, you are 8-1 in your last 9 games. If we throw out Cloud9 Fnatic, which we'll just throw that out because it's NA, who cares? 8-1. So you're cooking here. So we move into the final games of the 2-2. So both of these teams, are 2-1. NRG is 2-1 versus G2. That's 2-1. SKT is 2-1 versus BLG. I was going to try to say the full name. I can't. Who's also 2-1. So the winners move on. The losers actually play each other tomorrow as well, but more of an appropriate time for us at 11 p.m.
Yeah, we can watch that.
We'll watch that game. It'll be hard to make a bet on that because we won't know what it is until that time, but we might throw something up on Instagram or something like that. So, all right, you ready to dive in?
I'm ready, man. I'm ready.
All right, first game out the gate. The great NA hope. The last team that could make it through, NRG, plays against the European 1 seed G2. We have a game 1 spread of, oh my, that is a lot. 9.5 kills. 9.5. Are you taking minus 9.5 G2, or are you going to take plus 9.5 NRG?
So I wholly believe that this game will be 2-0 G2. This series will be 2-0 G2. But this is NA's last hope, and I think game 1 will be closer than what people think. Like, I could very well see NRG jumping up on a lead and then just throwing.
Yeah.
Right? And here's the biggest ride. Look at who NRG has played. They open pool play with a loss to Weibo. Then they play Liquid.
Yep.
Then they play Mad Lions. They have been tested by their strongest team they have played against is the Chinese 4 seed.
Yeah.
That's the strongest team, and they get to look at themselves and say, "Oh, we're 2-1." Like we've got a chance for a miracle. And on the other hand, you have G2, who is actually smacking around people. They've beaten a Korean team. They've beaten a Chinese team. Did they get smacked around by the top Korean team? Yes, they got 2-0'd. But those games were not blowouts. Like G2 is just very clearly the best Eastern team or Western team, excuse me. And they're gonna, but I think NRG surprised them. There are some European players on this NRG squad. There's some familiarity there, Corey. So
We
what
do
happens
always-
is
We do always have to preference that when we say like these Korean and Chinese teams. A lot of the NA and EU teams have Chinese and Korean players. They can't make a squad of all of them based on
they get the retiring
They get the
Korean and China. They get like LeBron James in his 21st season.
they get Tom Brady to the Bucks, which he did win a Super Bowl. But
It's like Messi coming to the U.S.
it's
like that's the best analogy. He's not going to win another World Cup, but he's here having fun, embarrassing the rest of the Americans. That's exactly what we're talking about.
Living in Miami, he's loving up, like living in LA. Some of these Korean players in NA, hanging out in Germany if they're EU, they're having a good time.
They are. So yeah, I'm taking NRG plus the points in game 1, and then I don't care what the spread is in game 2. It's G2.
8.5.
Yeah, easy. Take it. G2 slaughter in game 2.
G2 slaughter. Sorry, I need to update what we're doing here. Okay, G2 slaughter. And then that leaves the big question. What will the series breakdown be? We have the options are based on what you just said. So who's winning game 3? Are you taking G2 or are you taking NRG? No spread here.
No,
just purely.
I'm sorry. I'm saying 2-0 G2. I'm just taking NRG losing in a close one and getting fun.
Oh,
yeah. I don't think NRG wins a game. I just think game 1 is close.
Gotcha. Okay, my misunderstanding. Now I'm going to tell you some stats. I don't think you're going to change your mind, but our boys over at factor.gg, thanks for all your stats. These guys go way in depth. They have percentages on this series here. G2 is favored 58%. NRG is 41%, or 41.7, 58.3. So G2 heavily favored here. I will give you a little something. This game could get wild because if you look at all the games that have happened at Worlds so far, okay, who do you think at number 1 earned the most gold in their game? One player. So this is ranking all. I'll give you a hint. They're all
probably. Is it Palafox?
No, it's not Palafox. All of them. The top 10 are all 80 carries. These are specific games. This is a team that is still in the tournament playing against another team that is still in the tournament, and this player went off. And now I think it was probably a long game, but they earned. This is the most gold. Who do you think it was?
Was it FBI? I feel like I'm led to say it's FBI here.
It's not FBI. It was Elk on BLG versus KT. He had 22,790 gold earned in that game. Second was Hansama on his Draven. I watched that game against
he
DK.
was wrecking.
But then FBI, 4th place right here. NRG versus Mad Lions. He's 4th on Kaisa. So I am expecting a good matchup in the bot lane against these very aggressive, and these teams flow through their 80 carries. They're going to ride through Hansama. They're going to ride through FBI. So you're picking it. I'm not. I'm just saying I'm excited to see this bot lane in action.
Okay, I like it. I like it.
All right. Now for the marquee matchup. I'm on the French kick. The piste de resistance. That's even a French word. If I said it right. You got SKT. They're the Dallas Cowboys of South Korea. Let's be honest. That's what they are.
That's a very great
fan
analogy.
favorites. They do win though, so I guess they're not the Cowboys because the Cowboys don't win. Playing against BLG, the Chinese squad. How is this going to break down, Jared? We have game 1. The spread is set at 3.5 plus 3.5 SKT. the favorites BLG in game 1, so -3.5 for BLG. Which way are you going?
Well, here's what's so interesting about this matchup. I'm not 100% sure about this, but I'm pretty sure. I think if you took all Chinese and Korean rosters and compared them year to year, I think these are the two teams that have maintained most of their players.
Okay.
Like that T1 team is almost identical to last year's, if not identical to last year's T1 team. And BLG, they're very similar. So this is like continuity central. So what I'm thinking in this game is I think this is going to go the distance. We're going to be hearing some silver scrapes. This is going to be a 3-game series.
Okay, all right.
But I like BLG winning in the first game by actually a pretty good margin.
Okay, so you're taking the -3.5.
I'm taking the -3.5.
Okay.
I am. I think BLG surprises T1. And I mean, if you go back and look, T1 has played Liquid. That was a challenge. They lost to Gen G. That's an inner rivals, good game. And then they bounced back and beat Cloud9. They have not played a Chinese team yet.
Okay.
That is crucial because the regions play differently. And you and I talk about this all the time when we're not recording. Every region has like their source. So I think they're gonna kind of get kicked in the teeth game 1. Okay. I really do.
Okay.
And but what's the spread in game 2?
Man, this is killing me here. I am not finding a spread. Our boys at Bovada here are dropping the ball just a little, unless I'm completely blanking. But I don't actually see it. That was just super frustrating. You know what I'll give you here. Let's get you going on the fly here. What I do have is over under for kills.
Okay.
So in game 2, the over under is set at 25.5 kills combined. This is both teams.
Sure.
You going over 25.5 or under 25.5?
I just think you see a controlled game by T1. Like they're gonna, it's like a boxing match, right?
Yeah.
Like they're gonna take a big hook in the earlier rounds, and then they're gonna come out, throw some haymakers, and they're gonna strike back. So, but I just don't think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be tactical. I don't think it's going to be, when NA teams, we, start picking Teemo support and crazy picks. So I like T1 in a little more controlled game. So I'll say under the 25.
Under 25. I think that's very wise. I'm looking here. I can't scroll. I feel like I'm failing you all over the place here. But you have SKT averages 9 deaths a game. That's their average is 9. And BLG, I can't even find. So they are at least under that. So
yes,
these two teams are tacticians. They're not diving in. They're not NA, Jared, going for all the kills, So I like your under there. We'll take under 25.5 kills. But who do you think is going to win? Wait, hold on. So your last bet, you're going to tell me. So what's going to be the series breakdown here? Win, loss, win.
It's going to be SKT, loss, win. SKT
wow.
is bidding in. I still think BLG will be there.
Okay.
That you will see BLG in those 8 teams that are going through the bracket, but they will pick off, in my opinion, any of these 3 teams that are coming up.
Woo!
They've already beaten Fnatic. I don't think that Kia has enough, and I don't think they've mastered Weibo in their own region. So
yeah, you're plus 500 on those odds there, and this half makes me want to wake up at probably about 6:30 in the morning to catch that game 3 if there is one. I just put some money down on this. I'm not going to tell you how much, but I think I'm going to get my I think I'm going to get my booty up to watch that game. I'm either going to be very unhappy. Oh, I guess if BLG wins the first one, SKT wins the second, then I'll be very sad. But if SKT loses then wins, and then game 3, I'll wake you up. You're going to be cooking, baby. I'll wake you up. Yeah.
You're going to be cooking. Call me.
All right, man. Those are the 6 wagers locked in for the night, or early day. These 2 a.m. games are just awful, but it's okay. We're doing our thing. So you have NRG plus 9.5 in game 1, G2 minus 8.5 in game 2, G2 a win-win in their series, so they locked that down. Then we got BLG minus 3.5 in game 1. You have BLG minus 3.5 in game 1. But you had them. Sorry, SKT loses that one.
Yes.
And then win-win. Sorry, that makes sense.
Yep.
Under 25.5 in game 2 because the spread's not up, but you're like SKT in that game to then force a game 3 where the home team pulls out the win in Korea with a win. SKT lost.
That's it,
win-win.
man.
Love it, man. Let's
That's
do it.
it.
Cool. All right.
It's exciting. You want to know what's super interesting right now, though, Corey?
Wow.
I want to make sure I have this right. I do have this right. Every single seed from Korea and China is still alive. Based on how this plays out, you could see 4 Korean and 4 Chinese teams in our bracket.
Well, wait.
I believe that's correct.
So, where did D plus? Isn't D plus still in this thing? Because
they are. They're coming up. They were in the 1-2 match, and now they're going to be in the 2-2. Same thing with Weibo. They were on their last leg, and they're up. So
there's still more games here.
Oh yeah, the 2-2s, the ones we've been waiting for. We got 3 2-2 games tomorrow, October 28th. That we can be talking about as well. Maybe if we do another short episode. We just don't know who's playing who yet because we haven't seen the other 3.
Well, wait. So is that going to be 11 p.m. October 28th, and then there's going to be 2 more games on Sunday the 29th.
Correct.
And then there's 3 outside of these 2 that we just picked. There's 3 more potentials, right? Because there would be the 2 winners of these, or the 2 losers. Sorry.
Yep.
D plus.
We'll have Fnatic.
KT
Fnatic
roster,
is still alive.
Weibo.
D plus, Weibo, and KT still get to come back and play the losers of G2 NRG and BLGT1.
So okay, okay. But aren't there 12 teams that move on? Or there's 8 that move on.
There's 8, and that's what I'm saying.
It could literally just be all of them. Yeah.
But it depends. Like there could be brackets where, Fnatic might be playing G2 if they lose or something crazy.
Yeah.
Like it may not be set up to have all the teams in there that way. They may have to give the West something just to continue playing.
Just little breadcrumbs there for the West. I like it. I like it. Well, then who's the other Western team? Why am I? It's NRG, G2,
Fnatic, and G2.
That's only 3. Shouldn't there be one more? Oh, because the teams have already moved on. Teams have already been signed. I'm sorry.
Because you still have. Yeah, you're good.
I'm dumb. Sorry. Everyone stopped listening to this pod about 2 minutes ago, so I apologize. All right. Well, Jared, let's see what rolls. Let's see what happens. We maybe we get on for a little bonus episode tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll try.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Everybody, don't hold your breath. But we'll try. All right. For Corey, for Jared, this is the Benjamin Betts podcast. We're going to win you some money. We're going to win charity some money. And we're going to win ourselves some money, maybe. All right. Sounds good.
Oh, that's good.
I'll tell you later how much I'm wagering.
I don't want to know how much you made already. I can't be influenced. If I know, I'll be influenced, and I don't want to be. I want to be uninfluenced.
That's why I couldn't tell you. I just tell you one thing. You call us over, baby. All right.
You call us over.
Okay, I gotta bounce. I said I was going to do some work.
Not to complicate our plans, but I had a very interesting call this morning with some VR people. So you and I can have a conversation later about that.
All right, I can't wait. We'll
talk soon.
Can't play with them. Okay, see ya.
Yeah. It's all about the Benjamins, baby.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hey, I'm Zach.
And I'm Mike.
and we have a fantastic new podcast to tell you about. Bros, Foes, and Heroes. It's the two of us looking into the world of comics, breaking down some characters that you may have never heard of, and some that are just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so Zach comes up with a character each time, and I go into it just completely blind. I don't know who this person is or what their abilities are or anything, and basically I guess we kind of go over their origin story and just some of the ridiculous stuff that maybe, especially Golden Age stuff.
Oh, Golden Age stuff is always the best, and we will make sure to highlight all of the shenanigans and just absolute weirdness of everything.
Yeah, that's right. So subscribe today and follow us on Instagram at Bros, Foes, Heroes.
And if you don't, I know where you live. Not really, but please subscribe.
Bros and foes and heroes. Gonna tell you about bros and foes and heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hi, I'm Hank. You might remember me from a show called King of the Hill. Check out a King of the Hill rewatch podcast. These boys ain't right, but they are funny. Find the podcast anywhere you get your podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. I tell you what.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast. Central Texas Life with Ann Harder presents Central Texas Events.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Central Texas Events. And I tell you what, Waco Cultural Arts is going to keep you busy. There's lots of things happening. Doreen Ravenscroft, you are just amazing because of all you have done for so many years for the cultural arts scene in Waco. But starting tomorrow, we've got pumpkins and we've got all kinds of things all the way through next weekend.
We do. Mm-hmm.
So tell me, first of all, what's happening.
Okay,
first.
So first of all, what's happening on Saturday? We're doing Pumpkin Fest. It's at the Wilbert Austin Park on Hood Street in East Waco. Mm-hmm. So we've done that in conjunction with Neighbor Works. We'll be there from 11 a.m. to 2. We have pumpkins, hot dogs, face painting, and costume people. And we hope lots of little people will show up in costumes too.
I bet they will. Will you be doing some carving?
No, we are actually painting the pumpkins, but it's not going to be the usual messy paint. We've got tempera paint sticks, which we think we're going to be much more fun and easier to carry home. You know, because they're always wet when it's time to carry them home. Yeah. And so the tempera sticks, I practiced with them, and I think it's going to work.
They're gonna dry easily enough. Yeah. Well, of course, it's a great time of year. So much fun stuff happening right around Halloween. But on the first weekend of November, this is the big thing.
That's the biggie thing.
The Cultural Arts Fest.
Yes.
And it's in 2 different locations, correct?
Well, Waco Cultural Arts Fest is in Indian Spring Park, but it's also in the Convention Center.
Yeah.
So we start November 3rd, and the main stage will open at 4 o'clock, and it will end up with our headliner, Cam KT, who is a rap artist. So it features a lot of rap musicians on the Friday evening. But also in the Convention Center, we will have WordFest. So we have an open mic that's beginning 7 to 9. Obviously, family-friendly contact, please.
Good.
But we're encouraging young poets and people who have written books to come and just read at an open mic.
Mm-hmm. And not a poetry slam necessarily.
No, it's not a poetry slam.
Right.
We've done those, and so it's just an open mic for reading poetry.
Yeah, just to share your work.
Yes.
That's the whole point of Waco Cultural Arts. That is for people to really flourish.
Yes.
When it comes to everything from the visual arts, as you say, to the written word.
Yes.
To music, I mean, you name it.
Yeah, we're actually absolutely excited because one young lady is 17. I actually met her at CRRC meeting and said, you need to submit. Because she read a poem at one of CRRC's event, and her mom stopped me a couple of weeks ago and said she got accepted in the anthology, and that is really great. We have published an anthology which only the anthologists attend a reception on the Saturday evening, and then it's an open event afterwards for the poetry reading of the anthology. So that gets published on Amazon. So, and we have entries from all over the world for that.
I'll bet you do.
Yeah, which is amazing.
Yeah. Well, the history of the Cultural Arts Fest is amazing.
Thank
and
you.
what all you have done in 19 years, raised nearly $700,000
Yes.
through that. Almost 200,000 guests have
Yes.
come to. It's a very popular event too. But the permanent art sculptures that have been raised thanks
Yes.
to you guys, $4.3 million for public art permanent sculptures. Of course, the Chisholm Trail.
The Chisholm Trail.
Monument at Indian Spring Park. Everybody knows. I mean, that's iconic now.
Yes, yes. That was exciting because, we Robert Summers, who was like the Remington of today, he did all the sculptures. And I was so excited when, we were all wanting tourism to begin. Now it's, established and booming.
It's a big
And
thing in Waco.
There were some British voices at the monument, and I thought, oh, I'm going to ask where they're from. And they'd actually been told to stop in Waco to look at the Chisholm Trail sculpture.
Really?
And I called up the visitor center and said, we've had our first coach, our first coach load of guests from out of town coming and visiting art in Waco. And so, because now we see coach loads of people all the time. So, but that was really exciting that, some public art had raised enough interest that they would stop as they toured Texas, and they would stop in Waco.
And of course, you've had such a huge impact on the Doris Miller.
Yes.
And so I interviewed you many times as you were raising money for that. And what a tremendous hero in Waco for us to honor in this way there at Bledsoe Miller Park.
Yeah. And, talking about it yesterday, or like at the beginning of this week, we actually got the final piece of steel welded into it, which had taken...
I didn't know it wasn't quite complete.
It got delayed because of COVID, and there was one really high piece that had to go in, and it was a little complicated. And then finally, we got all the donor steel plates installed, which was really exciting. I was so excited. I was eating donuts too much. It's like I was so nervous. Were they going to fit? Would it work? So, I mean, to see all those names and all the people who supported it, and including a little boy who was only 3 in, I think, 2010 when we did the groundbreaking. He gave us $1 out of a wallet. He was like a little tiny old man pulling his wallet out and, scooting through it, and then gave me $1.
Oh.
And if there's one story that's the most important, it's kind of that one, because his name is there too.
Oh, yeah, it was truly a community effort, and
it was
everybody behind this wonderful event to see this sculpture of Doris Miller. Of course, murals. You've been involved in all that.
Yes,
I mean, $65,000 raised.
Yes,
for them, and it's kind of made Waco sort of a mural city.
Yeah, and then it was great that when Creative Waco came, they took it on even further with the apprentice program. And murals are blossoming all over Waco now, which is great. Makes you feel happy.
Oh, you cannot look at one of these and not just have a smile on your face.
Yeah.
And that's how I feel when I'm ever around you, Doreen. But I want to. You obviously don't sound like you're from around here, and you mentioned those British accents. So tell me a little bit. What brought you to Central Texas? Where are you from? Where are you from, girl?
I'm actually from the north of England, My hometown is very close to Chester, which was a Roman town. My husband came from Liverpool. We both met at Unilever, which is an international company. And to shock everybody, I was a chemistry, physics, and maths major. And that's how we met, because I worked in the research laboratory for Unilever, and so did Bill. And he joined M&M Mars. We went to, and eventually came over to Waco.
Yep. The home.
Yep. And 76, we were actually in New Jersey, 1976. And then Bill was moved to Cleveland, Tennessee, and did lots of commuting. And we finally ended up in Waco, Texas.
Yeah. Now, I heard Little Bird told me that he might have some connection
With
to the
Skittles.
the S in Skittles.
He
Tell me
does.
about that.
Well, yeah, he was one of the. He was called Mr. Skittles.
Okay.
Basically, because of doing all the research and development work for Skittles, but we actually came to Waco because of Twixt,
okay.
to reformulate it, or not me,
Oh,
for
right.
Bill, because it was a British product, and
What was it called?
It was called Twix in England.
It was called Twixt in England.
And at least I think it was. I hope so. But the cookie bar was very hard, and Bill had to reformulate it because we have more gluten in our flour in the United States than we do in Europe. And so when you transposed a massive recipe into production, it's basically a chemical formula.
Right.
And so the chemical formula was wrong. And
Okay.
now Twix tastes good.
Very good. But then he kind of morphed into Skittles, or
He morphed into Skittles, Starburst flavors.
Yeah.
The sour flavors and the tropical flavors in Starburst. He developed,
Aw.
and so
That's amazing.
yeah,
That's
and
amazing.
mini M&Ms.
Well, we
For
are
the
so
bakers.
oh my gosh, we are so glad that that delicious candy company brought you here to Central Texas. Your love, though, for the arts, where did that start?
Well, we're all talking about wars at the moment, and so I think people can relate to this. Well, I was born in 1943, so I'm a World War II baby, and very close on the other side of the Mersey, just as on the other side of the Mersey. But Liverpool, ASAP after the war, decided that the theatres were going to open. And I don't think they opened in 45, but definitely in 46 they were open, and my parents and an aunt took me to see a pantomime.
Really?
It was Cinderella. Well, I was so excited, I was wriggling on my seat, there was like a fire curtain, and then that went up, and then there was this gorgeous red velvet curtain with lots of tassels on it,
Oh, sure.
and then that goes up, that kind of pulls up, and then the stage was so bright, so colorful, so full of lights, and I was smitten.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and that was performance arts, but it was the arts. And my dad worked for a paper company, Bow Waters, and I had free paper, and he sharpened pencils, and I drew and drew and drew.
Yeah. An artist yourself.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you have done
So-
so much, Doreen, to
Well,
lift Central
tried.
Texas and the cultural arts community. But again, the Waco Cultural Arts Fest, you don't want to miss these activities. And this is going to be happening November 3rd through the 5th.
It is, yes.
Now, and it's free? Is there a
It's
ticket?
free. We always try to have our events free, except our fundraisers.
Sure.
It's important that it's on a bus route, that families can reach it, and it's also important that families can walk from the apartments and
Right.
houses that are around to the festival. And so we have some wonderful arts activities that are run by students and art teachers, and we began it in some ways because at that time in 2004, lots of the schools didn't have a lot of money, and the
Right,
arts were being cut.
Exactly, budgets get tight, and fine arts are the first to go.
Fine arts are the first to go.
Yeah.
And many of you probably have visual learners. I think I was a visual learner. My son was a visual learner. And I think losing the arts at an early age, especially elementary, when the brain is developing, it was really important that we could have an arts festival that was quality, that was free, and that could encourage parents to have some paper and colored pencils or crayons.
Yeah.
at home.
Simple things.
Simple
but so
things.
important. I presume you can use volunteers and helpers.
Oh, we can. Please go to our
and
website.
Money too.
Money is always wonderful to make a donation,
Yeah.
because we can't do it without our supporters. Whether I'm writing grants or it's individual donations or it's companies, it's really important so that we can have that, maintain a quality event, because prices go up and things change. But then we do need volunteers. We have registration on our website. It's wacoartsfest.org. Just click volunteer and fill in the form and sign up.
Take part. Take your family. I mean,
Yes.
this is just a wonderful, wonderful reason to connect with the community.
Yes.
But also work on your brain when it comes
Yes,
to
yes.
these wonderful art activities and the
Yeah.
music and everything.
It
It's
is.
just going to be fabulous.
And we still have easel art. And I think my favorite thing is to see a 24-inch sheet of cardboard walking down the street, and you see two little feet and two hands and maybe the eyes popping over the top. But what's being shown is the artwork.
Yeah.
And to see that pride in a little one. And I have heard that people have moved house and they have not been allowed to throw the Waco Cultural Arts Fest art pieces away. So I'm sure there's a lot that are gathering dust in Waco, but that's wonderful, because it's also a measure of how you can track how your children are developing, is how they create their art.
But it's been going strong for 19 years.
Yes.
But this is just the beginning of more great things.
I hope so. I really hope so.
Well, Doreen, it wouldn't be happening without you. And you are just a delight. I'm always happy to be around you.
Thank you.
And just see all the great things that are happening when it comes to cultural arts in Waco. Cultural Arts Fest, November 3rd through the 5th, Indian Spring Park and the Waco Convention Center.
Yes.
Take part.
Yes.
Thank
and
you.
come to the Laser Light Show on Saturday evening with the Mike Stanley Band.
Oh, man, it's going to be great.
Man, it's going to be great.
Thank you, Doreen, and thank you for joining us for Central Texas Events. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
This episode is brought to you by Seed's DSO1 Daily Symbiotic, a 2-in-1 probiotic and prebiotic formulated with 24 clinically and scientifically studied strains to support healthy regularity and your gut, immune, and skin health. Optimize your gut health. Visit seed.com/Spotify with code Spotify for 30% off your first month of Seed's DSO1 Daily Symbiotic. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Welcome back to another episode of No Waco. This is your host, Debbie. Welcome back to another episode of No Waco. I am your host, Debbie, and today we have some very special guests here in the studio. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'll go first. Chris is over here a little shy. I'm Crystal Zimmerman. I am the founder of Project Eden. And I'm actually excited and extremely nervous to be here. So
No worries.
I felt like the CEO would have the first say.
Yeah. Okay, touche.
So I'm Christopher Danish, treasurer and vice chair for now for the Project Eden, and we're trying to make something happen out here.
Yeah, shout out to Scott Tucker, who's our secretary.
Mm-hmm.
He's at work. He's an electrician by day.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
That's really exciting. And we are here today to talk about an exciting event that you guys are having this weekend, not only to kick off your organization, but also to kick off spooky season. Tell me what you guys are doing this weekend.
Well, apparently we've got a musical guest coming out. Crystal can tell you more about that. We're going to talk about our vision, our planned impact for the community, our vision for our nonprofit, and what our hopes are. We're hoping to also get the word out about the support groups or social groups that we want to start through Project Eden.
Yes, I have a lot. I just as a starter, I am diagnosed with Asperger's, and as an Asperger's advocate, I would like to, provide more opportunities for neurodivergent individuals to seek community. So that's kind of one of the big things for me.
Yeah, I love that. And you guys are going to be creating this community space for people to come and get involved and get active in our community. You guys are hosting this event. You said there's going to be an amazing musician. What can people expect?
Well, from 2 to about 4 o'clock, we will be having just kind of like a meet and greet. We'll have a few snacks, and people can sign up for various prizes, door prizes that we have acquired from the community and then from myself, just a bunch of kids' toys. So I encourage you to bring those kiddos, because that's kind of the core of the project itself. And we are going to have Lucas John Turner, who's an amazing spirit.
Yes, love him.
Yes, he is. He and his girlfriend Lumen, they are just two creatures of beauty. They're amazing. And he approached me at my last event and was like, "Hey, I want to do more of these things. I am all about what you are doing." And so he's the first person I called up whenever we decided to do this project with Cultivate 712. And so I'm looking forward to that and his amazing talent. And then from 5 to 6, we'll just be kind of doing a drawing of all the different gifts. And I have a lot of children's door prizes. So please, like I said, bring those kiddos, because I'm going to try to make it to where every kid doesn't leave empty handed, and hopefully through this impact and vision, we as a community can build something together, because this isn't just for me. It's not just for people who have mental and emotional issues. It's an opportunity to provide people a charitable cause to give a piece of themselves. For instance, for me, I try to impact people daily, and sometimes all you need is just a little something extra to make you feel fulfilled, and if it's on your heart to give and help us build this together, you just shout out to me on the Heart of Texas Project Eden on Facebook. You'll see our little Trinity tree symbol. So.
Yes. We also have the costume contest for
Yes,
kids and adults. We'll have 3 winners for that contest: first place, second place, third place. I think it's 2 to 5. So we'll be doing the prize drawings from 4 to 5, right?
Yes,
Perfect.
yes. And we can also do the costume contest around. We're just gonna kind of play it by ear,
Yeah,
some of the stuff.
that'll be amazing. Well, that sounds such an amazing opportunity for people to get involved. Is there a ticket price at the door? How can people find out about it? How can people get involved?
There is a ticket price. It's $10 for adults, and then 12 through 5, $5, and then 4 and under is free. So I want to see all the cute babies.
Yes.
So
I want to see them all dressed up like little pumpkins.
I know. I love kids.
Perfect.
Cultivate is sort of like it's really the community art gathering, you
We
know,
try.
and so we're trying to bring art space to the community.
Mhm.
We're trying to engage uh, those dealing with mental health
Yeah.
issues, um, you know, an avenue of escape or expression more so,
Yeah.
something to, you know, involve themselves with the community. And so we'll talk more about how we want to, you know, facilitate those social groups at the
Absolutely.
event.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And as a person who has social anxiety
Mhm.
myself, you know, I'm doing this for those meek individuals who are like, oh, it sounds like a cool cause. You know, I would go, but I just, you know, well, this is your opportunity. You
Yeah.
know, something's telling you to close yourself off and hide, you know, you're supposed to be there.
Yeah.
You know,
I love
it's
that.
for you.
I love that. That's an amazing message behind it as well. So it's really amazing what you guys are doing here for our community.
Yeah.
And of course, shout out Cultivate 712. We're so excited to be
Yeah,
involved.
exactly.
Well, thank you so much for sharing about the event. And we're gonna take a quick commercial break and then we'll be right back.
All
Doot,
right.
doot. All right, take your break. Perfect. Good job, guys. You're amazing.
I was
Naturals.
I was struggling there with the
No.
stuttering. I was like, oh Lord.
You're great. The
Those are
more
my
you talk,
words.
the better. Like I said, when we get back from our commercial break here in just a second, the first question I usually ask is, what would you like to see more of in Waco? You guys can start talking about seeing more inclusive spaces, whatever.
Mhm.
And then we'll talk about your mission and what you guys are hoping to do. Why is it so important for you guys to be here in Waco? And then we'll have a little shout out section at the end. So if you have anybody else you guys need a shout out, I would say you can shout out your mom, your dog, or your grandma. All of the above. And then at the end, plug your socials, Facebook event where people can find you at the very end. And then that's it. And then I'll give you your soapbox moment.
All right.
Soapbox.
Yeah.
All right.
Just
Hop
shout
on your
out.
soapbox. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Are you guys ready?
sure.
Yes.
Perfect. And we're back. So we were just talking about this amazing event happening this Saturday at Cultivate 712 from 2 to 5 p.m. where our community can get involved, enjoy an amazing costume contest, some amazing goods and little prize baskets. There's going to be so much opportunities for our kids to get involved and really just see our community together. One of the first questions I love to ask when we get back is, what is something you guys would like to see more of in Waco?
For me, I would love to see more things done in Cameron Park as a social group gatherings.
I love that.
You know, especially more art opportunities.
Mhm.
You know, because free art opportunities.
Yes.
Because you know, as a child who came from a single parent household, you know, I didn't always have the financial opportunity to engage my
Yeah.
talents and let them meet their full potential. And
Yeah.
so that's a lot of like what I would love to see.
And
I love that.
speaking of reaching our full potential, community is definitely important. I feel like that's necessary for us as individuals to grow. And if I had a community facing similar issues that I was facing, you know, during the dark periods of the mental health crises in my life, I think it wouldn't have been as much of a
Yeah.
crisis as it turned out to be.
Yeah.
So we want to have this space for individuals who are suffering through those issues to, you know, gather and, you know, develop a community,
I love
share resources, and be able to work with a facilitator and co-facilitator, and essentially embrace art.
that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. I know a lot of individuals, you know, haven't had the opportunity to develop themselves mentally and emotionally. And, you know, if I can bridge the gap,
Mm-hmm.
and not only that, but find a way to build a community of leaders,
Mm-hmm.
you know, because a lot of parents are working all day. You know, we as a society, it takes a community
Yeah.
to build children.
Yeah.
And, you know, I was definitely one of those problem children. You know, oh Lord, the list goes on. But my school was not a big fan of me.
Yeah.
to say I super glued my lips shut once. Yeah, it was.
It happened.
But, you know, I see that as charisma.
Yeah.
What if they would have taken all of that energy,
Yeah.
figured out what I'm good at, and channel all? You know, I love like those kids that are just out there rebelling, you know, like, okay, you know, how about we rebel against negativity and, you know, build you into your maximum potential.
I
So,
love
you
that.
know, like,
and that really just shows what the mission behind your organization is. So what is the heart behind it? What's your mission?
the mission is basically to claim the meek, you know.
I love that.
And my definition of meek is basically an individual who basically suffers in silence, you know. Like, you know, we all have those different pieces, and everyone has coping skills, but what about the ones who have not been provided opportunities to learn coping skills?
Yeah.
This vision is to grab those children and grab those adults and, you know, teach them to remain moldable.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to harden your heart based on the negative cards you were given.
Yeah.
You know, we want to be that card in that deck that you can pull out and be like, all right, you know, it's going to be okay.
I love that.
I've got all these resources. This is what I've learned. You know, this is what I can do. You know, that was essential in my recovery from negativity as an at-risk youth. And, you know, I had a bunch, I didn't do it myself. I actually had an upbringing in Alcoholics Anonymous. And even though I was not a drug addict or an alcoholic, that was a yet for me.
Yeah.
I was a potential.
Yeah.
And my mom was tired, you know, she gave me the best that she could.
Yeah.
And it was unfortunately not enough for me to be the person I am today. You know, if it was not for these women, you know, I didn't have just one mom after that. At 17, you know, I had like 8 moms. And then, you know, a father that worked all the time. The father was not present in my life.
Yeah.
And so then all of a sudden I had like 10 dads and, you know, like so many people that taught me to love beyond the flesh, you know, and that is essential, you know, and learn to love the things about me and, you know, ask myself, how do I protect my usefulness? How do I give away my pain because pain is useful? You know, you can mold mountains with pain if you use that energy. It's all energy. And that is, I know because I'm living proof of that, you know, and I just had it put on my heart, you know, once you receive what you receive, you have to give it away in order to keep it. And so this is the process of me giving it away, you know, and I have a few adolescents that I keep touch with, and, you know, I do a lot of the cool mom talkings, you know.
I do that too, yeah.
Yeah, and I love it. I love it. It, you know, and people are like, oh, I know I only come to you whenever I have problems. And I'm like, no, I need that. It gets me out of myself.
Yeah.
And now for a word from our sponsors. Hey, I'm Blair.
And I'm Brittany. And we're the host of
By the Cover Podcast.
We cover everything from mysteries, thrillers, romance, chick lit, and even some smut.
Don't forget the smut.
Yeah.
We're so excited to get this thing going and share this with you guys. We've been talking about this for months, and it's finally happening.
Yes.
Special shout out to RogueMedia for helping us with this.
For sure, for sure. You can find us on Instagram at bythecover_podcast.
You can also find us on Facebook and TikTok, so don't forget to give us a follow on those too also.
And we are so excited to dive into some of our favorite books and share those with you.
We can't wait. Hope you love it.
Hi, this is Sarah.
And I'm Carter.
And this is Some of Our Thoughts.
We're 2 Southern sommeliers, and we want to share everything we love and know about wine. We started hanging out during quarantine and cooking and drinking and listening to music, and we just thought this would be a great way to bring everything we know to you guys.
We will make wine knowledge and food pairings easy and approachable. So put on your favorite vinyl, grab your favorite glass of wine, tune into our show, and let's have some fun.
Wine and vinyl. So check us out on RogueMediaNetwork.com or wherever you get your favorite podcast. We'll be talking about a lot.
Hi, and welcome to Bustles and Bangers with your hostess, Rachel and Christopher.
I love it when you say my name.
And you didn't say hi.
I didn't. You just kept going. I'm going to introduce the book. I'm not reading it.
It's
because I don't like reading.
Girls like cowboy butts, and those jeans don't hide anything.
Find us on Instagram at Bustles and Bangers or on RogueMediaNetwork.com.
And now, back to the episode. And why do you think there's such a need here in Waco right now for you guys?
Well, Texas is the worst in the U.S. for mental health.
Yep, you're not the first. We had NAMI come on recently. Shout out National Association of Mental Illness, NAMI Waco. We came on and just talked about this. It's so crazy how there's just such need here in Waco.
Yeah.
The Waco Youth Development Project, headed by Professor Kyle Ickes, Dr. Kyle Ickes. He's really been an influence for me, and the wonders he's doing, like the work he's doing for a youth at risk across high schools in the Central Texas area. It seems simple on paper, but they're impacting lives out here. And going back to this idea of suffering, we need to adapt in a sense to view suffering as an opportunity to grow, to cultivate a more loving nature, a more compassionate nature within. And so I'm hoping to also bring some meditative techniques to these groups. We're hoping to work with a facilitator who's a licensed professional who can also give some skills, and all this would be free,
I love that.
skills that you would otherwise have to pay money or have insurance to have access to. So we're hoping to bring that access, open that up to anyone who needs it.
Absolutely.
Bring a community together.
Yeah. And that will make this event this weekend so vital.
Yes,
and so important.
We do need money. Like, we want these services to be free, but we also need a way. So why not have fun with the cause?
I love that.
And that's what it comes down to. I was inspired, this whole cockamamie scheme of mine, it was inspired by this awesome lady. Whenever I worked at the Baylor Club, there was this beautiful lady named Nell Hawkins, and she would throw the most amazing charity parties. And she has such a profound influence in our community. And she is a very graceful spirit, and, just she in herself, I was like, wow, I want to do that. I want to be like that, because she could have just sat around in her retirement, but she didn't do that. She got up and helped others. And, I definitely see my calling, fun as a way for me to give back,
I love that.
I'm also very cautious with my time. I have to be part of my recovery is being very conscientious as to the situations I put myself in. And there are a lot of neat little places I like to go, like the Skellington's Curiosities.
Shout out Shauna Kylie. We love you guys.
Yeah, they're phenomenal. I love them. And True Love, that's one of my little safe spaces. Whenever I do go socialize, it's definitely going to be there.
I love that. Yeah, and I know you guys have already shouted out some amazing people, but is there anyone else you want to shout out that's helped along this journey?
My job.
Whoop, whoop, shout out.
Yeah, Donald Citrano and Valerie Citrano. They're on vacation right now, getting the much needed rest.
Yes.
But you know, they have been so flexible. All my little coworkers, you know, they're all just so flexible and, you know, on board with what I'm trying to do. We all, you know, serve to bring positivity to the people that we meet, you know, and it's been great.
We definitely need to shout out the Baylor Entrepreneurship
Yes,
Clinic. Thank y'all for
100%.
all the help with, you know, basically becoming tax exempt.
I love that.
Yeah.
Getting all the 501c3, getting all the important documents. I just know it's a lot.
Yeah, leading the way. We did as much as we could by ourselves, but you know, Christopher here was like, I got us with the Baylor Entrepreneur, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's exciting. You know, Baylor has so much to offer the community.
I love
and
that.
They have done a lot for the community
We
as
certainly
well.
put it to a vote. It was a meeting in December, and I had the
Yeah.
final drafts of the bylaws, and we're like, okay, are we good to submit to the Secretary of State? And we're like, no, I think we should review it a little
Yeah.
more. I was like, yeah, maybe so.
Maybe you're right.
Let's go.
We're a little nervous. But I'm so glad you guys went through all that and you guys are making this organization again for our community. Thank you guys for coming here. Of course, give us all your social media where we can find you, find more information about you, more about the event, all the things.
All right. Our Instagram is HOT Project Eden at Instagram. And the Facebook page is our Heart of Texas Project Eden. And you can leave us comments, like I said. Please give us a like. You know, we need definitely some support for our community, and I don't know what else to say right now. Maybe edit that part out.
Those are our social media tags.
All right, perfect. Is there anything else you want to share with our listeners today? Now's your soapbox moment.
I know, right?
Stay steady, y'all.
Stay
I know
steady.
times are
Love
gonna
that.
get tough. Be willing to develop a community. Be there for one another. We don't know what's on the horizon. We have difficult scenarios going on throughout the world. Just hang in there. Try to be compassionate. Fake it till you make it if you have to.
Fake it till you become it, Christopher.
Ooh.
Till you
Indeed.
become it.
Snaps.
But certainly we need to use not really use it as a resource, but more so develop this authentic sharing within a community. I mean, we're all humans. We belong on this earth together. We need to act like it
I
and
love that.
don't leave a brother or sister behind, you know.
Yeah.
I guess one little thing that I would love to say is the thought of a thought process that I had whenever I was building this was the fact that, you know, who better to build this than the individuals who deal with it. I love my therapists, but I would definitely say one of the best ones that I have right now, her name is Peyton Trimmer, and she actually has autism. And, you know, to be able to identify straight on, you know, oh, you know, here, have you ever experienced this? Have you ever, you know, putting words to what's going on? And what better to build than a nonprofit that provides resources from individuals who have done these things and it has actually worked. Because
I love that.
sometimes when you're stuck and you're just going and you don't have time to slow down and all you see is chaos, you can't think, what do I do next?
Yeah.
You know, like you just need somewhere to go. And not all of us have the opportunity to go to a mental health facility. You know,
Yeah.
unfortunately, a lot of our youth end up jailed or, you know.
And DePaul is closing at the end of this year.
DePaul is closing at the end of this year?
Yeah.
That is
crazy.
wild.
Yeah. We were just talking about that as well. So it's crazy, but I'm so glad that we're here and you guys are here in our community to provide that service.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can be an inspiration. And I hope that people come out on Saturday, come and have fun fundraiser, and have a good time. Thank you guys so much for your time.
All right,
There
thank you.
will be food there, y'all.
There will be
Woo-hoo.
food, yes.
Food, drinks, prizes, costumes.
My boss is donating his amazing wild wings.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm so excited. Bacon wrapped chicken with cheese and jalapenos.
Is that George's Wild Wings?
Oh, well, they're brothers,
that-
so
oh,
they both.
indeed.
Yeah. There's a few
Jorge.
similarities on the menu. So.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you guys so much.
All right, thank you.
All right. Take care, Waco.
Well, we can't wait to see you there.
Find us everywhere on all social media platforms, KNOW_Waco. Check us out at RogueMediaNetwork.com, and we're on YouTube under Rogue Media Network. Check out NoWaco.com.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
Frozen, Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hey, I'm Zach.
And I'm Mike.
And we have a fantastic new podcast to tell you about. Bros, Foes, and Heroes. It's the two of us looking into the world of comics, breaking down some characters that you may have never heard of, and some that are just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so Zach comes up with a character each time, and I go into it just completely blind. I don't know who this person is or what their abilities are or anything, and basically I guess we kind of go over their origin story and just some of the ridiculous stuff that maybe, especially Golden Age stuff.
Oh, Golden Age stuff is always the best, and we will make sure to highlight all of the shenanigans and just absolute weirdness of everything.
Yeah, that's right. So subscribe today and follow us on Instagram at Bros, Foes, Heroes.
And if you don't, I know where you live. Not really, but please subscribe.
Frozen, Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hi, I'm Hank. You might remember me from a show called King of the Hill. Check out a King of the Hill rewatch podcast. These boys ain't rap, but they are funny. Find the podcast anywhere you get your podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. I tell you what.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Hello, baseball fans, and welcome to this episode of A Visit to the Mound. I'm Lark Smith, and he is
Stan Huff.
And our guest today spent 11 seasons in the major leagues with the Yankees, Royals, Mariners, and Rangers, winning a World Series with the Kansas City Royals in 1985. Steve Balboni set a Royals team record for home runs that season at 36, a record that was not broken until 2017 by Mike Moustakas. Steve, thank you very much for joining us today for A Visit to the Mound.
Thank you. My pleasure to be here.
I'm certain you and Stan have some great stories as your careers cross, but the first story I want to hear is your take of the pine tar incident as you were there that day as the starting first baseman for the New York Yankees.
Yeah. Well, it was pretty funny. We were in Kansas City. I was with the Yankees. We were playing in Kansas City, and Billy Martin and the coaches, they saw George Brett's bat, and they saw the pine tar was up high, and so they were just waiting. They just waited until he did something that hurt us, and then they were to check the bat. And so nothing happened in Kansas City, but when we went back, we played them in New York, I think the following week. And he hits a home run off Goose, and they checked the bat immediately. And I didn't know George at the time. I mean, I got to know, be friends with him later, but he came out of that dugout. I thought he was going to hit the umpire. I mean, he was furious, and the way he came out, I was shocked. But yeah, it was pretty funny. And then Gaylord Perry grabbed the bat, and ran up the dugout. It was a whole show.
Now, I believe what ended up happening is the president of the American League decided that it was okay for him to have used the bat. They denied the protest and had to go back and finish off the game.
Yeah, I mean, usually they change the rule after, like the following year or something. Yeah, they changed the rule so that his home run counted. So anybody else but George Brett, it wouldn't matter. But yeah, with him,
Did Billy
they changed it. They had to finish.
Did Billy look for that kind of stuff, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, as far as baseball goes, nothing got by him.
I
mean, as far as the baseball mind, yeah, he didn't. He was tough to play for. If he liked you, you were okay. If he didn't like you, you were in big trouble. But as far as on the field, he always seemed to be in the right spot, the right pitcher against the right hitter. He was always ahead of everybody else. I mean, as far as baseball goes, he was outstanding as a baseball manager.
Well, it seemed like he liked veterans better than he liked rookies.
Yeah, he didn't like rookies, and then
they weren't his drinking buddies.
They were veterans. They were veterans he didn't like. And believe me, yeah. I mean, I remember who was it? I'm getting bad with names. Larry Milburn was playing second base, and there was a squeeze. Billy put a squeeze bun on, and I guess they kind of anticipated it, and the squeeze was on, and the pitcher pitched out, and Larry Milburn was at the plate, and he tried, but he couldn't reach the ball, and Billy Martin was mad that he didn't throw his bat at the ball and do more to get it. And I'm not kidding. He never stepped foot on the field again.
That is
so. Yeah, you had to be. Yeah, you didn't want to do anything that he didn't like. But if he liked you, you were fine.
That's good. Well, let's see. Now, years later, when we hooked up with Montreal, you were the hitting coach in, was it AA? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was kind of a different year as well. That's right after that, the team fell apart, and let's see, I think they went to Washington, and the other team came up from the Miami and became the Boston Red Sox new management team. And then most of the personnel that we had went to Miami. Did you get to go on that deal?
No, I didn't. Yeah, because no one told me. I was actually going to Ottawa to be the hitting coach in AAA.
Uh-huh.
And then that whole thing happened, and I actually called Jeffrey Loria to find out what was happening, but he really couldn't tell me anything, and I just said I can't, not knowing where I was going to be or what was happening. I said I can't do it. So yeah, I just left. Yeah, I didn't.
Well, okay, so fast forward, you got a job with the Giants, and you were doing some advanced scouting for them. Can you touch a little bit on what your duties were when you were doing the advanced work?
Yeah, well, I grew up 15 minutes from Brian Sabian, the GM. We grew up in New Hampshire together, and then we went to college together. And
good.
So I knew him. So he asked me all the time to go work for the Giants with him. But everybody was on the West Coast and everything, and I had my kids at home, and I didn't want to be away for 7 months at a time. So when my last son graduated high school, I called him and wanted to kind of get back into, because I was helping out with the high school team and stuff.
Right.
I wanted to get back into coaching, and just to see if he had anything. And I wanted to be on the field, like a hitting coach or something.
Right.
And he goes, I don't have anything right now, but how about scouting? And I don't want to scout. I was thinking, like amateurs and, going to high school games. And it's like, I'm not going to do that. And he goes, no, pro scouting. We go to the games, and he goes, one of their big scouts got sick, and he wanted me to kind of go with him and learn and help him out, because he ended up having cancer, and he ended up not living to even do it. So I agreed to do it, and I was in this area, and I had no idea what I was doing. They wanted these reports, and it's like, are you kidding? Like, I was so far behind on the reports. It was taking me forever to write them. And one time I had to call. I called the guy that was in charge of me, and I said, look, if you ever want to see these reports, he said, you got to give me the next 4 days to catch up. So I was supposed to go see the Yankees or something. He said, okay, just stay home and write the reports. So yeah, I ended up sending them to him in November. They were supposed to be done at the end of the year. I think I finished the end of November. But then the next year, a friend of mine was doing the advance, and he was by himself. And they liked having two advanced guys. So I ended up doing the advanced scouting with him, the two of us, the following year, which I loved. And so we just, we'd alternate teams, and whoever we were playing would go out. You watch them 5 games, do the reports, and then, just keep doing that. And it worked out great. And I'm in such a good area. I had a lot of teams around here, so I got to be home quite a bit, and just commute to the games.
So exactly. I mean, what were you reporting on? The strengths and weaknesses on offense and defense?
Yeah, basically. I mean, it would be like how I would watch a game. I'd watch a pitcher, what he liked to do in certain situations, how he was throwing.
Oh, yeah.
Hitters, just watch their swings, their weaknesses, that you feel their weaknesses are, and who's hot, who's not, because hits don't always tell you, analytics doesn't always tell you. I mean, a guy bloops in a few hits, he's not swinging good.
Exactly.
I mean, or he's hitting line drives at everybody, and it's like, well, he's still hitting the ball good. He's just, maybe not getting. So it was more, hands on, and then we'd go send it to the coaches, and Boch was the manager. Bruce Bochy was the manager, and we'd send the reports to them, and then if they had any questions, they'd call us, or if we wanted to explain something a little bit more, we'd call them and talk to them. So it was a really good relationship.
Go ahead.
Every spring we'd go in and go over the how the report was laid out, and see if they wanted any changes. Like, is there something you don't care about, you don't want, or is there something you do want that we're not giving you? and stuff like that. So by the end, I mean, it was pretty thorough. We usually, gave them everything they wanted.
Sounds like you had the opportunity to operate under several really good managers in the game of baseball: Billy Martin, Dick Hauser, Bruce Bochy. Tell me a little bit about the different styles or the difference of those particular managers as their approach to the game and how you saw it.
Yeah, they were all different. I mean, my first few years with the Yankees, it was one every few months. George was firing them like crazy. Yeah. I think Billy Martin. Yeah, my first 3 years, Billy Martin was he was the only one that made it the whole year. When I first started, it was Bob Lemon was there. Then Clyde King and Gene Michael. I mean, it just. And then I went back after Seattle. I get traded back to the Yankees in '89, '90, and it was the same thing. Dallas Green started, and he got fired, and Bucky Dent took over, I think, and then I can't even remember. But yeah, no one lasted the whole year. It was tough.
Well,
it was a tough job to have. Definitely.
Well, here I'll relate a story. When I was over there managing, one of my pitchers got to AAA and he got called up for a spot start, right? And if he did well, he's going to stay there. Well, he gets up there and he gives up 5 runs in like 2 1/3 innings. And now they take him out of the ball game and he's sitting on the bench. This is in Yankee Stadium. While he had his arm iced down, that PA announcer came over and said, so-and-so pitcher has just been reassigned to Columbus. While the poor kid was sitting on the bench.
While he's icing down.
So, yeah.
Well, here's a good story. I played when I was coming up with the Yankees, at AAA, a player, Tucker Ashford.
Oh, yeah.
He was probably our best hitter at the time, and so the following year they basically gave him the job to back up Nettles. So they even gave him a good number. I think they gave him number 24 or something. And when you get a good number with the Yankees, that means you're there. You know, you're not wearing 99 or something like that. But so he goes. He's in spring training. And basically he's going to back up Nettles at third. He's going to be a utility infielder, and so he goes and plays in the B game. There was a B game which started at 10 o'clock or whatever, and he plays 9 innings there, and then he comes back and he suits up for the regular for the game. It was the Mets game, and you don't want to mess up in the preseason Mets game with the Yankees. No. George, it was like you have to beat the Mets. So Nettles hits the ball off the plate, hits him in the lip, and comes out of the game. So Tucker just played 9 innings, has to go in the rest of the game. He didn't play very good. He made a couple errors. George says, "I want him out of here. Send him down." And they go, "George, he's out of options. You send him down, you're going to lose him." He goes, "I don't care. Send him down." Wow. So they sent him down, and someone picked him up, and he was gone. So trust me, nobody wanted to play in the Mets game.
Well, Tucker Ashford was a good ball player too.
He is really good. Yeah.
Anyway, well, it was when I was over there, it was all about discipline, and I remember some things that happened. I couldn't believe it, but they happened. And it was just like George Costanza said on the Seinfeld. It was just like that. Anyway, well, Steve.
No, yeah, we had to wear our uniforms the right way and everything. Yeah, it was
definitely. Yeah. You had to wear. No, I remember one day I put my an Oxford gray T-shirt on underneath my a uniform top, and Hector Lopez was sitting there. He goes, "Hey, Stan, come here." He goes, "You're gonna get fired." I said, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything yet. He goes, that shirt, that's the wrong color. They gave you that navy blue shirt. You put that navy blue shirt on underneath that uniform. Otherwise, you're going to get fired today.
That's the Yankee way.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Well, anyway, look, Steve, we're going to let you go. We appreciate you stopping in and doing this with us. And are you got anything going in baseball right now?
No, just watching my grandson.
Okay.
That's it. Yep.
Well, good for you. Yeah, time for that.
Yeah.
All right. So, thank you, guys. It was a lot of fun catching up there.
Well, that's our time for this episode of A Visit to the Mound. Many thanks to our guest today, Steve Balboni. If you have any questions or comments or anything you would like for us to cover, we would love to hear from you. You can follow us on Instagram and Facebook at A Visit to the Mound or on our website at avisittothemound.com. Make sure you like, subscribe, and review this podcast, and be listening the next time we make A Visit to the Mound. That'll wrap up this Visit to the Mound. We certainly appreciate you joining us today for a little baseball talk. Anytime you want to hear something about baseball, you can find us anywhere you get your podcast, or you can go to RogueMediaNetwork.com for the next edition of A Visit to the Mound.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
Welcome back to another episode of No Waco. This is your host, Debbie. Welcome back to another episode of No Waco. I am your host, Debbie, and today we have some very special guests here in the studio. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'll go first. Chris is over here a little shy. I'm Crystal Zimmerman. I am the founder of Project Eden. And I'm actually excited and extremely nervous to be here. So
no worries.
I felt like the CEO would have the first say.
Yeah. Okay, touche.
So I'm Christopher Danish, treasurer and vice chair for now for the Project Eden, and we're trying to make something happen out here.
Yeah. Shout out to Scott Tucker, who's our secretary. Mm-hmm. He's at work. He's an electrician by day. Oh, wow. So yeah,
that's really exciting. And we are here today to talk about an exciting event that you guys are having this weekend, not only to kick off your organization, but also to kick off spooky season. Tell me what you guys are doing this weekend.
Well, apparently we've got a musical guest coming out. Crystal can tell you more about that. We're going to talk about our vision, our planned impact for the community, our vision for our nonprofit, and what our hopes are. We're hoping to also get the word out about the support groups or social groups that we want to start through Project Eden.
Yes, I have a lot. I just as a starter, I am diagnosed with Asperger's, and as an Asperger's advocate, I would like to, provide more opportunities for neurodivergent individuals to seek community. So that's kind of one of the big things for me.
Yeah, I love that. And you guys are going to be creating this community space for people to come and get involved and get active in our community. You guys are hosting this event. You said there's going to be an amazing musician. What can people expect?
Well, from 2 to about 4 o'clock, We will be having just kind of like a meet and greet. We'll have a few snacks, and people can sign up for various prizes, door prizes that we have acquired from the community, and then from myself, just a bunch of kids' toys. So I encourage you to bring those kiddos, because that's kind of the core of the project itself. And we are going to have Lucas John Turner,
Whoop,
who's
whoop.
an amazing spirit.
Yes, love him.
Yes, he is. He and his girlfriend Lumen, they are just two creatures
I
of
love
beauty.
them.
They're amazing. And he approached me at my last event and was like, "Hey, I want to do more of these things. I am all about what you are doing." And so he's the first person I called up whenever we decided to do this project with Cultivate 712. And so I'm looking forward to that and his amazing talent. And then from 5 to 6, we'll just be kind of doing a drawing of all the different gifts. And like, I have a lot of children's door prizes. So please, like I said, bring those kiddos, because I'm going to try to make it to where every kid doesn't leave empty handed, and hopefully through this impact and vision, we as a community can build something together, because this isn't just for me. It's not just for people who have mental and emotional issues. It's an opportunity to provide people a charitable cause to give a piece of themselves, like for instance, for me, I try to impact people daily, and sometimes all you need is just like a little something extra to make you feel fulfilled, and if it's on your heart to give and help us build this together, you just shout out to me on the Project Heart of Texas Project Eden on Facebook. You'll see our little Trinity tree symbol. So
Yes. We also have the costume contest for
Whoop, whoop.
kids and
Yes.
adults. We'll have 3 winners for that contest: first place, second place, third place. I think it's 2 to 5. So we'll be doing the prize drawings from 4 to 5, right?
Yes.
Perfect.
And we can also do the costume contest around. We're just going to kind of play it by ear,
Yeah,
some of the stuff.
that'll be
so.
amazing. Well, that sounds such an amazing opportunity for people to get involved. Is there a ticket price at the door? How can people find out about it? How can people get involved?
There is a ticket price. It's $10 for adults, and then 12 through 5, $5, and then 4 and under is free.
Woo-hoo.
So I want to see all the cute babies.
Yes.
So.
I want to see them all dressed up like little pumpkins.
I know. I love kids.
And
Perfect.
Cultivate is sort of like it's really the community art gathering,
We try.
and so we're trying to bring art space to the community. We're trying to engage those dealing with mental health issues, an avenue of escape or expression, more so, something to involve themselves with the community. And so we'll talk more about how we want to facilitate those social groups at the event.
Yeah. Absolutely. And as a person who has social anxiety myself, I'm doing this for those meek individuals who are like, oh, it sounds like a cool cause. I would go, but I just, well, this is your opportunity. If something's telling you to close yourself off and hide, you're supposed to be there.
I love
it's
that.
for you.
I love that. That's an amazing message behind it as well. So it's really amazing what you guys are doing here for our community.
Yeah.
And of course, shout out Cultivate 712. We're so excited to be involved.
Exactly.
Well, thank you so much for sharing about the event. And we're gonna take a quick commercial break, and then we'll be right back. All right, take your break. Perfect. Good job, guys. You're amazing.
I was struggling there with the stuttering. I was like, oh Lord.
You're great. The
Losing
more
my
you
words.
talk, the better.
Like I said, when we get back from our commercial break here in just a second, the first question I'll usually ask is, what would you like to see more of in Waco? You guys can start talking about seeing more inclusive spaces, whatever. And then we'll talk about your mission and what you guys are hoping to do. Why is it so important for you guys to be here in Waco? And then we'll have a little shout out section at the end. So if you have anybody else you guys need a shout out, I would say you can shout out your mom, your dog, or your grandma. All of the above. And then at the end, plug your socials, Facebook event where people can find you at the very end. And then that's it. And then I'll give you your soapbox moment.
All right.
Soapbox.
Yeah.
All right.
Hop on your soapbox. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Are you guys ready?
Sure.
Yes.
Perfect. And we're back. So we were just talking about this amazing event happening this Saturday at Cultivate 712 from 2 to 5 p.m. where our community can get involved, enjoy an amazing costume contest, some amazing goods, and little prize baskets. There's going to be so much opportunities for our kids to get involved and really just see our community together. One of the first questions I love to ask when we get back is, what is something you guys would like to see more of in Waco?
For me, I would love to see more things done in Cameron Park as a social group gatherings.
I love that.
Especially more art opportunities, because free art opportunities. Because as a child who came from a single parent household, I didn't always have the financial opportunity to engage my talents and let them meet their full potential. And so that's a lot of like what I would love to see.
And
I love that.
Speaking of reaching our full potential, community is definitely important. I feel like that's necessary for us as individuals to grow. And if I had a community facing similar issues that I was facing, during the dark periods of the mental health crises in my life, I think it wouldn't have been as much of a crisis as it turned out to be.
Yeah.
So we want to have this space for individuals who are suffering through those issues to, gather and, develop a community,
I love
share resources, and be able to work with a facilitator and co-facilitator, and essentially embrace art.
Yeah, absolutely. I know a lot of individuals, haven't had the opportunity to develop themselves mentally and emotionally. And, if I can bridge the gap, and not only that, but find a way to build a community of leaders, because a lot of parents are working all day. We as a society, it takes a community to build children. And, I was definitely one of those problem children. Oh Lord, the list goes on. My school was not a big fan of me. To say I super glued my lips shut once. Yeah, it
happened.
But I see that as charisma. What if they would have taken all of that energy, figured out what I'm good at, and channel all? I love like those kids that are just out there rebelling. Like, okay, how about we rebel against negativity and build you into your maximum potential.
I love that. And that really just shows what the mission behind your organization is. So what is the heart behind it? What's your mission?
The mission is basically to claim the meek,
I love that.
And my definition of meek is basically an individual who basically suffers in silence, Like, we all have those different pieces, and everyone has coping skills, but what about the ones who have not been provided opportunities to learn coping skills? This vision is to grab those children and grab those adults and teach them to remain moldable. You don't want to harden your heart based on the negative cards you were given. We want to be that card in that deck that you can pull out and be like, all right, it's going to be okay.
I love that.
I've got all these resources. This is what I've learned. This is what I can do. That was essential in my recovery from negativity as an at-risk youth. And, I had a bunch, I didn't do it myself. I actually had an upbringing in Alcoholics Anonymous. And even though I was not a drug addict or an alcoholic, that was a yet for me.
Yeah.
I was a potential.
Yeah.
And my mom was tired, she gave me the best that she could.
Yeah.
And it was unfortunately not enough for me to be the person I am today. You know, if it was not for these women, I didn't have just one mom after that. At 17, I had like 8 moms. And then, a father that worked all the time. The father was not present in my life.
Yeah.
And so then all of a sudden I had like 10 dads and, like so many people that taught me to love beyond the flesh, and that is essential, and learn to love the things about me and, ask myself, how do I protect my youthfulness? How do I give away my pain, because pain is useful? You can mold mountains with pain if you use that energy. It's all energy. And that is, I know, because I'm living proof of that, and I just had it put on my heart, once you receive what you receive, you have to give it away in order to keep it. And so this is the process of me giving it away. And I have a few adolescents that I keep touch with, and I do a lot of the cool mom talkings.
I do that too.
And I love it. And people are like, oh, I know I only come to you whenever I have problems, and I'm like, no, I need that. It gets me out of myself.
Yeah. And now for a word from our sponsors.
Hey, I'm Blair.
And I'm Brittany. And we're the host of
By the Cover Podcast.
We cover everything from mysteries, thrillers, romance, chick lit, and even some smut.
Don't forget the smut.
Yeah.
We're so excited to get this thing going and share this with you guys. We've been talking about this for months, and it's finally happening.
Yes.
Special shout out to RogueMedia for helping us with this.
For sure. You can find us on Instagram at @bythecover_podcast.
You can also find us on Facebook and TikTok, so don't forget to give us a follow on those too also.
And we are so excited to dive into some of our favorite books and share those with you.
We can't wait. Hope you love it.
Hi, this is Sarah.
And I'm Carter.
And this is Some of Our Thoughts.
We're 2 Southern sommeliers, and we want to share everything we love and know about wine. We started hanging out during quarantine and cooking and drinking and listening to music, and we just thought this would be a great way to bring everything we know to you guys.
We will make wine knowledge and food pairings easy and approachable. So put on your favorite vinyl, grab your favorite glass of wine, tune into our show, and let's have some fun.
Wine and vinyl. So check us out on RogueMediaNetwork.com or wherever you get your favorite podcast. We'll be talking about a lot.
Hi, and welcome to Bustles and Bangers with your hostess, Rachel and Christopher.
I love it when you say my name.
And you didn't say hi.
I didn't. You just kept going. I'm going to introduce the book. I'm not reading it.
It's
because I don't like reading.
Girls like cowboy butts, and those jeans don't hide anything.
Find us on Instagram at Bustles and Bangers or on RogueMediaNetwork.com.
And now, back to the episode. And why do you think there's such a need here in Waco right now for you guys?
Well, Texas is the worst in the U.S. for mental health.
Yep, you're not the first. We had NAMI come on recently. Shout out National Association of Mental Illness, NAMI Waco. We came on and just talked about this. It's so crazy how there's just such need here in Waco.
Yeah.
The Waco Youth Development Project, headed by Professor Kyle Ickes, Dr. Kyle Ickes. he's really been an influence for me, and the wonders he's doing, like the work he's doing for a youth at risk across high schools in the Central Texas area. It seems simple on paper, but they're impacting lives out here. And going back to this idea of suffering, we need to adapt in a sense to view suffering as an opportunity to grow, to cultivate a more loving nature, a more compassionate nature within. And so I'm hoping to also bring some meditative techniques to these groups. We're hoping to work with a facilitator who's a licensed professional who can also give some skills, and all this would be free,
I love that.
skills that you would otherwise have to pay
Yeah.
money or have insurance to have access to. So we're hoping to bring that access, open that up to anyone who needs it, and
Absolutely.
bring a community together.
Yeah. And that will make this event this weekend so vital.
Yes,
and
because
so important.
we do need money. Like, we want these services to be free, but we also need a way. So why not have fun with the cause?
I love that.
You know, and that's what it comes down to. I was inspired. This whole cockamamie scheme of mine, like, it was inspired by this awesome lady. Whenever I worked at the Baylor Club, there was this beautiful lady named Nell Hawkins, and she would throw the most amazing charity parties. And she has such a profound influence in our community. And she is a very graceful spirit. And, just she in herself, I was like, wow, I want to do that. I want to be like that, because she could have just sat around in her retirement, but she didn't do that. She got up and helped others. And, I definitely see my calling, fun as a way for me to give back.
I love that.
I'm also very cautious with my time. I have to be part of my recovery is being very conscientious as to the situations I put myself in. And there are a lot of neat little places I like to go, like the Skellington's Curiosities.
Shout out Sean and Kylie. We love you guys.
Yeah, they're phenomenal. I love them. And True Love, that's kind of one of my little safe spaces. Whenever I do go socialize, it's definitely going to be there.
I love that. Yeah, and I know you guys have already shouted out some amazing people, but is there anyone else you want to shout out that's helped along this journey?
My job.
Whoop, whoop, shout out.
Yeah, Donald Citrano and Valerie Citrano. They're on vacation right now, getting the much needed rest. Yes. But they have been so flexible. All my little coworkers, they're all just so flexible and, on board with what I'm trying to do. We all, serve to bring positivity to the people that we meet, and it's been great.
We definitely need to shout out the Baylor Entrepreneurship
Yes,
Clinic.
yes,
Thank y'all for
100%.
all the help with, basically becoming tax exempt.
I love that.
Yeah.
Getting all the 501c3, getting all the important documents. I just know it's a lot.
Yeah, leading the way. We did as much as we could by ourselves, but Christopher here was like, I got us with the Baylor Entrepreneur, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's exciting. Baylor has so much to offer the community.
I love that.
They have done a lot for the community.
We certainly put it to a vote. It was a meeting in December, and I had the final drafts of the bylaws, and we're like, okay, are we good to submit to the Secretary of State? And we're like, no, I think we should review it a little more. I was like, yeah, maybe so.
Maybe you're right. We're a little nervous. But I'm so glad you guys went through all that and you guys are making this organization, again, for our community. Thank you guys for coming here. Of course, give us all your social media, where you can find you, find more information about you, more about the event, all the things.
All right. Our Instagram is HOT Project Eden at Instagram. And the Facebook page is our Heart of Texas Project Eden. And and you can leave us comments. Like I said, please give us a like. We need definitely some support for our community, and I don't know what else to say right now. Maybe edit that part
those
out.
are our social media tags.
All right, perfect. Is there anything else you want to share with our listeners today? Now's your soapbox moment.
I know, right?
Stay steady, y'all. I
Stay
know
steady.
times are
Love
gonna
that.
get tough. Be willing to develop a community. Be there for one another. We don't know what's on the horizon. We have difficult scenarios going on throughout the world. Just hang in there. Try to be compassionate. Fake it till you make it if you have to.
Fake it till you become it, Christopher.
Ooh.
Till you become it.
Snaps.
But certainly we need to use not really use it as a resource, but more so develop this authentic sharing within a community. I mean, we're all humans. We belong on this earth together. We need to act like it,
I
and
love that.
don't leave a brother or sister behind.
Yeah.
I guess one little thing that I would love to say is the thought of a thought process that I had whenever I was building this was the fact that, who better to build this than the individuals who deal with it. I love my therapists, but I would definitely say one of the best ones that I have right now, her name is Peyton Trimmer, and she actually has autism. And, to be able to identify straight on, here, have you ever experienced this? Have you ever, putting words to what's going on? And what better to build than a nonprofit that provides resources from individuals who have done these things and it has actually worked. Because sometimes when you're stuck and you're just going and you don't have time to slow down and all you see is chaos, you can't think, what do I do next?
Yeah.
You just need somewhere to go, and not all of us have the opportunity to go to a mental health facility. Unfortunately, a lot of our youth end up jailed, or,
And DePaul is closing at the end of this year.
DePaul is closing at the end of this year.
Yeah.
That is
crazy.
wild.
Yeah. We were just talking about that as well. So it's crazy, but I'm so glad that we're here and you guys are here in our community to provide that service.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can be an inspiration. And I hope that people come out on Saturday, come and have fun fundraiser, and have a good time. Thank you guys so much for your time.
All right, thank
There will be food there, y'all.
There will be food, yes.
Food, drinks, prizes,
Yes,
costumes.
My boss is donating his amazing wild wings.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm so excited. Bacon wrapped chicken with cheese and jalapenos.
Is that George's Wild Wings?
Oh, well, they're brothers,
that-
so
oh,
they both.
indeed.
Yeah. There's a few
Jorge.
similarities on the menu. So.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you guys so much.
All right, thank you.
All right, take care, Waco.
Well, we can't wait to see you there.
Find us everywhere on all social media platforms, KNOW_Waco. Check us out at RogueMediaNetwork.com, and we're on YouTube under Rogue Media Network. Check out NoWaco.com.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
Stream your favorites and discover more with the Disney Bundle. Watch the new season of Loki on Disney Plus. On Hulu, fear creeps in with the boogeyman. And touchdown with college football on ESPN Plus. All of these and more streaming now. Get the Disney Bundle with plans starting at $9.99 a month. Plans with ESPN Plus starting at $14.99 a month. Terms apply. See DisneyBundle.com for details.
Benjamin Betts. It's all about the Benjamin Betts, baby. You know what's up? Yes,
All
Benjamin
right.
Betts, baby.
Cheat sheet. Benjamin Betts. Corey, your co-host. I'm sorry. I have another co-host. Where you at? Are you here?
I'm here, but I feel defeated.
Jared, don't be defeated, man. So you're referencing our 2-4 week.
Yes,
we just
and
had.
I lost to you by like 50 points, like just an astronomical number in our fantasy football week. Like,
Yeah,
it was bad.
it was
Like,
bad.
It wasn't even ever a game. Like it was like the perfect analogy. I thought I was Detroit going into Baltimore, and I got bitch slapped by Lamar Jackson. Like
Yeah,
that's the best thing I can come up with.
Didn't you say you were our highest point scorer in our fantasy league going into this
I
week?
was second
Second?
highest, and
Yeah.
that didn't matter.
Laid an egg. This was the best my team will look all year was this week, and it will come crashing back down to earth. But yeah, man, it was set for me. You know, having McCaffrey, you having Kittle could have been a good Monday night game there to finish it off, but
So
it was
dumb.
not to be. It was not to be.
Shannon Sharp's on First Take this morning, like, they shut McCaffrey down and they made Brock Purdy shut it. That man had 2 touchdowns.
They
And
did not.
I'm like, what are you talking about, Shannon Sharp?
He only had like 40-something yards on the ground. So he did not have a lot of rushing yards, but he had that 35-yard reception for a TD. He had a fumble. It wasn't, it was like a mediocre McCaffrey game, like 24 fantasy points. Like that's just not, that's ho-hum for him. So I see. But you know what, Jared? That was last week. And now we're moving into this week. We got some goodies this week. Before we move on from last week, we were close. I know we went 2-4, but we missed the Packers game. That was a very, very close. We had the spread 1.5, and they ended up losing that game in a close game. So that was really not our fault. The Patriots-Bills game, dude, you could play that 10 other times, and that's an under, and the Bills win. I don't know what happened.
I agree. It was just a freak. There were so many freak games. Like, do I think Baltimore is the better team? Yeah, but not like that. Not a shutout.
Not like that. Not like that. And then, of course, like, I'm going to give the Bears defense credit because I played them in our fantasy
you're
matchup.
going to give them credit.
But I will say, with 5:46 left in the game, Cairo Santos kicked a 54-yard field goal, made the game 24-6. That was a combined of 30 points. We had a lot of cushion there. And then pick 6, and then a stupid Las Vegas touchdown screwed us at the end, garbage touchdown. So we should have had that game too. Really, and then the Ravens game, that was just a weird one against Detroit. Really, we could have had a 5-1 week, I think. Easy. Easy. We did hit the mortgage. Got the mortgage. Got the people off our back, which was good. They were knocking the door last week. This will be our first. We're going to string these together now. I'm 4-3 in mortgages. We flip-flopped every week. Win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, win. This is going to be a win this week.
I like it. I like that confidence. If I may I kick us off this week?
Dude, go for it. Go for it.
This first one, I just can't let go of that Detroit game. I can't. I have zero faith in Detroit. This line in the Baltimore Cardinals game might as well as be 18.5. I'm all in on Baltimore after that game. The defense was humming. Lamar Jackson was throwing the ball. Cardinals suck. Give me Baltimore minus 8.5. I think they win this game by 10 points or more.
10 points, yeah. I think when you could at 8.5 feels like a lot at first, but then you kind of play those scores in your head, right? 20-10, 24-14, and it's like, oh yeah, I could see that very easily being this Ravens game. They look good, man. Baltimore, I think they're going to go on a run here for about 6 games.
I agree.
And then, and then Lamar might get a little dinged up or something later on, but they're going to go on a run right now. I love this pick. I had this pick highlighted, so I'm going to go to my other pick.
I mean, play San Francisco right now. Like I'm staying away from that game. Joe Burrow about to light up the Niners and going to have 3 straight losses. So I'm sticking away from that. But yeah, give me Baltimore -8.5.
I like it. I'm going to travel with. I might be a little biased here because of the defense that I played, but I last week in our fantasy matchup. But the Bears, feeling like some Bears right now. And you know what? It's more the Chargers than the Bears. And I like Bears +8.5 here on the road. But I have a clip. To help us like understand why I don't like the Chargers here. So let's play this clip here real quick.
Been to the circus, you know what I mean? They've been to the puppet show and they've seen the strange.
They've been to the puppet show. Jared, I've been to the puppet show. I've seen the Chargers. They're not going to fool me anymore. I've been to the puppet show.
The Chargers have been shoplifting the pootie all season.
Justin Herbert, Eckler, they're all shoplifting the pootie. Where are they? Okay. I don't know what's happening. Keenan Allen, they all got the pootie. The only one that's playing well is my boy Josh Palmer. So keep catching the balls, but don't drop touchdowns. So 8.5, there's no way they cover. There's no home field advantage here. The afternoon games, I think, are always weird. I like the Bears, man. I don't care who they're trotting out at quarterback. Give me +8.5, Chicago.
I don't disagree with you. I'm going to. I don't know if they call this a Subway Series because these teams play at the same stadium, but New York is abuzz on Sunday at noon, 1:00 Eastern. But I'd have zero. I know the Giants had a better week this week. I have zero faith in them. Jets feeling rested. Jets -3, Corey. Book it.
Think Rodgers is coming back this year?
This season? Maybe. I don't know. Like, I just believe in that defense. Like, it's funny. There's so many. I don't remember ever seeing a week with this many sub 40 over unders. Like, this game is a sub 40 over under. Cleveland at Seattle, Atlanta at Tennessee. So there's like, sorry, that's another all the Titans games are under 40 points because they can't do crap. But I think there's some temptation there. But the Jets and coming off that big win a couple weeks ago, and I just feel like that team is rallying right now. I don't think the Giants have any hope here. So give me the Jets -3.
All right, man. Jets -3. Let's roll. I locked it in. We good? I'm going to my next game, but we got to ride our Jerry Maguire here. Let's go.
Help me. Help you. Help me. Help you. Help me. Help you.
Help me. Help you. I'm looking at a game here, Jared, with 2 rookie quarterbacks, CJ Stroud and our boy Bryce Young, who should have been on the Seahawks, who should have tanked last year, but that's another story. Help me, rookie quarterback. Help you, rookie quarterback. I think there's going to be points scored. I don't think Houston or Carolina cares to play much defense here. Give me over 43 points. Over 43 points seems very low. I think both these teams, Jared, are going to be. It's like you got the new car. You want to get it out of the garage. And then your friends got a new car. Like, man, let's go. Let's race. They're not holding back here. So CJ Stroud, Bryce Young, they're putting up points. 43 points over should be easily achieved here. Give me that. Help me.
I like it. You may this may be the pick this is either going to be the pick that does us in, or that sets the parlay at a higher rate, I shall say.
Oh no.
So we have the very hot Jacksonville Jaguars traveling to Pittsburgh this week. And I don't think they're ready for this Pittsburgh defense. Calvin Ridley, all those boys. I don't need your stinking 2.5 points being the home team. Money line, Pittsburgh against Jacksonville. Book it, baby.
Why does this have to be a noon game? Why couldn't this be like Sunday night? Like, why do we have to lose the parlay in the beginning?
First, just get your hopes over with. But I don't know. Like, you've got Pittsburgh. I think they're playing well. They're a sneaky 4-2. One of us was quoted on this as saying Tomlin's not going to have a winning season. Clearly, that individual is delusional. And
that individual is scared of this game now.
Potentially rabid, this individual is. And I think Pittsburgh comes out of this 5-2, and then we're looking down the schedule of them heading into like a really great game. Let's see. Let me see what week that is. Let me see. Oh, yeah, there we go. Last game of the season. A rematch against the Ravens, who they've already beaten, mind you. So I don't know. You look at this, they've beaten the Rams, they've beaten the Ravens, they've beaten the Browns. Now they did lose to the Texans.
Yeah, okay. It was the other line, and the Niners.
And the
beat
Niners
them twice.
They beat them twice. Corey, the NFL is all about trends. It's all about momentum and where you're heading now. They're home for this game. Done deal. Tomlin's got the boys ready to go.
Tomlin's got the boys. I'll say two things about this game. I had it picked, but I chose the over because I wasn't sure which way I wanted to go here. I could see Lawrence scoring points and then some cleanup at the end with our George Pickens and doing their thing at the end of the game, losing. But I'll root for the win, even though you're right. I did choose for them to go 8-9 this year and not finish 500 like he always does. Tomlin does. But 8-9 is a long season still. So 5-2 could spiral to 8-9. So I will be rooting hard for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I hope your boy Najee finally gets 2 touchdowns in one game.
We got Najee, and I'm throwing Johnson's off the IR. So
yeah,
you're throwing him back in the mix this week. Let's go.
The Steelers defense.
Oh yeah, no, I'm benching Najee. I'm starting Chuba Hubbard.
You're good.
Chuba, putting him in, baby.
Get Chuba. Why did they name him Chuba? Like I don't know. It's probably a family name Chuba. I want to take us down. Your boys that let us down last week. The Detroit Lions.
Oh, you're going with Detroit. Is this purely a Monday night pick? Is this purely like a drama?
I like it.
Pick?
This will be it's twofold because this is my track record from last week. Give me 1 second. Oh yeah, they scored 12 points. The Raiders do not score 20 points. They don't. They actually have it's contractually they're obligated contractually is what I was trying to say, to not score more than 20 points all season. If they do, they get fined. So give me under 45.5.
Wow.
Raiders at the Lions. I know this is indoors. I get it. Devontae Adams, blah, blah, blah. I think Detroit comes out and just smacks them in the mouth. They win 27-3. Like it's like Detroit lays down the wood. Give me under 45.5 on Monday Night Football.
Okay.
Under. Raiders ain't scoring points here. Not doing it. I've seen it. It doesn't happen.
Well, let me recap real quick. I want to get to our mortgage, and then we do have a little NBA to talk by the end of our episode.
Yeah, we do. Let me do a little score check while you're doing that.
Oh, absolutely. So noon games, what we're looking at, Pittsburgh taking the money line at home, plus 128. Corey saying battle of rookie quarterbacks. Down in Carolina, take the over here. That's currently set at 43. We've got the Jets versus the Giants. New York is all a buzz. And, I mean, Taylor Swift isn't even there. So this could be a fun one. But -3, I'm taking the Jets here. Believe in that defense and that they can put up at least a touchdown. Wouldn't be surprised if that one pushed, though, but we'll risk it. Baltimore, believe in Baltimore. They're hot right now. They're going to go on a midseason run. -8.5 is nothing against the trash Cardinals. They're the better birds, Corey. They're the better birds right now. Corey's hot on Chicago because his defense trounced my fantasy team by themselves last week. But I do agree with you. The Los Angeles Chargers are an absolute dumpster fire. So Bears plus 8.5. I like that a lot. And then Raiders going into Detroit. Detroit is good and pissed off, and the Raiders are just flat bad. I don't think it matters if Garoppolo is playing in this game or not. Under 45.5. $10 on that 6-leg parlay. That's going to win you $603.38.
Aren't we? Well, the halfway point of the year is week 9, right? And
Yes.
that would mark our year and a half of doing the parlay of not hitting it. We have 3 years to hit this parlay.
We have 3 years to hit this.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if we're getting odds like this, technically more.
Okay,
Three,
well,
three and a third.
3 1/3. Well, I like 3. It's a round number, or it's whatever number. It's easy to track. So I want us to hit this before the halfway point, because then I start getting a little nervous. Then I'm like, ooh, we only have a year and a half left to hit this parlay. Let's hit it this week. Let's get this out of the way. House money for the next year and a half.
Love
it.
Love it. So where are we going for our mortgage? You've promised a trend breaking week this week, and I'm
Yeah.
very curious.
Normally I come in with a lot of confidence here on this pick. It's a mortgage bet, right? You're betting your house on it, so you should feel confident. I'm not feeling confident. I like it. I put it in. I enjoy. I'm going to tell you what it is. But as I lay this bet down, I wish there was a scenario kind of like this, like I'm going to lay out to you right now.
Sam, we go back a long way. I need this new highway contract. I don't get it, and I go under. That's a fact. Just have some of this fine pie my missus made especially for you. You think about that.
Ned, I wouldn't worry too much about this contract. Seems to me I already got my boys committed elsewhere. You be sure and thank Maisie for this fine pie.
Oh my gosh, you busted out the Shawshank. I can't believe that.
You go and thank Miss Maisie now for this fine pie. If I could get a pie delivered to these two stadiums with some dollar bills in them, I would.
Oh
Just
my
to guarantee-
gosh.
Poor Ned. He just wanted the highway contract, Jared. What are these privately owned prisons doing? What kind of business? What people get into business of that?
Oh my gosh, this is too much right now. I can't. I'm too
We're
tired
going-
and laughing too hard to appropriately respond to this.
So we're going, Miss Maisie. She's made her pie. We're going to Seattle. You knew we were going there. You just didn't know what I was going to choose. I'm taking the over here. I think Cleveland played a weird game last week. They scored a trillion points because it was a weird game. I wanted to take Seattle, tease down the points, get plus 1.5. I don't know. I think we're going to win. I know we're going to win, but I'm taking the over. Plus 35 points once we tease this down. 35 points. Okay. Geno's still playing. I think Metcalf will be back. Lockett's back. Cleveland seems to put up points regardless because they're just weird the way they score. So 35 points. These teams, Cleveland says they have a good defense. I haven't seen it. But Seattle, we're a work in progress. So give me plus 35 points here. Afternoon game. I we'll get there. 24-13. Weird score. That's 36, right? Or 37. We'd be fine. Then you mentioned him earlier. You said stay away. I want to dive in. I want to dive into Bengals 49ers.
Oh, baby.
I think there is blood in the water. The Bengals smell it. This is a team that has pride. They're playing well right now. Give me Cincinnati plus 10, Jared. Plus 10.
Ooh.
Plus 10.
Okay.
That's crazy. Burrow will keep the game close. Brock Purdy, man, he was Mr. I'd ever lose regular season games. You lost 2 in a row, buddy.
Yeah, he
And
shook. He shook.
He shook, man. You shook. And honestly, you should have beat the Vikings last week, or on Monday. Oh, what are you doing, Brock? So I don't know what's going on. I do think the NFL is like we've talked about, they make adjustments. So each week it probably needs to flip-flop. But the Niners now have put 2 bad weeks together, and I think the Bengals come in. Niners may still squeak this out, but the Niners field goal kicker is in a funk. Moody, that guy can't make 40-yarders right now.
Yeah,
He's got
blew a game, man. They should
Yeah.
be a one-loss team right now. They should be an undefeated team right now, if I'm being real.
He's got the yips, man. So give me Bengals with a ton of confidence going to San Francisco, where they ain't scared of this game, plus 10. So your mortgage is Cincinnati plus 10, and Browns Seahawks over 5 points, which it just should be a joke. She'd be fine, but just in case, my wife can make some pies and we'll get them delivered to the stadium. Amazing.
I love it so much. That's really going to wrap us up for NFL. Like I said, I want to make some time to talk to some NBA. Corey, you placed some bets earlier today for opening day, which is, as of the recording, is 10/24. Talk us through some NBA. What's going on? What did you lay for tonight's game? Last year you went on quite an early tear, kind of fell into a rut mid-season. How did you finish up last year?
So percentage wise, we were right at the 60%. It was like 59.78, something like that. We'll round up. So not bad. We picked, the way the NBA season goes for me, we do 2-team parlay and we tease the points. So, we get a little love, but we make it even money. So plus 100 for each bet. So ideally we're favored in both matchups. But yeah, 60%, Jared. Again, man, that's, I could just move to Vegas and just do this for a living, and hopefully people will follow us and win some money along with charity. So, but yeah, that went well. Tonight, our first night back. This pod won't drop until later this week, so this already would have happened. So you might be able to call me out if I lose this bet. But the tease tonight was Nuggets -3, which they won by 12. So good job, Jokic. And Phoenix plus, I want to say, what did I say earlier? 3.5, 4.5. Phoenix plus 4.5 against Golden State. Right now, Phoenix is up 14 in the third quarter. So that I don't think KD is going to let that one go. So I think this tonight, I don't want to jinx it, so I'm not going to say nothing, but maybe we start out 1-0. So yeah, the NBA, I'm glad it's back. There was some movement, right? I think there's some definite contenders in the East. Very top loaded, right? You got your Milwaukee, you got your Boston, maybe Philly. You always have Miami lurking there. But then on the other side, the West, man, there's like 12 teams that can make the playoffs. They're all just like bunched together. So it's going to be an interesting year with spreads, because I think we're going to go into a lot of games with it being pretty close if they're like Western teams playing each other, West Coast teams playing each other. And then there's some teams, my beloved Blazers, we're probably going to tank. But you know what? That actually helps, because sometimes we can play around with those spreads. And if the Blazers may be close in certain games, well, we're going to tease them down and we'll get some points there. So I think it'll be a good year, man. I'm excited. It'll be interesting NBA season. I don't know. Do you think the Nuggets will repeat? Can you see them repeating?
I can, purely because okay, so I would say, let me say this. I think Jokic is a superstar in the NBA. So you have your superstar, right?
Yeah.
But then, I wouldn't call Murray a superstar just yet. If he has another amazing season, whatever. But that team moves as Jokic moves, right? So,
Yeah.
But what's sensational is the rest of their team is like built of A and B list players. Like you have Jokic at this S tier. You have Jamal, who could be, but that team is stacked. Like it's so stacked. Like when you look around at the rest of the league, like you just don't have, you have superstars, but then you look at the rest of the team and it's just like, don't show me the weakness on this Denver team. Like I feel like the odds makers in terms of futures completely disrespected them. Like, yeah, there's a lot of hype in Milwaukee and I understand why, but like they don't, like if you look at a full roster, I don't think they're the best team. Like I would even pick the Celtics if you look at a full roster coming out of them, especially with all the trades and everything that happened. Like I don't know. Like, so I think Denver's biggest stumbling block is a Suns team, ironically, from this night. I'm not worried about the Warriors, not worried about the Lakers. I'm not really worried about anybody else coming at the West. But like finally, I think we're gonna see like a full season with Booker and Durant, and that's terrifying.
Yeah.
Like I think that's utterly terrifying. You know, they got rid of Ayton, they got some things moving around, but like yeah, I would take the Nuggets to repeat if you gave like at the odds that there are right now.
Yeah, I mean Bradley Beal, on Phoenix. I mean, how's he going to gel? You have a big scorer, when we play defense, but yeah, Phoenix I think is that team that can hang with Denver, and they make some trades this year. They pick up Nurkic, used to be on the Blazers, right?
Yeah.
My boy Nurk, and there will be a thing. Nurk he knows how to play Jokic. Just because they were teammates for a long time. Anytime we'd play Denver, I feel like Portland went into it with, like, I'm going to say an edge, but he played Jokic well. And now Phoenix has that. They can throw him at Jokic and play him straight up. So, like, I think the Nurk pickup was a good counter just for the Denver matchup. But, yeah, I mean, Phoenix, man, they were my pick last year. I think they'll probably be my pick again this year. And then there's just the ultimate asterisk, the Clippers, because it's always the biggest what if team of the last 3 years of like if they could stay healthy, which they won't be able to. But it's like if they did, they're scary. But Kawhi, Paul George, they're just gonna get hurt. So, but yeah,
I don't think they have enough to get over the hump. I don't think the Clippers have enough to get over the hump.
I don't think they do either. But I do think they're scary if at full strength. But I don't think that exists anymore. I think. You got Jokic. They've just built a basketball team around him. Like they just, a lot of people. I use this all the time. You and I could play in the Denver Nuggets. Like we would have open shots with Jokic. So
yeah,
that's just how that man plays, and they can just throw shooters and defenders around him, and they'll be 50 win team. They were like 51.5 was their over this year. Like. Or was the over under for wins? Man, pick the over. I don't know what people were doing on that one. Like that's a lock. 55, 56 wins. Provided that they stay healthy and all that stuff. So
well, just a little update. The Warriors are now down by 3.
No.
And it's swinging back the other way pretty hard here.
Curry, he's going off. He's going off. I spoke too early. I jinxed it. We should just do like the live podcast and just like call these games as they go.
That'd be so funny.
Jared, I've seen the Warriors play enough that it makes me think of this.
Been to the circus. You know what I mean? They've been to the puppet show and they've seen the strings.
I've seen it. It's no lead is safe. I've been to the puppet show called the Warriors. I've seen the strings. Okay. Curry is the circus act. He's the head circus guy. He's not a point guard. He's not a shooting guard.
The ringleader.
He's the ringleader. He's the gimmick, man. He's the all-time gimmick. I used to have a good debate against him and another point guard that I can't talk about. It just doesn't have the same flair anymore. So I kind of lost some luster. But
it's true.
Whatever.
Portland is the breeding ground, kind of the farm system for a lot of other great teams.
we give a lot of good players away. Like you look at the bench of the Clippers is like, Powell and Covington. Yeah, they were on our team. Yep, that's true. Nurkic now. Oh yeah, he'll swing Phoenix's odds. You got Lillard on Milwaukee. Oh, they're like a favorite. You got CJ on the Pelicans. They're a what if team. Like it's just we just give them away. Take them. Connington.
Portland's more like it's more like a AAA club. Bring them up from the minors. Come on.
I feel like Home Alone. Cheeks, Boney Bob. Maybe a preview of a clip for next week.
I was about to say, I'm imagining now there's going to be definitely some Home Alone clips coming in next week.
Jared, the amount of clips I have in my in my holster, you don't even know.
Oh, it's too. We haven't even delved into the Austin Powers. Like, there's so much yet to come.
There's some good TV shows too that I have some clips for. So you're not expecting. So.
I can't wait. I was not. I mean, maybe I should have been expecting Shawshank tonight after our conversation earlier today. I should have seen that coming, but I thought it was going to be more of hope Hope is a dangerous thing.
Hope.
Morgan Freeman telling us about hope.
Oh gosh, that'll be another time. That I did write down Shawshank after we talked about it on the phone earlier. I was like, oh, I gotta pull that clip. Love it, man. Love it. Well, hey, we're gonna hit this mortgage. We're gonna hit our parlay. We're gonna be fat and happy, and then we rolling in. We're just gonna hit it the next week too. You know, Jared. Once we hit the parlay, we're gonna hit it again. That's just how
I'd
this
love
works.
to go back-to-back parlay weeks. That would make me very excited.
If we hit the parlay, can we agree we'd put $100 down the next week on the parlay?
Absolutely. You know, our charities probably wouldn't appreciate that, but, but you know what? Absolutely.
I'll slide him a pie, Jared. We'll be all right. They'll be all right.
The show just keeps getting more and more corrupt as we keep going. Just more and more corrupt.
I want to talk about the business model of a prison. Let's chat about that for a minute.
Well, that'll be our other podcast. What was it? The inner workings of evil or whatever, that great podcast title we had.
Man, we had a good one. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it was pretty spectacular. One day we will debut that pod. It'll be fantastic. So
too good.
All right, amigo. We rolling.
All right, week 8 NFL, starting week NBA, and then be sure we've got some other little esports podcasts coming out as Worlds is going on for League of Legends. Be sure to check those out as well.
Come out, baby. Let's go.
Let's do it. All right, for week 8, Benjamin Betts. This is Jared and Corey. We'll catch y'all next time.
Yeah.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hey, I'm Zach.
And I'm Mike.
And we have a fantastic new podcast to tell you about. Bros, Foes, and Heroes. It's the two of us looking into the world of comics, breaking down some characters that you may have never heard of, and some that are just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so Zach comes up with a character each time, and I go into it just completely blind. I don't know who this person is or what their abilities are or anything, and basically I guess we kind of go over their origin story and just some of the ridiculous stuff that maybe, especially Golden Age stuff.
Oh, Golden Age stuff is always the best, and we will make sure to highlight all of the shenanigans and just absolute weirdness of everything.
Yeah, that's right. So subscribe today and follow us on Instagram at Bros, Foes, Heroes.
And if you don't, I know where you live. Not really, but please subscribe.
Frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hi, I'm Hank. You might remember me from a show called King of the Hill. Check out a King of the Hill rewatch podcast. These boys ain't rap, but they are funny. Find the podcast anywhere you get your podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. I tell you what.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
Benjamin Betts.
It's all about the Benjamin Betts, baby.
You know what's up? Yes, Benjamin Betts, baby.
Hadage, Gumminess. We're back for our esports weekly special edition episode of the Benjamin Betts podcast. I'm one of your co-hosts, Corey. I got my other co-host here, Jared. Jared, are you ready? Are you ready for some league?
I'm ready, baby. I'm a little disappointed that you picked better than me. Week to week, I'll throw out the excuse disclaimer. You had a week of watching. You had a round of watching these games, and I had to go in cold, so that's going to be my excuse.
I did go 5-3. I made our people some good money. I will say that is what got me through the weekend. I felt so good about myself. So, in the next round, we had the teams that were 1-1. There were 4 of those games this past weekend. We went 2-2 in those games, which was fine. Everyone is still even, or they're a little ahead on their bets with us right now. So no one's lost money. But nothing's on fire. But Jared, we now move into all best of 3s at this point. So you are either in the game for your life at Worlds, or you're in a game to advance at Worlds. That's where we're at. So no more best of 1s, all best of 3s now. So we are going to start. We're going to kick this off. This game happens. So this episode is going to drop today. Today is Wednesday. The game happens in Korea tonight at 2 in the morning, so technically Thursday morning, but the episode will drop in time so you can get your bets in. Our betting partner, as mentioned before, is Bovada. They do esports betting. Don't know how great of a company they are, but they do allow us to do some esports betting. So we do like them. We give a shout out. And Jared, I've been doing this disclaimer. I don't know if you've heard me do it, but there's 2 rules to this. Make sure you don't bet money that you can't lose. That's one rule. And if you lose, don't chase. Don't chase the losses. So bet responsibly, people. This is esports, okay? We got 17-year-olds playing in these games, so let's be very careful on how we're doing this. But we jump in. We got, I would say, 2, stalwarts of league, Mount Rushmore in their given regions. We got Cloud9 of North America versus Fnatic of Europe. They're in a best 2 out of 3. And Jared, loser goes home, man. Loser goes home. So the way we can make our picks here is we have the spreads, and I will tell you what they are for games 1 and 2. So you're going to pick those. But then you're also going to tell us who's going to win this series and in how many games. So you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Keep it simple. In game 1, this is how evenly matched they're telling us this series is. You have plus 1.5 Cloud9 right now, or you can take Fnatic minus 1.5 in kill. Oh, I'm sorry. Minus 3.5 Cloud9. My apologies. Minus 3.5 Cloud9 in game 1, or are you taking Fnatic plus 3.5?
Game 1, I actually think Fnatic is going to win. So I'll take the Fnatic plus the spread. The way that I see this series going is a Fnatic win and then 2 Cloud9 wins. So I'll take Fnatic in game 1 for sure.
Okay, Fnatic in game 1 has been locked in, and I'm sorry, you said Cloud9 then in game 2. They're minus 2.5. They're minus 2.5. So is that enough for you to take?
Yeah, this team has not played well. They won their first game of this Swiss against a European team, lost to a Chinese team, a Korean team, and now they're up against another European team. I think they will bounce back. I don't know that they'll make it into the final 8 teams. I don't know that they'll win their 2-2 match. I think they'll win this 1-2 match.
All right. So we got that down. Fnatic Fnatic plus 3.5 in game 1. Cloud9 minus 2.5 in game 2. And then you're taking Cloud9 to win game 3.
That's it.
I love it. Okay. All right. Moving on to the next match. We got Europe, Mad Lions. I feel like have been an interesting team in this World Championships thus far against the upstart Weibo Chinese squad. It's going to be heavily, it's going to be way Weibo here. If you'd like to pick them outright to win game 1, it's minus 2,000. So they are heavy favorites here. The line for game 1 is set at plus 9.5 Mad Lions. Or you take Weibo minus 9.5.
Wait, Mad Lions is the favorite?
No, they're plus 9.5. They are not favorite.
I
You will
got
get
you.
9.5 kills. Yes, if you take Mad Lions, you get 9.5.
I
kills.
totally misunderstood that. I was like, yes, take. I will take
No.
Weibo plus 9. Yes, 100%.
Empty
Bet
the
your
bank
house.
account.
Bet your house.
Get the children. Put them on the game.
I think in game 1, I think Mad will surprise them. Not enough to win, but enough to make it close. So I would take Mad plus the spread in game 1.
Okay, so we're taking the spread plus 9.5. Oh, I like it.
Yeah.
Wiley.
And then my
Okay.
prediction here is, what do all European and Cloud9, or it's Cloud9, European and NA teams do on the brink of extinction in these tournaments?
They put both their hands around their neck and they choke. They choke it.
It's not that when they know they're gonna get wiped, it's pocket picks. Like this second game will be Mad Lion playing Shaco Jungle and just chaos. And
Teemo mid.
And they will get wiped. I'm picking Weibo in 2 games here. First game, I'm going to take Mad Lions. What's the spread in game 2?
It's 10.5. Weibo. You'd have to take minus 10.5.
I'll take it. I think they're going to be demoralized. And I think game 2 is just going to game 1 close, game 2 slaughter.
Yeah. Yeah, I think when these and we always lump China and Korea together because they have the most similar play styles and just play so well at League of Legends. The SKT Cloud9 game when they each were 1-1. I don't know. I can't remember if Cloud9 got a kill. I think at one point it was 15-0 in kills, and they might have gotten one in the fountain at the end. But that is what happens when these Korean and Chinese teams are like, okay, we take it serious now against an
Smell the
NA or
blood.
EU
Blood's
team.
in the water.
Yeah, they don't give up kills. So you're taking 10.5. Okay.
I
All right,
am.
Weibo. And then you're saying Weibo is going to win 2-0 then, obviously. Yep. That's where we're at here. Okay, hold on. Let me update the let me update this real quick. Weibo. Okay. All right, now we're moving on to the next match. Are you okay? Let's make a decision here. Live on the show. Are we going to do Wednesdays or Thursdays and Fridays right now?
You might as well. As well.
Let's do that. Let's do both. Let's pick 4 games. This one again, a little lopsided. D+. They are the 4th seed from Korea. They were down 0-2. Could have gotten knocked out of the tournament and probably never allowed back into Korea, but they did win their elimination match. So now they're back into it again now, but against GAM Esports. So they go up against BDS and they survive. Now they play the other playing team, GAM. So they've had an easy road here. They're minus 10,000 if you would like to pick them outright to win the series there. Not getting a lot of good value there. But in game 1, Jared, the spread is set at 10.5. 10.5 in game 1.
I'm going to repeat the story here. DK has incredibly underperformed given their roster. I mean, if you look at their story so far, they lose to G2. G2 is a great roster, and I think that game was a coin flip. Then they lose to KT, who they're very familiar with, right? That's an inner LCK game. But here I'm predicting the exact same story. GAM is going to have some momentum coming off beating Liquid. This game 1 will be close. Game 2, blood in the water, slaughter. Like I think we're going to see the same exact thing for Weibo, Mad, and DK GAM.
So you're taking GAM plus 10.5 in game 1.
Yep.
But then you're taking D+. And to let you know, it's the same spread line for game 2. It's also set at 10.5. So you're taking that, and then you're taking D+ to win game 1 and game 2.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's for that, you get minus 550 are your odds there to win game 1 and game 2.
Ooh.
So in that order, doesn't win you a lot of money, but we'll put that down. So okay, moving into our final game, or the one that we're going to pick. So this is our Friday game at 5 a.m. You want to get up and watch some esports? This one I can't wait to see what you say here. We have KT Rolster against LNG Esports. So this is our Korea versus China, right? Isn't
Yep.
LNG Chinese
Yep.
squad? KT Rolster, Jared, I'm telling you, they must have a friend in high places because they play every single night game. And every World's Day so far, when KT Rolster plays, they get the premier spot. So I'm telling you, they must have the popular players or they're the fan favorite here. And now they get to go up against Chinese squad. Game 1, it's close. -1.5. I'm sorry. 5.5. Not as close as I thought. Plus 5.5. KT Rolster is the underdog.
Yeah.
Or LNG -5.5. Game 1.
That's a really great line because overall in this series, I actually like LNG. I like LNG in 3. I think LNG comes out and wins game 1 pretty convincingly. So
So they're going to cover the 5.5.
I think they'll cover the 5.5. I think this game will be somewhere sitting in the 6 to 10 range. KT coming back in game 2. I'll take the spread with them, but I like LNG in game 3. KT, I didn't know this. I was doing a little research on this, was the hottest team in Korea coming in to all of this and during the regular season. And they got goofed up, man. Like this is just a super talented roster. I just think this is a team that, you have those regular season teams that you're like, dadgum, they're hot. And then they get to the postseason and you don't want to be, you want to be getting momentum going to the postseason. You don't want to be cooling going into the postseason. So that's what I think. So take the spread, LNG minus in the first one, KT plus the spread in the second one, LNG to win the series though.
Great. We get for LNG to go win-loss-win plus 450. Get some value there. So I like that. We're gonna roll with that. Well, Jared, that wraps up our Thursday and Friday night action here. We're gonna see how you do, my friend. So these are 3, 6, 9, 12 bets. 12 bets. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. 6 and 6 would be great. If you could go 7 and 5, there's probably some ways where you can't just lose one. You probably have to lose multiple. Like I can't think off the top of my head. But let's go over 500. Obviously, I want the 12-0 here. I want the 12-0. It doesn't. I was trying to surprise you with a parlay. It won't let me do. It won't let me do that on here. So I'm a little disappointed. FanDuel, we love you, Bovada, but FanDuel, you need to get some esports going, man. So we want to get some parlay in here. But anyway, all right, dude. Let's see how it goes. We'll follow back up for the weekend. We'll drop an episode to see where we're at with the last 2 elimination games, and then we'll also know our 2-2 matchups, the winner go home ones. Those will be exciting.
It's gonna be so good.
Those will be awesome, man. So get ready. Thanks for joining us. We hope you win some money. We're gonna win some money. Charity wins some money, and charity's not a girl, so charity is an organization. We love it. Thanks for joining. And Jared, remember, you call, it's all over, baby.
It's all over, baby.
Yeah. Cord.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
Hi, I'm Hank. You might remember me from a show called King of the Hill. Check out a King of the Hill rewatch podcast. These boys ain't rap, but they are funny. Find the podcast anywhere you get your podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. I tell you what.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Boobies.
Hi.
Hello, and welcome to
Boobies.
Boobies. That's right. We're your hosts. I'm Caitlin.
And I'm Joshua.
And today we're here to talk to you about another Sam Raimi film.
Yes.
I almost said classic.
Classic.
But
it's a lot of people love it.
A lot of people do love it.
And our opinions will be found out here in a minute.
Yeah.
While we're talking about it. I also feel like there's a lot of people online that have a good positive reaction to it. It's directed by Sam Raimi, of course, like you just said.
Yeah.
And it is a return to horror for him because previous to this he was doing the Spider-Man movies.
Yeah.
And so which with Tobey Maguire, the original, the OGs. And so I mean, good movies, great movies actually. I don't know. A lot of people shitted on Spider-Man 3, but I mean I still liked it. But I was like,
I just couldn't get past his little emo like walking.
Oh
scene.
yeah, that for sure. Tobey Maguire, unfortunately, in that trying to that was a little bit unbelievable. It's a little bit unserious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even then watching it now back, especially
I remember even as a kid being like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, of course, probably not saying what the fuck, but basically having that reaction.
Well, because he plays the nerdy version of Spider-Man so well. Not nerdy, but the very what Spider-Man is supposed to be like.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
yeah, he plays. I always said that Tobey Maguire played a great Peter Parker. Andrew Garfield played a great Spider-Man. And then Tom Holland plays a great both of them.
Yeah, Tom
Holland really embodies Peter Parker and
Tom Holland
Spidey.
Has that thing about him that he's just kind of lovable. Yeah, it's his butt, I'm sure. But
his butt's so cute.
Even in his
you
other
ever
roles.
watch
which one?
The film, it had Robert Pattinson in it, The Devil All the Time.
Oh no, I haven't seen it, but
it's really good. You should watch it.
Is it more like drama?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I'll watch it. Yeah.
It's kind of just
is it it's set back in a different time, right? Or in the 20s or something?
Something. No, there's car.
Okay.
Where there are cars in
There
the
are cars in
20s.
the 20s. But probably
but
50s
they were I think it was
something
more
like
the 50s.
Okay.
Anyways, he wore a real cute pair of blue jeans and his butt looked really good. And
apple bottom.
Film.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he looked real good.
Zendaya is a lucky girl.
She is.
They're both lucky for each other.
I was
to be honest.
Zendaya is also the most beautiful woman on the face of the planet.
Yeah.
So
and sweet.
Yeah.
She gives no problematic vibe. They both are unproblematic.
Yeah. And then they're just happy together.
Yeah.
Love that for them.
There's gotta be some satanic cult shit.
Yeah, they're sacrificing babies on the weekend.
Literally, because it's almost too perfect. But yeah, Sam Raimi doing the horror again because he obviously did Evil Dead. That was his debut. So it's really I was kind of watching some videos that kind of gave a little bit of what was going on to the production for this movie.
Mm-hmm.
And so he had actually written a short story with his brother Ivan Raimi I'm assuming they have the same last name, but they wrote this short story a long time ago back in the 80s when they were a lot younger, when they were kids, and then in 2002 they decided to make it into a screenplay, and he was writing it for someone else for someone else to direct it, but whenever they gave it to the studios, they weren't gonna give it a good budget to anyone else but him apparently. So he was I have to take the helm on this and do it.
Interesting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, good for him.
So from 2002 to 2010, that's just it's so crazy sometimes to know how long it takes for movies. Sometimes even longer. It's as we've seen 20 years for movies to happen. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
We could have an idea now, and in 30 years, we can make a movie of it.
So is it 2009 or 2010?
It might be 2009. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I think it was 2009. Yeah, my bad.
I was like,
I said 2010.
damn it, I got it wrong.
No,
again.
it was me. But that's just crazy how long it takes. But yeah, so do you want to dive in? Do you have anything to say, spiel, before add?
No, I mean, overall, well, we'll get to my opinions on it. I think it went by really fast. Just watching it, because it was an hour and 40 minutes, so it's a little bit longer than the ones we've been watching recently. And but it didn't feel that long.
No.
Yeah, it felt like it went by really quickly. I think that's because there's so much like action packed into it.
Yeah, like in my mind visually, when I see the movie, I kind of see like it in segments, and each segment kind of just like there's, like you said, always something going on.
Yeah,
and so it really flies by. And so yeah, it starts off and we get a bit of a flashback to 1969
in Pasadena, California.
And we have a family who show up to a house. They are obviously in need and some help because the mom is like banging on the door. And we have a lady come out. Later on, we find out her name is
Sanderna.
Sanderna. Yeah. I just kept calling her Sean because at the beginning they that's how they whatever. I don't know if that's like a part of her name or if it's like a
if that's like a title.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it felt like, a title. But she comes out and they're needing her help, and she's like, she's like, what's wrong? What did you do? What did he do? And
because they had explained that it 3 days ago, like for the past 3 days, he's been having nightmares and stuff too. And she was like, I think she was starting to clue in on what it was.
Yeah.
And then she was like, what did you do?
And they tell and explain that he had stolen a necklace from a gypsy woman.
Yeah.
And
off a wagon,
whenever he was trying to give it back, that she ended up just putting a curse on it and him, right?
Yeah. And was like, no, we don't want it back. And as we find out, that's it's pretty bad curse. One that gets you dragged straight to hell.
To fucking
roll
hell.
Credits.
Literally, because we have him and the family walking in, and Miss Shan is trying to do her Muju JoJo thing, and then that's whenever we have him like getting basically spooked and then running and then getting thrown off the balcony.
Yeah, because this entity comes in and it like smacks the family around.
Oh, that's right.
It like smacks the mom in the face. She goes flying.
Which it loves smacking people in this movie.
Yeah. It was just bitch slapping everyone.
Yeah.
It came around and it went pop, pop to the dad, and then he goes flying. And Miss Sean Sanderna went flying at one point, and then he runs out and gets backed up against the railing, and then he gets lifted off and then just yeeted right over it. And thankfully doesn't
die immediately.
I don't know if this thankfully, maybe it would have been better if he died immediately and didn't get dragged to hell and
alive.
burned. Yeah.
But I mean, either way, kind of sucks for little Juan, right? Was his name?
I think so.
I picked that up real fast. Juan or Jose, but I think it was Juan. But yeah, unfortunately, after he gets up off the floor, we start to see the whatchamacallit, the building start shaking, and then the the floor that starts breaking. I'm sorry, I can't think today. The floor starts breaking into cracking into pieces, and
like an earthquake is happening and a sinkhole's opening up, but it's a sinkhole of flames.
Very much that.
And it opens up and it just goes
drags and sucks him right
the
into
little boy
fucking hell.
Right up. Yep. And he's screaming in agony.
Bloody murder.
Yeah. He's like,
you see like the flames and everything in the hands,
and his little you see just his little hand getting sucked through the cracks, and then it just smooths over like nothing ever happened.
And then we see Sean Sanderna, and she's like, we will meet again.
Yes.
And then we get a title card, drag me to hell. And we get some credits rolling, and it's like a depiction, like a storybook.
I liked the title card too.
It kind of like, I was like, oh,
it had a little dun dun.
It did, and it's depicting the curse and like what happens.
Yeah, and all the credits rolling. It basically tells you like
what's gonna happen in the
3 days for the curse to develop. It kind of reminded me of like, well, I guess Midsummer, Remember how in like the tapestry it had basically everything that was going to happen?
Foreshadowing right at the beginning.
I know so many other movies have done this too.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it basically shows you exactly what's going to happen. Depictions of being tormented by a spirit, and then one individual getting dragged to hell.
Yeah. It's pretty literal. It's pretty good illustrations as well.
Yeah.
There and it all reminded me too of, because it's Sam Raimi, of course. I don't know if this was kind of a nod to him, like the Book of the Dead and all that kind of stuff.
It did very much. Whenever it showed the book at first, I was like, "Is this a Necronomicon?"
That's what I was thinking too.
I was like, "It's time."
So I was like, it all kind of ties in for him. Maybe it's in the same universe. Maybe it's the third book.
Yeah,
one of them. So that'd be pretty cool if they could like use this lore to kind of bring that in.
That would be.
And so after all of those credits start rolling by, we like open up to like a city shot, and then like the vehicle's a highway, and we're driving with Christine. She's on her way to work, and she's doing I don't know if she had like she's trying to change her like accent, basically.
Yeah, I think
from a country accent
to
a city, more
professional, more, I guess, probably English.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know
or like British,
just less accent.
Not British, but like proper English accent.
Yeah. And so we get that
something is abound when the mouth is round.
It's to like really practice her consonants and vowels, I guess.
Yeah, and not sound like this. Talking like she was raised on a farm.
Which some I sound like that sometimes.
I do too. I got a real country twang that'll come out every now and then I'm like,
and the most random moments.
Last night.
Oh yeah,
I saw Two Girls, One Ghost live. It was super cool, and I told some people about our podcast.
That's awesome.
So that was fun. I
Hi.
got a new follower.
Hello,
Caroline.
Hi, Caroline.
No, Karina.
Hi, Karina.
I'm sorry. It was Karina.
Okay, you just met last night.
I had a few drinks too.
You just met last night.
It's
okay.
They poured heavy-handed on those drinks at the.
That's awesome.
Andrew got a Long Island iced tea, and I took a sip of it and was like, every time I took a sip, I got shivers.
Yeah.
It
and
was
Long
so
Island
strong.
iced teas from the get-go are already like, aren't they like 4 different liquors in there or something like that? They're pretty heavy.
Yeah.
So like, yeah.
It's a lot.
So a heavy hand on that.
So I was feeling pretty good after. But they were talking about how in Texas they rented a truck because they got to drive a truck in Texas, and they were just talking about how our accents and then everything, and I was like, wow, the Texas really does live up to the stereotype.
It really does. I'm sure we are like exactly what the stereotypes.
Yeah.
I mean, 'cause
cowboy boots and everything, and I mean, I feel like, and even when I was in Europe, I told somebody I was from Texas, and they were like, "Do you ride a horse to school?" And I was like, "I've ridden a horse like twice in my life."
Imagine the depiction, and it is very like Lone Star State and very cowboys. And I feel like most people like think of, for some reason, like westerns. I mean, I get it, but like
shootout.
Also
we all live in saloons,
but it's also like 2023.
Yeah,
like, yeah.
We live in modern
society. Yeah.
But yeah, it was a fun time.
I'm sure though, out west there are probably some places that still look like that. You know, where there's a lot more like barren land. But yeah, that is funny though. Like I have a lot of family up north because of my dad's side of his family, and they always make fun of us because they're like, y'all are so country, like y'all sound so country. Like every time we go up there, they're just like, we just like hearing y'all talk, and I'm just like, oh god.
Oh, we don't even talk that weird.
And literally, we don't even sound like I have a bit of an accent sometimes, but like there are definitely parts of the country where people talk even more country.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
It's not even country with that twang, I guess, southern twang. I don't know. But it is funny. So for them to be like, y'all sound so country. And then I'm like, I'm just not going to talk.
I'm just not going to talk because now I'm embarrassed.
And I feel myself going into it because we're talking about it.
Talking about it, fixating on it so much.
But
they also covered the Conjuring house. Like they got to investigate the Conjuring house. They really stayed overnight in it.
From the first one?
Yeah.
Bathsheba?
The original. Yeah. And we have justice for Bathsheba which as we talked about in our episode of The Conjuring, we talked about how Bathsheba was pretty much a normal woman who just got pinned as
very Salem witch trial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Lorraine Warren just kind of like was like, oh, Bathsheba, and pinned it on her.
Yeah. It's easy to do.
Yeah.
Especially when they're not alive anymore.
But there's also like theories of aliens being like Andrea Perrin, who is the eldest daughter of the Perrin family, who is the original family from the house.
Yeah.
Talked about.
Was she the youngest one, or
she was the eldest?
Eldest, okay,
I believe.
Got it.
And she talked about aliens and stuff too, like encounters and stuff with aliens on the property. So she described it as a portal built as a farmhouse, like disguised as a farmhouse, basically kind of like Skinwalker Ranch, where everything just kind of accumulates there, accumulates.
Yeah.
Culminates.
I've never heard of Skinwalker Ranch. I have no idea what that is.
Oh, well,
I'll look
you
into
should
it.
look into it. Yeah. But yeah, lots of interesting theories on the Conjuring house. And they got to interview Chris and whatever Carrie, the brothers, who directed the films.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
I think that's their names. I don't remember now. It's been
a while since
and I had
it.
too many drinks.
But so that's really interesting. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Did they like is it just like they got to walk through it, or like they got like to like
they had like
explore in depth?
Yeah, they stayed the night there.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, they stayed the night, and like
does anybody get to do that, or just them?
Or
like
they do tours, but I'm assuming you probably have to do a hefty amount of money to stay overnight and stuff. And they got Greg and Dana Newkirk, who are basically like the new Ed and Lorraine Warren, and they collect like all the crone of Catskills and stuff, which I think I've mentioned. Maybe that was on my last podcast, but they collect all those items and stuff like that, and like scrying mirrors, and they helped them investigate, which was super cool.
That's dope.
Yeah, it was a cool live show, and if you don't listen to Two Girls One Ghost already, you should. And
Go
then
check
you should
them
also
out.
listen to us.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of you listen to us because of Two Girls One Ghost, so thank you.
Thank you to all the listeners.
Yes.
And so that's really cool. That's really cool. I mean that, and then I've been me and Robert have been watching a lot of ghosts like hunting shows here recently.
Fun.
Which is really cool. And then
which ones?
Well, actually there's this new one, and it's like, okay, it's basically like Queer Eye, but like with ghosts.
I love it.
So it's like an LGBT group of friends, and there's like a medium, and then like a researcher, and this and that, and they go to different places and locations, and they try to basically help like the people there with like their spiritual habitations and their
What's
occurrences.
it called?
I'll have to, honestly, why don't I know the name of it? And I was just watching it last night. It's on Netflix though. It just dropped. It's new. But yeah, they basically that is not it. They basically and it's narrated by Kristen Stewart, which I thought was like, that's so what
I can't imagine her narrating anything.
Living for the Dead. Living for the Dead. That's what it's called.
For the Dead.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
I want to watch this.
It's actually really entertaining.
I don't have Netflix anymore since the password sharing, but once I live in Dallas, I'll have it again.
It's pretty entertaining. It's a little camp, but also like I don't know, some of their interactions, I was like, okay, that could have been real.
I love it.
That could have been real.
That's I love watching ghost hunting shows just for the shits and giggles. Like
sometimes it's like, oh my god, okay.
Yeah.
Like come on guys, be for real.
Like there's
like the ones on like the Travel Channel and stuff.
Yes. Which Ghost Hunters used to be like my favorite, and there's some spinoffs from Ghost Hunters, and I listen to another Amy Bruni's podcast, Haunted Road, which Amy Bruni was from Ghost Hunters, and then now has her own show, which that show, I think I've seen it before, and it's a little hokey sometimes with like the Estes method and stuff, but it's still really fun to watch, and I enjoy it. I Ghost Hunters was my favorite though. Ghost Hunters walked so Ghost Adventures could run.
Literally. And even last night, I was like, what if like straight people can have like their own ghost shows, so then queer people can have their own ghost shows?
Yeah.
And it's so funny because just imagine like they're so funny. They were like, let's have a spookiki, like like it's just so funny. But it's actually yeah, but they were actually like helping people at one time. There's this one episode with this one lady and her name's Chrissy, and she with her other friend Betty work at this hotel in like New Orleans or something like that that's like been having a lot of like, you know, has a lot of shit happen there. And like Chrissy was just like, what this one of the dudes was gonna say in the room, and he was like, so you're telling me I'm gonna be spending the night? And she was like, in hell.
Inhale.
And they were like, oh my gosh. And she like was not sugarcoating it at all. She was like, I don't get paid enough to lie, y'all. I actually just love working here and I love the people here, but y'all are not gonna be sleeping tonight.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds so exciting.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna Living for the Dead.
Living for the Dead.
Okay. Yeah.
It's pretty interesting.
I want to watch that.
But there was so much going on in that hotel though. Like I'm like, oh yeah, it's got to be haunted for sure, because even up until recently, like 2021, someone had committed suicide in it. And so there was just so many different like spirits happening.
Oh yeah. Oh, I bet.
But back to our movie.
Right. That was our plugs corner
for everything else.
Yeah.
Yes. We're arriving to work with Miss Christine Wilshire Bank, and we find out that she is a loan officer. She is.
Isn't this what Robbie does?
Yeah, it is actually.
I was thinking of him the whole movie. I was like, wow, this is what Robbie does. Now I know.
That's literally what he does. And so
I hope he doesn't get cursed.
No, hopefully he'll be
wary of old women with nails that need some love,
some violin, and some
keratin or
TLC
something.
all over. Yeah, and with her eyes were spooky.
Yeah.
But we're getting introduced, basically setting up her like work environment. She's looking at like the general branch manager, assistant manager desk that's empty. She is asking her boss about a promotion for that position, and he is
saying it's between her and Stu,
who is new, but he's aggressive, and that's what we like.
That.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so between this and her, a little back and forth, he ends up asking her to go to lunch, just basically so she can pick up lunch for him, and then Stu piggybacks up off of that. So right off the bat, Stu's kind of like an asshole.
Yeah, and he says he wants spicy mustard, is what he says.
Yeah.
Because later he says he asked for no mayo, and I was like, bitch, no you didn't. You asked for spicy mustard.
And said nothing about the mayo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
I know.
I was like,
and part of me
thinks, people, I was like, this poor girl is getting shit on from all directions.
Everybody. Well, and even Stu though, him saying that, like, and no part of me did he. I feel like he even like meant to do that, as in like he didn't want mayo. I feel like he just did that and said that out loud to show,
undermine her.
Yeah, and
show that she's not competent.
Exactly.
Can't even get a sandwich order right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was totally trying to make her look bad. He's a dick.
Fucking dick.
I know. She totally should have gave him the button. Totally. Whoops.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert. Anyways.
No, at the end, the immediate thought when he was like, you can gift it to someone, I was like, Stu.
Literally.
Gift that motherfucker to Stu.
Mm-hmm.
And then she almost gives it to that old guy, and I was like, no, not him. Just because he's already dying doesn't mean he should get dragged to hell.
Literally.
But I was like, but Stu's an asshole.
Yeah.
So
he definitely deserved it, especially through the stunt he pulled in the movie. But we end up having her visiting her boyfriend, Clay, at his job. And he's played by Justin Long.
Yes.
And
Justin Long does a phenomenal job in this movie as well. Really, Justin Long could probably like shit on the floor and I would be like, this was great.
We heart Justin Long.
Love Justin
Long. And also,
Long.
this is kind of really, we're watching this because we also, we just, we watched Justin Long in Barbarian, which just came out.
And then we covered Evil Dead 2.
Directed by Sam Raimi, that came out a few weeks ago. So it's just kind of another nice little, callback for us anyways. But we are having a cute little moment between boyfriend, girlfriend. She's, fixing his printer because she takes out a paper clip, and then she gives him a coin, and we find out he's like a really nerdy coin collector.
Yeah, he likes his little
vintage
coins and
yeah.
stuff.
And then we also get to find out, foreshadowing, that there's a trip coming up to meet his parents.
Yes.
And so that comes into play later on as well.
Because she leaves, is
Mhm.
going to head back to work, and she overhears a phone call with his mother,
Mhm.
who his mother was a giant bitch too.
Yeah.
I was like, God damn,
She's getting
this poor
shit on by
girl.
everybody.
Yeah, because his mother was like, oh yeah, that's right, that one
From the farm or something
from
like
the farm. Yeah. And he's like, Mom, I've been seeing her for like over a year.
Yeah.
And she was like, well, this girl needs a tennis partner, and she went to Yale Law or Harvard Law, one of the big leagues.
Yeah. His mom basically wants him to be with someone like who she feels has like a better, higher stature in society or whatever, nicer job, more money,
and more money to probably match the amount of money that they have, because their house was fucking nice.
It's massive.
Yeah, it was huge.
Yeah,
I
we
was
find
like,
out that he comes from money.
He does. And apparently he's got 10 grand lying around too.
Oh, yeah.
And he's a college professor, so there's no way he's got.
That's family money.
Yeah. That shit came from, he got trust fund.
Mama and daddy. And so anyways, we're back at work after all of that shenanigans, and that's whenever we get that rude moment between Stu and her, because he's like, no mayo, but he really didn't say that at all.
He didn't. And she even like says like, you didn't say that, and he was like, yeah, I did.
Yeah.
And I was like,
no, you didn't.
You bitch.
And then after that, it's whenever we get her back at her desk, and she's meeting Mrs. Ganush. Ganesh. My bad. Yeah, I was like, that sounds a little off. Ganesh.
Baba Ganoush.
But that's what it reminded me of too. Or Baba Stroganoff. What is it? The spaghetti one? Do you know what I'm talking about at all?
No.
It's like a children's book, and she makes spaghetti, and it never stops. And it's like
Babadook.
No. Stroganona. Yes, it's Stroganona.
Now I want beef stroganoff.
Yeah, maybe, and I'm sure that's why
they got that at like
where?
in HEB, but like just Hamburger Helper.
Oh,
sometimes
Hamburger
I buy
Helper is honestly good to me.
It's so good.
I don't remember. I haven't had it in so long, but there was this one that I was so good. I don't know if it's like the cheeseburger one or if it's like something else, but yeah.
The stroganoff one's pretty good too.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes I buy that one and make it with fake meat, and it's
still really good. Yeah, because it's just essentially just the flavoring that you need. Yeah.
Oh, all the seasoning
you're making me
packets
want that
are
now.
good.
Now I just want to go to HEB to buy Hamburger
I know.
Helper.
I might.
And hamburger meat. But I'm gonna actually use meat.
So we come back, and she's now having to make some tough decisions that we heard that Stu could make earlier, but we weren't sure if she would be up to the tasks. And so, yeah, we meet Miss Ganesh.
And it's really unfortunate that this is a time that she chooses to now have to be tough.
Yeah.
Because it's like, maybe the next round.
Yeah.
But
because this woman really did seem like,
but unfortunately too, I mean, she has to do her job, and then like I get it as well when it's like if you've already had like all these extensions and like
yeah, exactly, she'd already had two,
yeah,
and so it's like, maybe you really do kind of have to pay your mortgage.
Unfortunately,
yeah.
You know, even if you are older and like you
getting sick
and stuff, like that's just kind of how the world works. And the fact that she even is you know, we're having this back and forth between Christine and Mrs. Ganesh, and you know, she's really pleading with Christine to like, can't you just do something, please? And so that's when she has her go to her boss, and her boss has like the two extensions. And so then we come back out, and this is whenever Christine is just like really like, you know, hey, we can't do this. And meanwhile, the whole time Mrs. Ganesh looks really spooky. she's got like her dentures that she had left on the table and then pops them back in whenever Christine comes back. And she gives very witch vibes, very like, I wouldn't want to mess with her.
Yeah.
But Christine decides to just tell her no. And so Mrs. Ganesh then proceeds to seem as though she's going to leave, but then she starts begging to Christine to let her, help her out. And even
the begging gets really intense. She like starts kissing her skirt and stuff like that, and was like, it was just, I was like, damn, she's like groveling.
Yeah, and Christine even told her, like, you have a daughter, why don't you live with your daughter? Like, and she was just like, I don't want to burden her, which I get that, but also like, that's what family's for. And like, unfortunately, the bank has to do their part. You have to do their part. Your daughter should do her part. Like, she should take care of you. You're her child. I feel like, but who knows? Maybe she was a bitch to her daughter. I don't know. She could have been, but we find out later that I guess they were close. I don't know. Maybe that was a different daughter.
I think it was her granddaughter.
That was her granddaughter that we see later?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. But yeah, anyways, Mrs. Ganesh then has to get escorted by security because Christine is like, I need security help. And that's whenever Mrs. Ganesh is like, oh my God, you shame me in front of all these people? You shame me?
Yeah. I beg you, you shame me. And then just straight up attacks her.
Yeah, like a dog. Like yeah.
And goes with her hand at her throat and stuff, and like tried to like
she just lunges at her. And then that's whenever Christine gets on her desk, and then that's whenever they really restrain her, and she's like, getting escorted out.
And she's fighting. She's got a lot of fight in her. Yeah.
For an older lady, yeah, she sure does.
I was like, damn.
And we see her get taken out to her vehicle, which is a yellow car. We'll be seeing that later.
Yes. Yeah.
But yeah, I thought it was pretty funny that all this whole like interaction is also like, it's spooky, but it's campy at the same time. You know what I mean? Because also Christine's like demeanor sometimes is kind of like very like, I don't know if it's because I'm not gonna diss the actress, but like sometimes her lines aren't as believable, or I don't know if she's specifically being awkward. You know what I mean, for the character.
I thought Christine's acting was shit.
Yeah,
the whole movie.
Cats, they just come and go as they please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How would I know?
How would I know?
I'm like, bitch, it's your cat. That's how you would know.
Was like out of the whole movie, that for me was like the weakest part, because I was just like, whoa, like what?
I had a cat.
Yeah. Anyways, but yeah. So the interaction with Mrs. Ganesh was carrying the whole film. Anyways, honestly, but yeah. So she's
her and Justin Long.
Her.
Justin didn't even do much, but I still loved him.
And so then we have it's the end of day. We're about to go home. We have her boss talking to her about some loan, this big loan that she's been working on, and if she can finish it, because he wants to show it to the VPs the next day. And
he's basically saying that she's at the top of the list for the assistant manager position, and tells her that she made the right choice and handled it just right.
Yeah,
as far as it goes with Mrs. Ganesh. And basically is reinforcing what she did and saying, making it, she made the right choice for this assistant manager position. But unfortunately it wasn't the right choice.
No, it wasn't, because we have her going to the parking garage to leave work, of course. And that's whenever we have, which also, I guess we never saw her park earlier. But anyways, Iris, we are in the parking garage, and she does see the yellow car in the parking garage. So already she's kind of like, well, that's weird.
It's parked directly across from her too, just like almost as if it's watching her car.
And so she gets to her vehicle, and all this time, of course, like the music's getting spooky. It's kind of getting spooky around her. The wind's picking up, and she gets in her vehicle, and she's looking in front of her at the yellow car, and that's whenever we see the handkerchief flying in the air, right?
Yeah, and the handkerchief. And before she got in her car, she heard the old woman's cough as well, and was like, that's why she started freaking out.
That's right.
And then the handkerchief comes floating like it's a magic carpet or something towards the window, and like gets on the window, right?
Yeah, on the windshield.
It does it a lot. in the film.
It does it a few times, but
So
this time it gets on the windshield and it freaks her out because, and then the music also, like, of course, like,
cues it,
intensifies.
yeah.
And then that's whenever we have her then looking behind her because Mrs. Ganesh is in the car.
Yeah, because the handkerchief goes up and around the car. And
that's right.
she's following it with her eyes, and then all of a sudden we see Mrs. Ganesh is blue eye, just kind of shining through the darkness, and it's like, ooh, it was fucking terrifying.
Yeah, and then she starts attacking her.
Yeah, she just straight up attacks her, and they're going at it like homegirl. She grabs a stapler. She grabs the closest thing that she could find in her basket and staples Mrs. Ganesh in the face.
Yeah.
But that does not stop Mrs. Ganesh, and she rips out some of her hair. This poor girl
Ganesh
gets
is strong.
I'm like, first off, I'm surprised that Christine has any hair left.
Yeah, because she gets it ripped out multiple
three times, I think. Is
Yeah.
what, because it happens here. It happens whenever she goes and sees the body.
Yeah.
Right. I
In
think she gets some ripped out then.
Whenever she's getting at the end.
And then at the end.
Where's the other part?
Well, I think it happens whenever she goes to see the body, like at the funeral.
Oh,
I think she loses
Whenever
something
she's
there.
like
Yeah.
with the body and the green ooze. Yeah. Yeah. And
So
so poor
nasty.
thing. She ends up, and Mrs. Ganesh is super strong for her age, and she is getting up to the front seat, and then like she's like basically pulling a Deborah Logan at some points because she's like
Starts
putting her-
sucking on her chin.
Yeah.
Which, because so they had accidentally, in the struggle,
her teeth popped out,
Christine's foot, puts the car into reverse, and then her foot slams down on the gas, sending the car like flying backwards into another car. And then she is trying to get to, she's like reaching as Mrs. Ganesh is choking her out to put the car into
It's so funny.
drive. And so she finally does, and then crashes into another car, sending Mrs. Ganesh flying into the front console, knocking her teeth out. And then that's when Mrs. Ganesh then comes and starts just gumming on Christine's chin.
So gross.
And it's just like on her chin.
And finally Christine's like fighting her off, and then she gets the ruler, right, and puts it in her mouth.
Yeah.
Throughout the whole struggle.
Which I'm surprised she didn't die
with that going in her mouth
from that. Yeah.
No. Because then she gets her out of the car, right? She pushes her out through the glass.
She kicks her.
Yeah. And she goes out, she closes the door.
She's like, haha, I beat you, you bitch.
And that's whenever she just
old
like
bitch.
Miss Ganesh just like goes into the car or somewhere, because she goes off screen and we can't see her anymore, and it's very Scream like. And that's whenever Christine is just kind of looking around like, where the fuck is she? And then Miss Ganesh just comes on top of the fronts, right? On the windshield?
No. She takes a big like cinder block and crashes it through the window.
Yeah.
And then is able to get Christine out of the car. And then in the struggle, she rips off her button and then holds it up and starts chanting something. And I'm assuming Russian, because
I don't know what language she was speaking.
Yeah, everyone else at the house was speaking Russian, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But then she says the words Lamia. And that's all that we can basically gather from
Murder
it.
She Wrote.
Yep. And so she stole the button and was real cryptic about it, and then I guess gave it back to her.
And
then just
she gets it back in her hand, and then that's when Christine kind of like goes and passes out.
Yeah.
And it's darkness, and then we come back to, and like she's talking to the police, and her boyfriend's there kind of hugging her. And then it kind of flashes away.
And she says, soon it will be you who comes begging to me. Good ominous line.
Yeah.
That she fed Christine.
And Christine and Clay are now walking down the street, and this is whenever he's like basically trying to make her feel better. about the whole situation, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's just being kind of checking in on her, making
Mm-hmm.
sure that she is okay and stuff like that, because he's like, yeah, you've kind of gone through a lot.
Yeah.
And everything. And then they stop, and this circle of wind gust comes, bringing all these leaves past her and stuff, and she's hearing like whispering in the wind or something.
Yeah.
And then
she's like looking behind her. She feels like a presence is like on her, I feel like. And then that's whenever she looks behind her, and they're in front of a psychic reading shop.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's basically calling to her, and she's like, I want to get my fortune read.
Mm-hmm.
And Clay is like, are you kidding me? Like, this is a scam.
Yeah.
This is phooey.
And she's basically just like, if you love me, do this for me. Like, humor me, you know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's like, I just really want to after today. And so they go in, they get her, they are, you know, making some small talk in the shop before the medium shows up. And he shows up, and he's basically like, it'll be $60, but yeah, I can read your fortune. And Clay's like, $60? And I was also like, $60?
Yeah.
That's fucking high.
Yeah.
It better be a good fortune.
It better be. And we find out that it kind of is not necessarily good, but kind of good in a way that at least there is some sort of warning in a way. But yeah, she goes in there, and he's sitting down, he's doing her fortune, and this is when he's like doing the thing that we all kind of assume that like fortune tellers do, when he's kind of guessing kind of things about her, because she's like, you know, oh, you're in banking or something like that.
Yeah, he was like, you work with money.
Yeah.
And then he was like, and you recently lost something.
Yeah.
And she was like, no. And then he was like, you lost something that was taken you didn't lose it, it was taken from you. And then given back. And he was like, a button.
Yeah. And she was like and flips her arm, and there's like, of course, the button that's missing from her sweater. And so then it kind of jogs her memory of like, oh shit, yeah, you're for real. And then that's whenever we have him then getting like, then it starts getting, you know, like, you know, when the wind starts rushing around them or whatever.
Yeah, spooky stuff starts happening.
Yeah.
The wind's rushing, the picture frames are cracking.
And it's really more so like even the music, of course, the score that they're playing in the background. So we're like, oh, something's building, and he is getting this reading, and then finally it builds up to him seeing this like very quick flashing of like a demon thing
face imposed, superimposed on her face. Yeah. And
he's like, OMG, he's like, you know what, this is over, I'll give you your money back, sorry,
just get the fuck out.
Yeah. And then she's like, wait, what did you see? And he's like, have you like dabbled in this, or have you
played with a Ouija board? Have you done something? Because there's a dark spirit attached to you.
He's like, she's like, no. And then he's like, well, then someone must have cursed you because something's going on. And she's like, well, shit. And so that's whenever we do have her then getting dropped off at home by Clay, right? And he's like, okay, you know, good night. Try to get some rest after that hard day. And this is a really long day, by the way, because she even has time to bake a cake, because she's baked a cake with the cat in the kitchen, the cute little kitty.
Oh yeah.
And then that's whenever she's looking at her farm picture, and she's like, having whatever feeling she has. It was from 1995. And I was like, oh, we were a year old.
1 year old.
And then this is when she starts hearing the noises in the house.
Yeah.
And she's like, what? And then she walks to the front and looking through the window, and she sees the gate,
old wrought iron gate. Yeah, just kind of closing and opening and closing, and she's making a bunch of creaking sounds.
And it's kind of like, oh, that's what it is. But then a big like rush of wind like goes.
But also, fucking, the creaking sounds were coming from upstairs.
Yeah, from everywhere.
Yeah. It was like you could hear. And then first off, I was also like, why is your window open? Never have your window open. I was at Andrew's house recently, and his parents keep the house so hot.
Yeah. Do they?
Yeah, they don't believe in AC.
Yeah.
And so I had to sleep there, and I had to sleep with the window open, but I was so scared. Because I was on the first floor, and I was like, what if somebody breaks in? Did it have a screen? And yeah, it had a screen.
Right? I can only imagine.
But I was still so terrified.
It'll be all right.
I was like, oh my God, someone's going to kill me.
Yeah.
Or they're going to get into the house because of me, because I couldn't sleep in a hot room.
The whole family gets murdered but you.
Because of me.
And you live.
Oh no.
That would be the worst horror movie.
that is.
Knock on wood.
Knocking on wood. I don't like that.
No, not at all. We don't bring that upon us. But yeah, so she ends up basically getting attacked by this malevolent force that's going through the whole house because it's like spooking her out. We have the pots and pans getting, stirred about in the kitchen.
The house is basically exploding.
It is.
Windows are getting blown out.
She runs upstart and goes into a room, and this is whenever she's hiding essentially from whatever this is, the spirit is. And then we start hearing like foot.
Oh wait, no, that's later.
Oh, that's later?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, my bad. She's still in like the kitchen area and she gets bitch slapped across the room.
Yeah. And then her face slams into the countertop and busts her lip open and stuff. And
she's just kind of looking like
she didn't look
stunned.
super.
She didn't look as stunned as she needed to be after what just happened to her.
Yeah, she looked a little calm.
She looked like she was still looking for someone to be in the room or something like that.
Yeah.
To explain it. But
and I was like, girl, you just got physically attacked by an entity. You need to be freaking the fuck out.
Yeah. Like a good hurl too. Like,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I know it happens a few times, but this time that's whenever she gets like hurled.
She gets thrown around. Yeah.
Quite a bit.
lot.
Yeah. And other people too. But the Clay comes over and he's like checking her out. And she's explaining to him like what she kind of felt happen. And he's kind of like, could someone have been in here? And she's like, I didn't see them. It was so dark. I couldn't see anybody. And then that's whenever we have the doctor coming over and he's basically trying to rationalize and explain that because of what she's been through, she has PTSD and like, she's
showing signs of paranoia and stuff like that. And
she basically made it up.
Yeah. That this is all just post-traumatic stress. And events happening from it. So they basically try to write her off and they're like, she had a stressful day. It'll be better soon. And then she even is like, okay, yeah, I guess, I just kind of got carried away. Yeah. And I can't believe that I'm so embarrassed that this even happened kind of thing. And I was like, girl, no, something happened to you.
She got gaslit.
Like something really happened to you. She did. Yeah, and then this is where they bring up that they're going to go away for the weekend and to
go see his parents. I forget where they live. The city.
Or I think they were going to go on the trip that they were going on at the end.
Oh, is that what they're
talking
about?
Yeah, away towards their parents' cabin.
That's what it was.
Yeah. And so they were talking about heading to wherever that was to go to a little cabin, and they were going to have a nice little weekend getaway. Which is, I'd say she earned it.
Yeah, most definitely.
Then
it's so funny how when hindsight, like this movie feels like it happens over a long time for some reason in my mind, but it happens over the course of like 3 days.
Yeah. These days
wild.
are really long.
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like it'd be weeks or something, but it's only 3 days.
And so they end up sleeping. He stays the night over, and as she's sleeping, we see this fly come into the house, and it's real funny because then it like goes to the camera, lands on the camera.
Yeah.
And then
crawls. You see its little hands going.
And then it goes onto Christine's face, and it does this nasty thing of like going up into her nostrils and out the
coming out the other.
And then the whole time she's like doing that thing in her sleep, and she's kind of messing with it but not waking up, and then it goes into her mouth.
It like shoves its way into her mouth.
Yeah.
Her mouth is like closed, and it's like
it like pries its way in, and then she wakes up like in a coughing fit.
Yeah.
And then she lays back down, but when she's down, her boyfriend is no longer next to her. Who is it though?
But I almost said Miss Baba Ganoush.
Miss Baba Ganoush. Mrs. Ganesh.
Ganesh.
Ganesh, yeah.
Ganesh is next to her, looking rather decrepit and nasty looking. And then she gets on top of her and is all of a sudden just like puking bugs, maggots and yeah,
it looked like mealworms.
Yeah, mealworms. It did look like that. It was disgusting.
It was. It's pretty gross, and they really did it to Christine. Christine had to endure a lot of things that weren't fake or anything.
Yeah, I read that she did a lot of her own stunts and stuff too,
and that she hated like the production of it after the fact.
Oh,
because Sam Raimi like made her do a bunch of stuff.
Like because those bugs got in her mouth.
No, for sure. And that was like all her and the muddy water and all that later on, and then like the flips and the stunts and all that, all her basically. Yeah.
It's wild.
And then that's whenever we have after all of that, she wakes up for real, because it was a dream state basically. And she gets dropped off of work by Clay, and he makes like a dumb joke, and he's like, try not to piss off any old ladies today.
Yeah. And she's like,
and then she goes in, and unfortunately, as she's sitting at her desk, she starts to hear like a fly buzzing, but it's like coming from her stomach.
Yeah, which was wild.
Unsettling.
I was like, oh.
Yeah. That's also very creepy. Like monsters inside of us.
Yeah.
Like, that's weird. And terrifying.
Oh, as we said that, my stomach grumbled.
It's a fly.
It's a fly.
It's a
There's
flea.
a fly. It's a flea.
It's a flea. I'm sorry. I don't know why.
Now I have fleas.
They're infesting. They're eating
all
you
in
out.
my tummy.
That's my bad. Wrong terminology. They're eating you from the inside out. Still not as good. And so we have then Stu. Fucking Stu.
Yeah, my note just says "fuck you, Stu."
Fucking
I don't
Stu, 'cause
even
he-
remember what he did.
Well, because he comes up and he's
Is this
like,
when he's giving him the Lakers tickets or whatever?
No, he's trying to ask Christine to help him with like the process of something about a loan.
yeah.
And then because he's new, remember, and so like, you know, she still, I guess, got to show him the ropes. And then
She's like, I don't really have enough time for this. I got a lot on my brain. Can we do this another time? And he's like,
insensitive.
let me just go tell Mr.
Whatever
his name is
Yeah,
that
you don't have time.
Yeah.
Which obviously doesn't look good for her because she's trying to get the promotion. So she's like, no, just come here. And so as she's showing him what the process is, he's like tapping on the desk, and it looks like Mrs. Ganesh's nails. And she's like freaks out and like, get your pig knuckle off of my desk.
Get your filthy pig knuckle off my desk.
Yeah. And then
I was like,
everybody's
damn.
like, what? And then she just like, and he just walks away, right?
Yeah, he's just kind of like,
Whoa.
okay.
Yeah, and then that's whenever she sits back down, and her she gets a phone call, and she starts bleeding immediately through her nose, and she's like, hello, Christine Brown. And then her nosebleed just turns into like this ridiculous amount of blood just coming out.
Yeah,
over the
she's
boss.
spraying blood on boss man, all over the papers, all over herself.
Yeah.
And he's like, here, let me help you. And she's like, no, I got it. And I was like, girl, no, you do not.
Yeah.
Your nose is like getting exercised right
so
now.
much blood. And then she just runs out all awkwardly, and like, it's so sad.
Yeah.
And then
I was like, that's embarrassing.
And then the boss was like, did it get in my mouth?
Yeah.
And then that's whenever we have her
Going to visit Miss
Mrs.
Sylvia Ganesh.
Oh, and as she runs out, this is where we see that Stu takes the
the case file off her desk.
for the big loan that they were gonna
Yeah.
do. She was gonna get credit for.
Fucking asshole.
Foreshadowing, yeah. But yeah, she goes to visit Miss Sylvia Ganesh, and that's whenever we meet at the door Mrs. Ganesh's granddaughter. And she's very much like, she told us you'd be coming or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, she said exactly that.
Yeah. And then she's like, please, I need to speak with her. And the granddaughter's kind of being like, now fuck off, basically. Yeah.
And she's like, what, are you gonna make it all better?
Uh-huh.
And make it all better for her? And then she was like, yeah. Like I will.
I'm gonna save the house and everything. But we see as she comes in,
She was like, be my guest.
yeah, she comes
Do
in.
that.
There's family all over the place, and then come to find out, it is her fucking wake, her funeral.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah.
She's there and she is dead.
Deceased.
DED dead.
Yeah.
Yep. I was like, ooh.
Yeah, I
She
wonder.
did.
I wonder if performing like a Lamia curse then entails that you die afterwards. Like if you curse somebody like that,
like you're a
it's such
bumblebee
a,
and
like,
you stung someone
Yeah.
and you die.
Yeah, I wonder. But she was also pretty old. And so we have then Christine like going up to the casket and looking at her in the casket. And I don't know how it happens
She
so
like
fast.
barely touches it and it breaks and then the body falls. Oh, I think she gets something knocks into her.
Is that what happens? And then she falls into it.
Yeah,
And then
it breaks and then the body tumbles on top of her and then I'm assuming it's embalming fluid
It
that
just
comes out of her mouth.
spewing all over Christine.
And it's just green getting all in her.
Yeah, it's
and
pretty
she's
gross.
gumming on her chin again.
Mhm.
She's like sitting there nomming on it, and it just like.
Christine can't catch a break. No. And then I think you are right. Like as she's trying to fight the body, her hands like pulls some hair out. the
Yeah,
deceased
rips
body.
hair out of her head again.
Mhm.
And then so basically after that, she freaks out and is like,
She goes to
"What
see
the
the
fuck?"
psychic.
Goes back to the psychic, yeah,
Mhm.
and he's like, the curse is Lamia, and she was like, yes, that's what she said. And he's like, it's the black goat. And basically you have 3 days until it comes for you
and drags you to hell.
Yep. And she was like, is there any way we can stop this? And he's basically like, no, but we can try an animal sacrifice. And she's like, I'm a vegetarian.
I would never, for Christ's sakes. Yeah.
Like volunteer with the puppies at the shelter. And I was like, yeah, I wouldn't. I would not be able to sacrifice an animal, let alone my own cat.
Yeah.
Like this bitch does. Oh my God.
gnarly,
I couldn't. He was like, a chicken or something would suffice. And I was like, then go get the fucking chicken.
Yeah. I don't even think that cats would be good. Like, that's not a good sacrifice.
Yeah. No one.
They don't want a cat.
No one wants a cat.
No. They want
Except
pork.
for me.
They want pork or they want goat or chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's she ends up going home, and after the reading, and she is once again just kind of there. She then gets chased up the house.
This is where they.
Is this where she was breaking the gate?
This is the.
Oh no! When she goes up, and then the hooves.
Yeah, the gate was banging again, and then she.
Like that. Yeah.
Yes, just like that. This is where she crawls up the stairs and is like running up them, and then like standing in the doorway as we see this shadow of this like goat creature form on the wall, and then start creeping up the stairs. And so then she locks herself in the bedroom, and then from underneath the door we just see 2 hooves like line up on the door,
and then they turn into the shadow of hands coming from underneath the door. And then like she ends up getting she gets bitch slapped again. Yeah.
And
no,
then
she runs to the window. That's right. And then that's when she's looking at the window.
Yeah.
And then the entity comes through the window and then like gets her
busts the window, and then she's getting like thrown around the room by her leg.
And
she's like swirling up in the sky.
Very much kind of like Friday Nightmare
on Elm Street.
Yes, thank you. I could not say it with the girl, and then she gets her stomach ripped, but she's like getting thrown around her room.
Yeah.
And then she ends up getting dropped, and then that's whenever she's like fuck this, and she goes and gets a knife and goes and gets her kitty, and she sacrifices her kitty.
Yeah. She's like, here, kitty.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sad.
that was I was like, is this for real right now? Is she actually? And yep, she.
Because then we see her burying the cat in the backyard, because boyfriend Clay comes up and he's like, hey, where you at? And she's back there, and he's like, is that blood? And she's like, she could have just been like, yeah, I had a nosebleed earlier, but she's like, it's tomato juice.
Exactly. I was like, surely she'll say that she had a nosebleed, and then she was like, oh, I was cutting a tomato. I was like, no, you what?
Who cuts fucking tomatoes?
Yeah, who cuts tomatoes?
Just
no.
Anyways.
But also tomato, that would now ketchup.
Yeah.
If you said that you were squeezing like a thing of
onto
ketchup.
a bagel.
On what?
Onto a bagel. I don't know.
Ketchup on a bagel?
I don't eat bagels. I've never had a bagel in my life.
That's right. Still?
Yeah, I don't have bagels.
You go to Panera after this and get you at least a chocolate chip bagel or the Asiago.
Okay. I don't know.
You have to.
I'm scared now. I want a New York bagel. That's the only bagel I'll ever eat.
Okay.
For my
they
virgin
are delicious.
lips. My virgin bagel.
Bagel lips.
I want to be popped by a New York bagel. The
they
ones with
good.
the cheese and onion.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like that's what I've seen on movies. Like the cream cheese. But yes, she ends up
I'm so hungry.
Then that's whenever they're talking again about the trip, not the trip, but like to meeting his parents, because he's like, you sure you want to do this? We should do this another time. Like so much has been going on. And she's like, no, like it's okay. I need this.
Everything's fine now.
Let's do
like,
this. Yeah, because she feels like because she sacrificed the cat that it will be all good. Which, hey, maybe it did work, but it only bought her like 6 hours, because then as we're at the parents' house and they're this is when we're like, oh, okay, dang, he has a lot of money because it's a big house and it's like a big property. The car and the like, you know how car like what is that, like the entrance, like
it's
the
got like
curbside
a giant
appeal
wrap around driveway kind of thing that makes like a circle and stuff. So they've got plenty of space for parking, and it.
My parents had cement poured for their driveway like a month or so ago. It is not even that big of a portion. It is so crazy expensive.
Yeah,
cement is so crazy expensive.
It is.
Like, that is wild. Like I was like, how much for like literally a slab? Like what? Like because they just had like this done, and it was so. Anyways, probably depends on who you go to, but anyways, it was expensive. But yes,
Yeah.
they are there. We're meeting the parents. We're getting in. We already
They're
can tell.
remarking on what a beautiful day it is,
Yeah.
and she's like, everything seems a little hunky dory. But yeah, we're meeting the mom. The mom's like
bitch,
a bitch, because I wrote these parents are a nightmare.
Yeah.
Because they just keep, asking her stuff, and she's like, oh, a harvest cake? Is this something you'd make on a farm?
There's a lot of shade
Yeah.
getting thrown by Miss Mama at Miss Christine. And then also she ends up this is when we get that moment where they're walking by the cat, and then cat hisses at her.
Yeah,
And the cat's name is
Hecuba.
Hecuba. One for one. That sounds like a witch name.
It does.
And then that's whenever the mom is like, oh, Hecuba never like hisses at
Hecuba's
anybody.
so nice, so sweet.
And then Christine is like, oh, I used to have a cat. And then he's like, used to? Don't we still have a cat? And then her little line, it just gets me. You know, cats, they come and they go as they please. I don't know. How am I supposed to know?
How am I supposed to know?
And then we have them getting taken to the dining room for supper. And they're having supper. We're talking to each other. It's a little awkward at first, and then Miss Mama here is like, oh, it must be so hard, working at the bank and counting all that money and stuff, because she thinks that Christine is a teller. But Christine is like, no, I'm a loan officer, and then tells them about this new big deal that she's getting and how she's gonna possibly get promoted to branch or assistant manager. And so then they kind of get a little bit more impressed with her, and then Mom gets definitely more impressed whenever Christine like comes forward about like her own family, and then talks about her mom being an alcoholic.
Yeah, I know. I was expecting her to go the opposite route and be like, no, we can't bring alcoholism into this family, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But she was oddly receptive to it, and she was like, I find your honesty refreshing. My father had alcohol, like substance
problem,
abuse. Yeah.
And I was always too ashamed to admit it.
Yeah. And she was like, but you were just so upfront about it.
She says, you've got backbone.
Yeah.
And then that's
So
whenever
then they're joking.
Yeah, and it kind of seems like everything's a little bit better, but unfortunately, just as things seem to be going really great, Christine starts to hear like the sounds and noises again, and they're coming from behind a door. And she's kind of like, what the fuck? And then that's whenever we have her, it's really breaking her concentration while they're like having small talk. And then we have the cake come out, which she proceeds to try to eat, but is also distracted by these voices. And then there's an eye in her slice.
Yeah, there's something like moving from within her slice, and I thought it was going to be some flies at first. But like, because it would kind of look like a raisin.
I thought it was going to be pieces of her cat.
Oh.
But it didn't happen that way.
That would have been
really traumatizing for
you.
Yeah. But
I mean, the whole puking of the cat up earlier, I was like, when it hits little body hits the ground, and it just like
thuds,
splooshes the vomit off of it. Yeah, really. But it ends up being an eyeball in her cake, and it's. I almost said Hecuba's eye. It's not Hecuba.
No.
Mrs. Ganish's eye, her blue eye, that is in it, and she loses her mind over this piece of cake basically, and like stabs it, and then like red. It looked like a jam or something
coming out
of it.
It's pretty good effects.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's normal whenever she's looking back around and everybody's still talking. Because she comes back to conversation, because then the mom was like asking her a question. She's like, no, I would never. And then Justin was like, what do you mean? We did meet at a bar. And then that's whenever she starts hearing more noises, right?
Yes.
And then that's whenever she's like starts to choke, and then a fucking fly comes out of her mouth, and everybody is like so shocked, and the dad is shocked, and the mom is shocked, and they stop eating the cake. And then she pretty quickly, I think after this, loses her temper, and is like, I hear you.
Yeah.
I fucking hear you. Leave me alone.
What the hell do you want?
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
And then she like storms out, and then the mom is like, that is a sick girl. Do not chase after her.
Yeah. She's like, I think I better go. And her mom's like, yeah, I think that'd be best.
Yeah.
And then, she was like, that's a sick girl. Don't chase after her. And it was like, damn.
Yeah.
Fucking savage yet again.
And then Justin's like, Eric Clay is like, no, I'm going. That's my girlfriend. Like, I'm going to go check on her.
And she needs help.
Yeah.
So let me go help her.
Mm-hmm. And then that's whenever she goes to see the psychic again, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he's basically saying that the Lamia will come for her. And unless she can cough up $10,000 cash by tomorrow to help her get the Lamia off of her, basically. Yeah. And she, which is just like $10,000. Damn.
Yeah, it's pretty steep.
For her to, I can't believe they coughed up 10,000. If I was Clay, I would be asking for a refund at the end of this film.
Oh, yeah.
I would be like, give me my 10,000.
My girlfriend still got dragged to hell.
Yeah.
Literally.
So I would like a refund.
Yeah, and then
write a bad review,
and rightfully so. She's also like pissed off because she's like, "What the fuck? What do you mean? Like, I like." She's just like, "I need to get rid of this," but she needs the money to get Miss Sean, what's her name? Sanderna. But she ends up she ends up going to work the next day, and she really awkwardly starts to try to ask her boss like for an advancement on her pay for her new position. And then he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, but like unfortunately the big loan that you were trying to get, it went to First National, and I don't know what happened, but I'm gonna have to check into it. But that doesn't look good for you or me, and you're just not gonna, that's on hold.
Basically you're not gonna get the job.
Yeah, and so she's like obviously devastated, and so she goes home and she ends up
collecting all of her things. Mm-hmm. She's basically gonna pawn everything that she owns, everything of like a flute, which
ice skates.
Flutes cost a lot of money, so her drill.
Do. Yeah.
She was grabbing anything and everything.
Oh, for sure.
Like her TV or the DVD player or something. And she was grabbing basically anything. And then she's out in the shed out back, and all of a sudden the old lady shows up again. Yeah. Mrs. Ganesh shows up and shoves her whole arm down her throat.
Yeah, she sure does.
Just and like
as Christine has her whole arm down her throat and is getting attacked by her, for some reason she has an anvil in her.
Yeah, just hanging from the ceiling, ready to
fall on somebody.
Wile E. Coyote.
Yeah, and so she cuts it and it falls onto top of Miss Sylvia's head, and then her eyes pop out because Sam Raimi loves having eyes pop out.
Yeah, I know. I was like, oh, how fitting. I thought one was gonna go in her mouth because she was gasping. She was like,
yeah,
and so her mouth was wide open, primed for an eyeball.
Just like
and
plop her in the face, basically, and pop off.
Just
and then as soon as it happens, it's not happening because it was just a hallucination or something, because she's like looking around and nobody's there and there's no blood or anything on her. And so that's whenever she goes to the pawn shop, she trades in her shit and she gets $3,800 for it.
Yep.
And he's just like, take it or leave it. And then we see her crying at home over ice cream.
I love the line whenever Clay comes in and he's like, aren't you lactose intolerant?
Yeah.
And she was like, yes, but I wanted to eat ice cream.
So I was just like, fuck it.
I loved it.
And so, yeah,
because the music was so like swelling and like beautiful in the background. Like it was supposed to be a heartfelt moment.
Yeah.
And so it was all like, so pretty. And then he was like, aren't you lactose intolerant? And I was like, what? And this is such a weird line.
And so she's like, screw it. I feel like shit. So if I'm going to be shitting later, that's okay.
Yeah.
And so she ends up.
It's fitting.
Right.
Shitting for a shitty mood.
And so he ends up like basically telling her like, I love you, and I told myself from the first day I met you that I would protect you, so I basically paid for it all, so it's gonna be okay.
Paid the 10 G's.
And she's like, oh my god, thank you so much. And yes, so this is whenever they end up going to the house from the beginning of the film.
Yep.
And they get inside and the psychic introduces her to Sean Sanderna. Derna. Yeah, it's Derna. And and then that's whenever she ends up explaining to them that she's been waiting for this opportunity since she lost that little boy, so many years ago.
She needs to redeem herself and make herself, That's my ankle.
And she basically wants to redeem herself, is like you said, and get back at the spirit because she lost that little boy's soul.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
And she's basically, as they go further into the house and stuff, and they're going into this like big room. She explains that her husband was also a medium, and he picked out this house or chose to build on this land because basically, all in all, the place is basically a portal. Portal for things to come through and for things to go. And so
yes,
she's basically saying like, we can do this, but I need like your help to summon the demon. I need you to be believing, and we've got the perfect location basically to do this. So that's what we're going to do. And so they sit down and they have a seance of sorts, and they bring out a goat. And this poor goat,
it's like, does not want to be there.
Yeah. It was like reeling.
It was acting for its life, or it just really hated being there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because then afterwards, once it was chained to the table, it was just like, okay.
I wasn't even paying attention.
I kept looking at Christine too.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, she must have given that goat so many treats, and it was just waiting for its next treat.
Probably.
Waiting for a tin can.
Little cute goat. But yeah, they have that seance, and we have the spirit of the Lamia coming through and possessing Miss Sanderna.
Yeah, because he's basically the other guy, the original medium, is saying like, you must invite the darkness in.
Yeah.
And then they're all chanting, I welcome the dead into my soul. I welcome the dead into my soul. And then that's when...
Oh, my bad. Yeah, because all those other spirits start coming in.
Yeah,
and then
she was like, something else is here with us. But it was just they called it a something spirit. I forgot.
Basically just like the extras.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then she was just like, be gone, and banished them all.
Be gone, you foolish spirits, be gone.
And that's whenever we have her then getting does it start shaking?
Yeah, she says he is coming.
Yeah.
And then there's a loud screeching, and then something kind of charges the table after the door starts banging.
Yeah.
And then that's when Sanderna gets possessed.
Yep. And then she comes back to, and like her eyes are all blacked out, and she's got like these razor sharp teeth, and she is basically, you know, the psychic's like, what's your name? And she's like, the Lamia. And then he's like, what do you want? And he's like, I crave Christine Brown's soul.
And she was like, it wasn't even me, it was my manager.
Yeah.
She threw him under the bus so fast. I was like, damn, girl.
And the whole purpose of this, and we got explained a little earlier, was that like she has to channel whenever it goes into sun, whatever, she has to put her hand on the goat so that the demon's entity can transfer into the goat, and then they can slaughter the goat and then finally be done with it. But unfortunately, when she does transfer this, I love actually when she transferred it into the goat, and the goat's like, you fucking tricked me, you bitch.
You bitch.
And then it ends up biting Milos, and then going into Milos' body.
Yeah, and then he's sitting there dancing all around, and then this is where he then comes up to her, and he's like, I don't want your cat. And then goes
throws up the cat
throws
in front
up
of
the
her.
Cat, and its dead little stiff body lands. Oh, so sad.
And then at this point, the son Sanderna had come to, and she's chanting, and she's trying to
banish the spirit. And she is successful in banishing the spirits, but only from the seance.
Yeah, and outside of Milos. Yeah.
And then she just dies.
Poor thing. Yeah, just kills over.
Yeah.
Like
I guess she completed what she needed to do, and then her body was like, okay, we're done. Yeah, because she just all of a sudden is dead, and I was like, what the fuck?
It happened pretty fast, and I'm kind of disappointed
really fast.
We didn't get more of the goat. Like, honestly,
I know the goat,
the talking goat was just for one line, but like I feel like that could have been pretty
you
good.
Bitch.
Literally. I just love, you fucking tricked me, you bitch. And that's whenever we have her then leaving with the psychic, and the psychic is like, you know, they're talking because they're walking back to his shop, right? Or somewhere, I don't know, or maybe it's outside of the house.
Yeah, I think they're just outside of the house because you see Sanderna's body getting taken out on a stretcher in like a body bag.
Got it.
And he was like, you saw her drive it from a seance. And he says, when this night is through, the Lamia will come for the owner of this accursed object. And then he was like, you can gift it to someone. And she's like, why didn't you tell me this earlier? And he was like, well,
it's kind of like last resort.
Yeah, because then you're damning someone else to hell.
And
basically.
then I would be an accomplice. So basically, like, we're damning someone else. Yeah, we're responsible for someone else literally who probably didn't do anything.
Tortured in hell for the rest of eternity.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, it is.
But honestly, would it rather be me? Like, okay. I'd find somebody.
If I had a Stu in my life,
I'd find
Stu would
somebody.
be getting it.
I'd find somebody.
My next note immediately, like literally, he barely got the words out of his mouth, and I was like, "Gift it to Stu. Give it to Stu."
Because then, unfortunately, she goes to a diner and she's just like, she's looking around and she's trying to think of who she.
First, she's driving home.
Oh, that's right.
With Clay.
That's right.
And they almost run over a man, and then he
starts yelling at her.
You will burn in hell. You will burn in hell. But as the car like lunged to a stop or came, to a stop, everything in her lap,
fell
including
forward.
the button in the envelope, fell forward and got mixed up with all the papers on the ground.
Clay stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. And so
she freaks out a little bit and she's like, oh my God, where is it? And then she finds her little envelope. She's like, oh, calm down. Everything's good.
Yeah.
And then Clay
was like, what the fuck?
And then Clay is even like, is it over? Like, is everything good? It might have been right before she hit the guy, but she even confirmed with him, like, yeah, it's over. It's good. Even though she knows it's not, but she feels like it will be,
Yeah. As soon as she gifts it. And so, then she goes to that diner and she's looking for someone to give it to. And she, looks at a couple and her and the waitress get into it for a second. And she's like, I'll give you a tip you won't forget.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, this waitress just
trying to do her job.
Just trying to make money.
Money for real.
That's it.
I mean, vibes.
It probably also wasn't. If somebody told me.
Yeah.
I would have not responded well either, but I wouldn't have said that.
There's a way. And there's also other factors.
Because also I could be drinking coffee and then still tip really well.
Because she even said specifically, coffee drinkers don't tip.
Yeah. Coffee drinkers don't tip.
And so then that's whenever we have her seeing that old man, right? And then she's like, oh, okay.
She like starts walking up to him and then his little wife comes and he's like, oh, what a lovely surprise.
Do it. So then she goes to the payphone because she gets the idea and she calls Stu. And she's like, you better get here. I'm going to tell our boss about how that, what you did and how that loan went to the other company, First National. And so he goes and he's all spooked out because she's going to rat him out. And then she is like, I'm going to give you this gift and whatever. But then at the end,
it'll be yours.
She's just like,
her conscience gets the better of her.
She's just like, leave, just go. And then he's like,
what?
You were going to give it to me. He like wants it.
Yeah.
And then she's like, no, it's okay. And then he just leaves. And then she is looking at her coffee or something, or the button. And then she sees Mrs. Ganish's obituary.
Yeah.
And she sees where she's buried at. And she has this epiphany to be like, And so she goes to the psychic and she's like, hey, is it possible to give this to someone who's already dead? Like, give this to the deceased. And then, which honestly, I don't know if this would have ever even worked, because even if we find out later why, but I don't think that would have worked. Like, she's already dead.
Yeah.
Like, there's no soul. Like, her soul's already, I feel like, accounted
been processed.
Exactly, right? It's already been processed, girl. You can't pull it back.
The
shipping and handling.
Checking system.
Yeah.
And they've already sent it off to its
She's
final
probably already
destination.
in hell. Like,
yeah.
I don't know.
For cursing you.
Yeah. But, so he's like, it can be done. So, but you have to like make it a formal, giving and all this and that. And so she ends up going to the cemetery and,
I love as she's driving, she's like, I'll shove it down her goddamn throat.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And then that's when the scarf hits the window again, and it's got Mrs. Ganish's face in it.
Yeah.
And then it like gets inside the car.
And then through the motor, and then into the AC duct. It comes through there. And then is it the steering wheel or AC? It's probably AC, right? Somehow.
Yeah, probably.
And then it just gets on her face very, whatchamacallit, like a face hugger
yeah.
vibes. And then she's fighting it while still driving. And then she finally gets pretty close to her destination. Over. Yeah. And she gets out and she like starts attacking it.
Beating up a scarf.
Getting it on the ground. And it's making like noises. Yeah. And so she ends up very much like the Evil Dead with the hand.
Yes, exactly. It reminded me of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so she's beating up the scarf, and then she gets to the cemetery, and she's digging up the Mrs. Ganish's grave. And she gets inside there and sees, opens up the casket, and Mrs. Ganish was buried in a real cheap casket, I guess, because she was able to just rip the little plywood board off the top. But then she starts to fight. The body like sits up and like gets caught in her hair and rips out her hair, and she's like, that's the last hair you'll ever get from me.
This whole scene, she's fighting her. She ends up like knocking the body back and then getting a shovel.
Like
and
Jennifer
then
Coolidge there.
Really did.
This makes me want a hot dog real bad.
And then she ends up like attacking, can you attack a dead person? The corpse. She ends up getting the shovel and then like putting it in her head, and then
she shoves her mouth open, and then she's like, choke on it, bitch,
and then puts the envelope with the button in her mouth. And then as she's trying to get out, it's also pouring rain this whole time. And
it's making like a chocolate river.
The whole grave is filling up with
Willy
water.
Wonka.
It did look like that. And she's trying to get out, but she can't, and she falls back into the grave, and then Mrs. Ganish's body pops back up and is like around her,
it's like hugging her
down. And then then there's a cross like tombstone that like falls on top of her and
knocks
kind of
her unconscious
for a little bit.
She goes under. You're like, oh shit, she dead.
This is how it ends. But then she pops back out, and it's like OMG. And then she comes out, and
the dawn is rising. It's a new day, and the rain is washing her clean. And then we get this cool transition shot from the rain into her shower. And she's
washing
being
it all off,
literally washed clean of this
from her sins.
Yes,
just kidding.
Of this demon. And everything seems really hunky-dory basically now. She's going out. She's going to meet Clay at the station so they can go on their little weekend getaway trip to the cabin or whatever together. And she's like, it's a beautiful day. She looks so happy in her little floral dress, and she stops by a window, sees this coat that she really wants. The lady's like, we're not open. And she's like, please, I really want this coat. I'm going on a special trip. Blah, 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 blah,
with
blah.
my boyfriend, please.
Please come
like
to this coat.
Cartman.
Yeah.
And then she ends up meeting Clay at the train station, the train stop.
And we see he was going to propose.
Platform and 3/4, 9 3/4. And then, yes, he was going to propose because he has a little diamond in his little box in his hand. And then she comes up, she looks very cute. And then whenever he notices that she doesn't have her other jacket on, and he's like, oh, what happened to your other sweater jacket thing? And she's like, oh, I got this new one, and I couldn't stand the other one, because of everything that it went through. And so then he's like, oh, because he's like, I found your button. He was like, it must have gotten confused with my coin because they look the same in the envelope. The other night.
And she had also just admitted too that,
oh, that's right,
like, it was my decision not to give her an extension and stuff. And so like she came to terms with it and like admitted it, and then her fault. And now he was like, and then he brings up the button again, and
and she's like,
you can see the shock on her face.
And she's like, what? No. And then unfortunately she's just like backing up, and then she falls into the train tracks. And there's a train coming, so either way she would have died. But before the train can hit her, and as Clay is like on looking and trying to like extend his hand for her, the ground starts breaking just like in the beginning, and the depths of hell open up, and she starts getting dragged to hell.
He watches her get dragged straight to hell. Her face starts like deteriorating and stuff, like as she's getting dragged down, and she's like, help me. And the train hits her, and I mean, she's already under it, but you can like, the train's going over her as she's getting dragged. And kind of disguising the situation probably from other onlookers. And you just see him like with the flames reflected in his eyes, looking all teary-eyed and stuff, because he just watched his girlfriend get dragged to hell. And then that's the end of the movie.
And that's it.
It pops up and drag me to hell again. Which I liked.
Dong. That's what it gave. And that was Drag Me to Hell. Overall, pretty campy horror movie. There's a lot of humor injected into it, which at times, like, it kind of feels like at times it's a horror movie that tries to be a comedy, or it's a horror movie that doesn't know that it's like trying to be a comedy, and vice versa, like a comedy that doesn't know it's trying to be a horror movie, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Because there are definitely a lot of funny one-liners that happen in it. There are certain situations that are really funny, like just, you know, Mrs. Ganish's eyes bulging out and then with the anvil, and then her even just like gumming on Christine.
Yeah.
There are just so many moments that it's quite stupendous. It's quite like absurd, but at the same time, that is, if you think about it, that is horrific, because if some old lady was gumming on me, that's quite terrifying.
That's like
Blech.
one of the most terrifying
God.
things I could think of.
Yeah, right? And
just
so,
somebody gumming on your
own
like,
mouth. Yeah, that's so.
yeah.
And so,
even like if it was on my arm or something, I'd be like, ah.
That's true. Justin Long did a pretty good job in his role. I feel like even like the other actor, like the dad and the mom, like she made me hate her, so she obviously did really good in her role. And then even the bot, like everybody was really believable, even Stu, except for unfortunately our lead actress, Miss Christine.
Yeah.
I honestly have never seen this chick in anything else other than this that I know of.
She looks like a Walmart Brie Larson.
And Hill Country Fair Brie.
Yeah.
Sorry to this girl,
Allison Lohman.
Sorry, Allison Lohman. And you know what?
Hey, Hill Country Fair makes some great products.
They do. And also, like, it's not. I'm not saying like we all have her. I'm sure there's a role for her, or a role out there that she's done that like was really good. I don't know, but like this just was kind of like not it. Her delivery and her lines were unbelievable at some points, and then her reactions, her facial like emoting wasn't enough sometimes. And yeah, other than that, I thought it was a pretty fun story. I would have liked to see the goat a little bit more, like possessed. That would have been really cool. It was giving me like the Witch, Black Thomas, kind of vibes. And then I
put comical.
Yeah. I feel like out of all, I think it'll get a 3 from me.
A 3.
A 3 boos. Yeah.
Yeah.
3 boos. I mean, it's not bad, and I definitely laughed through it, but I don't know. Maybe I just like I don't know what to Oh, this is bad. I don't know. This is not a good review. I'm sorry, you guys, because it feels like, you know, if it was a comedy, this is a 5.
Yeah.
This is a horror movie, it's a 3. It just, I feel like a little bit less of that injection of the comedy, and it would have been good, you know, like in terms
it was
of
one of those ones that really, it was like, are you a horror movie or are you a horror comedy? What are you doing?
They really hammed it up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, sure, if it was a horror I don't know. Let's give it a 3. You go. Because I'm back and forth.
Let's see. Some fun facts. Mm-hmm. We already discussed that Allison Lohman did almost all of her own stunts. Mm-hmm. When Sylvia Ganish attacks Christine in her car, Sylvia curses in Hungarian. She says some words that I'm not going to try and pronounce. And it basically translates to, shall the devil fly into you? And she also uses the Hungarian word Szajja 2 times. And this word directly translates to bitch or whore in English.
Wow.
The yellow Oldsmobile Delta 88 is Sam Raimi's own car that his father first bought new in 1973. It has appeared in all of his films except The Quick and the Dead, For the Love of the Game, and Oz the Great and Powerful.
Cool. Yeah.
So I guess,
I think Mike was talking about that.
Yeah, he loves that cars and everything.
Mm-hmm.
The script was written after Sam Raimi and Ivan Raimi completed Army of Darkness, but Sam pursued in 1992. But Sam pursued other projects before returning to this.
Yeah.
And then a Lamia is actually a boogie woman from Greek mythology who stalks the countryside looking for children to devour. It was a story used to get young children into their beds at bedtime.
That's so interesting.
And then let's see. Oh, some cameos. Ted Raimi, Sam's brother, makes an off-screen cameo as a doctor. Their brother Ivan, also the co-screenwriter of this and several other films, really is a practicing doctor of osteopathic medicine. Scott Spiegel, writer of Evil Dead 2, appears as a mourner at the Death Fest.
Cool.
Yeah.
In the house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then Christopher Young, the composer of the musical score, can be briefly seen eating a cupcake outside the bakery Christine looks into on her way into work at the beginning of the film.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And then I don't know what the word I just tried to say.
Director.
I think I was going director and Sam Raimi at the same time.
Director Sam Raimi?
Director Sam Raimi was a spirit during the exorcism scene. So he...
Oh, one of those ghosts that were flying around. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So he showed up there.
They
He does like to be in
his movies. That's
his
like
movies,
little
yeah.
Those ghosts gave very like Haunted Mansion ghosts.
Yes, they did.
Mhm,
That is
mhm.
exactly what it reminded me of.
Yeah.
Like
Which
especially
I
with
just
how
watched
they...
for the first time, like a few weeks ago.
Which, the
Robert.
new one?
No, the old one with Eddie.
With
with
Eddie
Eddie
Murphy.
Murphy. Yeah, I had never seen it before.
Oh,
it's pretty cute.
It is cute.
Yeah.
I liked that movie.
Mhm.
Haunted Mansion has a whole bunch of lore behind it.
I didn't
Like
know
there's a whole podcast on like the different parks and the different lore behind each of the characters and stuff like that.
Disney made it up, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like a real like haunting thing though, right? No.
Yeah,
No.
no.
Okay, got it though. No, yeah.
But-
I mean, yeah, I've been to Disney World and I know like I've been on that ride.
Yeah.
Which is pretty interesting. It's pretty cool.
They have lore, but like behind all of it for all the characters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It like connects everything together, and different parks have different lore and stuff like that.
Because they all have their own version.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty deep.
Yeah, which is pretty cool. But I think I would give this film a 2.5.
I feel that. That's kind of what I wanted to go to, but I was like, I don't know, it's kind of low. You know what? I changed mine to a 2.5 as well. Sorry.
Yeah, 2.5. It was an enjoyable enough film to watch. Like I was able to get through it, but yeah, Alison Lohman's performance was a little lackluster, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And there were parts of it that were just comical and not in like a good, funny way. And then seeing more of the goat, that would have been fun. I would have liked to have seen more that
goat, less
whole
kitty.
scene. I did like. I thought that whole scene was done really well.
Same. Yeah, that was kind of probably my favorite, the best part of the whole movie.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I liked that scene.
And it was literally 4 minutes, like 5 minutes. It was the shortest scene of like, I feel like the whole movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it should have lasted longer and been the climax
And
of the
made it
film
really
as
big.
opposed to later on. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was, I agree. Overall, good film, good enough film. I don't really understand a lot of maybe the appeal behind it for some people.
The hype.
Yeah, the hype, but
It's
still enjoyed watching it.
Everybody's different. I mean, we all
and
like
this
our
was the second time I'd watched it.
different things.
So
yeah, I'd tell you this is probably like my 4th time watching it.
yeah, so I mean that's something if you're
Saying
able to
enough.
watch a movie 4 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is that, well, I don't know because unfortunately every time that I watch it, I literally forgot like half of this movie.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't remember most of that.
Yeah, I didn't remember the goat or anything. The only thing I remembered from this film was her at the end getting dragged to hell on the subway tracks.
I remembered the goat for sure because I remembered really liking that part, but because it just makes me laugh. You fucking bitch! You tricked me. But I didn't remember most of the other movie. I just remember Justin Long.
Yeah, I remember Justin Long being in it.
I didn't remember any of the storyline with like the coworker Stu. I
Yeah.
didn't remember like any of that.
I remembered Mrs. Ganesh.
I didn't remember the parents' dinner. I didn't remember any of that. Yeah. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I didn't remember the eyeball cake. I remembered Mrs. Ganesh and the way she looked. And then I remember the ending. But yeah, 2.5 from me because sorry, I just don't get it.
And a redacted 3 and a 2.5 for me.
So a solid 2.5 from your boo base for 2009's Drag Me to Hell, directed by Sam Raimi.
Thanks, Sam.
Thanks, Sam. You did it again.
You did. And once again, we're in the lovely Rogue Media Network studios.
That's right.
And they always take good care of us. You can listen to our podcast and a lot of other podcasts on RogueMediaNetwork.com.
And then if you want to listen to us on any of your favorite podcasting platforms, you can do so. But the biggest two would be
Spotify
and also Apple. And then wherever you do listen, don't forget to
rate, review, like, and subscribe.
That's right, because that's the only way we can get ahead in this world. And then if you want to reach out to us, let us know your thoughts on Drag Me to Hell, why we should have rated it higher, or if you agree with our rating, you can do so on Instagram and that our one social media platform, and that is at
Boobays Podcast, and that's at BOOBAES because we're your boobays, not your boobabes.
That's right. And thank you to all the new followers we've gained on Instagram recently. We appreciate your interaction and everything. So, just let us know your thoughts on the films, and we'd be happy to discuss them with y'all. We got a lot of responses from Hereditary, our Hereditary post. Lots of people responded on that.
A lot of people love that movie.
Yeah. It's such a good movie.
Honestly, Toni Collette just sells that movie.
She does.
But yeah, and you can also leave us like we've always all the time say listener request. Please send us a DM
because we're covering,
comment on whatever post and just be like, hey, please do this film.
Yeah,
you know?
And then we'll add it to our ongoing list. And speaking of listener requests, the next film that we'll be covering for our listener requests of the month of October will be Ganjam Haunted Asylum.
Yes.
A listener request from Phil.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you, Phil.
Shout out to Phil.
Yeah.
So very excited about that. I've never seen it, never even heard of it. So
I have heard good things.
So we'll be doing that next.
I have had 2 people that I really trust as far as horror films go recommend it to me.
And say it's good.
Yeah.
I'm down.
And then Phil really liked Midsummer. So I'm assuming if he liked Midsummer, and he really liked this film was enough to request it. I feel like it probably has to be
found
pretty
footage,
good.
right?
Yeah, it is found footage, and it is Korean.
Woo! Let's do it.
Yeah.
Where can we tell our listeners they could probably find this? Do you happen to know?
I know it used to be on Shudder.
So if you want to possibly watch before even having the episode come out and having your own opinion, you can find that possibly on Shudder.
Possibly on Shudder. We found this one today on Amazon Prime.
Yes, we did.
It was
for free.
included with Prime.
For free.
For free.
We love for free. But yeah, is there anything else we need to add in there?
Nope, I think that's all. So until next time, you guys.
Bye, bays.
Bye, bays.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Caroline, you should tell them about the newest thing that Bloody Happy Hour is doing.
A Patreon.
It's a Patreon. What is that?
That means you're basically like a VIP member, and you get some perks. You maybe get like merch a little earlier. You get
exclusive merch.
You could get first dibs on signing up for a live show. You get episodes with no commercials.
You get our video because our video is no longer available on YouTube. It is only on Patreon, and the most important to me is you get videos of our live shows, but also bonus episodes each month. But if you're on a Patreon, you're VIP, you're going to get more.
Because I always have a lot of details I want to go to. I can law-splain. I might read a book.
This is also going to be the exclusive place that Dirty Chat is going to go to. In order to hear the full content, it's going to be Patreon. Where do they go again?
Patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour.
Hey y'all, I'm April.
And I'm Caroline.
And this
is your Bloody Happy Hour.
Caroline, are you ready for this?
This is your newest guilty pleasure.
It's the bloodiest part of your week.
Did we say something about it also being happy hour?
Show did.
Because we about to be sipping on some murder. Bloody Happy Hour.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
Thirsty Thursday, full episode here. And if you don't know, this podcast is called
Bloody Happy Hour?
Yeah, what do we do on this podcast?
I think we talk about stuff that happens to turn out bloody, which is usually crime or, anything.
Crime.
And we get thirsty because we talk a lot. So then we have to stay quenched. So we typically choose beverages with alcohol.
Yeah.
Why would you not?
Yeah. So I got Deep Eddy lemon today. I'm taking it back old school.
Yeah, you really are.
And what do you have?
Ranch waters.
Ranch water.
I mean, and what you have to, you gotta laugh a little bit. You gotta drink a little bit when you deal with all of this stuff.
Yeah.
And when you just live in the world, because world.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's our happy hour. So if you enjoy happy hour, then tune in, listen to this story. It's Caroline's turn tonight. She's going to tell us a good one. And if you have other friends that enjoy happy hour and true crime, you should send this episode to some of your friends. And if you've been listening to us for a while, or even if it's your first time and you have not gone on and rated us, you should go to Apple Podcasts or Spotify, wherever you listen to your podcasts, and put a rating in or review in. Rate us, review us, but then also subscribe to us so you'll get all the new episodes as they come up.
Yeah, do everything she just said, and you never know, because you always want somebody to go talk to about, like, I want to talk about what this case or this case or this case or whatever, and so you never know, your friend might be interested. Then you have somebody to go and talk about the podcast with.
Yeah,
I mean, why would you not?
Yeah.
So
or you could be awkward like me and just always talk about it, no matter who gives a shit or not.
I know. So, but luckily for you, you were married before all of this.
Oh, now they just think you're
Now
awkward?
they just think I'm crazy. But I try not to talk about it too much.
Not on your dates.
Yeah.
Not on your swipes.
I just try to ask them questions.
Got it. Look at you.
I know. I'm really growing.
Good. Good. Okay, Caroline, where are we going today?
We're
What
going
it's
to
about?
Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Have you ever watched Wizard of Oz?
Yes.
Okay. Do
Every
you know
time
the
it comes
cowardly?
on, I know every word.
Do you know the Cowardly Lion?
Yes.
Can you mimic how he sounds?
You put me on the spot.
Does he sound anything similar to this?
I keep getting drunk every night. I can't believe I just big dream.
Oh, yeah.
I want you to.
He was crying all the time.
Okay, well, that's kind of where we're going today. We're going to do something called the Weepy Voice Killer.
Oh.
And he has a very weepy voice. He's been weepy.
Okay, do we know who the killer is?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've heard of it.
I
but
know.
I don't know it.
I know. And these, by the way, when these 911 calls come up, they're so annoying. This guy is so annoying, but I will tell you what he says afterwards because they're transcribed. So here we go.
Let's do it.
The Whippy Voice Killer. So I'm kind of jumping right in, and you got to pay attention because some of them, it's just the whole thing. And he doesn't have much of a background childhood, but I'll get to that at the end. So New Year's Eve, 1980.
I already know his mom probably yelled at him all the time. He had overbearing.
He was one of 10 kids, so he didn't
he
have
got no attention.
no attention.
Okay, I'm gonna try to diagnose him as I'm going through.
Okay.
Casey, I'm being a Casey.
Well, I was gonna hold off and give you that.
Oh, okay.
But I can tell you.
Oh,
it.
No. I wanted to guess it as we go.
Okay, yeah. So, 1980 New Year's Eve, 20-year-old student Karen Potak had just arrived to St. Paul, Minnesota, and she was meeting up with her sisters for a New Year's Eve party. And she starts drinking. You know, you get a little heavy on the sauce, and you're gonna have a little New Year's Eve party time. But she somehow decided that she was gonna pull something like what I do and just wander off and just.
Oh.
You should never do that. You should never drunkenly wander off into nothing. But if you're on the Cayman Islands and you're going to go walk through the drive-through, it should be okay. You're safe. No? Okay, no. So she wanders off from this party, and then 3 hours later, around 3 a.m., police receive a call from a man wanting a squad car to be sent to Pierce Butler Road at the Malberg Manufacturing Company. Remember the Malberg Manufacturing Company machine shop. So this is where there was a, quote, girl hurt there. Okay, and the caller's voice is very shaky, filled with emotion, and the dispatch person is like, once the dispatch asks for the name of the person hangs up. Officers get to the scene. They find Karen's naked body in a snowbank. What's a snowbank? I don't know, a bank near the railroad tracks. She's been beaten with the tire iron so severely that her skull is cracked and you can see her brain. Oh. But she is alive.
No.
She survives.
Is she okay?
Well, she's got brain trauma.
Some cognitive.
So she has no memory of the attack. And it severely affects her memory, but she lived through it, and this just seems to be a random attack.
Is she speech fine?
I don't know, but that's all I know is, well,
it's a traumatic brain injury.
Karen Potack, Potack. So this was in 1980, okay?
And now a word from our sponsors.
Then we go to the next one. His next victim, this is the second attack, but his first murder. And this is Kimberly Compton. This is on June 3rd, 1981, and a group of boys were walking through this wooded area near Interstate 35. This is in St. Paul, and they come across the body of an 18-year-old Wisconsin student named Kimberly Compton. She stabbed 61 times with an ice pick and was strangled with the shoelace. So Kimberly Compton is the one who's stabbed with the ice pick and strangled with the shoelace.
And the first one was beaten with the tire iron.
Yes.
Okay.
So then they have another police call. And it's this caller who's tearful and full of emotion and reports that he committed this crime, and he tells the police, quote, "Goddamn, you will find me. I just stabbed somebody with an ice pick. I can't stop myself. I keep killing somebody. I keep killing somebody." That's what the phrase that he uses. So they trace the call back to a phone. It's a payphone near a bar near this bus depot. And by the time they get there, of course, the killer's gone. But at this point, they dub this guy and they give him his name as the weepy-voiced killer. 2 days later, the killer called again to say that he was sorry for what he did to Compton. And this is the first phone call that I'm going to play for you.
Don't talk, just listen. I'm sorry what I did to Compton. I couldn't help it. Don't know why I had to stab her. I am so upset about it. I keep getting drunk every night. I can't believe it. It's just like a big dream. I can't think of being locked up. If I get locked up, I'll kill myself. I'd rather kill myself than get locked up. I'll try not to kill anybody else.
Okay, that's the first one. So what he said was, don't talk, just listen. He always starts it off with, don't talk, just listen. He said, I'm sorry what I did to Compton. I couldn't help it. I don't know why I stab her. I'm so upset. I keep getting drunk every day, but I can't believe it's like this is a big dream. I can't think of being locked up. If I get locked up, I'll kill myself. I'd rather kill myself than get locked up. I'll try not to kill anybody else. Well, he seems to be really worried about himself and not that he just stabbed this person 61 times with an ice pick and with the stringer or with the shoelace. And this is why I also think that he sounds like this cowardly lion. He sounds just like the lion.
I wonder if he remembers the phone calls the next morning if he's this drunk.
That's what I think that, okay, and I mentioned that later. It's like Jekyll and Hyde type of a thing where he like does this stuff and then he wakes up and regrets it and doesn't have a clue what yes. Yeah.
I think there's a
I was the not, there is.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, there is. That's where some of this is from. Yep. So he doesn't. So then he goes on, and it's July 21st, 1982. So it's like a year later. A woman named Carol Kellogg goes to her friend's house. Her friend is Kathleen Greening. Okay, Kathleen Greening. They're on vacation. They go to Mackinac Island. Carol goes to the house. She knocks on the door. She's going to meet up with Kathleen. She goes to Kathleen's house. She knocks on the door. Nobody answers. She's like, well, we're about to go on vacation, so whatever. She tries to open the door. The door's unlocked, so she goes in. She's like, hey, Kathleen. Nobody answers. So she starts looking around the house. She's checking every room. Kathleen isn't there. Finally, she notices the bathroom light is on, so she goes into the bathroom. That's where she finds Carol's naked body floating, lying face up in the filled bathtub.
What? In the what bathtub?
Filled, like water,
okay.
or I guess not face up, but she's floating in the bathtub.
Okay.
Full of water.
Okay.
And her head is like by the tap, and then her feet or legs are just out, whatever. And so she calls the police, and they ultimately rule Kathleen's death an accident.
Oh, she accidentally filled up the water and fell in?
Yeah. Because there's no proof of anything nefarious that happened. But Kathleen's friends and family don't think that this is an accident. They think it's her estranged husband that did it. But police look into him, and they ultimately find nothing, and so they file no charges against him. So now we have this case that's just gone cold.
Okay.
So about a month later, August 5th, it's the same year, 82.
Ooh.
40-year-old Barbara Simons goes out to the bar it's called the Hexagon Bar in Minneapolis. She meets a man there. He's going to smoke a cigarette. She offers him a cigarette, and they smoke, and then he offers her a ride home, and she says yes. As she's leaving, she tells the bartender, he's cute. I hope he's nice because he's giving me a ride home.
Ooh, a good-looking one.
And then they leave. The next morning, August 6th, a paper boy or whatever is walking along the Mississippi River, finds Barbara's dead body. She's been stabbed over 100 times. So we have over.
Gosh. He hates women.
Again, the police get another phone call, and it's the same voice. This time he's full on crying, and he once again starts the phone call with, please don't talk, just listen.
But there was no phone call after the bathtub girl.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So this is...
This doesn't seem related. The
yeah,
bathtub girl
right.
doesn't.
This is that phone call.
Emergency. Please don't talk, just listen. I'm sorry I killed that girl. I stabbed her 40 times. Kimberly Compton was the first one. Over safe. I don't know what's the matter with me. I'm sick. I'm going to kill myself, I think. Where are you? I'm just going to... If somebody dies with a red shirt on, it's me. I killed both of you. I'm sorry. I'll never make it to heaven.
So what cut off at the very end is the 911 dispatcher saying, calm down.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut up. You're annoying as hell. This poor officer.
But he probably has women that talk to him like that all the time, and that would have set him off.
So he says, please don't talk, just listen. I'm sorry I killed a girl, stabbed her 40 times. Kimberly Compton was the first one over at St. Paul. I don't know what's the matter with me. I'm sick. I'm going to kill. He said the same thing. It's just
What
stupid.
about a red shirt?
He says if somebody dies with a red shirt on, it's me. Because he's talking about he's going to kill himself. And then at the very end, he says, I've killed more people. I'll never make it to heaven. So he's clearly calling for attention because he's just crying about himself. And he's trying to get... This is where the Jekyll and Hyde that I wrote those notes said he's maybe going and doing these things and doing these insane overkill murders and then realizing like, oh gosh, what did I do? And then wakes up feeling bad.
Yeah.
But like you said, with Criminal Minds. So the investigators start their search, and they are searching for this killer. They are trying to identify who Barbara left the bar with the night before, because they're like, maybe this will connect us. So there's witnesses that say they remember seeing her leave with a man that was around 40, 6 feet tall, 185 pounds, a white man with a receding hairline. So Barbara must have not have high standards.
I know.
No. So, well, rest in peace, Barbara. It's not your fault. So then on August 21st, 1982, so it's a month later, police are still searching for Barbara's killer from this hexagon bar. And then this is when 19-year-old Minneapolis sex worker Denise Williams is out on the streets. She's working. A client approaches her. They start talking about pricing. And then she gets into his car. It's just normal.
Yeah, it's part of the job.
Part of the job. But they drive to a secluded location. They have sex. Afterwards, he says he's going to drive her back home. But as they're driving, she notices that he's going further away into this dark area that she does not recognize.
God, I hate that.
And they're not going back into the city. So it's this like suburban area. So she starts getting a little uneasy. She knows that she's in danger. But then she realizes that, and I think they're in her car.
What? No, because not if she's noticing that he drove
I
away.
know.
So he's driving her car?
Hang on. Well, he approaches her, so she gets into his car. She gets into his car, yeah. But she notices that there's a bottle, like, by her foot.
Vodka.
I don't know, but basically she's preparing to use the bottle against him if something happens, because now she's like, okay, this is not the right way to go. And then, but she feels this bottle by her foot, so she's like kind of prepping herself in her head. He pulls off to like a dead-end street, and then all of a sudden just like turns and starts stabbing her. And he's stabbing her with a screwdriver.
Oh my gosh.
But she's so ready, and she grabs that bottle.
And she hits him.
She grabs the bottle and she smashes him over the head with it in the car. And then she starts screaming. She's screaming so loud. I thought they were in the secluded area, but apparently there's close enough to there's a neighbor by. So the neighbor comes out of the house, and the neighbor tackles the attacker to the ground, saves Denise, but the attacker ends up escaping because, I guess once he saved her, he was like, whatever, let him go, obviously. So saves Denise. Denise ends up getting stabbed 15 times with the screwdriver. And I'm sure he just like stabbed, like,
yeah, quick, like you're in prison. Those
like
quick
Adam
little shank.
Fauci.
Oh my goodness.
So the neighbor calls the ambulance for Denise and then tells the police what the attacker looks like. And meanwhile, the attacker makes his way back to his apartment, okay? And that's where he calls police for himself because he's now injured. And so he calls for the ambulance, and so it's another 911 call with this same weepy guy and the same weird voice, but the dispatcher's like, I recognize this voice.
Crybaby.
You're the one that keeps calling saying that you killed somebody and that they ended up being stabbed to death. And so the dispatcher, I'm assuming it's like while she's on the phone with him, she's letting the police know this is what's going on. And like that, it's the same guy who's been committing all these murders, calling. And so he's on the phone. So police show up at his apartment. And
his car, meanwhile, is still in the same spot where he ran from.
Well, I guess because he did that, but I guess he ran. I don't know. Somehow he got back to his apartment. I don't know where his.
But okay.
Yeah.
But he left his car.
I don't know about his car.
Oh, okay.
But he had to get back to his apartment somehow.
Oh, so he ran back to his car, maybe.
Probably. But the important part is that we're not all about facts here, but these are mainly facts. And
I picture it as I'm going, so I'm like, if
I
he
know,
took off,
I do too, and I try to.
Here's the car, and then they can run the VIN,
right?
And figure out who it's with.
But luckily, he called the police from his apartment, so and they traced him, and they were able to get to his apartment, and they finally are able to arrest him.
Okay.
And they identify him as 37-year-old. 37.
That's young.
Like back in the day, I was like, was that old? Because he looks so old. I don't think I look that old. But I'm 37 or 30. I don't know. I'm 38. I don't know. But I'm basically that age. Anyway, Paul Michael Stefani. Paul Michael Stefani.
Okay.
He's arrested and he's charged with second-degree assault for Denise Williams' attack. Okay, so they just have him for that one attack. They dig a little deeper into his background, and they are able to connect him to Barbara Simon, the one from the bar.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're able to connect Barbara Simon's murder to him because of the eyewitness accounts.
Okay.
So there was a waitress who saw Barbara leave the Hexagon bar with the man who she knew was Paul Stefani. She knew his name. He had been there before. So when police come back around to look into who Stefani was, like to look into him, the lady at the bar is like, oh, yeah, that's who she left with Paul.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So they begin, they look even deeper into the background, and they find out that he used to work and he was fired from the Malberg Manufacturing Company, which is where he was fired from in 1977, which is 3 years before he attacked the original Karen Pollock at the same place her body was found.
Mm-hmm.
Got it?
Yes, yes.
So basically, they're able to add a murder charge for Barbara on top of the assault for Denise.
And then now Karen.
They're working on Karen.
Okay.
We'll do the background of him. He is from that area, Minnesota. He was born in 1944. He was one of 10 kids, super religious family, super repressed. He married a woman named Beverly, and they had a daughter, and then they were later divorced.
He liked the most basic names. Karen, Barbara, Beverly. What was the other one?
Kimberly.
Yep. I don't know.
There was one other thing I wanted to say about his upbringing. One of 10, highly religious. His mother remarried when he was very young. He had a stepfather. This could have been part of the problem. The stepfather just sometimes threw the kids down the stairs.
So could have had a little bit of head trauma.
And but that's basically all they give about his upbringing and background. Like, so they are just like, this guy's weird because he's a weepy voice killer. So Stefani goes to trial for the murder, and for the attack of ex-wife? No. Oh. He goes to trial, and they get the ex-wife, Beverly, and some of his sisters to testify that is his voice on the phone calls.
Okay.
So they're using that to try to connect him to more things, but they can't necessarily use it for...
Yeah, because that can't be proven.
Exactly. They can't link it to the case that... Remember the girl that was in the bathtub and he never made the call? They have yet to connect. They were not able to connect. I guess they were just trying to connect all of them, right?
All the women deaths. What was her name?
That was Kimberly Compton? No, because
No,
that's the one he
'cause he
talked.
confessed
That was hang on.
I'll tell you if it's him by the name.
There's Kathleen.
Yep.
Exactly.
But why not overkill with him? With her?
Exactly.
And then how would you get in the house?
Mm-hmm.
But she was married, so maybe not. I feel like it's unrelated.
Okay.
But the name
now I
fits
lost
the
my-
profile.
I scroll. Okay, so yes, ex-wife, sister, they come and they try to testify to the voice. They're all saying that it's him, and they're trying to get all the charges together, connect all these attacks, and because part of the calls are so incoherent at the end of the calls, it's like wow, like all this stuff, they can't directly connect it. So he is eventually found guilty in both the second-degree assault charge and the murder charge for Barbara Simon. Okay, so they have the sex worker and Barbara Simon, and they give him, I guess she was only worth 40 years in prison. Okay. So, it's 1997. He's 53 years old. He's still in prison. He gets diagnosed with skin cancer. And the doctors tell him that he has about a year to live. I don't know what kind of skin cancer, but it must have been deep. So he tells the authorities and the investigators that
About everything.
he has some confessions that he needs to make.
Okay.
About some other attacks. And he says that he wants to apologize to the victims' families before he dies. So on a taped confession, he confesses to the murders of Kathleen Greening, which was the bathtub girl. Kimberly Compton, which is the tire iron. That's the one that happened at the Malberg Manufacturing Company, who they thought, And he had not even been a suspect in the Greening in the bathtub case.
Yeah.
Because there was no phone call and it didn't match his MO.
Yeah.
And that was one that was also really early. And so he just basically gave that one to him.
How did he get there?
He,
Why? I need the whole story.
Well,
Can we write him a letter?
yeah, well, actually, you could, but you can't because in 1998, which was a year later, he got that skin cancer. He dies at Oak Park Heights Maximum Security Prison just shy of his 54th birthday. And then, ladies and gentlemen, that is the story of the Weepy Voice Killer.
How long was... So he wasn't very sorry if he didn't tell them up front. Like, you were calling, you're apologizing, I don't know why I'm doing this. But when you actually got caught and you could have made it right, you didn't. You only did when it was time to probably really save yourself.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he doesn't care. He just cares about himself. I think No.
He either hated his mom or his wife.
I think he just... Yeah, and I think he didn't get attention as a kid, because if you're 1 of 10... Well, then again, my grandma was 1 of 10, and she never had issues. Yeah. I don't think her brothers and siblings
all my Mexican family is 1 of 10, 7 or 10.
Yeah, or 12 or 15.
They don't do that.
But luckily, so at least...
They do drink, though.
So we had 5 total victims. And eventually, cops to them all with his whole weepy voice.
Wow. No. Yeah, that voice.
No. Paul Michael Stefani.
Stefani. As in Gwen. Related to Gwen?
As in Gwen.
Wow, good story. I've heard the term, ew.
If this guy is is he 37 there? Because that does not look like a 37-year-old. But I guess some 37-year-olds look like that.
I feel like back then people weren't as vain. And so they're just like, oh, this is how I look.
That's true.
But I also do have classmates that I'll run into and I'm like, are we the same age?
Exactly. I have a question about bald people. Why are you letting it grow on the sides? Just shave it off.
They don't.
Why do you leave a tuft of hair and have hair island on the front and then it's all gone in the middle? Get rid of it. We don't need a hair island over here flapping at you. I'm just saying.
It looks 10 times worse. And bald heads look amazing.
Yes, just shave it. You will look so much better.
I think it's one thing if you're bald as a choice, but like when your hair falls out and you didn't make the choice.
If you do have that receding situation about to happen, you just shave it off when you're 20 or whatever.
Cut the shit off,
yeah. And then you don't ever have to even... If I could be bald,
yeah,
I would live my best life.
Yep.
There's your hair care. There's your hair care for the day.
So if you're going bald, go ahead and get rid of it.
If you're going bald, do not have hair island on either side. Don't have side island. Don't have front island. There's no need for it.
Got it.
But
okay,
there you go.
Good story. Quick and easy. All right, y'all. Oh, we're out of here so early.
I know. I
love it.
I know. I gotta go set my roster for my fantasy team. So
okay, we will see y'all Thursday for a new episode, and we are going to have a Halloween special for you guys. So on Halloween, you will not get our normal quickie. You're going to get a ghost story. We're going to have a special guest come on and tell us the story because, Caroline and I are not very festive with the holidays. So we're going to bring
I'm
somebody
fully decorated.
Well, I mean, like for the podcast.
Oh.
We don't have a whole month of Halloween. We tried it one year.
Mhm.
We couldn't get into the haunted and the ghost stories.
Yeah, because then I didn't believe anything. I thought it was all fake.
Yeah.
But this will be good.
Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna take off a whole day at work for Halloween. It's basically it's a holiday.
According to American Horror Story, it's the day that people who are dead can actually come back and walk
Zombies.
the earth.
Yeah. And
Might as well.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We will see y'all next week for a whole new week. And if you're Patreon, you will get a bonus episode next week because I didn't edit it in time to drop it this week. So you'll get it next week. We'll see y'all next time. Don't forget to
stay aware,
stay alive,
and always be DTF.
Bye, y'all.
Goodbye.
Hey, I'm Blair.
And I'm Brittany.
And we're the host of
By the Cover
Podcast.
We cover everything from mysteries, thrillers, romance, chick lit, and even some smut.
Don't forget the smut.
Yeah.
We're so excited to get this thing going and share this with you guys. We've been talking about this for months, and it's finally happening.
Yes.
Special shout out to RogueMedia for helping us with this.
For sure. You can find us on Instagram at @bythecover_podcast.
You can also find us on Facebook and TikTok, so don't forget to give us a follow on those two also.
We are so excited to dive into some of our favorite books and share those with you.
We can't wait. Hope you love it.
Hi, and welcome to Bustles and Bangers with your hostess, Rachel and Christopher.
I love it when you say my name.
And you didn't say hi.
I didn't. You just kept going. I'm going to introduce the book. I'm not reading it.
It's
because I don't like reading.
Girls like cowboy butts, and those jeans don't hide anything.
Find us on Instagram at Bustles and Bangers or on RogueMediaNetwork.com.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
This podcast contains adult themes, sexual content, and strong language. If you can't handle that, you should probably leave.
Hi, and welcome to Bustles and Bangers with your hostess, Rachel and Christopher.
I love it when you say my name. But fun fact for everybody out there, it's actually since we recorded the first episode, it's been 3 years. So we're back now, and we're ready to do the second
episode.
long awaited episode 2 of
Hearts
Kathleen
Surrender.
Morgan's Hearts Surrender to Cat People.
Yeah, it's good to be back. I missed you.
We were together for the 3 years.
No, we were separated for at least one of those years.
That is true. You were gone for quite some time.
Yeah. So no. So if anybody noticed, which you might not have, there were a couple of weeks we didn't get an episode out. We just been going through some life shit, but we're back at it. So I'm ready to start.
Yes, we're here for you.
I said that I missed you.
I missed you.
And no, you didn't say it naturally.
Well,
I'm just coming back to tell you fucked up.
Say it again, then. Well, you didn't like it when I did say it. Now you don't like it when I
You
don't
didn't.
say it.
I didn't like when you didn't say it when I first said it.
I missed you too.
I'm like looking at your eyes through these.
What are you gonna say to that?
I love you. Yeah, I can only see your eyes through those things. It's weird. Okay. So anyway, hello everybody. Welcome to another episode of Bustles and Bangers.
I can't believe I get to co-host Bustles and Bangers.
Whatever. With your hosts, Rachel and Christopher Danger. And this is the nasty, filthy, smutty, sexy podcast where we read romance novels as cheesy or filthy as they may be, or dry, because that happens, or wet, because that happens.
We're here to tickle your funny bone.
You're fancy. You're fancy and your funny bone. Yeah, so we just kind of rip them apart, get into them, get mad about them, get sexy with it, whatever. So in this installment, we are reading the second part of Heart's Surrender by Kathleen Morgan. Now, one of the characters in here is actually named Morgan, or like Morrigan. And I'm like, okay, that's a little like conceited.
That's the one that has the cat penis, right?
Yes, he has a cat penis. So if you're just jumping on, which would be weird, you should probably start at the beginning. But it's cool. We like weird. So this is about a different planet, not Earth. And there are cat people and people called Bellatorians that come from another place, I guess. And everybody...
Normal, like human people-ish.
Yeah, sort of.
Right?
If you look at the front cover of this lenticular 90s looking cover. Anyway, yeah, so the Bellatorians are relatively normal. Cat people are relatively normal, except they have some claws and a mane and some features about the nose and stuff, and they're more agile, and they have superpowers.
Yes, and curved penises.
Nobody described it yet.
Oh.
So at this point, what has happened is the cat people are all living happily on this planet. And the Bellatorians come, of course, to ransack it for its goods and burned everybody. Yeah, you're living life good. Let's fuck it up. So they come in and they burn everybody and their people, and the cats people have to go find a new home. And on their way to do that, they run into, the leader of the cat people runs into some Bellatorian females who were put out on this planet as a, what do you call it? The party that comes out to kind of check things out first.
An exploration.
Yeah,
party.
Something like that. Yeah. And surprise, I guess they were only able and fit and taught enough to fight another woman of their exact same caliber, because they have no power over these cat people. There was a stupid bunch of women to send out on
Oh no, we're resisting.
Oops.
Don't put your cat penis in the
So, ow. They get captured,
Of course.
and basically the whole deal is he wants to integrate them into society forcefully, but also he wants them to come to terms with it where they enjoy it later.
We want you to be here against your will.
Happily.
And be happy.
Yeah, and then they're going to breed with them and make cat people Bellatorians. And you know what I think is stupid in this whole thing?
Why wouldn't it be Bellatorian cat people?
Whatever, because the cat people won. They're over the Bellatorian women that are... Anyway, listen, the thing that is stupid is they keep talking about repopulating, but no one's ever talking about, I wonder if it would fix things if we had mixed babies, because then there's a unity. Okay. Nobody mentions that. Stupid. That would be a perfect reason to
So they're tomorrow people.
Tomorrow people. Well, they were already tomorrow people. Now they're day after tomorrow people.
All right.
So we are on chapter 5, and I am drinking a slushy alcohol drink. And I don't know how I feel about it.
Do you want to switch and see how
maybe,
it is?
Maybe. Anyway.
I want to try yours.
All right, do that switch. Let's swap. Brandar arrived 2 hours later, his pack laden with bandages, herbal poultices, additional healing powders, and a strong narcotic to ease Noreen's pain. Remember, they got into some sort of situation and one of them's hurt and they're laid up in a cave and they're trying to get to their lair. But it's difficult because there are Bellatorian, like, warrior scouts flying overhead.
Yeah. So Bellatorians can fly?
They're in, like, a spaceship or something. The narcotic was gratefully swallowed. The herbal poultices were soaked in water, warmed on the small campfire, and laid directly on the wounds to draw out infection and any foreign objects the earlier cleansing hadn't removed. The fresh bandages were applied. Rissa attempted a nourishing broth from some dried meat sticks, seasoning, and water heated over the campfire, but even the ever-considerate Noreen couldn't hide his distaste for the noxious brew. Morrigan, noting his friend's pained expression as he tried to force himself to drink it all down, grabbed the cup from him and tasted it himself. "By the 3 moons," he sputtered, spewing out the mouthful of broth in outrage. "What did you do to this? Are you trying to poison him?" "Poison him?" Rissa cried. She shot Noreen an uncertain look. "Was it really that bad?" "I'm afraid so, Femina, but I'm sure you'll get better with practice." Okay, so...
Why do cat people need to cook their food?
I don't know, because they're half people. Because they're half persons.
Person?
Yeah. Hey, so am I having a weird feeling? Did we already do the second installment, or is this really the long...
No.
Did I go ahead of myself? Okay, stop. Okay, I was like, damn, no way. Okay.
Dang, that's a lot. You know how far we're
Dude,
going?
you have no idea. This is
Oh
a
my God.
fat pussy book.
Dude, strap the fuck in. 'Cause
Yeah.
This shit is gonna
Strap
be
in and strap on.
Hold on, try that.
Oh.
You might want to switch. I don't know.
Oh, no, that's... Oh, no.
Mine's way worse.
No. They're color-changing straws. That was disgusting. That was like drinking sunscreen.
It's pretty bad.
We can just share this one.
Well, no, I'm
All right. Anyway, so moving on. Oh my God, that is not going to be good. Double fisting that. Yeah. Don't do that again. You're so brave.
I didn't like it.
Well, neither did they. They didn't like the soup.
Okay, yeah, the soup is gross.
No soup for you. So, well, if you're so displeased with me, Rissa countered, why not just let me go? Surely a woman as stupid and unskilled as I isn't worthy of mating with one of your precious catmen, much less bearing a cat child. Right. Think how slow and ignorant any offspring of mine would be, having a mother like me.
Well, just because you can't cook doesn't mean we can't cook, girl.
Well, my great and glorious lord, what do you have to say now? He has to say
Puts
that...
hand on forehead, pulls out dick.
Get on your knees, girl. There's hope. A good dose of cat's blood would improve the limited intelligence of any offspring of yours, he snarled. It's worth a try at any rate. He took her by the arm and turned her back toward the packs. There are additional meat sticks, journey bread, and dried fruit in the packs. See if you can manage to find them and lay them out for our supper. No cooking or additional preparation is required.
Oh, supper.
Supper. Oh, we have to sip for supper. Sip for supper. I didn't even highlight it. I missed it. Good catch. I missed that one and I didn't do it. So if anybody's jumping on, we have a Bustles and Bangers drinking game. You can sip, shot, or smoke when you hear the word supper.
Speaking of smoke, we seen a car on fire.
Oh my God, the second car on fire this year. And the other day when we were driving, we saw a guy dressed up like as a big foam mascot type Mario, all yellow and orange, like he had the fire skill or whatever. And he had his actual dog on the front of his little motorcycle. We've been seeing some weird shit. This town's weird. Yeah. I love it. Everybody should check out our social media and share the weird shit you've seen or share some funny, nasty little memes. We love that. So if you're interested in checking us out, find us at www.bustlesandbangers.com, or you can find us on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok at Bustles and Bangers. If you want to see a little bit more of us, you can find us on like Instagram or TikTok at Gypsy Danger 317 or Christo 4 Danger. And we have some other spicy content that if you DM us on our less spicy content, we'll tell you where to find it. So anyway, moving on. Oh, wait, what's she talking about? Why don't you just get them yourself? Oh, because the stuff he just told her to take out of the backpack. So anyway, they're going back and forth, right? Why don't you just get it yourself? And he scowled and blah, blah, blah. He's thinking in his head how catmen never strike their females. The few that ever did were severely punished, their mates given to another, and now that females in their scarcity were an even more precious resource, no one could dare be permitted to harm one, even one such as Rissa, who dearly needed a lesson in respect, not to mention obedience. And he said, if you refuse to help prepare the meal, you can just do without it. Fine, she hissed.
She's already turning into a cat person herself.
Yeah, they've said some things about her as a feline type of woman or whatever. Who's he talking to? Brandar? Rissa's proud. You insulted her one too many times. When will you learn to go gently with her? She's a female, after all. They respond best to honeyed words and compliments, not criticisms. I haven't the time for such things, Morrigan muttered. Still, you were in the wrong here. She was trying to help. The intent matters more than the results. Morrigan shoved a hand through his mane. What do you suggest I do to ease those prickly feelings of hers? Why not offer her a bath instead? The hot springs down below the cave looked quite appealing, and females love to bathe. No, it wouldn't be safe, nor not with other atroxes. Oh my God. Atroxes possibly out there. I wasn't advising you to let her go alone.
Oh. Wait.
She'll never agree to it. She's not going to bathe naked in front of me. You don't have to watch everything she does. Nor do I want to, his friend growled. He added the chopped up meat sticks and a chunk of rehydrated fruit to Noreen's platter. It's not as if I would find any particular pleasure viewing her nudity. When it comes to sheer animal attractiveness, she can never hope to compare to even the plainest cat woman.
Is that an insult?
Why do they call them cat women? Why wouldn't they have a whole other name for their species? They would not call themselves cat people, cat women, catmen. That's ridiculous. You'd be like, we're the felinotropes.
It's obvious that this book was written after this war took place, and that Kathleen was probably a
made it up.
Bellatorian.
She made it up.
So she was just telling them.
This whole book is fake. So the only problem that remains is convincing Rissa she's totally safe in your hands. Okay, so he's saying, of course, she's no danger from him. You know, he's trying to get her back to the lair. He's trying to do his procreative duty. That's it, right?
Which is
fuck her.
Fuck her.
Fuck her. Fuck her before supper. He has a time limit. So,
is she gonna end up with like 8 babies?
Dude, I don't know, like 6 at least. I think we mentioned it, but yeah. So they're going back and forth about how there's no way he finds her attractive, but he is remembering the heated response to her recently, and he does want her, and she wants him, and the fire that had blazed between them was both unexpected and intensely disturbing. Morrigan had never thought it possible to desire a female of another species, especially a female of the enemy. Yet when he recalled the exciting sensations, the feel of Rissa's soft hand against his mouth had stirred. Even now he could almost smell the sweet essence of her, taste the heady flavor of her skin. Morrigan swallowed a savage curse. This wasn't at all what he'd intended to remember. Such recollections were best forgotten. Rissa must remain as she'd been intended, an object to be used in the ongoing quest to ensure his people's survival. An object, a Bellatorian object. But then why are you trying to integrate him to society and make him like you? Just rape him then. I mean, don't.
Whoa.
They say that in here. They say that in there. There's this whole look. I'm sorry, but everybody who is listening to this needs to know that most of these fucking books these women are writing are getting hot off and talking about, but they might rape us. Oh no. But now then they suddenly fall in love with them and it's okay and consensual. But then right after they get married, then the guy's an abusive piece of trash.
And the girl's like, you used to try and rape me all the time. Now we're just sitting here not doing anything.
Now you won't even take me to the movies.
Yeah, you fat fuck just watching cops sitting around not doing shit.
Yeah, that's something I've mentioned in some of the other books too. Oh, and let me just backtrack real quick. Like, this is not the podcast for you if you have any triggers, because I'm not gonna stay across the line. I'm going to cross it. I'm going to step over.
We're the line crossers.
We're the line crossers and the check walkers. Yeah. So, what was I going to say?
They write about our escapades in the newspapers.
So, anyway, yeah. So these books are very confusing because also I've said before, it's interesting because you're never going to know if they're successful after they get together. Every one of these fucking romance novels is where they are ragging on each other. They hate each other. It's the ugliest bitch he's ever seen, but somehow he loves her.
I just love it.
And then he's rude.
She's super ugly, but she has a huge ass.
Booty. But then they love them, and then they're like, but I don't know if this will ever work. You're so fucking crazy.
But your vagina's so slippery.
It's so ridiculous. So anyway, don't you dare come after me for what I've said, because Kathleen has that word that I said in here somewhere. I probably just skipped over it on the last episode.
Kathleen.
We need to sit down and ask if you're okay.
Boo on you, Kathleen.
Anyway, I don't promote anything that hurts anyone ever. You better stop. But I also am like, let people do what they want to do as long as it's not hurting anyone. Consent is the most important thing in the world.
Yeah, okay. Consent.
All right, where are we?
And the top of the building.
As he drew up before Rissa and squatted before her, another cutting remark rose to his lips. He squelched it with the greatest of efforts. What do you want now? Thought up some fresh insults to hurl at me, have you? No, my remarks were uncalled for. You were trying to help. Noreen most bluntly pointed that out to me. And so blah, blah, blah. They go back talking. So I guess they're trying to like doctor him up again. Oh, he mentions, let's go take a bath. And he's like, I'm going to come guard you. And she's like, how close are you going to be watching? If you'd like, I'll turn my back while you disrobe and enter the water, as well as when you leave it. But the rest of the time, I'll have my eyes on you. And if you think to grab a stone while my back's turned and attack me with it, give up that idea right now. If you haven't figured it out by now, my hearing and reflexes are far too quick for you to get away with anything that aggressive. So don't even think about it.
I think you're flexing, my dude. I don't think you got none of that.
Well, it says
I hope she grabs a rock and smacks him in the fucking head with it.
She might. He'd never seen a female disrobe so quickly in less than a minute. Rissa had her boots, jacket, and breeches, which is another sip.
Minute.
Yeah, less than a minute.
I can disrobe in 10 fucking seconds.
Maybe cat people just take their time. All right, so if you hear breeches,
she's not a cat person.
In a book, it's a sip for the Bustles and Bangers drinking game. Everybody out there, be responsible. Briefly, Morrigan speculated on whether she'd worn anything beneath that blue-green garment of hers. As he watched her cavort like some sleek white sea creature in the bubbling, steaming waters, the early rays of the rising sun setting her aglow. Though initially wary of him and careful to keep all but her head and neck submerged as time went on, and the warm waters relaxed her, Rissa became more playful. She was carefree, delightful, laughing in girlish abandon as she swam as close to him as she dared, then turned and sped away. Morgan grimaced and shook his head. Rissa was the most unpredictable, disconcerting female he'd ever met. One moment she was defiant, sharp-tongued she-cat. The next, a sensuous, exquisitely desirable woman, and the next, a teasing, mischievous little girl. And he suddenly wasn't so sure he'd ever know how to handle her. The thought angered him. With a frown, Morrigan tossed the container of cleansing sand to Rissa. It sank beneath the water, then bobbed to the surface. Time to finish your bath. We can't linger here. Will you please turn while I complete my bath? No, just finish and be done with it. You're in no danger from me out here. I'd be a fool to take you now with Atroxes roaming about. She hated him. He angered her, confused her, frustrated her, and he thought her too shy to bare her body to him. He thought her foolish to imagine he was so less crazy he'd risk their lives for a quick and sordid mating. He thought he had her cowed. He thought wrong. Rissa grabbed the container of cleansing sand. In 2 quick strides, she moved toward him until her torso was bared. Then, with a defiant lift of her chin and toss of her long hair, she opened the container, scooped out a generous amount of cleansing sand, and began to lather her breasts and belly. Morgan watched every muscle in his body going taut and rigid. One hand moved to fist upon his thigh. The other gripped the side of a tree whose branches hung over the spring.
Shit, she's getting naked. Look at her, she's got bathing sands on her. What the fuck is a bathing sand?
Honestly, like when they said that, it sounded really good, and I wanted to know where to buy some.
Yeah, where can we get some? You have to go to a fucking cat plant.
I know. Please put the recipe in the back of this book. What is it? It sounded so nice. All right. And the longer he watched, the farther his claws unsheathed, digging into his hand and the bark of the tree. The barely leashed tension emanating from the Catman wasn't lost on Rissa. She saw the hunger glitter in his eyes, sensed the smoldering emotions, felt his desire. His excitement stirred something equally fevered in her, something that both attracted and frightened her. But she refused to back down, refused to let him control or intimidate her, even in this most basic of ways. Rissa had seen the impact of a beautiful woman on a man time and again, and though she'd never had any inclination to use it, she suddenly needed to see what effect her own feminine attributes would have upon the Catman. It was wrong, unfair, and dangerous, but Rissa no longer cared. She was tired of Morgan having all the power, all the control. Just once, she wanted to control him, if only for a few brief moments, bathing naked in the spring. The consequences be damned. Just once, she wanted to torment him the way he tormented her. Oh.
Haven't they been like walking for like 12 hours? Like,
well, yeah, they're finally in a cave now, and they've been attacked, and there's an injured one, blah, blah, blah. Let me tell you about this. She arched back her head, unabashedly revealing in the spray of warm water misting her face and body the slick sensation of the cleansing sand as it lathered into a rich foam, and the cool caress of the pre-dawn breeze that tingled across her skin and tightened her pink nipples to taut little buds, and revealed as well in the heated glance of Morgan, raking her body, searing her flesh again and again. There was no mistaking the heated intent in his green gold eyes as his gaze dipped past her flat belly to the golden thatch of her woman's mound. We haven't heard anything like that in a long time. It is. It's our little like fat little muscle little fatty thing. That's so sweet.
Little mound.
Yeah, but how dare her have a flat belly? She must be young. Whatever. Anyway, she proceeded to soap herself there and spread the foaming lather down her thighs and around to her buttocks. He glistened now with a fine sheen, but whether from sweat or from the warm mist of the hot springs, Rissa didn't know, and the sudden tautness to his loincloth at the juncture of his thighs was but further evidence of the effect she was having on him.
He's got a little boner.
Yeah. So I feel like we need to add to the Bustles and Bangers drinking game when they have silly little words like mound or things like that. So sip it. Sip it real good. All right, so where are we? It tastes like the movie theaters. Yeah. Like I should be at the movie theaters. Do you think they miss? Oh, man. Do you think they mix the alcohol up good enough in here? There's 5 shots. Man, I need a napkin. You know, last time we came in here to record, people knew that we needed tissues of some sort in here, and now they're gone. I'm not using the elephant. Don't even think about it. The mammoth. Sorry, excuse me. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Oh, so he realizes what she's doing and he gets mad. Mm-hmm. Now she's feeling a little bit shamed. She's like, maybe I was a bit of a bitch, or maybe I'm not. I don't know. I don't know how you get shamed from that. Anyway, I'm finished with my bath. If you please turn around, I'd like to get out and dress now. Did you hear what I said? Yes, I heard. Finished with your little game, are you? I don't know what you're talking about.
Finished with your little game, huh? Making me look at you in all sorts of ways.
I only wish to bathe. You and I both know what you intended to do, and you succeeded, didn't you? You're quite an accomplished seductress, aren't you? I thought your youth precluded any prior experience, but I find I was wrong. You've lain with other males, haven't you? He cocked a dark brow, his mouth twisting in disgust. Perhaps that was why you and the other females were so intent on reaching Promisides. I don't know what it is. There were plenty of Imperials to be made in that male-dominated Bellatorian fortress, weren't there? Plenty of money from female-starved men. So anyway, she gets offended because he's being an asshole. She storms out or something, or they get back or whatever, and Noreen, the one that's hurt, and she's kind of buddying up to him, immediately knew something was wrong. And he's like, Rissa, Femina, what's wrong? Femina. What has he done to you this time? He's the most despicable I read that.
Hard-dickest guy I've ever met.
He's the most despicable, hard-hearted man I've ever had the misfortune to know.
She really wanted to say hard a lot.
She swiped the moisture from her face, her recollection of their battle at the spring, sending a fresh surge of anger to dry up her tears. He accused me of being an alley walker. He did say it.
Walker.
He what?
You're
a hoe. Do you still have your maidenhood? Noreen asks her.
She goes, "What? No, well, I mean, no, but
not that it's any of your business, but yes, I do. What does that have to do with this?" He said, "Then you didn't drive Morgan past the limits of his control. He'd have had you on the ground and been rutting between your legs if you'd truly driven him over the edge. See? I think you just angered him to the point at which he had to strike back at you, and since he couldn't rape or beat you, words were all he had left. Look, the words are supposed to come first.
If you can't rape them or beat them, you eat them.
Oh my God. This is insane. Yeah, I really feel like people don't think before they write this stuff. And I don't think once they write it, they go back and rethink it. And I don't think that they get a group of other people.
She's never thought of this ever again.
She wrote it. She wrote this while she was shitting, and that was it.
No, she was laid up with an injury talking to her fucking cat when she wrote this. I love you, Mr. Whiskers.
Well, his name was Morgan. Her name's Kathleen Morgan, and she named her cat Morgan.
Morgan.
Yeah, the female cat's probably Katie, Kathy.
My cat kept calling me Femina.
She's losing her mind. Like the Misery movie, like just fucking crazy trapped in the house. All right, so he said, haven't you figured it all out yet? Have we laid one hand on you since you've been captured? Save for this, yeah, they keep saying save, and I hate it. Save for the sometimes necessary expediency of binding and gagging you.
Oh, well, I mean, sometimes it slaps and chokes me, too.
We're not slavering savages out raping and pillaging at every opportunity. We're but simple beings, albeit a bit different.
We only rape and pillage on Thursdays. Hey,
that's only when the boys are in town.
When the boys come rolling through.
It's the women out there doing that shit. Anyway, so skip a few pages. There's some drama. She shook her head. No, I won't do it, Noreen. I'm sorry he's lost so much, and I'm sorry such a tragedy has befallen your people, but I can't and won't get involved with Morgan. I am sorry, but I just won't. Chapter 6. Morgan returned 10 hours later. Having
sweating, his arm hurt.
Having sent Brandar in to rest while he stood guard at the mouth of the cave. Throughout the day, the weather had gradually changed, the wind commencing to blow.
Brandar, you're going to stand watch while I go see this cave's mouth. Don't let anybody come up here. Comes back 10 hours later.
Well, so anyway, it's getting cold now. Yeah, all right. And Rissa's up there asking for fire. He says no because the Atroxes will see it. And she's like, you're ridiculous. And he's like, you need to just go do something else to get warm.
I think I see where this is going.
Well, he says there's extra clothes. And they're going to try to warm up Noreen as well. Well, we have another sip opportunity. You ready to know why? She followed him back down the tunnel into the cave. The light of the perpetual flame box, In the light of the perpetual flame box, Morgan dragged over 2 large packs and began pulling out Domare hide tunics and breeches from the first of the packs. He tossed the small set over to her. Rissa fingered the leather shirt. Oh. It was soft, tanned to a smooth, pliable texture that felt like Serica cloth, but was much thicker and sturdier. A pale beige in color, the tunic was long-sleeved and ample in length. Its neckline was scooped slightly, the front laced with leather thongs halfway down the front. A few bits of beadwork decorated the upper chest area, but other than that, the garment was simply made. The breeches were equally soft and pliable, fitted with a drawstring waist and undecorated. What are you doing? Hey, did the mammoth consent, Christopher? Did the little mammoth stuffy consent? Let her go. That's kind of like what my bush looks like, right? It's so soft, though. I wish ladies really felt that soft. I wish our pubic hair was really this soft. You know how fucking nice that would be? Is there a perm out there for pubes that can make it extra soft like that?
You just have to use the conditioner.
It doesn't work. All right. For whatever my breed is, doesn't fucking work. I'm meant to be in this cave with the cat people. All right. So, still playing that game, are you? I'd have thought after the spring you'd have lost all your modesty around me. I doubt you believe this, but I've never done that kind of thing before. I've never even bared my body to a man's view, much less flaunted it like I did at the spring. And I'm not, nor ever have been, an alley walker.
Better not call me an alley walker.
My body seemed the only weapon I had left. Weapons can be turned against you, Femina. Don't ever forget that. And you'd be wise to cease your fight against me. I am the one in control here and intend to remain that way, but I'm not a cruel person. If you'll permit me the chance, just don't ever flaunt yourself before me like that again. Understood? Understood.
Bro, you okay?
That's what I send to my boss when I'm pissed, or like when I send to people who are annoying me. Understood. All right. Oh, there's another drink. Oh! Skip down. The breeches were considerably more difficult, especially when Rissa insisted on averting her gaze for the entire process of pulling the breeches up past his knees to his waist. Morgan and Noreen exchanged amused looks at her embarrassed attempts to respect Noreen's modesty after his loincloth was discarded to ease the donning of his breeches. All right, so this is like a whole shot we got to take for breeches to be 3 times in one fucking paragraph. This woman is like just getting off and she's like, oh my God, breeches, breeches.
Fuck me.
Show me your breeches.
Fuck me, my breeches. Fuck the breeches off me.
God. I don't know how I feel about this.
Take off my breeches.
Oh, what do your breeches feel like when they're on the ground?
It makes me think of like really baggy pajama pants.
Like the men from the 1800s, like their underwear, like their flowy white pants, something like that. I don't know. That's not a word. Whether Rissa realized it yet, she would be his and his alone. He watched her surreptitiously. What the fuck? Surreptitiously. Nope, that's not right either. Fuck all that bullshit. SURREPTITIOUSLY. As she worked to settle Noreen down once more and tuck the blankets and additional fur cloak Morrigan had extracted from the second pack, snugly her long blonde hair shining like silver in the flickering light of the perpetual flame box, fell like some luminous veil down her shoulders and back. Her slender body, outlined by the smooth sheen of the Domer hide clothing, was supple and pleasingly rounded, and her delicately shaped face, high cheekbones, and full pink lips glowed with a soft radiance. She was no Catwoman.
What?
She was too softly formed, her eyes too round, her face too oval, and her looks and body more gently sculpted than the lithe, exotic feline sensuality of their own kind. Yet, inexplicably, Morgan found her appealing.
Oh. He found her appealing.
So, something most of the Catwomen truly proved to be infertile. Okay, so down a ways we find out that, as history would have it, feline women aren't very big producers of children, so they kind of have to take these other alien women Because the other women are not producing babies fast enough or in abundance enough to repopulate fast enough.
Oh, because they got killed so fast.
Yeah, so
Maybe
many
they're
of
not
them.
all as powerful as I thought they are.
I know, but they have cloaking abilities. Their superpower is invisibility and mind reading.
And y'all still couldn't survive?
Idiots.
You could tell they were coming with mind reading.
Yeah, I would have said.
And you could turn invisible to make sure they didn't see you.
I
would have still died.
I would have said I don't want to have babies with your inferior species.
Yeah, dude, y'all are some punk asses.
Without the warmth of a fire tonight, it was imperative they all sleep close to one another.
No.
So anyway, they paired Brandar and Noreen up, and Morgan takes her to bed. Her throat dry, her heartbeat accelerating. Accelerating. Celery. Rissa placed her hand in his and allowed him to pull her to her feet. She opened her mouth to ask Morgan what he wanted, then thought better of it. All right, something about, I wrote a note, she doesn't fuss, so Noreen can rest. I don't know. But the power Morgan held over her emotions was something else altogether. When he looked down at her, his green gold eyes glinting dangerously from beneath dark, straight brows, it was all she could do to overcome the strange, aching feeling that welled deep within her belly. Somebody's getting horny. All right, so...
What is this?
What is that feeling?
What is that?
Perhaps she hated him most.
Pushing on.
Why does my pussy feel so tight? That's what happens. We get all swole up.
I do like that.
I do like it too. I like when it's a little achy and then you come and enter me and it relieves it, but like in a weird way. Like, oh, yeah. All right. You are mine, Femina. It wouldn't be acceptable for you.
You're mine, Femina.
Yes, for you to sleep with another male, however innocently. We don't normally share our mates. Anyway, at some point she thinks like, okay, well, at least they don't share their mates. Okay, lame.
Yeah,
boring.
Like, I'm trying to bang 2 cat people.
No, she didn't want to have to. She didn't want to get passed around. So anyway, she's getting ready for bed, right?
Yeah.
And she says, 1 minute, please. And she braids her hair in one braid to go to bed.
Okay.
And it makes him think of his wife. Apparently, she used to do that.
Oh.
So he's getting all again.
I like single braids.
And he has to give her one of his wife's sleep clothing.
Uh-oh.
Which, if you're a cat person, why are you covering up at all?
Yeah, why do you have clothes?
Yeah. He gets in close to her so they can get warm, and she's all kind of freaking out, but he's like, don't worry, I just want to sleep.
And he's making biscuits on the
I wish we could.
Lays down.
He lay there beside her, so close she could feel each breath he took, his hard chest rhythmically rising and falling against her, his muscular thighs pressed along the backs of her legs, his groin cupped the rounded fullness of her buttocks. It was too much, too intimate for a maiden unversed in the ways of men. You mean it was too exciting?
Too
is what
exciting.
you meant.
Cat dick grinding on your butt.
Yeah. She finally goes to sleep. She's comfortable enough. The purring will really put you to sleep, I bet, especially in a cat person. Because did you know cats purring actually have a healing effect? Like if a cat lays on your belly and purrs and you had a tummy ache, it's going to make it feel better. So like he's like a whole health heating pad. You know?
Like a home health cat. That's pretty good.
I like it. All right. Oh, his heart beat faster. The blood surged through his body, hot and life-sustaining, pooling in his loins. His sex swelled, thickened. Morgan bit back an anguished groan. He didn't need this. Actually despised his response. It was torment of the cruelest kind, yet still the blood coursed down to fill his manhood until he throbbed with each beat of his heart. Could she feel him press so tightly as he was to her backside? Let her sleep, he prayed. He couldn't deal with her outrage now. Not now, not on top of the crazed whirl of emotions and needs really already pounding through him. It's going to poke all the way through those loincloths.
Oh, shit, she's going to be so bad.
So they snuggle in, and they both get to sleep. And Brandar and Noreen are talking, and one of them says, "It was past time Morgan stake his claim to her. She's a fiery one. There'd have been problems in the lair if he'd brought her back untamed." Oh, and then Noreen snaps back. "And you think her tamed, do you? On the contrary, Rissa is far from submitting her will to Morgan, but Morgan knows that. He's no fool. No, the only fool in this whole game of hearts is me." This is Noreen talking. He thought bitterly, his fever burning within him like tongues of fire. Okay, so he's just thinking this. "I chose Rissa for Morgan, all but forced her on him, and now I find I regret that act. Find I resent my best friend as well. Fool that I was. I gave him the female I now realize I desire more than life itself." Yeah, all right, Noreen. Well, so chapter 7, Morgan woke early the next morning to find himself flat on his back, and she's like sprawled out on top of him. So he like tries to like scooch away without making her notice. And of course, they're all thinking about their bodies are touching and his dick is hard. And anyway, she wakes up as he's trying to get out of her, and she's all freaking out. "What do you think you're doing?" And he's like, "Excuse me, but you were all wantingly over me." And she was like, "Are you kidding?" And he's like, "My God, I hate you." So that's what that was about. Let's see. Oh, but anyway, he kind of, I guess, like, I don't know, storms off or goes out to watch the cave, because I think that they're waiting on people to show up, like some other people from the cat people. And
cat people.
Yeah, so she like starts feeling for him. So she's like, "You should come back in where it's warm." Anyway, so they start talking. They start getting to know each other. And then she's like, "Hold me." It snowed heavily throughout the rest of the day. So for the next 2 days, Rissa and the 3 catmen remained within the cave. By noon of the 3rd day, the weather broke. I guess he decides to go out and see if there's any Atroxes. And they're like, "No, you can't do that." And he's like, "I gots to."
I
gots to. Let's see, where do we go? "Noreen, what's wrong?" "Nothing. My wounds momentarily pain me." I guess he and her are talking now that they've got some time alone. And I think that she actually starts to worry about him. And then she's about Morgan. And then she even starts to worry about Noreen, because like if he can't get healthy and they need to go, like I guess she feels like something that Morgan said is like that they'd kill him. You know, like if you're going to slow us down, then we'd rather just get rid of you. Will you find my lip gloss in there? Thank you. She says, "I begin to think there isn't any answer that's fair to all. Someone I fear will suffer no matter what the cat people do." He said, "I'm afraid so, Femina, and though I greatly regret it, I fear you'll be one of those too." A low whistle cut him short. Noreen shoved himself to his elbows, his glance swinging to the tunnel that led to the outside. Rissa recognized the look and froze. What's happening, Noreen?" "Brandar just signaled me someone's coming." "Well, could it be Morgan?" "No, it's a group of 5 or 6. He placed a finger against her lips. "Quiet now. Atroxes have hearing nearly as acute as catmen." As much as Rissa hated being the captive of the catmen, falling into the Atroxes' hand would be even worse. They were notoriously brutal to their captives, even if a ransom was involved, and the ones they chose to kill supposedly suffered horribly before they were finally permitted to die. So, you know, she knows she's got it better than it could be, I guess. But who do you think it's going to be coming up? Who do you think it is?
I don't know.
Man, it can only be the cat people, the Bellatorians, or the Atroxes.
It's the Bellatorians.
Or Morgan. Who?
It's the Bellatorians.
Okay. Time dragged on. The minutes eased into a quarter hour and then a half. Yet, try as she might, Rissa couldn't hear or see anything out of the ordinary. Nothing moved out there, not a bird in the sky, a stray breeze, or an unsuspecting animal. The tension built, twisting her tautly strung nerves until she thought her sanity would shred. Fear for all of them vibrated through her, yet surprisingly enough, her fear for Morgan was greatest. If he suspected they were in danger, he'd step between the threat and them, sacrificing himself. Rissa knew that with a certainty deep and sure. Shame, then self-disgust filled her. Was she so desperate for love since her mother's death? Which is another reason to take a shot. Bustles and Makers drinking game likes to take a shot every time they mention a parent being dead because they love that shit in these books. She's
so they can get it on without any kind of
yeah, like my parents aren't around. It's okay. Yeah, but anyway, she keeps going on in her head. Someone's coming, Brandar hissed. So they all duck down. Lisanne, Brandar breathed in relief. He sprang up, grabbed the extra blasters, and ran out of the cave. It's Lisanne and the others, isn't it? Yes, they brought poles to make a litter for you, and hopefully some additional food if the size of the packs they carry is any indication.
Yo, I got a pole right here that'll make a litter for you too, son.
Nice. Anyway, so it's their people. So everybody's coming in. All these people are coming in, and Rissa turns around and is met face to face with an unfamiliar Catman. And he's tall and he's massively built. His hair reddish brown and his eyes black. He appeared to be very hirsute of face and body, what little she could see of it beneath his own leather garments. His mouth was thin and twisted into what seemed a permanent sneer. Rissa didn't like him. I don't like him. One of the Bellatorian females, I presume. A pretty morsel for an alien. She's also Morrigan's Craddock, Noreen growled. So this guy's name is... I can't find it. Fuck him. Who cares? Anyway, I guess Noreen stuck up for her because the guy was being a dick. So they're all buddying up some more. Some Catwoman, a cat lady, a cat female is coming in. And she's kind of being harsh. Like, let me see. And she like pushes Rissa away. Her name is Agna. She's about 35 years old. Cycles old, excuse me. Though not exactly pretty, the healer was still striking with her pale blue eyes and thick mane of lightly gray streaked black hair. That's how I hope to be described. That's the cat person I want to be. This is my character. Okay, more drama, but I didn't do anything to highlight what the drama is, so it must be lame.
All right.
Anyway, I'm pretty sure it's just like inner drama about that woman and how she treated Rissa, and now Rissa's feeling like maybe she wished she had gained some authority there. Like, she didn't like that she was feeling... Anyway, so we're on chapter 8, and I skipped a lot. The Catwoman raised a mocking brow. Indeed, she has a lot to learn, or you'll soon be forced to beg at other cook fires. Okay, so... Somebody was talking to the Agna person. I guess somebody told Rissa to cook up, and somebody said, maybe she could use some help with that. So another opportunity to offend her. They left the next evening as dusk washed the plains and foothills in soft shades of mauve and violet. Brandar let out scouting the way several hundred meters ahead, followed by Morgan and Rissa. The two litter bearers carrying Noreen came next, Agna, Lisanne, Craddock, and the additional Catman bringing up the rear. The small band traveled through the night until the trail into the Cerritos Mountains became too treacherous, even for Catman's sure-footed agility and acute night vision. A few hours before dawn, they made camp in a rocky gorge. All right, so Rissa's exhausted. She goes to sleep. But all of a sudden, in the middle of the night, this is what the Bellatorian people flying overhead are flying. They're called skim crafts. Skim crafts.
All right.
Hush, Femina. Skim crafts ahead.
Hush, Femina.
Are they like made out of like skin looking stuff? I don't know. It was super weird.
This whole book is corny.
Yeah. So she starts thinking of, is this her moment to escape?
Yeah. Oh, it's time to leave.
Is this her moment to escape? But then she starts thinking,
well, how am I going to get that cat dick from out here?
She starts thinking that if she tries to escape now, there would surely be a fight, and the catmen and cat people are outnumbered because the people flying overhead would be like better equipped and stuff like that. And she doesn't want anyone to get hurt. So she is starting to kind of develop some feelings there. So she decides not to escape. Isn't that crazy?
Why? Yeah.
All right.
That is crazy.
So she's changed her mind.
Yeah, she changed her mind when she saw that cat being a boner behind that loincloth.
She said, I was awake last night and I felt it. Okay, so anyway, later on, I think that Morgan actually thanks her for not leaving. And she's like, what are you talking about? He's like, I know you were going to leave.
Because he can read her mind.
Well, I think he didn't even try or need to, but like just the tension in her body and you know, like, hey, this is an awesome opportunity for her to try to jet out, but she didn't. So he starts talking about how bad off their cat females are, and it says we've only 50 females left. Only 3 have conceived and hope to bear cat children whom we pray will be delivered safely in the next few months. Our fear is that the others are permanently sterile. So for some reason, because they said pray, I said we need a drink because we put on the drinking game that religious connotations are a drinkable offense.
A drinkable offense.
Yeah. All right, let's see if we're almost done. How much time do we have? Where am I at?
I don't know.
The cat lord watched her go, his smile slowly fading. Gods, what a she-cat he'd taken for his mate. She would indeed fight him every step of the way, yet the prize, Morgan now realized, might be well worth the effort. Well worth it indeed. So it's because she was like, all right, I'm with you. When the sun set through the mountains once more into the deepening shadows, they set out again. This time, however, Rissa's hands were loosely bound before her, and her eyes were covered. They were within 2 days' journey of the secret lair, Morgan explained. For the lair's protection, she, as had all the other captured women, had to be prevented from discovering the route. Though escape was all but impossible, the catmen intended to take no chances. So she can't see. This whole time she can't see where they're going. So even if she tried to escape, she doesn't even know where to go. By midnight of the second day, they neared the lair. She sensed it by the sudden downward angle of their descent and the whispered, excited comments that grew louder with each passing moment. The soft cries and sound of running feet came from below. Anxious anticipation shivered through Arissa, shifted restlessly in Morgan's arms. Please, let me down. Let me enter your lair with some bit of dignity. I am, after all, supposed to be your mate. So he kind of gets a glimmer in his eyes, and he's like, telling her, follow my lead when we get in there because it's going to be kind of crazy, and I still haven't technically, marked you yet. I love it when you mark me. Let's see. And he's like, because if they can smell on you that you're not mated yet, then they might want to mate with you instead. She starts kind of freaking out, and she's like, you never explained that to me before. And she's like, do you know how much I hate you? Do you know how angry you make me? And your customs, gods, they grow more horrible, more disgusting with each passing day. She knows she loves it. Chapter 9, it was like something out of a dream or drug-induced fantasy. There were eerie shadows and shapes of the jagged volcanic rocks jutting out at grotesque angles from the sturdy sides of the mountain. The glittering, glassy bits of obsidian that speckled the duller, more porous lava-spewn rocks gleamed lustrous in the bright moonlight. The rough tread ran beneath Rissa's feet, strange that she hadn't realized its significance before. Morgan had been right to blindfold her. There was only one part of the Cerritos Mountains, if Rissa recalled correctly from her Agrican video tutor lessons, that was so heavily volcanic it would explain his mention of hot springs as well. All right, so let's see. We're almost done. He tells her to have courage because I guess he feels that she's getting a little nervous. Their first meeting is always the most difficult, but it's the most important. She said, I'm not afraid. You don't need to hold me so close. And she's like telling him to keep his inquisitive fingers in the proper place. He chuckled and stilled his hand, seemingly of its own accord, splayed to encompass the span of Rissa's upper arm and stroked perilously, there you go, near the full swell of her breast. Oh. My pardon, I presume to liberties you've yet to grant me. Liberties I'll never grant. All right. So anyway, an old cat guy is the first to greet them, and they start talking, and they're kind of talking as if she's not even there. And so she's like, perhaps you'd like to examine my teeth as well. Rumor has it females' childbearing streak can be determined by the conditions of her teeth. Oh, wait, maybe he said that. I don't know. Anyway, so she's going back and forth rudely with their higher ups now. So she is there at their lair. Will you turn the light on now?
Yeah.
It's too dark. It got too dark. I can't read or see. Anyway, the guy, the main guy asks, if there's anything she needs. They were like, okay, perhaps we shouldn't talk about her like she's an object. And she basically said she wants to go sleep somewhere. So he takes her to go sleep. Oh, this might be when he gives her the nightgown. Yeah, they start talking about, she meets his mother.
Oh, that's fast.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're not really. It's been days. They've been trekking up to the lair.
Is she sterile too?
Well, no, but her husband was killed in that last thing. 'Cause think
Perfect.
about it. It's been like a year or two
Then
since that.
other males could get in there and
She's
start
too old.
reproducing.
She's too old. And she lives with him now.
Oh, so
he kind of talks like she might be crazy, but she doesn't sound too bad off. Then he's like, let me show you my lair. Okay, so you want to, before we end this, do you want to know what his lair looks like?
Yeah.
It wasn't at all what Rissa expected.
It's like a giant cat cage.
The main stone chamber, of a round shape and moderately roomy size, was comfortably, if simply, furnished. Several perpetual light boxes illuminated the room, kind of like in Minecraft.
Huh.
That's what I was thinking. Bathing everything in a soft blue-violet glow. A square stone hearth sat in the middle of the room. Several smoked haunches of meat hung over it from a wheel-like apparatus suspended from the ceiling. Off to one side was a long wooden table of rich red-brown robur wood, lovingly hand-rubbed to a smooth sheen. 6 chairs of similar workmanship were stationed around it. 5 books, which is another reason to sip, because anytime a book is mentioned within a book is a sip for the Bustles and Bangers game. All right, they lay on the table. 4 more were stacked on one of the chairs. 2 large carved chests sat against a far wall, along with various cooking pots, plates, cups, some farming implements, and 3 blasters. Pew, 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 pew. Womp, womp, womp. You own books? She asked Morgan. But the ban. So anyway, they start talking about whether or not he's illiterate. So
Wait, can you read?
yeah, he takes offense and he's like, if you're asking this, and she was like, no, I'm so sorry, you're right. I shouldn't ask that. That's not really what I meant. I just was surprised.
And he's like, no, I can't read.
Yes, exactly. He says no, but we are trying to teach our people. We have
how
these.
do you do that if you can't read? How
Well,
do you teach
somebody
to read
can. Somebody can. I mean, maybe he can read a little bit of something. I don't know. So anyway, here's the books, which is another sip because they mention them again. Mountains. 10 treatises on the philosophy of ages. Very impressive. And Hesionia's Secrets of the Crystal Makers, not to mention the Eludian Proverbs, Moral Justice, and Tenoris's Maxims. Have you read all these books, Morgan? Okay, so now hear me out. I need you to look these up. I know he owns them.
There's no way those are real fucking.
What if it is? Look it up.
Damn. How do you spell all those crazy shit?
I want to look up the Hesionia's Secret of the Crystal Makers. It's HESIONA''S. Secrets of the Crystal Makers. I figured you'd want to look up the one that's Treatises of the Philosophy.
Of the Secrets of the Crystal Makers?
Yeah. Is it real?
No, it's not real.
Shut up. You haven't even looked yet. All right, well, I'll read the rest of it. He shot her a hooded glance.
No, it's not.
Damn it, bitch.
My phone was like, what the fuck are you trying to say?
Kathleen Morgan, you're fucking us over. That would have been really cool. Anyway, we eschewed the higher technologies of the rest of the Imperium, as did most of Agrica, choosing instead to keep to the simple ways of our ancestors. Life was good. Agrica. Like Africa. Agrica, because she's super, she can make up these 3 names of these really existential books, but she couldn't come up with a better name of a planet. They didn't progress, and so he has plans to try to progress them. And she's like, what did you plan to do, Morgan, with the books? It's the weirdest question.
Them.
The way, yeah, he was like, teach my people to read. The question, what did you plan to do with them, Morgan? What the fuck do you think somebody's going to do with books?
I was going to cut a hole in them, lube them up, and fuck them like
yeah,
my wife.
What the fuck? Like, oh, we were going to do crafts.
Yeah, since you're not putting out those books, Will.
Anyway, he gets mad at her at some point, and he blows
I've
up.
been mad at her this whole book.
Well, she'd never seen such virulent anger, such a soul-devouring need for revenge. He was getting mad about her dad being the killer and all that stuff, and how fucked off everything is. And let me down. I can't bear for you to touch me. He's like, I'm sorry that you saw the bitterness that got the best of me. Bitterness? You were terrifying, Morgan. Yet you meant them nonetheless, didn't you? Because he's trying to apologize for his words. Oh, yes, it does. As long as you harbor such hatred for one of my people, you harbor at least some remnants of hatred for me. Just go away and leave me, please. So he's like, do you intend to sleep with your boots on? And she like throws her boots off. Okay, so this is when...
You intend to sleep with your pants on? Those pants on? You intend to sleep with them panties on?
With those titties covered. She uncovers them. This is when he gives her his wife's nightgowns and he gets all like, again. It was, okay, the sleeping gown was silky sleek and fit her well. Rissa noted as she slipped it over her head and smoothed it down her body. Sleeveless, scooped low in the front to reveal the full swell of her breasts. It was a garment of subtle, I hate the word subtle because it looks like I should say subtle. Subtle seduction. An image of Morgan naked and powerful, passionately clasping a woman's woman.
Is that what was printed on this nightgown?
It's
a
a
picture of him naked.
No. It flashed through her mind. She blushed and shoved the disturbing image away. Morgan, she whispered. When she saw him, not wishing to disturb his mother, he wheeled about.
His mom's there?
She lives at his house. He wheeled about, flung his long brown mane back, and walked over to her. Rissa handed him her clothes. For a long, heated moment, his gaze captured hers before dipping down the length of her body, then back up to linger on her breasts. You flatter the gown, as did my Winna, he observed quietly. I wish I could take you to bed and hold you in my arms and mate with you. Rissa's heart began a thunderous pounding. But you can't. You have people waiting. No, I can't, Morgan agreed, the sudden huskiness of his voice, the only hint of the wild emotions roiling within him. But soon, Rissa, very soon, I promise you. And that, he added, a resolute look in his eyes, is one promise I fully intend to keep. Bam. Damn. Done, son. Wow. That is the end of the second installment. These books are fucking fat. I'm sorry it took so long. I hope you can all handle that. Get it? Sorry it was so long. I hope you can handle it. Yeah. Damn, dude, you are fucking yawning on this podcast. I cannot believe you.
It's all dark in here earlier.
I know, it was like a little cozy cave. I know. I don't know what we're going to do. You want me to slap you? You want me to smack you one good one? Our friend and wonderfully talented massage therapist literally told me, and I will say this on air, that I need to backhand you more often because it's better for my back muscle. It would work it out. So she said, follow through with it. So now every time you're behind me, I've been allowed by my massage therapist as a physical healing tool to just slap the shit out of you backhandedly.
Excellent. So I'm glad she did that. I'll tell her thanks.
Okay, so anyway, thanks for listening to another installment of Bustles and Bangers, another episode. Again, if you are interested in listening to some other ones that might have been a little faster, a little nastier, because some of them go slow, that's okay. Foreplay's all right. You can check out more of our stuff at www.bustlesandbangers.com. You can check us out on Insta, TikTok, and Facebook at Bustles and Bangers, or you can check out the rest of our shit on the other shit and, you know, like our shit, rate our shit, only 5 stars. If you want to give us any less than that, don't. But we love you and we appreciate you listening to our nasty, filthy stuff. We love you. Bye.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth. I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast. The Waco History Podcast is sponsored by Brotherwell Brewing on historic Bridge Street in Waco.
Welcome to the Waco History Podcast. We're going to air for you over the next few months a special series of Waco History Living Stories. These were segments that were originally aired on KWBU here in Waco. They were produced by the Institute for Oral History editor, Michelle Holland, and narrated by two fabulous narrators, Louis Maze and Kim Patterson. And so these highlight oral histories from the collection of the Institute for Oral History at Baylor University, which I direct, which has been around since 1970 and has over 1,000 interviews related to Waco and McLennan County history, and we're happy to highlight those here.
Cross the Brazos at Waco, ride hard and I'll make it by dawn.
In this Living Stories episode, we learn about the interurban railways, important electric forms of public transportation that were a big part of life in mid-century Waco.
Then the night came alive with gunfire.
In the early 1900s, Texas enjoyed nearly 500 miles of electric interurban railways. The bulk of the mileage, about 70%, was in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. A line to Waco opened in 1913. Interurbans provided frequent passenger service between urban centers, setting them apart from what existing steam railway systems offered. Interurban lines were highly sought after, as Martha Howe recalls.
My great-grandfather, W.D. Lacey, was instrumental in starting the interurban railroad that came to Waco. It was going to go in another direction, but he was very instrumental in getting it to come here.
Howe remembers traveling on the interurban with her sister.
When Florence and I were little girls, and I'm thinking 8 and 10 or maybe a little bit older, Mother would take us down to the train station here in Waco and put us on the interurban and pay the conductor $5 and say, you watch these little girls. We had matching suitcases. And we wore little hats. And you watch these girls, and when the train gets to the big Union Station in downtown Dallas, make sure they do not get off. Let them stay on the train till you get to Highland Park Station, and their grandparents will be right there waiting for them. So, and we would go and spend like 10 days to 2 weeks in the summer.
Mary Sindone explains how important the interurban was to the annual Cotton Palace.
We had lots of visitors to Waco. Fort Worth had a day, Dallas had a day, but we had an interurban, an electric train that ran from Waco to Dallas and Fort Worth. And you could go for $1.50 a round trip on the interurban. And a lot of that, all of those people would come in on that interurban. It was stationed, the headquarters were stationed on 4th and Washington. And that old interurban would come in loaded with people, you know, and then because they ran on the hour, every hour there was one leaving so they could go back home at night. But I remember the Fort Worth and Dallas days, those were big crowds then. We had huge crowds. Clay Street, I know you know where Clay Street is. That is such a quiet street now, but you just couldn't go down Clay Street during the Cotton Palace. People were coming and going and coming and going.
As highways improved and private car ownership escalated, electric interurban railways faded. By 1942, only 2 lines remained in Texas, which included the Dallas-Waco branch. But these finally succumbed in 1948, bringing an end to the interurban era.
Thanks for listening to the Waco History Podcast. Like what you heard? Subscribe, rate, and review our show on iTunes so we can reach more listeners. You can find show notes and info on every episode at wacohistorypodcast.com and more info on Waco's past at wacohistory.org. Our theme music, used with permission, is Cross the Brazos at Waco, performed by the late Billy Walker. For more info on Billy's music, go to billywalker.com. Thanks for listening. We'll see you next time. This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
Hi, I'm Hank. You might remember me from a show called King of the Hill. Check out a King of the Hill rewatch podcast. These boys ain't right, but they are funny. Find the podcast anywhere you get your podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. I tell you what.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Breathe, breathe, and all my people just breathe. And all my people just breathe, breathe, and all my people just breathe, breathe, and all my people just breathe. And all my people just breathe, breathe, and all my people.
Welcome. This is the Give You Blues music show where we discuss our blues while listening to the blues. That is blues that was, is, and has come to be in terms of music. And today we have the talented Elijah Rosario out here. He is a pop artist, R&B artist. We're going to get into it because I have some questions, you feel me? But he's an independent musician and he's come on to, talk with us a little bit. So if you'd like to introduce yourself as, your titles and, tell us your birthday / astrology sign if you so wish to tell.
Okay.
And just
I like that.
Yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, I rock with that. I love that. That's a great intro. Love that icebreaker. So, as you said, my name is Elijah Rosario. I like to classify myself as an urban pop artist. And the whole reason why I do that is because sometimes multi-genre can be confusing from an industry standpoint. But I am mostly a multi-genre artist. I sing, I songwrite. I do like melodic, alternative hip hop. I like house, I do pop, all different types of stuff. My birthday is February 20th, and I am proudly a Pisces male. I know Pisces men get a lot of flack, but I'm one of the good ones, and I'm happy to be one of the good ones. I'm a father of two beautiful girls. This is my youngest and my last baby, Zafira, 6 months. I got a beautiful wife I've been married to for 4.5 years. And yeah, man, I mean, I try to be as real and honest as possible. My whole thing is about being genuine. And I think when you're genuine, people are genuine back to you. Ain't that right, baby? You agree with that? Yeah. So
That's cool. I think you're actually the first Pisces I've ever had on the show. I'm also a Pisces. So
what?
We out here.
Hey, well, when's your birthday?
February 27th. So just a few days after yours, actually. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, bro. Your birthday is the day of my, God rest their souls, my parents' wedding anniversary.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's so crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is wild. Wow. That's crazy.
No, that's really cool. Well, I kind of want to talk to you about Pisces energy because a lot of people have a lot to say about Pisces. And now that you're like my first guest, we can talk about it. You feel me? Because you also said this thing about genuine. And Pisces is like that last sign. So they kind of always say that we kind of have traits of all the signs in a way. So we're very intuitive beings. Do you kind of feel that way?
I do. I think Pisces are very intuitive. Another sentiment that's shared about Pisces that we're very sensitive, or we're not sensitive enough because we. but they like it's so many different things that come across. But I think some of the best ways to sum up a Pisces, whether if you're a male or a female, is that Pisces do have two sides to them. We are very cunning. We're very like loving. We're very I think people try to say Pisces are romanticists, but we're not. We romanticize, but we romanticize through reality. So we find our ways to love you through the hardships and through the pain, right? Because we're realists too. And that's where that other side is. Because we're realists, it can come off a little brash, it can come off a little insensitive, player type, whether you're a male or female. But at the end of the day, as much as we wear our hearts on our sleeve, we result back to going into our shell and protecting our hearts. That's the way I could sum up a Pisces on my end, I would say.
Yeah, I like that. And I relate to what you're saying. So I mean, it's a really good generalization for Pisces, I feel like, for sure. And so speaking also of, I guess, like, I don't know, opening up in love, I sat here and I read a little quick bio that you have on Apple Music. And one of your last, before we get into your most recent album, you said like your last one called Genuine Talk is kind of like where you open up about your past relationships, specifically like that song Uncertain Love. And so it's kind of interesting that you say all that just because I listened through it, and even though you don't really define yourself as R&B, it's given a little bit of blues, you feel me? Like you have a lot
Yeah.
of different topics that you kind of share on there. And so I don't know, do you want to speak on it a little bit of like, how you feel now that you're out of those like past relationships and now coming into like your new relationship that, well, not new because I mean you've been married for 4 years now, but like
Yeah,
how that's evolved and growing in yourself and also learning from those past mistakes, I guess.
absolutely. When I was doing Genuine Truths, I had to go into this space of just living back into the moments. A lot of what I speak on with Genuine Truths is from like my college days, and and my understanding of relationships in college were not serious. They were very the approach to them would seem like you're serious about doing something. You know how it go, but at the end of the day, you know what we trying to do. We trying to lay up. We trying to do a little something and have some fun. And then it might happen for a season. And then it's like, bye, or I don't know you the next day, completely unclaimed. And I think that, I had to go back into that bag and think about those days. And then also think about myself in those circumstances. Like who was I in the moment, and what was I giving to attract that type of energy and those type of relationships. And so that's when I looked at myself in the mirror and I said, it's time to speak on it, not just from a victim perspective, but more so just from like an accountability perspective. And that's where Uncertain Love is like brought up. Uncertain Love, I think that's one of my favorite songs off that project. And one of my favorite songs melodically and also like topic wise, because I think it just describes in general, where I was at all through the album. If there was one song I could choose to describe something, to describe the album in a whole, in a sense, I would choose that song. It just speaks to everything about like at that time what I grew to start understanding, like what real communication was, what real understanding of a healthy relationship was. But at that time, I was just young, frustrated, and putting myself in just the worst predicaments in as far as like romance goes. So now I'm happy now because I understand, I've grown up, I have a very healthy relationship with my partner, and so coming to that, understanding what clear communication is, understanding what boundaries are. I'm learning still what that means, because boundaries, that's they can change, rules can change, personalities change, they develop. And I think that's something else that I'm learning to become more open to, is like over time, who we are 5 years ago, we're not going to be today. That's just what it is. It's the nature of people evolving, and especially when it comes to relationships, like your standards change, your criteria changes. So it's like understanding how to match that and meet that and not get upset with that, because my standards change from time to time. I'm going to be 30 next year, and my taste in friends, my taste in how I want to be a husband and be a father, type of person I want to become, is a whole lot different. I'm starting to require a lot more of myself. So things I've done in my 20s, I'm like, I don't want to do that in my 30s.
That makes sense. That's good. Well, I'm glad to see, the growth, even though I just met you. But it's cool to see the growth and hear about it, for sure. Because I feel like that's something that, life is all about, is growing and learning from our past. And so it's good to see that
Absolutely.
you're also taking accountability and not being, the victim. Because they also love to say that about Pisces. Like, we got that victim mentality or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, sometimes we do cry wolf, but I think it's more so just like because we expect the energy that we give to be given right back at the same, capacity. And when it's not met, it's like, man, what's going on? Like I thought we was here, and then when you realize like that person's not there or those people aren't there with you, we get sensitive. We get in our feelings. Like we jump right to conclusions. Like, they must not really rock with me like that. Then I guess they was never with me all along.
Really. For real.
That's what it is. I think that's truly just what it is, man. We just come in with so much like love and just like welcoming and energy. So when that's not given back, we just feel away.
Truly. But I feel you. I feel you. So now talking about your other album, which is kind of not a complete flip, but it has, a different connotation to it than the last album. And so it's called Discovery After Death. And when I tell you I first saw that, I was a little tripped out because I was like, I don't know what I'm getting myself into going to this little tour date. I'm like, this is a little different. I'm a little scared because I didn't know what the premise is. And so you
Yeah.
explained it, what it was at the show. But if you could explain a little bit of like the meaning behind it, so people, when I wear the shirt around town, they're not going to be looking at me kind of sideways. You feel me?
Yeah. Well, I know that title can be a little alarming. And I'm very intentional about what I title things, but I wasn't doing it for like clickbait. I was doing it because I really wanted to take people down the journey of, transitioning into a different person, but going through those pain points. It was a dedication to paying homage to my mother, and the memory of just like what it was like from the funeral all the way down to where I'm at, like probably like a year ago, I would say, because yeah, it's been about a year since we finished it. So it's giving you that timeline from January. We had our funeral January 2020, and when I finished the project in like November last year. So, and I finished it, and then we got everything mixed and mastered, ready to go for the release this year earlier. But yeah, I wanted to take people through what it was like to be in that person's shoes of someone who's grieving, going through this process, and because you're dealing with things internally and you're not really processing the grief, it's I'm not gonna say ruining, but it's impacting your relationship in a negative way. It's impacting how you parent in a bad way. It's because I wasn't letting myself process grief. I was too busy holding it in, trying to say, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. I'm one of those people who always would just deflect and deflect and deflect. And deep down, I might be dying inside. And that's what was happening. I was really torn apart. My whole world was crashed. So I wanted to paint that in a healthy way without trying to sound toxic. I hate trying to sound toxic. I'd rather just tell you what it is. And so that's what each song takes you through the first 7 records, Hold On Baby. And then get to the second half of the project, because it's first 7 songs, she's taking you through that pain, that grief, and understanding. The second half is coming back into it and saying, all right, I know what's been going on. I got to become better. And that's really where Burning Calendar came about. Like, Burning Calendar for me was that cleanse. It was like I needed to give myself something that was going to motivate me to stop looking at time in a way that's unhealthy. You know, time, I'm not going to say time is an illusion and get deep on time, but time is something that we beat ourselves over the head with. And we get so discouraged when our goals aren't met in a certain frame that we expect for ourselves to hit. If we don't have this house at this certain time in our life, we don't have, you know, our career at a certain point, you know, we don't have, you know, certain things going on, marriage, kids, all this stuff, right? It's like, why are we sitting up here trying to catch up to time when time is going to pass us anyways?
Yeah.
So you just have to live in moments and embrace what's going on at the time, and then just put yourself out there. And I found myself doing that. I found myself putting myself out there again, making music, going out, meeting new people, reshaping my perspective and of what life is and what living is. I realized living wasn't going to the club no more. Living ain't turning up. Living ain't looking lit. I stopped going to the strip club. Stopped going to the lounges, and I started just enjoying experiences more amongst people that made me feel alive too. And so that's what Burning Calendar is for me. But I wanted it to be something that could easily translate to whatever that means for you. You know. But I just had to burn my ideology on time out of my brain. So now I just go with the flow, and a bit. And as you'll see, and as you listen to the rest of the project, it'll just take you over that course of me as a person developing into this confident, aware, bold, and just reborn person that my mom always knew I could be, and my dad always knew too. And so I'm glad that that person is here to talk to you today. And I as I go through, you know, I lost my dad earlier this year as well. I lost my dad in before the tour started. Actually, I lost my dad, and that was tough because that was it, you know. And I didn't know how to take it. And the first part of the tour was really tough, but I had to just think back as to, like, not like you've been here before, but it was kind of like it was a weird sense of like, go ahead and just grieve and just let the grief hit you. So I let grief really hit me. And that's helped me a lot now. You know, even just, I didn't know how to do that 3-4 years ago, but now, like, that's the discovery. That's just redefining what life is for yourself, and just finding a new part of you that's always probably been there. You just didn't know until certain circumstances happened.
Yeah, that's fair. And it's interesting that you say that, like, let grief like hit you, because well, I haven't lost anybody in a while. I lost my grandma on my dad's side back in 2020 as well. And kind of going through that process, and like at the time I was like looking up, and also again recently, now that I like got out of a relationship, I was like looking into like the 7 steps of grief or whatever. And so I'm like wondering, like, when you say like let grief hit you, do you feel like you went through all those 7 stages of grief? Like, you know, like anger and denial and kind of, I don't know, I forget all of them. But do you feel like you kind of went through like some stages of like an up and down of emotions, I guess? Or like, do you feel like you just kind of let yourself be sad? Like, you know, grief looks different for everybody. So
It
I just
does.
know, like,
Um,
feel like, what does that mean for you, I guess?
well, grief for me is weird. Death makes me weird. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, I'm a weird person when it comes to like accepting death. I'm a very weird person because I'll go get busy. Like, I'll just go to the studio, you know, or I'll go to work or something. And I tried burying myself in work. And I when my dad passed, we were the following week, I decided to go to the studio. And I was like, why am I going to the studio? But something just told me to go to the studio. And I was just used to going. I was used to going. I was used to talking to him. Every time I get ready to go to a session, I was used to talking to him before every show when I'd be on the way to a new place, or we talk and reminisce about what his experiences were. And I cry, and I just let it happen. Like I still do it. Like I'd be on the way to the studio or something. I get a little sad, or I'd be wanting to call them, and I just can't, and it's not like I don't think that they're with me, but it's the physical, it's the part where you could hear their voice, you could smell them again. I carry my dad's duffel bag around because that's the only time I could smell him. That's like, I brought his duffel bag with me on tour just because I was like, I just want to smell my dad. I was like, I just want to feel like he's there. Um, but I let the anger, I let the anger happen. I still battle sometimes with the denial, and not in a sense where it's like I can't believe this happened. Sometimes it just feels like a bad dream. It's just like, did I really lose, my parents? Or is this a bad dream that I'm gonna wake up from? Am I dreaming this? Sometimes that's what I wish the case was. But when the reality sets in, I have my good days and I have my bad days, and I accept those. I think that's something too. I think even when you're going through grief and you've gone through those 7 stages, the fact is you're always going to have memory and recollection of someone that was really close to you. And I think when it comes to losing parents, I think it's a little heavier to carry, because like those are, especially if you grew up in the house with those parents and you grew up having a relationship with them, that's going to hit you a whole lot different. Or like losing a sibling, if y'all really close, that's going to hit you really different, because like that person was really a part of your world, like big time. So I think no matter how many stages there are of grief, you just never forget and never lose memory of those people. And you're gonna have your days where you're like really missing them, and you're gonna have your days where you're like completely fine without even like thinking about whether they're here or not. You're fine.
Yeah, I feel that. That's an interesting perspective too. And so I guess when you say discovery after death, is it like discovering like, that there's still life after death in a way? I don't know. Like,
Yeah, it's different things you can you can define it as. Like I said, for me personally, it was coming from a place of like a side of me, a part of me dying off, and I'm having to rise back up to the occasion and just go forward. So after my mom passed, like that irresponsible, childish, little boy inside died too, and therefrom it was a man and developed into that. And I think that's what it really was for me. Um, yeah, that little boy died. That little boy just went away. So, and I've just always, it's crazy enough too. When my mother was getting ready to, she was diagnosed with with cancer. Or not when she was diagnosed, she already been diagnosed. We just didn't know. But when she went under chemo, my daughter, my firstborn, was getting ready to be delivered. So that's what was crazy. Um, so just even that, like an exchange. And my dad, when he passed away, literally 2 months before, 2 or 3 months before that, my second daughter was born. And it's like an exchange. It's hand in hand. So I was on a whole nother ride, once again, at when that happened. So it's taking you through that. And again, just like I said, that little boy inside of me just passed away when she did.
yeah, that's interesting. And also, like, I guess, like, speaking of like your old childish ways, because you had talked about like going to the clubs and the strip clubs and all that. And so I watched your music video, Silver Lining, and
Uh,
Yo, that was a ride. First of all, you took us on a whole journey there with just even like the intro of it, of you like, well, yeah, of you like getting like drugged low key. And so
Yeah.
I want to talk about that because I feel like that's something that not a lot of people think about. Well, like sometimes they're starting to think about it because Cardi B had that whole thing where she went on talking about she drugs folks and like stole their money or whatever. But like I feel like a lot of times like people always think of it, as women being drugged. So like it's kind of also cool to see you bring that to light. Well, not cool, but it's nice to
I
see
get
you
what you're
bring
saying.
different perspectives to light that people often don't consider. And so, what made you kind of put that perspective into it? Like just shine.
Um, so when we were doing our walkthrough and coming up with like the story plot, um, we wanted it to feel like, so at first we were gonna go with this whole like matrix theme of like red pill, blue pill, and you and this person just go on this trip. But I was just like, nah, I was like, how about we make somebody like, what if somebody, a stranger, just sees that we need to go on this trip? So like that's where the bartender sees me and my friend. We're doing our dialogue, inaudible dialogue, and just all that good stuff. And yeah, and then she just slips us the drugs, and now we're on a trip. We're on a trip of our own, and we're like in tune with each other. That's really what it's supposed to be. It's like, because there was a disconnect, and now through that trip we're reconnecting, and we find ourselves on the same frequency. So that's where that came from, and that's really what I wanted Silver Lining as a whole to embody, like not drugs and stuff, but just like two people seeing that they belong that they belong together. You know, sometimes just have a hard time seeing it.
Yeah, and you can kind of hear that in the lyrics of the song too. Now that I think about it, because you mentioned that, especially at the end of the song as well. So that's cool. I see you. That's cool.
Yeah, I wanted to visually bring that to life. And shout out Tater Shooter, and shout out Alex, BTM, and everybody that was a part of that process. Shigo, everybody that was a part of that process, right, really helped bring it to life. So I was really appreciative of everybody that worked with me on that.
That's cool. And also now speaking about, where you're from, you didn't say where you were from now. But you
Oh,
said
I didn't say where I was from. Ah, you
yeah.
got me.
So if you want to share, where you're from, let
Yeah. So I'm originally from Augusta, Georgia. So I was born and raised in Georgia, but I've been a North Carolina native now for 5 years. And so I claim North Carolina fully now. Like this is where I live. This is home. It's where I've had both of my kids at. So Georgia boy all day. Georgia will always have my heart, but Carolina is the way to go. So that's where I'm at now.
Okay, okay. So I don't know much about North Carolina. I had some folks on the show before that are from North Carolina as well. What do you feel like with the music scene out there? Like, how is it, navigating, especially as somebody who's defining themselves as urban pop, when I feel like a lot of times, in the South, we kind of see more of like a hip hop scene more than anything.
Yeah. I would say, so I'll answer it on two different sides. So on a side, just from a overall music scene point of view, the North Carolina music scene is in an interesting space because, realistically, we are a hub of mainly rock and roll, indie folk, hip hop, and soul, R&B soul. We don't really house pop music. We don't really house pop artists. So that's that. And the scene, depending on where you are, like in Charlotte, in Charlotte, there's a lot more opportunities because Charlotte's so close to Atlanta. It's a little closer to Atlanta. Let me say it like that. It's closer to Atlanta. A lot of people normally tour through Charlotte more than they do Raleigh, Durham area. But we're getting a lot more acts touring through Raleigh ever since the Dreamville Festival happened this year, and J. Cole brought Drake out, and Burna Boy. So all of the bigger acts were like, oh shoot, like Raleigh's got an audience. Like we could totally come here. Like it's like, yeah, like We like good music too, but people skip this market a lot. Like the mainstream skips this market a ton. But from an underground and indie side of things, there's a lot of room for growth. But hip hop is the main concern. I just think like it's just easier for people to get behind it. Like I don't know. I genuinely think people just like saying their friend raps and they have a rapper friend. I just think that sounds cool to people to say. I just do, and there's no shame in that. But that's the favorite genre. And I mean, rock and roll is a big thing in Raleigh because like we got Wilmington Beach area not too far away. And then like Asheville and Boone is not far away, but like rock and roll is a staple genre in North Carolina. Like a lot of bands tour through here, a lot of bands gig around here. It's a big thing. R&B soul though, very few R&B soul acts really like doing a thing. Like R&B soul does not really get the look it deserves in North Carolina, and I'll say that for sure. Like it just doesn't. It's like people really skip R&B soul here. But like I said, for me, I look at it as just like it's free game. It's free. I get to do whatever I want. I get to play with the rappers. I get to play with the singers. I get to play with the rock bands. Like I get to do whatever I want to do because I'm not pigeonholed to one genre or one style of making music, and I love that. And I've always been raised that you should have a diverse palette. So I just basically took that and applied it to how I like to make music. Like I like gospel, I like soul, I like house, I like pop, I like hip hop. I'm not a rapper, but I like hip hop, and I love R&B. Always love R&B. I grew up on R&B. Like what? That's crazy. So I just have to. I don't know. I just have to be in the multi genre space. I can't do one genre.
No, that's fair. I'm not gonna lie, it kind of sounds like some of your songs you do be rapping a little bit, but too much on.
Maybe. I just can't commit to it. I can't commit to rap.
You feel me? Like, and I feel like that's like a key point in rap is like talking your shit. And so I don't know, some songs you be out here, you was talking your shit, and I was like, oh, okay, you got some things.
I'm down for rap, man. I love hip hop. Like I do. Like I just love hip hop so much. And it has influenced a lot of like my cadences. Like hip hop influences a lot of my cadences, but R&B influences a lot of my concepts and approach to relationships and life in general. Like blues influences how I talk about life. Like I grew up on it. I grew up on it all. Like I grew up, my dad in the house, he would play Marvin Gaye. Marvin Gaye is my favorite artist. He'd play Teddy Pendergrass. He played the OJs. He played Earth, Wind and Fire. He'd play like so many of the like classic artists and timeless artists, that will forever be remembered. And he just did that because he's like, I want you to like feel what this was. Like I want you to understand what was going on when these people were making these records at these times. Like to understand when Stevie Wonder made his War album during the time, where war was really happening, not just across seas, but in America, knowing that inner city blues was made off of, an epidemic, what I'm saying? Like the whole approach to that was talking about the epidemic and crime that was taking place in Detroit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I love that. I love that when I know music is coming from a place that's beyond the person. So I try to study that and find ways to implement that into how I do things, but modernize it, not make it too dragged out because today's attention spans are very short. So you have to get straight to the nitty gritty today.
That's fair. Do you feel like that's something that you want to keep reaching in your own music as well, kind of speaking on like the things of that's happening like in your world and in society as well?
I went back and I listened to this one song I did called Survive. And I was really proud of that song because that song really was beyond me. And I was speaking mainly on being a Black man in America. Not necessarily, I don't want to say the tone of it was angry. It was more so like it was just questioning, the motive and the freedom that we think we have, you know? Um, so it's really from that standpoint. Um, but I wrote it because what inspired it really was the Ahmaud Arbery shooting and murder, because it really hit home for me, because he actually was from, probably, like, I grew up about 40 minutes from where he was at. So it just more so like hit home, because I know those neck of the woods he was in when they got him. So I just thought about all the times where I grew up and what I seen, and it just felt like the right time to talk about it, and it just sparked that courage. But yeah, I look around in the world today, and I see what's going on, and I definitely like go back into my notes, and I just write stuff down. I just keep a mental note. And I'm like, when the time is right, and the right production, everything is happening, I'll be able to really speak on it the way I want to. But yeah, I'm 100% chasing that lane too, of just speaking. I think music is too big of a voice to not speak on real stuff happening today. It's too big. It's too big. You got to talk about it. Not that you got to, but I want to be the one of the ones who wants to talk about what's going on.
Yeah, as you should, because not everything is about the money. About looking like a superstar, movie star. No, let me stop.
I mean, if you want that too, but I think as someone who understands the power of music, and that's why I do music. I don't do music to just say I make music. I do music because I understand the power of music. And so I think when you understand it and your intentions are in the right place and your heart's in the right place, it's not going to be a fast trajecting thing, because you're constantly trying to evolve to make sure you're staying pure with your intentions while you're getting better at your craft. And at the same time, you just don't want to be putting a lot of jargon out there, into the world. So when I got past like the whole genuine truth phase of things, I stopped cursing in my music, because I would think about what my mama would say. She'd be like, "Boy, when you stop cursing in your music, people gonna really be able to hear you." And I never understood what she meant at that time until I tried it, and I think I've been able to be heard more, because I'm not filtering what I really want to say, or trying to make you feel good with things that I know, just really hold no value. A curse word doesn't hold value. It's just something we say out of expression, and feeling, but it doesn't hold weight or value, really. So I'm just trying to just get to that point where I can make the fun records when I need to have fun and when I want you to feel fun. And I can make the records when it's like we gotta really talk about it. We talk about it. There's records where I need to like just say what I gotta say and just keep it pushing. I'm gonna say that too. But I don't know, man. It's not that I don't know. I do know. I just want to be one of those artists where whatever you're in the mood for, I got you covered.
Yeah, and I feel that even with like the genre bending, like we've been saying too, like even with house music, because it feels like it's kind of making a resurgence on the low with all the things that been happening. Like we need something that we can kind of like groove to a little bit. So
Yeah.
I really enjoy the genre bending as well. So it's something cool to see you kind of like take on all these different things. So it's
I
cool.
appreciate that. I really do. See, that does not go underappreciated, because I know some people do not appreciate that about some artists. They're just like, pick a lane, dog, and keep it moving.
No, for real. And so it's also interesting because I saw also on your like Apple Music bio that you like Drake, and he's like one of those artists that like kind of delves into everything, and he had that house album that like not many people really gravitated towards. I really like that album
I
because
do too. I thought it was a great album, honestly. I thought people were tripping. I think people were tripping. Honestly, never mind is a great. You know what I think it is? And I don't even think it's a Drake thing. I think what happens is we get a little too upset when our favorite artist is trying to do something that lets you know he's a little happy or she's a little happy. I think we just want our favorite artist to constantly give us sad music, or music to let us know that they're pissed with life. It's like I like that because I feel like he was in a very confident space in his life when he did Honestly Ever Mine. I thought so.
That's interesting because I honestly don't know if I really got that. Like, it felt like for me, honestly, Nevermind was, although it had like those upbeat grooves, he was still kind of like in his like feelings, like definitely like Texco Green. But at the same time, I see it like it was like both. Like, he has songs that were like in his feelings and some songs that were also kind of like, you know what, like I'm gonna still talk my shit and I'm gonna, be about myself. And that's what I feel like also like his new album was. I ain't really too much. I don't want to go into that one because that's his new album. I don't want to talk shit. I know he's sensitive about new work that
No, we could say it. We could say it. We could say that that album is very I'm gonna say it in a way where it sounds just real. That album was made for TikTok and internet virality. That's what the album was made with the intention of. The album was not made with the intention of going in and making music that's gonna last 5 years later. It's simple as that. I'm a firm like I know, and when if you're a real Drake fan out there in the world, we know when Drake is giving us a song that he wants to last for years. We know it. We know what that record sounds like. Like we know what these songs sound like, and then we know what a experimental Drake record sounds like, or something we know is a quick fix and a quick solution. You know what I mean? Like, because a prime example of this, when he did Scary Hours, the only song that we really run back to is Wants and Needs with him and Lil Baby. Like, that's the example of something I want you guys to keep singing. What's next? And no disrespect, I love Lemon Pepper Freestyle. That freestyle is crazy. I love that freestyle. So I'm not gonna say Lemon Pepper Freestyle qualifies for that, but What's Next is a quick one. It's just quick. It's just like nobody's going back playing What's Next. I haven't heard What's Next at all. Like nobody's playing that record, but they'll go back and play Wants and Needs. You know what I mean? They'll go back and play that record. That record's hard. Like it was made with a purpose. You know what I'm saying? So we know what Drake songs are supposed to do that. And unfortunately, we just didn't get the Drake music that we felt he wants to last.
So
You know?
is because now we're getting to a point where we're not really the trend no more. Like we're getting a little bit older, so our taste in music is gonna be a lot different than the next generation's taste in music. So whenever people say it's for TikTok and all that, I kind of just think of like my little cousin's generation. Now I haven't asked my little cousin how she feels about this yet, like this album, and I know I need to because she always has insightful things to say about like the new music that's coming out. But
I
just
love that.
wonder if it's like, maybe it's like something that they're really into because I mean, I don't be on TikTok like that, but like if they're the ones that, are feeding into the new generation and that's like their style and that's what they're into, like who are we to say, that's not something that's, gonna last long when next they're gonna be the ones that they turning up in the clubs. I don't know. That's their throwback song.
It could. It could. It 100% could. And that's a good way. My wife and I were having this conversation, and I was just like, my response to that was, yes, I understand that, but also, all right, I hate to bring this nigga's name up, but goodness gracious, I'm gonna have to because this is gonna validate this conversation. R. Kelly.
Oh no.
That nigga was not, I was not around. I was not old enough to understand anything R. Kelly was doing. That was like my older cousins, aunties, and uncles playing that, right? They knew what nobody in our generation really was on R. Kelly like that. But when you got to high school and middle school and you understood a little bit of what Step in the Name of Love, you know what I'm saying? You was vibing to that. You was on that. You know what I'm saying? You was playing that. You know what I mean? You was playing it, and again, that just goes to show you, although R. Kelly wasn't our trend anymore, didn't mean his music didn't translate, and it didn't carry the weight that a hit maker should carry. And that's what I mean with Drake. It's like, we're not gonna we're not the trend no more, but we still know when his classics come on, and the kids, like my kids, other kids, when they hear those classics, you gonna know the difference between what that sound like and what this is. You know what I'm saying? Because let's be honest, same girl with Usher don't hit like don't hit.
No. Don't hit the same. Not as like not with
No,
Usher.
it didn't. No, it
Yeah.
just, you know what I'm saying. I was a little older then, so that's why I remember that record. Because I remember when Same Girl came out, I was like, oh man, it's so, because I was really into Usher and everything back then. So I was like, oh man, Usher got a new one. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, but Usher, another one of those ones. Like, I was born in '94. You was born in the '90s. Usher was just making, Nice and Slow. We weren't around, when that was outside, but we sure be singing, man. We sing Nice and Slow like it just came out yesterday when it come on, like versus one of the new Usher records. You ain't playing nothing new that Usher just dropped.
Dude, well, you're right. Like I don't play it as much, but I see where he's coming from. You feel me? I see his reach. I see
You
it.
see the reach. There you go. That's a great. Oh, I gotta start saying that. I see the reach. I love that. Like you see the reach and you understand the approach because Usher recognizes, and Usher has always been great at this. Usher has been in this game for 20 some years. So he knows what it takes to get to the next generation. If you want to stay in this game, you got to play it like this. So he understands that, but that doesn't mean the music quality is gonna always
Translate.
be on par with what we know your catalog is. And that's where Drake gets held at a different status because Drake's catalog is what it is. So
Fair. But it's interesting that you say that because I was also thinking about like, Drake as a songwriter and also R. Kelly as a songwriter because even though I wasn't really listening to R. Kelly as much, I mean, yeah, Space Jam came out and I was still singing that song because that was
I Believe I Can Fly. Everybody was. Everybody, and they was singing it in church, man. That's
That's
how
what I'm
crazy it was.
saying. It was a really good song. But like whenever he was writing for Alia, like that, like he was doing some things, and that was whenever I feel like I was more so like I grew up listening to her music, and it's like it was mostly written by him. So it's like
Yeah.
it's interesting to see kind of like how they go from like making tracks from themselves and also songwriting for other people and it's still hidden in a way that transcends like to the depth that we're like okay yeah these are classic records because I was looking on like Beyonce's like Renaissance like credits. I don't know why I was in my bag and looking through that, but I didn't realize that Drake had like credits for writing that song Heated, and I really fuck with that song. So I was like I don't know, like he still is out here, making
Oh
really
no, he's a
real.
goat. He's a goat. Like there's no questions about Drake being a goat. Like Drake is a goat. He is the goat. I just think he's just headed in that space, kind of like where I'm not gonna say he's completely there because I'm giving this person one last shot. He's got to come through. But Party Next Door got to come through on P4 because I haven't I haven't been pleased with what Party's been dropping lately.
Oh my gosh. So did you not like P3? Because I liked P3.
I like P3, but I didn't like Party Mobile.
Oh, that's fair. I feel like I have to revisit it every now and then and like come back to it because some of it was is Party Mobile the one where he has that song Savage Anthem? Because I really like that song.
Oh, that record's hard. I mean, that record's crazy. The one that, yeah, like that record's fire. Yeah, I play that one. But that and Best Believe It with Rihanna.
Yeah.
You know, that's a vibe, but everything else is like it's mid, and Party's been on this mid train, like even with his singles been mid. I'm like, bro, these ain't it, bro. I think the last good single he had was the single he did with Diddy.
Oh, that song that's on his Diddy's new album?
Yes, that's the last one.
Well, I mean, that was just recent. So like he's still outside. He's still doing his thing.
Yeah, but
Like
I
Diddy
mean,
just dropped that. Like
her old friends was cool. Her old friends was alright. Like that was a cool single. I just don't want that on the album. Like let's skip her old friends. Like let's skip some of these singles. The single he put out with Preem earlier this year. Like we could skip that. Like we could skip. I need Party to go reach back in the depths of his soul and tell me where he at for real right now.
okay.
Be- because you can't tell me, well, you can because there are people still doing it, but we got to stop pretending like we still toxic and 19 years old. Like we just got to stop pretending. Like we got to stop pretending that we're 21, 22 when we're Party's close to 32. Party's close to being 30. I need to know what's going on. Why don't like any baby mamas we don't know about?
Listen,
Have you
sometimes
and Kaylani had a secret affair on the low, even though like what's going on? Like I just want to know like what's been going on. Like
that
have
was
you and Danny Lay crossed the line? You know, like what's up? Like stop telling me about her old friends and how you don't like your old joint. Like I if that was 5 years ago, yeah, I see why you don't like your old joint no more. It's 5 years ago. Like, tell me what's going on, like with you right now. Like,
that's sweet.
this. That's all I want to know. I just want him to drop the toxic 19-year-old, 20-year-old him. I loved toxic 19, 20-year-old Party when he gave us Welcome to the Party. I loved it in P2. I loved it in P3. Nigga, that was your early 20s. We on the other side.
Yeah, I feel you. I get it. I hear what you're saying too. It's fair. Sometimes though, that's what I was feeling when I was listening to Drake. I was like, dang, like he's still toxic out here. Like he's running the streets and he does not care. Like he says he wants love, but like what is love in his eyes? Because at this point, like it's sounding real, it's a lot. Like it sounded like you don't care about any of these people you are dating at this point. Like,
I mean, he's came out and verbalized that he won't get married.
oh, well, I guess that's a lot.
I mean, I want to say he's came out and said that before. I think he said it on the Bobby Adolph interview.
See, I didn't watch that interview all the way.
Yeah, his whole ideology about marriage and dating, right? Like, I think he's starting staying single. So, yeah, I mean, he's made it very clear he wants to be in his 40s and single until he finds somebody that just makes him completely change his mind.
Okay, well, that's fair. Well, I don't want to wait too much on all these other artists because I got to get to the pivotal question for you. And that is,
Okay.
what gives you the blues and how do you get out of them?
Oh man. Um, well, it could be man, I ain't gonna hold you.
Take your time, take your time.
Let me take my time with this one. Because you asking a real question. What gives me the blues? That's a good question. That is true. I do get real sad on London. My wife was over here telling me what it would be. She be watching. She be like, I know when he happy. I know when he's I know when yeah, I will say, and I know it might sound a little bad, but my creative brain never turns off. And so when I'm not able to go create something, not even just music, but I'm not able to just go create and exercise that creativity. I do get sad, and I feel like I'm not living up to my what I should be doing. And what gets me out of that headspace, honestly, is doing it, or if I don't get a chance to go do it no time soon, stepping outside and just going out, meeting new people, or hanging out with my kids or something, and just hanging out. Like, because when I was in while I was gone away for 2 weeks, I didn't get a chance to go to the studio at all while I was out on tour, out being out west for 2 weeks. And since I didn't get a chance to go to the studio, I was like feeling really pressed. And to combat that, I decided to just step out of my hotel room, go hang out, go talk to people, just get to know people. And what I did was I wrote parts of our conversations down. And I would say, hey, I'm just gonna write down parts of our conversation. Is it cool if I keep this? And they say, oh, what are you gonna use it for? I said, well, it's inspiring me when I go back to the studio. And I'll just keep that in and I'll hold on to that. And so I think I'm gonna start doing that a lot more, actually, because that was very healthy. And it just made me like feel less like less accomplished, less unaccomplished, just because I couldn't go to the studio like right away to go do stuff. And so that's what I found to be more healthy. But yeah, just being out to be able to create.
Well, that's cool. Well, thank you for sharing, and I don't want to keep you here too long. So thank you for coming, and let the people know where we can find you, your Instagram, your social medias, your website if you have one, and like, what's your name? Spell it out for us so we can,
Yeah,
look
of
for
course.
it.
So you guys can find me once again. My name is Elijah Rosario. That's ElijahRosario. You can find me on any streaming platform under my name. You can find me on Google under that name. You can also find me on socials by just typing in my name. You type in my name, you'll find me on Instagram, you'll find me on Facebook, and you'll find me on Twitter. So once again, it's been a pleasure. And my name is Elijah Rosario. Please look me up, check out the music, and I got a new single on the way, so stay tuned.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Out everybody. Thanks.
All right. Oh, are we still recording?
You could just log off whenever. We'll stop the recording whenever we do.
Okay. I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you later on. Let me know. Let me know when it's getting posted so I get stuff together.
I got you.
All right.
I'll have to ask you for a picture or something, or I might.
I got you on that. Oh, also, I just made a sped up version to Burning Calendar. I'm gonna send you that.
Oh, I'm about to actually mix it after this. I do a mix too. I'm mixing like the you did already give to me, but I could use it for a different one. So you could send it.
Oh no, that's fire! No, that's fire! That's fire! I want to hear that. I gotta hear that. That's fire.
That one will be jumping next week, so stay tuned.
That's fire! Yeah, I can't wait to hear that. Man, that's gonna be sweet. Hell yeah! Let me know when that is. I'm gonna send you the sped up version because we're gonna release it as a little 2-pack. Like we're gonna rehash the normal with the sped up as a 2-pack in December.
Okay.
And put out like a visual and everything. So it's gonna be fun. Yeah, I really want that record to get a little more shine. It's like through the project, trying to go through a whole 14-song project gets lost in translation. But I was like, dang, I really like this song. I believe in what it can make people feel. So I was like, I gotta rehash this record. So I just made a sped up version with it too.
Okay. Well, I like it. And you definitely can feel all different types of emotions in that one. So it's cool. It's cool.
Well, thank you. Well, I appreciate you once again for allowing me to be a part of your platform and to interview. And it was really great meeting you at the show back in Houston. Please stay in touch so we can connect further, and whether if it's music, interviews, whatever. Like I plan on coming back out and tapping more in with Texas in general. So yeah, we'll be in touch.
Okay, say less. All right, thank you.
Breathe, and all my people just 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 breathe, and all my people.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast. This is Central Texas Life with Ann Harder.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Central Texas Life. Now, this is a first for me. I'm doing an interview with a published author, and she writes under a nom de plume, which is her pen name. And we're not going to reference your real life name.
No.
That's what I was told by a mutual friend.
Yes, we're going to
set this up.
We're going to keep it a secret today.
We're going to keep it a secret today because Percy J. has got her first book out. It's called The Bride of a Leicester, and it is fun. This is called romantic fantasy, and it is, I have to admit, it's a subgenre of fantasy fiction, and it's just not something I normally read. But as a kid, I always loved fairy tales. I mean, I loved fairy tales, and so that's kind of what you've written.
Yes, it is. It is very much a fairy tale inspired story. And I wanted to take some of those fairy tale tropes and classic fantasy tropes that we all grew up with and say, what happens if we added a little bit of real world logic into this? If we had like the Conan the Barbarian character and we made him this big tough warrior, what would real life consequences of having those kinds of qualities be? You know, if you're a woman in a high fantasy setting and you don't have a whole lot of choices, how would that make you feel? So I took those concepts and just kind of ran with them, and this is how I ended up with it.
Well, and it is a page turner, I have to say. I mean, it was really a lot of fun. It was a fun read, The Bride of Leicester, and got to the end, and we have a cliffhanger. And if I had read the inside cover carefully, it says this is the first in the Leicester series. So you have more.
I do have more. I currently have the second book, The Sorceress of Leicester. It is almost completely drafted. 3/4 of it is currently with my editor right now, and we are looking at a spring 2024 release date.
That's coming right up.
It is coming right up.
Well, okay, so let's get into it. Now, you know, in talking about this subgenre, it says one of the key features of romantic fantasy involves a focus on relationships, social, political, romantic.
Yes.
And you have all those bases covered. Romantic fantasy has been published by both Fantasy Lines and Romance Lines. So it's got a definite love story with a pretty major, shall we say, a big twist.
Yes.
You have to read it to.
It's a beautiful play on words.
Yeah, sort of. But so what intrigued you about that particular aspect, the romance part of it?
Well, it first started out as a love story first and foremost. The very fledgling concept of The Bride of Leicester started because Beauty and the Beast is my favorite love story. And so I asked myself, what if I had a Beauty and the Beast style story, but instead of making the Beast an animal, I just made him way too big, and specifically 9.5 feet tall.
A giant.
A giant. And so how would that work with a very petite woman? I mean, you can do the math in your head. The math does not math. That's not going to work.
Well, and you actually have little cards. You even did a little, and I know you can't see it from here, but you have sort of the perspective of our heroine, Serafina, sitting on Ren's knee. And and so it's, she's tiny.
The
She's like a
proportion.
little munchkin on his lap.
Yeah, I had an artist commission that scene because I wanted people to visualize exactly what the central conflict is, that they are not the right size for each other. And some people will look at that art and say, why is she so small? It's like, oh no, it's not that she's small. It's he's 9.5 feet tall. And people can't really conceptualize how large that is because people that large don't really exist. But when they see it, you instantly go, oh, this is a problem.
Yeah, occasionally you'll see a basketball player that's 7 feet.
Yes.
Maybe 7 plus. I mean, that's pretty tall. I mean, that's a major human being. But you're adding another couple of feet onto that. Of course, in fairy tales and so forth, giants are fearsome, fee, fi, fo, fum.
Yes.
I smell the blood of an English, but, and they eat people.
Yes.
So that kind of figures. There are those kinds of creatures in your book.
Yes, I do have giants in the book. They are immediately introduced as these very fearsome creatures. And I don't think it's too spoilery to say that they end up causing the death of Seraphina's older brothers because they do fee, fi, fo, eat them. And that's the catalyst of all of the conflict in the book. And so whenever Seraphina ends up being forced to marry an alleged half giant, she has a lot of angry feelings about that, and that also drives the conflict.
Right. Conflicted on her grief, her ongoing grief with the loss of her brothers. But yeah, you mention, in trying to conceptualize this character as being someone, in an archaic age.
Yes.
Where the young ladies are schooled in a separate school, and they're kind of brought up for what they're going to become, and they really have no choices.
No, none whatsoever. And they're quite angry about that. And my different female characters take that anger and use it in different ways. Seraphina takes that anger and it's very low burning, and it drives her motivation to manipulate and to lie and to connive her way just to get a crumb of safety. Then you have other characters like Brietta, where she takes that anger and she stays quiet, she reads, she tries not to make too big of a fuss. And then there's Annalisa, who lashes out, and she's a bully, and she will, if she's upset about something, she will tell you about it.
Yeah, she's kind of a wench.
She is.
Yeah, but they kind of form these alliances, and and of course, again, I don't know how much detail we want to get into, on this podcast about the book, but the storyline is that they reach the age of marrying.
Yes.
And so they're just like cattle at an auction.
That's exactly what it is, yes.
and they don't know who they're going to end up with. It's, of course, there are game shows on TV, about, love at first sight. I mean, all these kinds of crazy shows that we see now that's, in a way, I don't know, The Bachelor, that's been around for years, but it's the same kind of idea that you're sort of competing, for somebody.
Yes.
But in this case, the young ladies, they have no choice. They just end up with whoever they end up with.
That's right.
There's a lot of magic
Yes.
involved in this, too. Let's talk a little bit about that.
Okay. So, whereas the magic is concerned, it's very folklore based. I did take a lot of inspiration from Norse mythology with my magic. I took a lot of inspiration from Greek mythology with the concept of my magic. And the magic is, at least in book 1, a metaphor for human phenomena such as post-traumatic stress disorder. The way the magic is, the way it manifests in the main love interest, Rian, and why he's so large is that he is a soldier. He went to war and he came back and he doesn't know how to deal with those feelings. And the way he describes it in the book is that his body betrays him when he's afraid, and so he gets bigger.
Right. It's in a way a little bit like the Incredible Hulk.
Yes.
Where he would be kind of normal, or he's never like normal because he's tall, but he can get bigger.
Yes.
When that anger or, like the adrenaline or whatever causes these changes in him. Mm-hmm. There's really not any way he can, tap the brakes on that? Or?
No, there's no way he can stop it. And much like in real life, whenever someone has post-traumatic stress disorder and they can turn into a monster metaphorically, Rian Bloodstone turns into a monster literally. And he just keeps getting bigger and more fearsome, and he lives a life where he's incredibly uncomfortable in his body, and it ends up making him very isolationist, and he doesn't have relationships, and he doesn't have friends, and it's a very sad thing. So you see him at first as this fearsome monster and a great warrior and how awesome it must be to be him, and then the more you learn about him, the more you realize this man is absolutely miserable, and it's quite sad.
And he would like to love someone. He
Yes.
would like to have a, but who, who?
Who could
When
ever
you're-
learn
when
to
you're
love a
that
monster?
big, that's the problem. But yeah, so let's delve a little bit more into Miss Serafina.
Yes.
She's a very complicated character.
She is, and people are 50-50 on whether they like her or they dislike her. It's a schism amongst my readers.
Yeah. She is obviously, I mean, it's her voice pretty much that we're hearing. And so everything is kind of filtered through what she's thinking, but she's pretty honest about her own scheming, and she kind of lies to herself.
She does.
In thinking, oh well, no, I really, this is what I want to happen, and then she can become conflicted as more information is revealed to her.
Yes, something that I really wanted to do with her character is utilize the concept of an unreliable narrator. Because we in first-person perspective and we see her internal monologue, I wanted her to be such a good liar that she not only lies to herself within her own internal monologue, she lies to the reader about what's happening. So you can see some clues in the text how something is described, but her internal monologue will tell the reader something that's clearly the opposite and not at all true.
Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hey, I'm Zach.
And I'm Mike.
And we have a fantastic new podcast to tell you about. Bros, Foes, and Heroes. It's the two of us looking into the world of comics, breaking down some characters that you may have never heard of, and some that are just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so Zach comes up with a character each time, and I go into it just completely blind. I don't know who this person is or what their abilities are or anything, and basically I guess we kind of go over their origin story and just some of the ridiculous stuff that maybe, especially Golden Age stuff.
Oh, Golden Age stuff is always the best, and we will make sure to highlight all of the shenanigans and just absolute weirdness of everything.
Yeah, that's right. So subscribe today and follow us on Instagram at Bros, Foes, Heroes.
And if you don't, I know where you live. Not really, but please subscribe.
Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hey, I'm Blair.
And I'm Brittany. And we're the host of
By the Cover Podcast.
We cover everything from mysteries, thrillers, romance, chick lit, and even some smut.
Don't forget the smut.
Yeah.
We're so excited to get this thing going and share this with you guys. We've been talking about this for months, and it's finally happening.
Yes.
Special shout out to RogueMedia for helping us with this.
For sure, for sure. You can find us on Instagram at bythecover_podcast.
You can also find us on Facebook and TikTok, so don't forget to give us a follow on those too also.
And we are so excited to dive into some of our favorite books and share those with you.
We can't wait. Hope you love it.
Hey y'all, I'm April.
Hi, I'm Caroline.
And we have a new podcast for you. What's it called, Caroline?
Bloody Happy Hour.
It's going to be your new favorite guilty pleasure. We're going to talk about some bloody stuff. Serial killers, true crime, rapists. Why not join us? We'll have a good time.
You literally never know. I don't know what I'm going to say. Bloody Happy Hour. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
say you drew on Norse mythology, Greek mythology, and you loved this kind of style of story and storytelling as a kid. Did you had a favorite? But what are some of the other fairy tales or things that you kind of feel like you drew on for writing this series?
Well, I'm definitely a huge Disney fan. I was the kid who grew up in the 90s with the Masterpiece collection on VHS, and so I would watch those movies over and over and over. And as I got older, I wouldn't just watch it for the story or for the characters or the songs. I started watching it to see how these stories are constructed. Take the story of Snow White, for example. Snow White, the first animated movie feature-length ever to ever exist, it focuses a lot on an emotional journey rather than necessarily a logic-driven plot. And so it takes you through these really rough moments. Like, if you can remember, they're in the woods, it's very scary. She's going through all of this torment and torture, and we even get to a funeral of a Disney princess at the end. That's incomprehensible to think of today. But because you go through all that strife and all that pain, that happy ending, in contrast, is luminescent with how happy it is. So I wanted to take that concept of we're going to put you through heck because that happy ending at the end is going to be so sweet because of it. So I just took all of these concepts of storytelling and of character building from classics we love, like from Disney, and that's what I really drew my inspiration from.
Yeah, I mean, we're hearing and seeing, how Disney, they're kind of getting off into some weird stuff.
Yeah.
Really, and it's like almost like go back to your roots, and retell these stories, And so I don't know. It's exciting though to see what you've come up with this now. All cards on the table, as it were. You've got other cards we can look at. It's a little spicy.
It is a little spicy, just a little bit.
Well, there's a few F-bombs in there, and there's some language. I'll put it that way. So definitely, not for your preteen.
No, it's not for preteens. I actually have a page right in the front where I inform any potential readers that this story is for audiences 18 and up, and I do inform the reader what the contents of the book are. I think that's very important, not just for parents of potential readers, but also for readers themselves, because I do get into some dark themes that some people just might not want to read, might not be pleasant for them.
Yeah, and might not be the best thing for a younger reader, for sure. I do like to talk to authors, though, about their process, without saying too much more about your personal life. I mean, there is a child involved.
Yes.
And so how do you personally find the time to have a career as a professional person and do this too? This is not your only job.
Right. So I do have a normal job. I do have a normal 8 to 5. And what I do is I will go to my job, I will come home, I will be mom, and all that time I'm marketing on my social media, I write at night, and I work until usually about 1 a.m. every night. Every night. There are no days off. My weekends are completely consumed with working, and because I self-publish the book, I not only write the book myself, I also do the majority of the editing myself. I have to find my cover artist myself. I have to find my artist myself. I do all of the internal art myself. I draw my art myself. I even made my own font for this book. So
I like
did.
It.
Thank you.
A lot, yeah. And I have to say, I haven't found any typos. I haven't found any misspelled words. And I was kind of the grammar mom in the newsroom.
Yes.
And I have had people on where there'd been a few things that slipped through the cracks, but I've not found any. So kudos to you for doing all that yourself.
I was a magazine editor in college. I went to Oklahoma State University for my undergrad, and it was drilled into me to do multiple passes, to have that editor's eagle eye, and to not send something to print unless it is perfect. Now, you will always find something after it's gone to print. I know I did whenever I had like thousands of passes over my magazine. I still found one typo.
And how did you get through?
Perseverance.
Yeah.
it was just a point where I could not give up because I knew it was going to get done. I did not see a scenario where it didn't get done, and I just did it.
Yeah. Well, that's amazing. I mean, I just think it's remarkable, and I'm so proud of you for doing that. And what I like is that at the end you've got discussion questions.
Yes.
Which I think that's pretty cool. You know, you a lot of them related to the heroine of the
Yes.
book, Serafina, and well, why do you think, So, have you been hearing from book clubs? I mean, have people been using your book, or how do you get feedback on who's reading?
I did have an appearance on an online book club last week, and that was a lot of fun. They didn't
Good.
necessarily follow the discussion questions, but people like discussing the characters.
Yeah.
I have not had any of book clubs reach out to me and say, hey, we want to do your book. Can you have an appearance? I do know that Blackbird Books and Spirits in Belton has been wanting to do book clubs. And if anyone's listening and if you want to do a book club, I am more than happy to be of assistance. Please do. I think it's wonderful. I really intentionally made The Bride of Leicester something for people to discuss, whether it's the theme or the story, or whether people kind of choose their favorite character and argue on their behalf over why they did nothing wrong and everyone else is wrong.
Yeah.
And I did that on purpose. Everyone's going to find something they like or relate to in this book.
Well, absolutely. I believe that is true. So you've got the second one, The Sorceress.
Yes, The Sorceress of Leicester.
And so what's the third? I mean, what do you have? Is it going to be a trilogy? Is it going to be 6 books? Do you even have an idea in your head? And that's the other thing. I just don't know how you come up with this stuff. I mean, how you conceive of the characters and the storyline. I mean, I just think it's awesome that you've been able to do that.
Well, in terms of coming up with the story, what would happen is I had the fledgling idea for The Bride of Leicester, and I'd been wanting to write for a long time, ever since I was 12. And I came up with an idea, and I tried to write it, and I never was able to write more than a few pages. I didn't know what was wrong with me that I couldn't finish it. And then whenever I was driving around for work, I would entertain myself on these long drives by watching scenes of The Bride of Leicester like a movie in my head.
Playing it in your head.
And so for 9 months, I just watched it while I was running or driving or doing anything mundane, just entertaining myself in my mind. And then one day, it was a Saturday morning in April of 2022, I just opened up a Word document and I said, okay, let's do this. And then I wrote it. I wrote the first draft of The Bride of Leicester in 2 months.
Did you really?
It took me 2 months, and the first draft was 90,000 words, so it was pretty big.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so did you have an outline in your head when you started, or did it evolve as you're writing it?
Oh, it evolved completely.
Okay.
The story that went to print is completely different. Well, I shouldn't say completely different. The heart's still the same, but it is very different from my first draft. A lot of the characters evolved, my motivations evolved. As I evolved as a storyteller and as I got to know my characters better, I just kind of let them lead the story. And that's where I found these really good moments. I was like, I now understand you. I now understand why you're doing the things that you're doing. And I think people are really going to enjoy this story now.
Yeah. Well, that's just, I love hearing the process. I mean, I just think it's fascinating how you go about doing that. And you say you self-published.
I did.
So what all was involved with that? I mean, this is a great, physically, it's a very nice book.
I did want, and there are 1,000 different ways to self-publish. Some people go through Amazon. Some people go through a printing service where they print the book and then sell it through themselves. I went through a publisher called Ingram Spark, and Ingram, the bookseller, is where most booksellers get copies of any book from, whether it's published by a large publisher, a small publisher, or an independent publisher. They get it from that site. And so what I did was I provided Ingram Spark with the files. So I formatted everything myself. I delivered them the cover myself. And they put it together and they distribute it to places like Barnes & Noble and Amazon and pretty much anywhere books are sold. I'm in Walmart, I'm in Target. They do all the distribution. I just gave them the file.
That's awesome. I mean, that really is great. Very cool. Well, nearing the end of this, and I like to end these visits with a little questionnaire similar to the one that the late, great James Lipton would use on Inside the Actors Studio, so this is my take on it. What is your favorite word.
Oh, my favorite word. I think I've used it already, but I love the word luminescent.
That's a good word. As a wordsmith, that's excellent. What's your least favorite word?
Oh, my least favorite word.
I know it's not the F word because you used a lot in the book.
The F word's in my top 10 favorites. I'm not going to lie.
Okay.
Oh.
Your least favorite word.
I don't like using a whole lot of adverbs. I know that. Probably the word cringe.
Yeah.
I don't like the word cringe.
Okay. All right. What turns you on creatively, emotionally, spiritually?
What turns me on creatively? Being alone with my thoughts and being honest with myself. I love chewing on things and ruminating on things and finding out the why and the how. And when I get that raw feeling of why and the how, I like to take it into something tangible and put it into words for people to understand. That's where my creativity comes from.
Good. What turns you off, conversely, creatively or spiritually or emotionally?
Something that I really don't like to write in my books is violence or gore. I don't have a lot of it. I don't really like blood and guts and decapitation, which is odd because it's fantasy. People expect that going in.
You know, you had plenty of opportunity. You could have.
Yeah.
You could have done that. I don't like reading it, so I'm good with you on that. What sound do you love the most?
I love the sound of hearing people's voices when they tell me what they love about the story. It's that little lilt in their pitch when you can tell they are really happy or inspired or moved by something. And it fills my soul in a way that I did not think was possible.
What sound do you hate?
I figured that was coming.
Yeah.
A sound that I hate.
Yeah.
Other than just the normal nails on a chalkboard.
Yeah. That's a bad one.
I don't like negativity. I
Right.
don't like when I can tell people are just trying to drag somebody down because that's not the life I'm trying to live as an author.
Right.
I believe in supporting each other, not competing.
Okay. Okay. We never said what your profession is. But what other profession would you like, besides being a book writer, what other profession would you like to have tried?
I would have loved to have been on film more often or be a voice actor. I loved the world.
You could do that.
Oh,
yeah.
thank you. I loved the world of acting. I love being a performer. And so here I am doing something I love at this moment.
Yeah, and storytelling. I mean, creating these stories. What job do you know you would not want to do? No, thank you very much. Don't want to do that.
And I say this with absolutely all the love and respect in my heart, but I do not know how teachers do it. My parents are teachers. Everyone in my family is a teacher. I come from a long line of teachers. I do not know how y'all do it. God bless every single one of you.
Yeah,
You're
amen.
in my heart and mind constantly.
Yeah, that's mine too. That's mine too. And finally, what do you want to hear God say when you arrive at the pearly gates?
Good job.
Good. That's what we all hope for.
Yes.
Percy J., you are a treasure. I mean, this is so much fun. The Bride of Leicester, and so I'm ready to read the Sorceress of Leicester when that comes out. You know, we'll have to.
Yeah, I'm working hard.
Back. You're working hard on it, and have you back to talk about it as well. So, how can folks? You say it's available in a lot of places, but is there, Amazon just an easy way to get a copy of the book?
Yes, you can get it on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Target, Walmart, anywhere you can find books in the normal large places. You can also get a signed copy from me at percyjauthor.com. I'll throw in my character cards, some art, some bookmarks, maybe a sticker or two if I'm feeling like it. But I always give free goodies if you order from my website.
Oh, well, that is cool.
Yes.
That's very good. I've got this copy. I'm hoping you will sign it before you leave.
Oh, of course.
Anyway, I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
All right, thank you for
being with
having
us.
me on.
I love talking. I just love hearing from authors. And this is a totally new subgenre for me, romantic fantasy. So, The Bride of Leicester. And we'll see you again next time. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Central Texas Life with Ann Harder is part of the Rogue Media family. Be sure to check out our other shows at RogueMediaNetwork.com. Please rate this show 5 stars on iTunes, Spotify, YouTube, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Join us again soon for more Central Texas Life with Ann Harder. This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Caroline, you should tell them about the newest thing that Bloody Happy Hour is doing.
A Patreon.
It's a Patreon. What is that?
That means you're basically like a VIP member, and you get some perks. You maybe get like merch a little earlier. You get
or exclusive merch.
You could get first dibs on signing up for a live show. You get episodes with no commercials.
You get our video because our video is no longer available on YouTube. It is only on Patreon. And the most important to me is you get videos of our live shows, but also bonus episodes each month. But if you're on a Patreon, you're VIP, you're going to get more.
Because I always have a lot of details I want to go to. I can law-splain. I might read a book.
This is also going to be the exclusive place that Dirty Chat is going to go to. In order to hear the full content, it's going to be Patreon. Where do they go again?
Patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour.
Hey y'all, I'm April.
And I'm Caroline.
And
this is your Bloody Happy Hour.
Caroline, are you ready for this?
This is your newest guilty pleasure.
It's the bloodiest part of your week.
Did we say something about it also being happy hour?
Show did.
Because we about to be sipping on some murder. Bloody Happy Hour.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
Turn Up Tuesday, Quickie in the News edition.
What does that mean? We're talking about headlines? We're talking about what's going on in the news?
Anything that's going on in the news?
I don't think anything's happened this week.
Oh, it's so much happening. This may be an hour-long episode. So much to talk about. We're going to get right to it. If you're brand new, you get all the news on our Tuesday episodes. Or if you tune in on our Thursday episodes, you get a full story. And if you get on our Patreon, you get some bonus stories. Plus, Caroline's ex-husband, psychotic, narcissistic ex-husband, the story of her life. So join Patreon at whatever we said at the beginning of the show. Also, if you have not done so yet and you really want to help Bloody Happy Hour, I need you to go to Apple Podcasts and rate us, review us, and subscribe to us. Leave a review so we can get some of those read here soon. So there is our housekeeping, and let's get started because there's so much in the news, and we have to start off news of the month, week, century. I don't know. Natalie Holloway update. You know, I live for when cold cases get closed, but I don't feel like I don't feel better. Yes.
I know.
So let's talk about it. I say Joran Vandersloot has confessed again, and I think this is confession number 8 or 9. So we knew, if you listened to the episode, we knew that we were going to go after him for that extortion where he pulled a 42 faker on Beth Holloway and had her pay this money because she thought she was going to find Natalie Holloway's body. And he gave her some story about it being buried in a foundation of some home across seas. Well, he was brought here, and we did whatever we did for the extortion. But part of that deal was that he has to tell us what happened to Natalie. And he did. And he told the story. And I know Beth Holloway feels much better. Probably because her mind can quit going everywhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like when you don't know, your mind can take you to some crazy places of what could have happened to your kid. And so now she's like, okay, I have a story and it's backed up by a very comprehensive polygraph test. And she feels better. So if she feels better, she is the one that I think is most important. And even brother feels better in this. So let's hear what Yoran had to say.
So she asked to go back to her hotel, but I was just trying to get dropped off a little bit further away from her hotel so we could walk back to her hotel and I might still get a chance to be with her.
Okay.
That's what I was hoping for.
Okay. So what happens?
Yeah, Deepak drops me off at a place a little right of the Marriott hotel known as the Fisherman's Huts. This place is not so far from, the next hotel is the Marriott, and the next hotel after that is another Marriott, which is a timeshare, and then it's the Holiday Inn. Well, we walk along the beach.
Do Deepak and Satish get out? Come with what happens to them?
Deepak and Satish leave. They leave. They go back to their home. I assume they go back to their home. They get in their car and they leave. I'm actually with Natalie walking along the beach. I find a space before we get to the Marriott hotel, where I lay her down. We lay down together in the sand, and we start kissing each other. I get her to kiss me again. We start kissing each other, and I start feeling her up again. And she tells me no. She tells me she doesn't want me to feel her up. I insist. I keep feeling her up either way. And she knees me. She ends up kneeing me in the crotch. When she knees me in the crotch, I get up on the beach and I kick her extremely hard in the face. Yeah, she's laying down unconscious, possibly even dead, but definitely unconscious. And I see right next to her there's a huge cinder block laying on the beach.
When you say cinder block, looking at the walls of this place, is it like those?
The exact same cinder blocks. I see a huge cinder block laying on the beach. I take this and I smash her head in with it completely. Her face basically, collapses in. Even though it's dark, I can see her face is collapsed in. Afterwards, I don't exactly know what. I'm scared. I don't know what to do, and I I decide to take her and to put her into the ocean. So I grab her and I half pull and half walk with her into the ocean. I push her off. I walk up to about my knees into the ocean, and I push her off into the sea. After that I get out. I walk home.
And now a word from our sponsors.
Caroline, what do you think?
I think there's a lot of half truths in there.
Yeah, I mean, who's gonna call this bullshit?
The
at
point,
this point?
yeah, the point is they just wanted closure, and I think that gives them closure, even if it's not all accurate. For like you said earlier, for Beth, if it's closure for her, then that's
he did say that he has devoted his life to Christ, and
yes,
that
and
Christ
then the
has
whole
helped him through. this.
Yeah.
And then he
Did it?
apologizes for the
Mhm.
damage that he did to the family.
That's so nice.
So,
but when did he? Was it after he was importing cocaine into the Peruvian jail,
Or just yesterday?
before that he found Christ? Like, was that? I think it might have just been yesterday.
Yeah. I think it was yesterday, and hey, if you want to play with Jesus like that, go ahead, Joran Vandersloot.
Do you think that he like sex assault or raped her or like molested her, raped her, assaulted her, anything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
I think that he could not deal with that little bit of rejection, and I think he did kick her in the face, and then I think he held her down and raped her, and so that to shut her up,
and then
he had to kill her and throw her.
But like, if you just was a cinder block just sitting there on the beach.
Well, and that's what I was thinking too. So then I had to. So he did say there's the fisherman's port or whatever where there's like some huts where the fishermen are. And so I think it was Joseph Scott Morgan. He was like, you do see where these fishing boats will come in, and instead of like getting out their anchor, they'll just go ahead and just tie down their little rope to put it under the cinder block and go get their bait and then like go back out instead of doing the whole like anchor type thing. Or if you're fisherman helper, so usually if you're on a fishing trip, your helper, you have somebody on the shore that you just throw your rope to, they pull you in, put that rope under that cinder block, and then you can just go back out easily. Yeah. So because I was like, was there construction going on? Also, you do find big heavy things like that on the beach because you put down your tent. Maybe you want to hold down like I wouldn't say it's 100% impossible, but it did. I was like, wait.
Plus his dad I think his dad was involved. His dad had the boat, and I
love how he left his dad
Where's
out.
the blood? Why would, if you just smashed this person over the head on the beach, did she not have blood?
Oh, I'm sure there's tons of blood, but you can just scoot all that bloody sand out on the beach. And what'd you do with that cinder block? Did you throw that out too?
Did you throw that out with the body that you just walked knee deep and released it and it didn't float to the shore? Like,
I think he choked the shit out of her.
I think they did all that on the boat. And then they drove her out far
and dumped her
and probably
him and his daddy
used the cinder block to drown her or something or cut her up but I think that it's the gist, like he did it. And so, but the one thing that is, so he'll go back to Peruvian prison, but the maximum sentence, like you get more of a sentence for like drugs than for murder. And so I think what was he given 12 year or 25 there? All I know is that these sentences are going to run concurrently.
And what does that mean?
So that means that at the same time. So if he goes, so let's say it's 12 years. I'm not sure exactly what is. I think it is 12 in Peru. So let's say he has 12 more in Peru, and then if they happen to release him early, then he has to finish out
the rest of
of his whatever he was sentenced here. He would finish that out here.
Okay.
But if I don't know what they sentenced him to.
20, I think.
Okay, 20.
Yeah. And it's just for the extortion. They'll never be able to try him for the murder.
If he does all 12 there, he'll do the remaining 8 here. That's because I had to figure out the difference in concurrently and consecutively.
Somebody asked me that today, and I was like,
okay, I learned it. Concurrent goes together like the current.
Okay. What's the other one?
Consecutively. Following. So if he did 12 there, and then he had 20, he would do his 12, then he'd come 20. And he'd finish, and he'd do the 20.
Oh, well, there's our lesson. You got a law school lesson. There you go.
Yep.
Okay, so I don't feel relieved, but it's not my business to feel relieved. Probably, I think, because we already knew. So it's not really news. It's like, oh, well, at least there's a confession. This is a couple weeks ago, but we just kept skipping over it. Carly Russell. Little update is she was sentenced to up to 1 year jail time and fined a $18,000-ish restitution for her faking her hoax, her whole kidnapping hoax. And then I just saw that Candace Owens offered
Oh my
to pay
gosh,
for
I
it.
was just going to ask because I saw that floating around, but I didn't go back and look and see if it was actually like, did she really say that?
Yeah, I mean, I read it. And basically, Candace is like, I think about it all the time. Like, where was she those 48 hours? If she comes out, she tells me where she was during those 48 hours she was gone, I will pay her restitution fine.
So has she responded? Do we know?
I think that was just today or yesterday.
I think, yesterday.
So I don't know the response to that, but hell, if I was Carly, go ahead and pay that $18,000.
Heck yeah!
But I thought we knew she was at that hotel, that Red Roof Inn.
That's what.
Oh, we're assuming.
But they didn't give us the full, because, I mean, it was like she went there, but then she said the trucker driver drove her there, and they were, like, painting her nails and combing her hair, and she was eating Cheez-Its. But I guess Candace thinks it's did you just, like, run off into the forest, and then you just ran to the hotel, and you're like, okay, well, I don't know. Why are you going to take the story of a
sleep over it?
Well, she needs.
What's that going, Candace?
Candace is
you be worried about Eminem coming back at you.
Candace is going. She's going off on everybody right now because she is about to burst with that baby, and I'm loving every second of it.
She's going off on everybody.
She's going off on the woke people. She's going off on Megyn Kelly. She's going off on everybody.
She was on Chloe not too long ago.
Oh yeah, she does not like this Kardashian.
So Sergio Brown update. So Caroline told you about the NFL player update last week, and so since then, October 10th, he was actually arrested. So probably what's today?
Well, we're recording on the 19th.
Yeah,
19th.
So he was arrested on the 10th, and flipped out on the plane.
Yes.
And there was some video. But basically, he fought cops, but he wanted people to record this interaction because he thought he was getting kidnapped. He was stating his name and where he was from, and he's like, I'm supposed to be going to Colombia or something, and they're taking me I'm not supposed to be in Tijuana right now. And he was saying, I have been kidnapped. I'm being kidnapped again. Like, he was not lucid.
No, he wasn't. I think that's just what you call CTE.
Gosh.
Oh my gosh.
In the in action. Like, we hear about CTE, but after everything's already done, right? After they've done, well, I guess we're hearing about it afterwards.
Because then that lady tried to calm him down, and then
she was like, do you want a glass of water?
And then
he was like,
somebody's
no
like,
glass.
Don't give him glass. I'm like, okay, bitch. Okay, dude. She's just trying to calm him down, offer him water. She's not necessarily
She's trying to
glass.
de-escalate the situation. Yeah. He's going to be transported to Illinois to face his murder charges. He was making no connections with the death of Miss Myrtle, his mom, and them arresting him. There was no connections being made. He literally thought he was being kidnapped. So somebody did record it, and I bet it's going to help him later on.
Well, because he probably does need insanity. I mean, I would think if he actually does it, that's what is insanity, is not having no recollection or memory of it.
Yeah.
And he was not faking anything.
And then the last update before I go to the new things was Lisk. And I did finally listen to that press conference, the Long Island serial killer Rex Heuermann, however you say his name.
Yeah.
And so much came out in that press conference. But Caroline, come on, I know you got it all in your head.
I do not, because I have to listen again because it was so much. But basically, it's the attorney for Shannon Gilbert who came out and gave all these allegations. But what was the guy that was the chief of police or whoever was, I don't know his title, but basically saying, like, we condone this attorney to speak and say what he's saying. Like, we back him up, we agree. But I guess a couple of sex workers came out of the woodwork because apparently they're scared to talk to the police. They don't trust the police. So they'll talk to this attorney.
Because in your stories, you have to confess that you're a sex worker.
Yeah. So I believe that they trusted this guy. And so he came out with this huge thing saying these couple of these sex workers they did these affidavits, and they basically said that Rex and his wife are swingers, and they are invited them over. And I mean, the amount of
One girl was actually in the swinger community. Like she was a swinger couple with them, and she talked about a club that they would frequent, a swinger club, and how a story of one night when they went over there, maybe her and her partner, and stuff was supposed to go down, but one of them didn't do it because their partner was black. So maybe the wife didn't sleep with her husband because her husband was black. But
that's disgusting. She is
she had to look
needs to not no.
So what makes sense is, I guess after they stopped the swinging, because maybe wife stopped or got out of shape and like nobody wanted to partner up with them anymore, he had to go to prostitutes so much. Yeah. So then the prostitutes were like, he would sometimes get 2 and 3 women at a time, and he was a regular.
Yeah.
And so some of his regulars are coming forward and basically saying, yeah, his wife would be there a lot of the time, and she only got pissed because she thought they stole an iron from her, not because they're in there screwing the husband. So it must have been a deal. Like, you're not going to go do. He was a sexual sadist, obviously. So she probably did everything that she could to keep him happy. Okay, sure, let's swing, but really didn't want to. Sure, let's swap, but really didn't want to. And then she stopped. So he had to go to prostitutes, and that wasn't enough anymore. So he just escalated. Swinging, prostitution, that wasn't enough. And some taxi drivers came forward about how he threatened to kill them one time. But in all these confessions, a couple of the victims were part of these. So one of them saw Gilbert, I think, at the house when they were there swinging. And somebody on taxi picked up one of the other victims with him at one point in time, or from him at one point in time. The swinger couple said that I think Shannon was in the house, and she was basically flipping out, crying for help, like he had ripped her clothes off, and they did not see something and say something. They thought it was part of the sex games, because she even ran out the house.
Yes, she ran out naked, and then didn't her friends say that they thought she was safe because of... And this could be another story, but I know that one of them was like, oh, well, we left her. We thought she was safe because a police officer was there.
Yes, there's a lot coming out about these police officers.
Because then people are going back and they're like, well, why are they just now coming out if this all happened in 96 or in whenever, 2005 or whatever? And it's like, because of the crooked department.
They were
all involved.
Yeah. How they were involved, we don't know. But even the fact of, like, even if they're part of the swingers and they were over there.
I mean, their former chief of police was arrested a couple months ago, if you don't remember, for soliciting a sex worker who was a male.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, there's no telling where this goes. So there's that update. It's never going to end.
Messy, messy.
So here's some news stories. I got just a couple. Missing white woman Chelsea Grimm.
Oh, I've kind of heard, but I haven't looked in, so I'm glad that we're talking.
So basically, she was going to a wedding, and she was driving like this cross-country trip, and she did kind of impulsive things like this. Her parents said that, like, she would just get up and she'd get her bearded dragon, and she'd be like, I'm going to travel.
What is a bearded dragon?
A big old iguana-looking thing. It's just called a bearded dragon.
Wait, a bearded dog? A bearded dragon?
It's like a big iguana.
Why is it bearded? It has nothing to do with the beard.
On there.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. That looks like it's a beard, maybe. Shit, I don't know.
I don't either. Chelsea Grimm?
Chelsea Grimm. She was driving from San Diego to Connecticut to go to a wedding.
San Diego to Connecticut?
Yes, that's across the country.
Ma'am.
She was last seen on September 28th. She was traveling with her bearded dragon. She stopped in Phoenix, which is just the next state over, visited a friend. They ate. They had a good visit. She called her parents and told her parents that her drive is taking much longer than expected. So she decided to skip the wedding and head back to San Diego. So you drove one state over.
Ma'am, I don't.
She was seen at a hotel in Arizona where a customer said that she seemed disoriented and tried to use euros to pay instead of American money. Yeah. On the 28th, the police respond to a phone call in a cemetery about a woman with suspicious behavior because she's in the cemetery. Well, when the police came, they talked to her, and she said that she was doing a photography project because she was a photographer about missing soldiers, and she got really emotional. This is kind of on police cam. It doesn't show her, but you can hear her. She was spending the night in that car that night in the cemetery. She was seen 2 days later still in Arizona. She didn't go past Arizona. When she said she was driving back, she didn't immediately go back. Somebody else saw her, and she was sleeping in her car. This guy asked her if she needed any help. She declined the help. She didn't seem like she was in distress or need. But after the 30th, her parents or nobody has heard from her. So her parents reported her missing on the 4th, October 4th. And then on October 5th, her car was found in the middle of a dirt road, still in Arizona. Her sleeping bag was gone, her wallet was gone, her cell phone was gone, her clothing was gone, and her bearded dragon was also gone.
I am more concerned about the bearded dragon.
Well, her parents do say that it makes them feel better because she would not willingly go anywhere without her bearded dragon. So they're hoping that she elected to go camp somewhere with her bearded dragon. Like that was her Parker. So she wouldn't go anywhere without her bearded dragon. If somebody kidnapped her, they would be like, leave that bearded dragon here.
No, the bearded dragon ate her.
So
turned on her. It was like, you're crazy. I'm eating you.
Her iguana ate her. It said that if you see a lady, and plus, this can catch your eye. You don't see people on the street with a bearded dragon all the time.
And I'm sure if based on what I've just researched right now, you have to keep them in there. You need to replicate their natural environment.
Oh, so maybe that's why she was sleeping outside.
Yeah, and so she's probably just living her best life, walking this bearded dragon on the streets. So you probably will see her. I mean, they actually are the most popular lizards in captivity in the UK. Now I'm an expert on them.
Well, she does have a tattoo on her shoulder of a vine with leaves on it. So if you see her, a lady with a bearded dragon, look to see if she's a tattoo with vines, and you can call somebody. Arizona Police Department, and maybe they could you can help this parent. These parents did seem very concerned. Next story, we got another escaped convict, but I don't know how it's not everywhere.
Is this the 4 escaped convicts?
No, I just have one.
Okay.
Right out of Houston, so he's probably in Waco.
Oh
by
yeah,
now.
he's by my house. Actually, I've helped him.
Oh, he's actually not bad looking either. So his name is Michael Devon Combs. He's 32 years old.
Keep him out.
He looks like a big, broad-shouldered basketball player. So he was at the Harris County Courthouse, and he was sitting down, and he was shackled on the bench, like in the hallway of the courthouse, where a big old brawl broke out in the courtroom next to them. So his security police officers left him sitting there shackled while they went to go take care of the brawl.
Not brawl. Not training brawl.
When they returned, he was gone, but the shackles were there. How did he get out of?
He's Houdini.
He's Houdini.
He's obviously good with his hands.
He walked smooth out, went down the elevator, removed his ankle monitor once he left the building, and he gone. And he had on normal clothes because when you go to court, they let you wear your clothes. So he had on a blue shirt and khaki pants, and he literally walked out.
OMG. I need to know.
They are investigating. So he was in jail for domestic abuse. He strangled the mother of his children back in 2019.
Oh, no.
got in trouble for that, and obviously they got back together because in 2020 he did it again, but this time he strangled her with one hand and punched her with the other. I feel like that was some WWE stuff. And when he went to see the judge, his bond was revoked.
Why is this not anywhere on the news?
It is. That's where I
Oh.
saw it. And that's it. He was last seen a blue shirt, khaki pants. There was a press conference with the chief of police that was the worst press conference ever.
Oh,
no. This woman, I was like, come on, woman. You got to know.
No, she did not know the answer.
She didn't know that. She just kept saying, I don't know. I don't know. We hope this doesn't happen again. But the reality is who helped him? Because somebody with the key to the shackles had to have let him go. And then to me, the brawl with the W and L was a distraction. So was that done on purpose? Like, was this all a plan? And I feel like he's probably with his baby mama.
He's probably part of Hamas.
He's probably with his baby mama who took him back in 2019 after choking him. Was probably still with him in 2022.
She wanted to be back in that red room being choked.
Yeah.
I mean, he does. He's got a good beard and good eyebrows.
Yeah.
He actually looks like the type of guy that I would go for.
He actually, he's probably had a ton of like prison girlfriends writing him letters so he's laid up in somebody's bed.
Yeah. And if not, I mean, I'll give you my address, Devon.
I just don't know why it's not national news like Gonzalo.
I think that's what I'm saying is I feel like it's not because I don't know what's local.
Yeah.
But I always see the national and no, I have not seen one thing about that. But maybe
why are people not freaking? I don't know why people aren't freaking out.
Why do they freak out so much more about Cavalcante?
And but maybe because they were murderers, maybe. And he just choked and beat up his baby mama twice.
So he's not a. Okay,
maybe he's just not as violent.
Okay, so I guess we let him go. But there was another escape, but it was 4 guys who escaped.
Wow, where were they?
But there's not enough guards at this oh gosh, I don't even know where it is, Alabama or something.
Okay.
There wasn't enough guards at the prison to keep watch, and so they had planned it. They picked, what is this? An ice pick away at the wall for days, and like nobody knew about. I mean, and it's the whole thing.
Damn, people aren't even gonna be scared to go to prison anymore. No. You can just walk right out. And then the last story is a father
Georgia.
on the run. And we're going to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Nothing good ever happens there. So there's a guy named Romuan Moy. He's facing 3 counts of child neglect, but, I mean, he's on the run. And 1 count of failure to report the death of a child.
Oh, my
gosh.
12-year-old
Jakari Robinson's body was found decomposing last Tuesday in his home. Now, Roman had 4 kids. 3 of them lived at home, but 2 of them were staying with the mom for the last couple of weeks. But he wouldn't let Jakari go live with the mom. So he was like, you could take these 2, Jakari's staying with me. He would not let anybody come over to see Jakari. Jakari wasn't coming outside. And so finally, his 21-year-old son was like, Dad's not answering. I need to go and check on Dad and my little brother, Jakari. So 21-year-old son walked into the house, and he saw Jakari's body on the floor under a blanket in the living room in a very advanced state of composition. He was malnourished and emaciated.
Emaciated.
Not
an emancipation proclamation.
I typed in emancipated. Maybe it's autocorrect.
I don't know what the Emancipation Proclamation is, but I know that it's emaciated and
emaciated.
Then emaciated. So
emaciated.
Yeah.
I don't listen to hip hop. You watch South Park?
No.
My favorite part on South Park is when they're going into the war. It's the movie, and they were like, okay, we got a plan. This is called Operation Get Behind the Darky. And so they put all the black soldiers in the front and all the white soldiers in the back. And so Chef, who's a black character on South Park, was like, have you ever heard of the Emancipation Proclamation? And the sergeant goes, I don't listen to hip-hop. And he goes on with the plan.
I gotta start
But
watching.
it's hilarious. It's hilarious. It's and it's still this is this horrible, but to everybody.
Yeah.
Equally horrible. They talk about Jews all the time, talk about Canadians all the time. They talk about everybody all the time. So it's equally funny, racist, but it always ends in a very great lesson. So it's like people get mad, and it ends with a great lesson. So they just know how to end it, and I guess that's why they don't get canceled.
Why do they predict the future like The Simpsons?
Actually, some of the things, yeah.
Or do they?
Actually, they kind of talk about what's going on now.
So they're more like like SNL used to be good and used to make fun of all the people.
Everybody.
Now they don't. They're not funny. Honest, I don't know.
I never watched them.
I don't either.
never thought
I
they were
used
funny.
to. I like the Spartans, but anyway, yeah. South Park. Okay, I think it's on HBO.
So he was emaciated, malnourished. He died of starvation, and he had several fractures to the arms and ribs. Now the neighbors are coming forward, and they're like, last time we saw him, he did look extra, extra skinny. So skinny that when he had on his jogging pants, those jogging pants that are like tucked at the bottom, like cinched at the bottom.
Yeah.
He said even that part was loose on his ankles because he was so skinny. So don't say nothing now that he's been dead for weeks.
Yeah.
See something, say something. So another lesson of see something, say something.
About these people.
So go look up what Roman Moy looks like. He's Milwaukee area, but there's no telling where he is. I'm pretty sure they said that he was a very harsh punisher. But I don't know why you're just picking on Jakari. Maybe the littlest one that's most vulnerable. I don't know.
Poor little thing.
There's our news.
One little thing. The Murdaugh, the appeal for. They've stayed the appeal, meaning they're not going to do an appeal because they're going to have a hearing with the whole clerk of court situation.
Yeah.
So they're going to have a new hearing, or they're going to have a hearing just to figure out what happened, and then the case is that he may get a new trial. Which I think this is all legit. You need to have the hearing because, you got to have a trustworthy
Rule it
system.
out or rule it in.
And then today, when we are recording this, Richard Allen, who's the Delphi accused murderer of Libby and Abby, he was supposed to have a hearing today. It was canceled all of the sudden out of nowhere. His attorneys, who just dropped the 136 pages of documents talking about who the real killers were, his attorneys quit today.
What?
They quit. They quit.
Why?
They withdrew from the case. And so now he has no attorneys. They had no hearing. He's now sent back, and he is waiting to be appointed new attorneys.
The satanic cult is coming after and threatening them.
Okay, so here's yes, but
is that real?
Somebody from the defense team, or who was previously on the defense team, had access to all of the confidential information, and they had like a what's the little USB drive or whatever with all the stuff. So this person, some disgruntled, basically I think this person was like let go from the case or something. They had access to all the stuff. They leaked photos of the crime scene photos.
Oh.
And then so now it's compromised, and that compromises the defense, and so they have to they basically had to withdraw. So
they had to.
They had to withdraw because the state was then going to come after the defense and like depose them. It's kind of a way of like saying we're going to have this investigation on what happened, and it would force them to disclose all the information that the defense had. So the defense had to basically say, okay, we withdraw.
So if a new team comes in, do they still have to disclose the information, or it only goes to the ones that were in action when it all happened?
I don't understand.
That has to be why.
This is what
Why does quitting stop you from handing over all the information?
because they were going to. This is what I have. So the state is abusing the system. This is from what one of the lawyers I listened to said. The state is abusing the system and process to force them out. They are doing this in a way to force attorneys out, and they're threatening them with sanctions and investigations, which then becomes a conflict of interest, and that they may be forced to disclose things or be in a situation where they have to cover a CYA, like cover their own asses over Richard Allen's.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all very weird. It's not normal, but they still have a scheduled hearing for October 31st. So the whole point is his attorneys have now withdraw from the case. There was leaked photos, and that compromises things. And I don't even know. It's like...
It made their job 1,000 times harder, whoever the defense is. Who leaked them again?
Well, allegedly somebody who was part of the defense team who is not anymore. Or it's unknown. It hasn't been like, because this just happened right now.
That sucks for Richard.
I think that he did not do it. I think it was exactly what they said in their whole long story.
And satanic cult.
Yeah. I think the police office, I don't know. I think it's all shady, just as shady like the Lisk.
Wow. Okay. All right, there's all your news. And we were drinking on Deep Eddy, and Caroline has some ranch water while we were doing this. So it's still always happy hour. If you're not working or driving, you should be pouring your drink when you're listening to Bloody Happy Hour. So if you're brand new and you're looking for a very professional documentary type podcast, that's not us, because it's happy hour.
Yeah.
And we're here to drink and have fun and talk about true crime. So if you love that, subscribe, and we will see you Thursday for a full episode. Where are we going, Caroline?
We are going to...
How do you not always know this on the back
I know,
of your
because
head?
I'm always in different states. I think we're going to Minnesota.
Minnesota?
Minnesota.
All right. We will see y'all Thursday in Minnesota. Don't forget to
stay aware,
stay alive,
and always be DTF.
What does DTF mean?
Down to find.
Down to find. Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Hey, I'm Blair.
And I'm Brittany. And we're the host of
By the Cover Podcast.
We cover everything from mysteries, thrillers, romance, chick lit, and even some smut.
Don't forget the smut.
Yeah.
We're so excited to get this thing going and share this with you guys. We've been talking about this for months, and it's finally happening.
Yes.
Special shout out to RogueMedia for helping us with this.
For sure. You can find us on Instagram at @bythecover_podcast.
You can also find us on Facebook and TikTok, so don't forget to give us a follow on those two also.
We are so excited to dive into some of our favorite books and share those with you.
We can't wait. Hope you love it.
Hi, and welcome to Bustles and Bangers with your hostess, Rachel and Christopher.
I love it when you say my name.
And you didn't say hi.
I didn't. You just kept going. I'm going to introduce the book. I'm not reading it.
It's
because I don't like reading.
Girls like cowboy butts, and those jeans don't hide anything. Find us on Instagram at Bustles and Bangers or on RogueMediaNetwork.com.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Boobies.
Hi.
Hello, and welcome to
Boobays.
Boobays. That's
I'm
right.
Josh.
I'm your host, Caitlin.
And
That was a mess.
it's okay. And today we're going to come talking to you about one of our listener requests.
Barbarian.
Requested by Miss Nancy. Nancy, thank you, Nancy, for this request. Something that I
Yes.
had previously watched.
Me
But
as well.
it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a pretty cool movie. And we should just get right into it.
Yeah, it's directed by Zach Krager and
Mhm.
written by Zach Krager.
Yeah, it's his directorial and writing debut.
Which
it's pretty crazy.
The last film we covered also was the directorial debut of
Mhm.
Filippo.
The Filippo brothers.
Yeah.
Danny and
Michael. Yeah.
And so we do basically a horror thriller type of film. I
Yeah.
would say it's kind of its own kind of ball game because it's
Monster movie.
it touches kind of on a bunch of different genres.
Yeah. 'Cause
Drama, rom-com, even for a moment there.
It really does.
Yeah.
It does such a good job. They do such a good job of painting Bill Skarsgård, Keith,
a little creepy.
As a creepy. I mean, of course, Skarsgård has such a unique face too that it seems like he just kind of has that inherently creepy.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
For him. No,
but
it's
also
creepy
like
but
so
cute at the same time.
attractive.
Yeah.
I was
Mhm.
like,
It's
this man is definitely handsome.
Well, it's the way that he plays his characters for sure, and the way he, the certain mannerisms as well, and even the cadence and like the speech, even the way Keith would like kind of not necessarily stutter, but like his delivery and his tone and like nervousness in his voice,
Yeah.
almost at times was very even coming off a bit like either try hard
or he's doubling back to cover up for something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Um,
Especially whenever she found the room.
Yeah.
And it almost seemed like
he already knew about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was like trying to play it down.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It seemed like he'd been caught.
I could definitely
or
see
something. They did I just love how, and especially from the trailer too.
Yeah.
Do you remember the trailer? Like
it didn't give much away, but what it did make it seem was more of like him being the villain.
Yeah, with Keith being the bad guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember thinking going into the film that Skarsgård was bad.
Mhm.
And like they fully had me believing it until his head gets
It kind of gave cat and
smashed
mouse
in.
movie at first. It gave like Psycho. It gave like,
Yeah.
this is gonna go a certain way, and eventually he's gonna try to kill her or something.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly.
She's gonna have to try to escape.
And I mean, even though there was like the instance whenever he was asleep on the couch and then we see the door close behind her and stuff, that did make me clue in. And then at that point too, I had started trusting him.
There's something more here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then I was like, oh, well, what if maybe he's got someone else already locked in the basement
Mhm.
or something, even though we didn't know about the basement at that moment.
Mhm.
It's still such a good job. I love this movie, y'all. Spoiler alert.
There's a lot of ways. Like I feel like this movie almost gives, even like if they put it out with that, like how back in the day you would get DVDs with like, and I think you've done this with different one. How should this play out? Like interactive, like you could choose different roles for which the movie could go.
Oh yeah, that
'Cause
would be
it
cool.
did-
Yeah, with Final Destination.
Yeah,
it
because
had-
it gave very much like that type of vibe. Like it literally could have went in like several different directions of horror genres, subgenres, other than the way that it went. But yeah, could you just imagine seeing like a ghost like through that? I was just imagining it gave very Talk to Me.
Yeah, it was like that's like the exact kind of glass in Talk to Me.
But yeah, so
I could see a ghost through that door.
We have Barbarian, you guys.
I'll take a picture of the door for y'all to see. We'll post it on our Instagram.
And we open up on a rainy house. It's raining on a house, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is very
Rainy
eerie.
night on this creepy little house because the house looks put together, but just run down enough.
Yeah.
Like the door with how dirty it is, like that door
Mhm.
needed a fresh coat of paint for
Yeah,
sure.
I could see that.
And stuff.
Well, and it was the way that it was so dark and stormy around the house, and yet the house was the only thing like lit and framed, and
Yeah.
like it definitely gave spooky vibes.
And the music throughout this entire
I enjoyed
really
it.
enjoyed.
Yeah. Especially
Yeah.
when she's discovering the
Mhm.
layer, whatever. And
yeah,
it's like,
I know I put in my notes
Me
like
too.
well placed soundtrack
Mhm.
here because it had that like plunking that was
Yeah.
like ding dink, 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 dink.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
synths. And we have our main character pulling up, Miss Tess. And she is and at this point too, the score is like wailing like behind like everything going on.
Yeah, there's like screams,
yeah.
actual screams happening in it. And then I love the transition shot
Of it going through the window.
Yeah, and then the music intensifies, and then once we slip through the window, we get silence, and we just hear her saying like 8831 or whatever, trying to remember the
Get the
code.
for the little lockbox for the key.
Yeah.
And she ends up ignoring a call from Marcus, which will come into play later. And then we have her trying to get in the code, which she enters in incorrectly.
I really thought Marcus would come more into play.
Oh yeah, maybe coming all the way or like entering at some point, interjecting. No, I think it's just more to drive the narrative,
Of
her character of like
why she's in Detroit and stuff like that. Yeah.
And so she ends up trying to get in, which she can't, but it's because she got the code wrong. But even when she does open it up, the key is not there. So she's like, what the heck, man? So she calls the realty, like Airbnb agency that got her the room, or, you know, the house, not necessarily room. And she can't get a hold of them because it's probably, I don't know, it's like midnight or something. It seems like she's there late. And that's whenever we have her going back to her vehicle, trying to figure some stuff out. But and on the way back to the car, she notices that like the neighborhood, like it kind of is a little janky a little bit.
Yeah,
it's very dark.
Yeah.
Usually you have like
there's
street lights or something.
Yeah, or like porch lights on and stuff. So she can't tell really just how run down this neighborhood is yet, but it seems abandoned because there's like no signs of life anywhere.
And then she's in the vehicle and she sees the light turn on in the window.
And she's like, and the soundtrack cues it too, and it's like doom doom.
Yeah. And so obviously she's like, what? So she goes up and she's ringing on the doorbell, knocking on the door. And then we have Bill Skarsgård come up. He opens the door.
And he opens the door and is like, yeah, excuse me, what the fuck are you doing on my porch right now? And she's like, your porch? This is not real dialogue that happened between them, but it's kind of the gist of it.
Yeah. And she's like, but I'm supposed to be staying here. And he's like, well, I'm staying here. And then that's whenever they're kind of like at an awkward, like, what do we do here? And then he invites her in, which immediately I'm just kind of like, no, don't go in. But, you know, it's only the first 3-4 minutes of the movie. So got to go somewhere.
And so she goes in, and as she enters the house, we get a title card.
Yeah, and I like how
it's really cool.
We transition, and she's walking, and then it's like, yeah,
and
the little bugs crawling on the barbarian.
Yeah, it was really cool. I liked the title card, although I do think it would have been better placed right after he gets his head smashed in, and right as we transition to AJ's character.
That's true.
I think it would have been really fun had they put it there.
Yeah, I can see that.
Fresh.
Yeah, in between it, and then because the true barbarian is AJ.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, well, and also the dad in the basement.
Yeah,
but we have her then.
Poor mom.
Yeah,
mama is
she's just a byproduct of everything.
Misunderstood.
Yeah, we have her getting in the house, and she wants to freshen up, but she's like, obviously, like, you know, I showed you my information of me staying here, so can you please show me, you know, your booking information? It's weird the way he's even like, oh yeah, just in case I'm like some weirdo or something like that,
who's just broke in here to sleep or whatever.
It's his delivery where it makes it sound a bit like more aggressive.
Yeah.
Than like, haha.
Yeah.
And then he's like, I'm just kidding. I'm going to go get my phone. And there's also the way he's like, let me find my phone. Who has to find their phone? Most people already know where their phone is.
Yeah.
I feel like, because we're all glued,
maybe
we're
he
all
just
glued
meant
to our
it
phones.
wasn't on his person because he was asleep.
But even then, why we'd have to find it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he just meant
go grab it.
Grab it. Yeah. But used weird vernacular.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? But basically, she goes to the bathroom, comes back out. He shows her his booking information, and
well, it's like he's like, here's the thing.
Yeah, here's the thing, and everything lines up. He had booked it on HomeAway while she booked it on Airbnb, and there was some weird miscommunication where his dates overlap with hers, and Yeah, they're
And
basically in a standstill.
and they're just like kind of awkwardly like, well, I don't know what to do in this situation.
And so she starts looking for hotels, and he says, like, just
Conveniently.
stay in here because
Because there's
it's
some
creepy
convention
out there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was like, just stay in here. Don't go back, sit in your car. Like, at least stay in here where there's a door and a lock and everything. Like, he was like, I don't know if you got a good look at this neighborhood, but, and had she seen it in the daytime, she probably would have been a little more like, yeah, let me stay in here. But he's like, just stay in here. She's looking for hotel rooms and she can't find a room. And he's like, oh, you know what? And even the way he brings up this, oh, you know
information.
what?
Yeah.
By the way,
too
there's
convenient.
a convention in town. Yeah. And it's like he's wanting her to stay there, which
Yeah.
I think he was, but because he liked her, thought she was cute rather than him being an actual creep. Poor Keith and all this.
Well, I don't know. It gave
so misunderstood,
but it also gave it gave chivalrous. Yeah, but it also gave that type of chivalrous dude who's like more like, where's my hug, as opposed to like,
oh yeah,
being nice to be nice, and more like nice to be like, let me get in your pants eventually.
Yeah.
If that made sense. But also, who knows? He could have just been being nice.
I kind of had
You
a
loved
soft-
him.
I did.
You fell in love with him.
I did.
Yeah. Stranger danger, Caitlin.
I loved
You would get
him.
abducted so fast.
I would have walked it, and I was sitting there thinking while I was watching this, I was like, damn it, I would have drinking that tea.
And I would have got the wine. I would have.
I would have been like, wine? Yeah.
Yeah. Open it up while I take a shower.
Sounds great.
But yeah, we have her and him having these kind of weird, awkward moments at times because they're both just meeting each other. And obviously she's feeling like, this is a dude and I'm just in here kind of vulnerable. But as she's, calling for the rooms and not getting anything, that's whenever he weirdly is like, well, you know what? You could just stay here because I, as a gentleman, I can't just have you, being out and put out. Like you have to be here, and then and you can take the bedroom, and I'll sleep on the couch because this is what good dudes do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she hesitates at first, but if I was her, I would have been like, okay, well, at least there's a lock on the bedroom door, and I could lock myself away from him if push came to shove. And that was necessary. And because it made such a big deal of her locking all the doors too.
Yeah.
Like whenever she went into the bathroom, it showed her pushing the lock on the door.
Yeah.
Whenever she went into the room the first time to like kind of offload her things and stuff.
When she found the wallet and stuff.
Yeah. She locks the door really once she finally agrees to stay there and stuff. She locks the door. But she does say, I have this thing about clean sheets.
Yeah.
And he had already been sleeping in the bed. So they have to wash the sheets, which means that they're going to be up for at least an hour and a half to 2 hours. And honestly, that's kind of fast.
Yeah, for sheets.
Maybe if there's a
Sheets take
speed
a while.
cycle or something on this laundry machine, washing machine. I don't know. My dryer takes at least 2 cycles because it's
to get through
old.
the sheets. Yeah.
To get through any clothing because it's old,
just
and
old,
it just
yeah.
doesn't dry super well anymore.
Yeah.
So if it was my washer and dryer, it would be taking
4 hours.
4 hours. Yeah.
We're not sleeping.
And
so
we're not sleeping.
They're
We're just
waiting
going
for
right
this
into the next
laundry
day.
and the wash. And that's whenever we have her, getting ready for the night. And then she comes back out, I guess, I'm assuming from like showering or something, or just getting ready for bed. And
At
he's
least washing her face and stuff.
Yeah. And he's like, I was going to open this wine, but I noticed that you didn't drink your tea. And so to not be weird, even though I'm still being weird right now, bringing it up, I was waiting to open it in front of you. So in case you wanted some, you wouldn't think I'm trying to like kill you or poison you or anything like that. Or
Yeah.
slip you a drug, which I mean, it makes sense. And so, she's still a little bit uneasy because she's like, no, it's okay. You can drink. It's fine. But they start to get to talk to each other about like why she's there and her job interview. And they find commonality because he's seen the movie that this director had made previously that she's trying to work for, and
Blue Easy or something like
yeah,
that.
it's a jazz movie, like a documentary, I think is what it was, kind of style or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was definitely documentaries because she's a documentary style filmmaker.
Yeah. And so that's whenever we have then it transitions to like they've been talking a while. She's now drinking the wine, and they're at the living room, and they're having a conversation about like basically her life, right?
Yeah, because he really got her to open up
That's
to
right.
him whenever she was like, yeah, she's doing a documentary on like the housing district and stuff in Detroit. And he was like, oh,
Interview
you know who
me.
you should interview for that is me. And she was like, LOL, why? And he was like, well, I'm one of the founders of the Lion Tamers, which I don't really know what that is.
I think for the film was like some type of group that is probably like outreach for artists or something, or like creates spaces for artists, because they were talking about how she was like, shouldn't you be living somewhere else? And he's like, oh, I'm scouting for our next block,
block of spaces.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because she was like, don't y'all own a whole block? And he
Mhm.
was like, yeah, we do. But I'm out here on this side of town scouting out new neighborhoods and stuff. And so they they transition, like you said, to drinking wine now, and they're talking, and she's opening up about Marcus and saying that basically she's trying to get out of this toxic relationship, and is coming to Detroit to hopefully, kind of turn
Start
her
fresh.
life. Yeah, start fresh, turn a new leaf and stuff. And we see that the laundry's done.
Yeah.
And they're still talking.
They're having a good time.
Yeah,
The
they're
wine's
just
flowing.
vibing.
And she actually here mentioned something that I feel like is a theme for the movie, and it's very important in terms of her character. She mentions that she doesn't know why, but she has a problem with she keeps going back. Like she doesn't know how to not go back. And I think that also runs really hard in theme for the movie, because there are so many times in this movie that she could honestly just like walk away and leave and get away,
Yeah.
but she ends up going back to find out more, to help,
Yep,
because she
and
thinks people
then
are in danger.
It ends up endangering her.
Yeah.
Every single time.
And so they end up, like you said, still like bonding and stuff and having a good time, to where they're like now getting the bed ready for her to go to sleep. And he's showing her this like, cute way to put the duvet on.
Yeah, that was such a fun little scene. And her guard is really let down, so much so that she leaves the door unlocked whenever she goes to bed, which I was like, oh,
yeah,
that's not a good sign.
No.
Yep.
Because now it's nighttime again, or not again, but now it's even later in the night. They're going to sleep, and she wakes up in the middle of the night because we hear creaking like happening behind her, and then she notices that the door is open to the bedroom. So someone obviously opened it up, and she's kind of looking out through the door frame, and she can see that Keith is like, and hears him. He's having some like nightmares. Sounds like night terrors.
Yeah, homeboy's having some real bad night terrors.
And she is like, whoa. So she
and there was a weird, did you mention the weird screeching sound? Sorry. Okay, yeah.
Well, no, I didn't mention it, but yes, there was a screeching sound.
Yeah. It was like
and then she is like looking at him, and so it turns from like concern for her to like concern for him really fast, because then she's like, going out there, and she's like, Keith, trying to wake him up,
and freaked out. Like it's scary to watch somebody having a night terror. I've never, but I've been the one who scared people by having night terrors. So I know that it's unsettling for people to watch, because they always wake up, or once I wake up, they're always like, that was fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
What is wrong with you?
That's weird.
Yeah.
And so she goes to wake him up, but obviously in waking up, he's spooked, and he's like, what are you doing? And she's like, were you in my room? Yeah. And she's like, were you in my room? And he's like, no, I didn't open your door. And so she's like, okay. And then it's really awkward. And like at the same time that this is happening, as she's checking up on him, we do notice that the door behind her that goes to the basement closes.
Yeah.
So we now see that like, okay, maybe there's something else going on here.
There's someone else in the house with them, which is terrifying.
Yeah, and then that's whenever we have her just going back to the bedroom and locking the door and then going back to sleep. So that kind of ends that night, because then we wake up the next day and she's slept a little bit too late. So she has to hurry up and get ready. And then as she
And I love the transition shot too of
from the night to day.
Yeah,
Mhm.
the night to day. It was like they turned on a light switch. I like
Mhm.
it when films do that.
Mhm.
And
Hereditary.
yeah. And
Yeah.
then just the way that her body had shifted in the bed and
Yeah.
stuff. It was a cool shot in my opinion.
Mhm.
They do a few transition shots that are like that or
Mhm.
similar. Like whenever she's actually driving to
Mhm.
the interview itself. There's
Yeah.
one where she's like driving, then all of a sudden she's driving in the cityscape and parking her car and stuff. And
Mhm.
they just do a cool job with transition shots in this film.
Just little jumps. And then we have her, like you said,
Or
before
really,
she
it's like a
gets through
lack
this,
of transition.
yeah, it's just like a jump.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. There's no like
It's
cool
just like
blood going
it's like
down
a glitch
a drain.
almost.
Yeah. It's just
It's
like
switch.
it's like, okay, new
Mhm.
film.
Especially in the transitions too.
Yeah.
And we have her getting out, and then this is when she notices in the daylight, like, oh damn, this neighborhood is rough. And then like you said, we have her driving to the job interview, which she finally gets to, and it's happening in like a coffee shop or something, or
Yeah. It looks
Mhm.
like a Starbucks or something.
Yeah.
On one of the houses, written in graffiti, it said "Death from Below."
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, on
Mm.
the house to the left across from the street, it
Mhm.
said really big on it, "Death from Below."
Probably a warning sign.
Yeah, a warning that there's
Whoever goes into that house is gonna die.
Yep,
Mhm.
there's death below these houses,
And
and it'll get you.
And then we have her meeting her new employer. It seems like it's going well, because they come out and they're still chatting, and that's whenever her future employer is like, "Where are you staying?" And she tells her, and she's like, "Oh, what?" And it's very much implied that like that's a bad part of town. Like she should not be staying there. And she tells her to be careful. And
Yeah.
it's funny how Tess the whole time is trying to be like, "No, it's okay. Like I
The
have a
bright
roommate."
Yeah, she was like, it's a complicated story, but
Yeah.
it'll be fine. Yeah, they're in the Brightmoor area
Yeah.
of Detroit, is where this is supposed to be located.
Mhm.
And yeah, Catherine is wildly against. Catherine's face was like, "Are you shitting me?" She was like,
Yeah.
"This is a joke, right?"
Yeah.
Yeah, and but then anyway, she ends up rolling back home or back
Mhm.
to the Airbnb and is getting out of her car. And this was the most terrifying. One of the most terrifying things is whenever you just see, it reminds me of that scene in Get Out when the granddad's
yeah.
charging, running at her.
Coming towards her.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Or
you just
him,
yeah.
sorry.
Oh well, yeah, and then in this one, you just see her getting out of the vehicle, and you can see from like the blurred background that something is coming towards her.
Yeah, and
Very fast. And it's obviously this man who is unhoused because he's like he looks that way, and then he's yelling at her like, "Hey, little girl, get
Yeah.
it! Don't you go into that house!"
He's not saying anything that would be like,
Hey.
"There's a murderer in that house,"
or like, "Hey, like I know I look scary, but I'm just trying to warn you." Like it's very much like, "Oh, this man is about to attack me."
Yeah.
Yeah, and little girl. And so she, very hastily gets into the house as he like runs up on the door, and he's telling her to get out, and she's just telling him to run and to go away. So she, does what anyone else I would feel does and calls the cops, and they're telling her, basically like, we're not sending anybody out there. This is not that important. He's not there anymore, so you're fine. And she's, obviously spooked. And at this point, this is whenever she ends up going to the restroom, I believe. And this is when she notices there's no toilet paper.
Yeah. And so she's on the hunt for some new toilet paper
Mhm.
and can't find it anywhere. And then opens the door to the basement, the last door that she hasn't checked. And we see down there on top of another set of laundry machines.
Yeah.
There's
TP.
TP. And so she goes down into the basement, which I was like, no, don't go down there. That's creepy. She goes down in the basement to get some toilet paper, but unfortunately this door tends to close and it closed behind her and locks her in.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
And so since she's locked down there in the basement, she looks down at her pocket and she's like, fuck, she left her phone upstairs. And she checks her other pocket because she has the key to the front door with her. So she's like, crap, how is Keith going to get in here to set me free? So she
Yeah.
kind of starts to like look around. She looks out the window. She can't get it open. So then she just kind of starts to like explore down there to see if there's any way or something, or maybe something to help her get out. And that's whenever she looks on one of the shelves and she sees this hole in the wall that has a string coming out of it. And this to me is one of the most spookier parts in the film. It reminds me of, was it His House? Whenever he's pulling on that thing and then it
the
pulls
rope
back.
and
Yeah, because I'm thinking like, damn, I would just be afraid to pull on the rope because what if something pulls it back? Like, that's so eerie. And that's what I thought was going to happen. But
His House was such a good film.
yeah, but it doesn't. And so as she's pulling that rope, she ends up opening like a secret door,
Which was
I mean, that's pretty creepy.
pretty
Yeah.
cool, but also terrifying.
Oh yeah, because it's so pitch black and
Yeah.
she can't see anything. And I love how she's just looking at it intently for a good while, and we have the music building up, and then it's just like the music cuts out and she's like, nope. And then we just have her, sitting there for a while, just kind of contemplating, looking into this abyss of nothingness. And then she sees the mirror and she kind of gets the flash of an idea, and she grabs the mirror and
honestly pretty smart.
yeah, and reflects the light into the void. And she can kind of tell that there's another door at the end of it with the doorknob. So she sets up that mirror to where it's like leaning on some just old junk that's down there in the basement. And she decides to go in, which is pretty brave.
Yeah, I'm surprised. My notes say like she says nope, but then leaves the door wide open. And
Yeah,
I'm like,
I
I would
would've
have
closed it
I would have closed that.
immediately, yeah.
Immediately. I would have been like, not for me.
Mm-hmm.
Not for me to see.
Well, even when she's shining that light in there and she's looking around, it's still super scary because I was also expecting her to like shine that light in there and then it like something be there.
Something be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I wasn't expecting it to
Be
go
empty.
on as long as it did.
Oh, yeah.
And so, yeah, it's pretty smart, but pretty terrifying that she does this. And this is where the soundtrack's so well placed as she starts walking towards the door. And I was like, girl, do not go in there. And, but she does. And she finds like a creepy sex dungeon looking thing with this room. It's got this like completely stained mattress and this camera in the corner and a bucket, which whenever she finds Keith, I love how Keith just only focuses on the bucket and not the camera.
Bucket. Yeah.
He's like a bed and a bucket and a camera and
yeah.
But just the way I was like, God damn it, there's a bed and a camera. That's a bad sign.
It's not a good sign.
Not a good sign. And a bloody handprint
on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as soon as she sees that, she kind of stays in there longer than I would.
Oh, and even walking in there, I was thinking like, damn, this door is about to close behind her and Keith's got his next victim.
Yep. That's what
I was giving.
Yeah. That's what I thought was going to happen.
But no, she ends up being able to walk out of there because she's obviously like, okay, there's something fucked up about this.
Yeah. Some scary shit is going on.
That's
in
whenever
this
she
house.
hears Keith arriving outside. And so she goes up to the window and starts like, hollering for him. And she's able to open up that little window and give him the key. And whenever she gets upstairs, that she's having this whole freak out moment with him, telling him like, we got to get out of here. Like there's something terribly wrong here.
Yeah. And he's kind of stopping her, like quite literally blocking her from leaving, and which seemed
crazy.
Suspicious.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he was just like, she's like, we got to get out of here. There's a room with a camera and a bed and a bucket. And we need to leave. And then that's when he's like, a bed and a bucket.
Yeah.
and
it seems like he's really stalling at this point.
Come on. Yeah. And he's like backpedaling.
And she wants to leave, but he's like, look, you know what? Forgive me for just like not wanting to leave scared because you're telling me this and that. Like, just wait here for me and I'm going to go check it out. And then we can go.
Yeah.
Basically.
And so that's what he does. He goes down there and this makes him seem even more suspicious too.
Yeah.
Whenever he gets down there and really isn't answering her calls.
Stops responding.
Yeah. Because then at first he's like, yeah. And then all of a sudden he disappears. And she goes all the way back into the sex dungeon and like is looking for him and he's not there. and then she realizes that that back wall is actually a door.
Yeah.
And it leads more into more
Room.
space. Yeah. And
which is pretty freaky in itself.
yeah, those
But-
steps, terrifying. And if I was Keith, I would have been like, yo, I found these steps. Let's go
and
down
I
them
don't
together.
know why he didn't do that. And also, yeah, because it's so creepy as she's yelling for him and he's not responding. And then when she does start to like, call out his name from up top, you can hear him now screaming for help. And he's like, please help me.
Yeah, which
help."
made me feel like, oh, he's trying to lure her
He's
down
faking
there.
it, yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was faking it.
And so what does she do? She starts going down these really like narrow and like, what's the word? At an incline, like at any
Steep.
moment, steep. Yeah, it looked like she could have fell and like just tumbled all the way down. But they literally look like they're going to hell, which is pretty
Yeah.
terrifying. And so she's walking all the way down, ends up coming to this
Stairwell to hell.
fucking like, it looks like those metal gates from like Titanic, like on the elevators, like type of situation.
Oh, yeah.
And then she goes past
Old
that
timey elevators.
and she starts to find what the cages that are there with the bowls.
Yeah,
as
there's
she's
like
going
underground tunnels that
Mhm.
have these offshoots of little like coves on them.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's one that has like 4 cages with like a dog bowl in there. And,
All while Keith is still screaming like in the background, pleading for help.
And
And
they're
then
like the cages are like bloodied too.
Oh, yeah.
If you can see tints of red on them, tinges of
Mhm.
red on them.
And she and then she's, and also too, like I would not be like put in my location on blast like that, but she's just like, Keith,
I know, she keeps
Keith.
screaming, and
I'm
I was like,
dude, I don't know if I'd do that.
Yeah.
But she then, as she's going further into it, and then it's freaking Keith just like stumbles on all fours out of nowhere, very scary, and he's like coming
yeah,
up
the
to
way
her.
he crawls up is honestly so terrifying.
Well, because he also has those eyes that are very like, when everything else is dimly lit and you just see the eyes, they're scary.
Yeah.
They're big.
They're
And so
his little Pennywise eyes.
she
That's why he did so well with that role.
ends up getting spooked, but he's like freaking out and he can't really calm down. And she's like, we gotta go. And he's like, someone's down here. And
Yeah, I've been bit.
he's like, someone bit me. And she's like, what the fuck? So they try to
She's like, we got to go. And he was like, no, it came from that way. Like, we can't go back that direction.
Yeah.
And she's like, no, we have to go back this way. It's the way out. And
Yeah.
he was like, no, 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 no. And then all of a sudden,
Yeah.
from behind him, this giant monster creature lady comes up. She's butt naked and her little
Boobs out.
titties just swinging around everywhere.
Yeah.
And she takes little Keith's head and just
like a melon. Just starts
smashes
smashing
it against a wall.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite thing.
Poor thing. Poor guys.
What's with the
out.
past 2 movies having both the eyeball thing?
Mhm.
Because Talk to Me had the eyeball with
Oh yeah, with
Riley,
Riley.
and then Riley also smashing his head open,
Mhm.
and then this one having Keith's head smashed in, and then spoiler
There's a
alert,
lot of
AJ's
stuff.
eyes getting turned to jelly.
Didn't even Maloom have some like head stuff? And then what was
Yeah.
what was before that? I feel like Hereditary. Everything we've been doing
Everything was about the head.
has been doing things with heads.
Yeah.
I think even before that, but we do have Keith being taken out. So then we're like, what the fuck? And then we just have it cutting out, and then we cut to what I would say is our like second act of the film, second part of the movie.
Yep, and we're with a really happy, upbeat song. This is where I think it would have been perfect if
To have
they would have put the
Barbarian.
title card there.
Mhm.
Yeah, because then we're with AJ, aka Justin Long's character.
Yeah, driving
and-
along the like California coast. It looks like.
Yeah, beautiful.
Mhm.
And he's singing about Ricky Tikki Tavi. Did you ever read about Ricky Tikki Tavi?
No.
Oh,
What
the
is that?
Ricky Tikki Tavi, the mongoose.
What is that?
He like saves a little kid from a snake.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Hmm.
and
I guess it's supposed to be ironic, maybe, or something, that he's singing that.
yeah, and then I wonder what the significance of the snake was in her dashboard.
Oh yeah,
Because it kept showing that multiple times.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
And then with the song of Ricky Tikki Tavi killing the snake,
That's
I wonder
true.
if he's the
Foreshadowing.
snake and she,
The mongoose.
or at least because mongoose are still terrifying and can be bad.
don't know much about mongoose.
I'm pretty sure they can still be very dangerous.
I'm picturing an anteater for some reason, and I know that's not a
A
mongoose.
little aardvark. Well, mongoose do look, I feel like, kind of
similar.
Yeah, let's mongoose.
Boom. But yeah, we're with him in this little holly-go-lucky kind of scene of him driving along the highway, and it's cut abruptly.
They look kind of like a little fox.
Because he gets a phone call from his agency.
Or like, what are those prairie dogs?
Oh, I kind of see what you mean. Almost looks like a meerkat.
Timon. Meerkat, yeah.
Timon's a meerkat.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Timon's a meerkat. But they do look similar like to prairie dogs. I think prairie dogs are more chunky. And meerkats are like...
I think meerkat's more like a ferret. Longer.
Yeah, definitely. And the prairie dogs are more stout.
Yeah, and they kill cobras.
The prairie dogs or the mongoose? The mongoose. Yeah. Aren't mongoose from a different country?
They're pretty cute.
Are mongoose from Australia or something like that?
Probably. Something that has king cobras.
The outback. And so
I'd pet one.
The phone call from this agency is telling him basically like he has some allegations being brought up against him from an actress named Megan, who I guess he had worked on a stint previously. And the allegations are that he sexually assaulted her.
Yeah.
The R word.
SA, getting accused of SA.
Yeah.
And he basically is getting kicked off the pilot episode that he was on, and he's
getting
out.
Fired.
Yeah, he's getting fired. And so he goes
Blacklisted.
to his wealth manager and to try and figure out exactly how much time he has left before he's out of money. And we figure out that he has all of 3 months before he reaches zero with all the legal fees
And his
with
spending.
zero money coming in. Yeah.
And he obviously, I mean, and throughout the whole phone call and his whole, his tone, the way he's handling the situation, we can already paint that
he's probably not the best dude.
he's a dick, and these allegations are probably true. And so we have the accountant, and then also at this moment telling him like, I think you need to find other financial representation. So he's getting dropped by his accountant essentially as well. So this is whenever we do have talk of his other properties being mentioned, because he has rental properties, because he doesn't necessarily want to sell his house that he lives in. He wants to sell these little homes and stuff. But even the financial manager is like, you could do that, but it wouldn't buy you that much more time. And so AJ is really stubborn. So then he's just like, okay, whatever. So then we have him, catching a flight. He's on his way to Detroit, all while like the story's breaking out. He's reading articles online. It doesn't look too great for him in the situation.
I figured it out.
What happened?
I looked it up. The snake charm in Tessa's car acts as a wildly understated foreshadowing, pointing to the mother, a Medusa figure of revenge warped irreparably by the violence of man.
That's deep.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it is. Yeah. Everything perpetuated in this movie is pretty much caused by the man.
Yep. And second, this is getting a little bit ahead, but whenever AJ looks through Keith's things left in the house, he finds a copy of Jane Eyre by Charlotte Bronte. And Jane Eyre, a man locks away his wife, Bertha Mason, in a secret room, only for Bertha to get free and cause a bunch of strangeness, culminating in a massive fire. And this light barbarian becomes a contemporary reworking of the novel of a gothic horror about a man locking his prey offspring away in a basement, only for one of them to eventually break free and terrorize the neighborhood.
That's true.
Yeah.
I never remember saying that, and I was like, I don't know. I feel like this book has some deeper meaning.
To it. I remember looking at it too,
it for a
and
while.
I was like, I've read Jane Eyre, but like way back in the day. But anyways, I thought I would share that tidbit because I just looked it up because I was like, I have to know, because they
snake,
like pan in on the snake twice.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, it's got to have some
Meaning to
significance
it.
in this film. Yeah.
And we have him then arriving to his rental car, and he's on the phone with, I'm assuming is one of his lawyers, and he is talking to the lawyer about how he is now in Detroit. The lawyer is like, you should not have left the state, like this looks very bad for optics, like
that should have been
obvious.
The man's not the brightest,
not at all. And he's very what's the word, self-absorbed. Yeah, narcissistic with the self, like everything that serves himself, self-serving.
Yeah.
And so obviously he is being a jerk even to his lawyer, I guess, on the phone. He's like, I've got to, liquidate, so I'm
I've
here
got
for work.
liquidating
It's
to
not
do.
for pleasure. And so he ends up
Definitely not on the lam.
yeah
He says
he ends up going to this booking not like a realty place, I'm not sure, somewhere where they have the keys to the house, his property, and he's like, hey, I'm here to pick up, and she's like, oh yeah, so and so said you'd be here, and she's like, 476 Barberry, huh? And we already know that Barberry is the house that all this shit is taking place at.
Yep, we're already in.
So it's connecting right now. And so he gets there and he gets into the house, and this is when he notices that there's like people shit there.
Yeah. And so he calls to be like, what the fuck?
Someone staying here? Like someone living here? Do I have squatters?
Yeah. And they were like, the last tenant should have checked out weeks ago,
Yeah.
which so now we know it's been weeks.
Yeah, that Tess has been there.
Yeah, Tess has been locked away. And he's basically like, what? So there's no maid service that comes? And they were like, well, the maids come whenever
people rent it
out. And no renters means no service.
Yeah.
And so that nothing had happened.
And he's getting a little bit rude with her. So she's just like, have a nice day.
Have a good
Goodbye,
day.
sir.
Bye. And just hangs up.
All good for her. And then
But then also I would be a little pissed off if I was having people manage my property too.
Mhm.
And it was like they weren't regularly checking up on it.
I guess so, yeah.
Especially
but I mean, that
in
makes
a neighborhood
sense,
like
though.
that.
I feel like that does make. I feel you though.
I don't think I don't think he should have been yelling at her.
Yeah,
by
for
any
sure.
means.
Uh-huh.
But I would have also
You
been.
could see the problem as well.
Yeah, I would
Which,
have been
yes,
a
I
little
can see the
upset
problem.
too. But yeah, then he goes out. He calls his buddy. Or gets a call from his buddy after talking with his mom, and his mom was like, "What are we supposed to tell people?" And then he basically clearly doesn't have a great relationship with his family.
Oh yeah, he's brushing it off, and especially because she wants him to come home, which is Detroit, which we're finding out, and because she's like, Detroit is just 4 hours away, and he's like, whatever, cuts off because he's like, oh, I've got another phone call, Mom, this is work, and so this is whenever he ends up getting a phone call from his friend, and he ends up meeting his friend out for drinks at the bar.
And his friend's basically like, well, just tell me what happened. And he says something along the lines of, she just took some convincing at first, which is like,
I'm a persistent guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
he's really selling this character well, of making you hate him.
Oh yeah, Justin Long plays a phenomenal asshole in this film. He does such a good job and I love Justin Long as an actor. I think he's done some wonderful things, like Accepted.
You love you a good comedy.
I do.
Yeah.
Except I love me a good stupid comedy.
Yeah, like Will Ferrell humor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Accepted. Yeah. Dodgeball.
Yeah.
Dodgeball's a great
That's
film.
a good one.
Justin Long's in that.
And he ends up just kind of digging his hole even more and more, because he gets back home and starts drunk dialing her and calling her, and just on the phone is like, if I did something to offend you or hurt you, I am so sorry, but it's just really bad. It's really cringe.
Yeah, and he's incriminating himself.
Oh yeah, for
as
sure.
well.
And he's like, I'll just apologize to you. You can just call me again, and I'll keep apologizing. It's and so
it's too late to apologize.
Yeah, very much so. And then we transition to the next day. And he is throwing up. He has a bad hangover, but at this point he starts to notice more stuff from who was staying there, so he starts to go through their shit.
I love how he just fucking tosses Tess's laptop after opening it.
Because he doesn't care about anything
but himself. Yeah, he just is
no respect.
Chunk.
Yeah, and he ends up kind of searching around through the place, and then he ends up going into the what's it called? The basement. Because I think he remembers whenever he got there, because Tess had left the chair on the door, so it was open. So he goes down there, and before he can even get all the way down there, he hears a thud, and so he's like, "I've got a gun, and I'm gonna shoot you.
Not afraid to use it.
Yeah, or you can come up and I'll let you go." Not very convincing at all. But he ends up going down there and he sees like the door open and shit. And then he goes further in. And that's whenever he goes and sees that room. And like you would think a normal person would be like, oh my God, what's going on? But he ends up immediately Googling, can underground rooms be counted as square footage?
Square footage, yeah.
And so he's down there like with this measuring tape trying to literally get the dimensions of the floor, the layout.
The door wasn't really like, because whenever he went down there and the door wasn't open anymore, and like you could see the outline of the door. I was like,
That's
the
right.
door wasn't super secretive, especially once he was standing, because he went and stood in front of the mirror propped up.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And
notice like, oh, what is this doing here?
yeah, and then he saw the rope and pulled it open and stuff. But I was like, that door wasn't super well hidden in the first place. It looks clearly like there's a door there. But anyways, yeah, he's measuring. He looks it up, and even a finished basement can't be counted as square footage in the house, which is kind of weird. I feel like it should be. Yeah. I feel like the basement should be included in the square footage of the house in general.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Basement bedroom, super cool.
Terrifying. Too many ghosts. We've seen
yeah. Too many horror movies.
What's that?
Which one?
The
Connecticut?
Haunting of with Ryan Reynolds that we
Amityville Horror.
Amityville Horror.
Yeah.
Where he goes and sleeps in the
basement
and the stuff starts talking to him.
But no, not for Justin Long. The city just keeps going in, and then finally he finds the other door, and he's like, oh, even more square footage.
And
just starts going down like nothing.
Yeah, it's like so dark, and he's just willy nilly like do just happy go lucky as he's measuring all this extra square footage, and
it's not even until he gets all the way down there, and then he kind of notices that there's that like light coming from the room on the side, and he's like, hello? Like, is anybody down here? And then his tape measure gets snapped.
Yeah.
And then he's like, whoa, what the fuck? And I love how we have him freaking out. And I think he even like, is this when does he run first, or do we get that POV of him with his arms and he's kind of like, I don't know. But he ends up running terrified.
Because he stops by her room for a little bit, looks in, and then we get the nursing video.
Yeah.
And stuff. And then that's when his tape measure snaps. And then, he basically just starts running. And he's running. And he falls into this
hole.
pit. Yep. And then all of a sudden this cage closes down on top of him, and he looks around for a bit, and then we see Tess is down there too.
And we see that she's still alive, thankfully.
Yep. And then we transition to
our third act of the film.
Yeah. With the house in its heyday, basically.
It's like the probably
50s.
70s. I don't know.
Or
so. 50s. It could be any time period.
Happy-go-lucky, bright 50s, 60s kind of.
Cookie cutter homes.
Yeah.
Cookie cutter neighborhood. Yeah. And we have Mr. What was his name?
Frank.
Yeah, Mr. Frank. And he is, leaving the house. He is going to buy stuff at the grocery store. And he's buying a bunch of stuff for like a baby. And then we have a newborn baby specifically. And that's whenever we have this lady in the store helping him out getting stuff. And basically
she's like, surely your midwife gave you a list. And he was like, it's a home birth. It's just me.
Yeah. And so she's really helping him out, not knowing that this dude is
a serial murderer, rapist.
And so he ends up getting on that shit, and this is where we see like where the video came from as well. She gave him a video, and we have a VHS, and we have him leaving. Then as he's going probably on his way home, he ends up spotting this lady, and he follows her home, and he ends up pretending to be a serviceman with also like his fucking name tag on the service outfit said Carlos. Is not a Carlos.
Clearly not a Carlos.
But he ends up, convincing her very easily, like, let me go in, ma'am. And so he ends up going in there and like locking the windows, and I'm assuming getting stuff ready for fucking kidnapping her, abducting her. And so at this point, then we have him
Did you say locking or unlocking?
Locking.
Oh, I think he was unlocking.
Oh,
it.
was he unlocking
yeah,
it?
so that way he could crawl into the house and get her
Oh,
later.
that's true. Okay,
I'm
see what
pretty
you
sure
mean.
that's what
Got
he
it.
did.
Got it.
Yeah, but
Um,
yeah, he's being real creepy and then leaves, and
Mhm.
it's just what different times when people didn't question things, and
Yeah.
she just let him into her house, and
Mm-hmm. And he ends up going back home, and then that's when we have his neighbor coming up to him being like, hey, like, before you see the signs and it gets awkward, like, we're gonna be moving, the neighborhood's going to shit.
yeah, the
And
neighborhood's going to hell.
Mhm.
And
then
little do they know that he's the reason why.
he's asking Frank, like, are you gonna move too? And Frank's like, no, I'm not going anywhere. So
Yeah.
that's why we get, knowing like that, why they stay there forever. And then we have all of that happening. He walks back into the house. We have him going all the way to where we know the basement door is, as we hear some woman screaming in the
Yeah.
background, unfortunately.
Poor woman, he's got locked in the basement.
And then we have it cutting back to Tess and AJ back in the hole.
Yep.
Mhm.
And basically at this point, we figure Tess is trying to explain basically the rules of survival to AJ, and is like, whenever she comes, don't freak out. You absolutely must not freak out. You just have to remain calm and do like what she says or what she wants. Yeah. And so sure enough, she comes up and AJ's not, he's like, what the fuck is
Not
that?
complying.
Yeah. And then she sticks down this baby bottle.
So gross.
Yeah. And her hair's like all
wrapped around
the nipple of the bottle. And
it's a huge ass bottle as well.
It is.
I don't know
yeah.
how even where.
Also, she has a better set of nails than me now. I mean, nowadays,
now?
yeah, because I can't get my nails done. But her nails were like so long, but they were in coffin shape. Like she had a full set of coffin set shaped nails.
She got a lot of time down there. She'd just be filing.
Yeah, all day.
She could probably do a really cute gel set.
Yeah, for real.
And so she ends up trying to feed them, right? And he's not partaking in any part of it, but Tess is like, just do it. And then Tess ends up drinking the milk. So nasty. And then we have
It's
Mama.
probably the only way she can survive.
Yeah, for those many weeks. And then Mama is getting upset with AJ. So she like jumps down there, which is really scary because she's massive.
Yeah.
And like it makes a whole thud and everything.
Yeah, she's huge because Frank was huge.
Yeah. And then she ends up taking AJ out of there, and just, we don't know what's happening to him at this point right now, but it leaves Tess in the room by herself. And so at this point she ends up trying to before she tries to get out, it's funny because we have Mama taking AJ to that little room that we saw earlier with the video, and she's like trying to
breastfeed him.
But before that she does that little boop on his nose,
which I feel like is one of the best parts of this film.
You love a good boop. And we have Tess now getting out of the hole.
They booped and talked to me too.
Yeah.
At the party. Yeah. Jade comes up to Mia at one point whenever Mia's looking in the fish tank or in that whatever tank, saying I'm just being a weirdo or whatever.
Yeah.
She went boop.
That's true.
To her. She came up to her and I was like,
a good boop.
A little boop.
We love boops. And so Mia's out of the hole and she's running for her dear life. And
yeah.
she ends up coming past the room
Tess
where
is out of the hole.
I'm sorry. Ugh. Yeah, not Mia. Yeah. Tess is coming out of the hole. And that's whenever she ends up seeing that room that AJ and Mama trying to breastfeed him is in. And as she's, contemplating on like whether or not she'd help or run away, she ends up stepping on the freaking tape measurer, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So it kind of alerts Mama that she's out of her cage. But so since this happens, Tess ends up running up and out of the downstairs area through the basement, and then she gets to that window and breaks out the window and climbs out of the window.
The door had closed and she was locked down there again. Yeah. So yeah, she had to break out of that window and she's crawling out, and she barely gets away from Mama.
Yeah.
Like the
unhoused man.
Andre
was that his name? Yeah.
Yeah. Andre pulls her out just in time. And then you just see like Mama, I'm going to call her
reaching
Mama.
for her. Yeah.
Yeah. Reaching for her. And she just kind of like hisses and is like,
yeah.
And he's like, you got out. You're safe.
Yeah.
And he's basically explaining to her, like, she's like, no, someone's back down there. And he's like, no, you got out. Like, you better get away from here. She comes out at nighttime and you better get out of here before she comes and finds you. Because she will find you, is what he said, basically.
Yeah. You're her baby now.
Yeah, you're her baby.
And so she's gotten out, obviously, but she's still concerned for AJ, who's still in there. And so that's whenever he ends up oh yeah, we cut back to AJ, and he's running away from her at this point because she obviously, was chasing after Tess. And this is whenever he ends up running so much that he comes across that room, and then Mama comes up, but she is obviously spooked of this room, so it's kind of leaving you thinking, like, damn, what is she afraid of, that now she won't even go towards this room.
And she retreats from the room, which is like
also terrifying to see her kind of walking up, and then
it's
kind
like
of
when you see the
away.
predator retreat
Mhm.
and you're like, oh god, there's a bigger predator behind me. Yeah,
But he doesn't think that way, obviously.
it's like when there's a velociraptor and then there's a T-Rex.
Yeah. Ooh, now I want to watch Jurassic Park. And so she ends up he ends up going into the room that's behind him, and it's basically like a bedroom, essentially, an old or a lair. And so this is whenever we do cut back to Tess, who has now made her way to some gas station or area, I guess, and she's trying to talk to those cops, who are not giving her the time of day.
Yeah, the cops think that she's just some like
crazed addict or
drugged
something.
out individual who's been on a bender for days or something. She looks rough.
Yeah,
but they're not, and they're familiar with this area of town, and it's probably large vagrant community and stuff, and so they're thinking that she's just another one, and they're not willing to believe her. But they're judging her solely based on her looks.
She ends up kind of getting them to go there for a little bit, though, but just for them to fucking leave her there.
I would have been like, look, this is my car. I can't get into it because my keys are in the house, and I was renting this house. Like, but they clearly weren't willing to listen to her. Yeah. But yeah.
And at the same time that, she's talking to them, AJ is down there basically trying to help the old man, because I guess he's thinking that he's being held captive there by the monster lady, Mama. And then he ends up...
But he's also like simultaneously being such an ass. He's like, I'm going to get us out of here. Well, I'm going to get out of here, and then I'll go get help for
and
you.
then I'm going to get that bitch.
Yeah. And he's like, and don't worry, like there will be cops swarming the place in a matter of
which obviously
hours, and
he don't want that.
He don't want that because
Mr. Frank,
he's been doing illegal shit his whole life.
Yeah. And so that's whenever we have AJ then finding the videotapes, the VHSs, and it kind of cuts away from that, and then we have Tess now trying to, because she's been left by the cops, asshole cops, she's breaking back into the house through the window where the dining room is, so that way she can go in there and grab her keys. But she ends up when she grabs her keys, I think this is like a moment where she's like contemplating of whether or not she should stay and help more, and then it cuts back to what's his face, AJ, in there with the old man, and he's like, the old man is like beckoning for something, and so he like tries to give him water, and then he's like, I don't know what you want, and then
so he just moves the whole nightstand over there next to him, and the whole time while he's finding all the old man's videos and stuff,
and watching
like
them.
Frank is sitting there rummaging through the nightstand drawer, and once the video ends, AJ turns to face him and is like, what is wrong with you, man? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
And then that's when Frank pulls out a little tiny baby gun and
aims it at AJ at first, but then ends up just shooting himself in the head.
Shoots himself.
Another headshot.
Then he is dead.
Unalived.
But then we're back with Tess, and she is now getting in her car and has the option to drive away, but chooses to ram the monster because
Mama comes out.
Mama comes out right in the nick of time and was like, Rah! And then Tess is just like,
and rams it right into her and into the house. And so the mama monster is pinned in between the house and the car, but not dead because she's like, and then ends up, I guess,
She
kind of
kinda
passing
gets,
out.
yeah, unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when Tess gets out of the car and decides to go back and help AJ. So
Yeah.
she goes back down there and is looking for AJ.
One of the most like infuriating parts of the movie.
Yeah,
Maybe
because
not
I'm
the
like-
most. Sorry, there's another part that's more infuriating coming up, but this part sucks so bad.
I understand that he must have been scared, but the light was shining on her for a hot second
Yeah,
before
and it's
he
the
shot.
only light on her. Like he could visibly, I feel like, see her.
See that it was her and not the mom.
Yeah.
And
He's
but
such
anyways,
a dumbass.
he shoots her.
He shoots Tess. Yeah,
And
as she's
so-
coming to help him. And obviously, and he runs up her, and then he's like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." Like, and then he's like, "You're okay. We're gonna get you out. We're gonna get help." And so they end up getting out. And then that's when we notice when she comes out that, the mama's not there where she was.
Yep.
So they're like, "What do we do?" And she's like, "I know where we can go." So they end up going to find Andre, which they do, and Andre takes them to
At the water tower.
underneath the water tower.
Yep.
Mhm.
And then he's basically explaining that she's lived there
Her whole
for her whole life. She comes out at night and that she is basically so inbred that
It's like when
he-
you make a copy of a copy of a copy.
It gets that way.
Like that's what you get. Yeah.
Yeah, and
he was like, because he explained that he would take those ladies down there and then have babies with their babies and babies with their babies.
Yeah.
Which is so weird.
And yeah, disgusting.
Yeah.
And so basically that's how we got Mama. And
It's funny because then they're also freaking out because they're like, Are we even safe here? Like, what are we like? We need to go." And he's like, "I've lived here for 15 years and she ain't ever coming here." And then automatically she just busts through.
Yeah.
And then
and before AJ
Uh-huh.
got all introspective too.
Oh, yeah.
And
He's
was like,
like,
"Am
"I'm a
I
terrible
bad
person." Yeah. I
Blah,
shot
blah,
her.
blah. Yeah. And it was
Yeah.
like, and then you could tell he was clearly thinking about his essay
projecting.
charges as
Yeah.
well. And it was like, dude,
You're a terrible person, yeah.
You suck. You're not a good person who does bad things. You're just a bad person.
Yeah.
But yeah, then Mama breaks in and she yanks up Andre and then just rips off his little arm and then starts beating the shit out of him with his own arm.
Pelting him with it.
So
Funny.
badass.
Yeah, funny. She's just like a rag doll, just like wow, wow, wow. And then we have them running up the stairs of the water tower.
I like Mama.
Yeah, she's honestly misunderstood. She's not really doing anything bad. She's honestly protecting her
Yeah.
her child. And then that's whenever they're running up the stairs of the water tower, kind of going up on the side. And man, poor Tess is fucking shot, so she's struggling here. And AJ is just leaving her in the dust. And he's like, "Come on, come on!" And they do.
She's like, "Wait for me," and
Yeah.
he's like,
they end up getting close to the top. He gets up there obviously first, and then that's whenever we have her getting up to the top, but the mama is right behind her. Excuse me. And so he has his gun, but as he's about to like pull it out, he fucking drops that.
like a little bitch.
Drops
He
that
drops
shit.
it because his hands are shaking too bad and he can't get a hold of it. And then he goes, "Well, one of us has got to get away." So then he just takes Tess and he throws her off the water tower and says, "Come get your
Come get your baby."
Come get your baby."
Yeah.
And Mama just hops right off after her.
Catches her midair somehow, I guess.
I think her body mass made her travel faster
Further.
than Tess did.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
makes sense.
And
She's
then
heavier.
wrapped her up in her little arms and ends up saving Tess's life by using her body as
Like
a shield.
Mhm.
And then AJ comes down and he was like, you actually slipped.
Yeah, I didn't even
He was like
go.
gaslighting her.
I didn't like
I
go.
was like,
You slipped.
AJ, what the fuck?
He's like, "Here, let me save you. Let me
Yeah.
save you. I will save you."
I was like, no,
Stupid. But thankfully,
Mama pops right up and then she just picks up AJ by his head and then
Rips him
takes her little
apart.
thumbs and just presses them into AJ's eyeballs, makes jelly. It looked like applesauce coming out
Yeah.
of his eyes.
it did.
And then, makes
Rips
my
it
eyeballs
apart.
hurt. And then, yeah, just splits his head in half.
Yeah.
And then the whole time, she then just drops AJ and looks back at Tess and is like babbling and is saying, like, "Beh, beh, beh, beh."
And then that's whenever we have Tess grabbing the gun and pointing it to Mama's head. And it's kind of like a really sentimental moment.
I know, because then Mama
Because-
kisses her little fingers and
Yeah,
then puts a
'cause
kiss on Tess's forehead.
because it's almost like Mama even knows like what's about to happen, and she's kind of giving her like permission, like it's
to
okay.
shoot
like,
her.
Do it, Pepe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do it, Pepe. As long as my Pepe lives.
Yeah.
And
then Tess shoots her.
Shoots her, and then roll credits. The credits come on, and then we flash back to Tess getting up and
Walking away.
Tess walking away, and
like stumbling. Yeah.
And this is a fantastic version of where they took a happy song and made it creepy. Because with that "Be My Little Baby" song, that not "Be My Little Baby," not that one.
No.
But it was a different one that also
older.
said "Be My Little Baby." They did a great job of taking a happy song and making it creepy. It actually had some relevance, unlike "Smile" and "Lollipop, Lollipop."
Oh yeah.
This one was good. But yeah, that is 2022's Barbarian.
Yeah, which was pretty good.
Pretty good.
Thank you for the recommendation, Miss Nancy.
Yes.
I guess I'll go first with my Bubeical review.
Bubeical.
I hated it. No, I'm just kidding. No, I really liked it.
I
thought it
almost
was
choked on my own
good.
spit.
I remember when I first watched it too. I thought it was so good. I thought it was really upon your first watch, because you don't really know what's going on. There was so many moments where I was like, I thought it was gonna go in this direction, but then it didn't. And then you have like the breaking down of the kind of 3 different parts of the movie that I feel like really it worked for the movie, and it felt really like kind of I mean, obviously other stuff has probably been broken up like this before, but it just kind of seemed like new-ish and like fresh, and felt like the people who made it had a good like plan of where they laid it out pretty good. Like it was, as much as like there was a twist and like, oh, I thought it was going here, it was going there, like it didn't seem like it was unreasonable or like unjarring or like, how did we get here, like what is this, what's going on, like, you know, it all still made sense. And the acting was pretty good. I really honestly, I feel like I'm kind of sad that Bill wasn't in it as long, because I feel like that character kind of could have gone somewhere maybe in the storyline.
But we did need that good shock value to kind of reset the film.
Yeah, and to kind of throw you a bit.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
and to make you be like, oh shit.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be feeling what I'm feeling right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree that Mama was misunderstood, and it's kind of like an unfortunate circumstances of events.
Yeah, it's not her fault that
and even like the whole situation with Bill, with Keith and Tess, like an unfortunate event that like honestly was just kind of a coincidence, but then it works in the film of like the context of the horror film, of like why she's even there and stuff. But like it was all kind of just kind of an accident, really. She just ended up in that spot, and he was there at the same time too. And then yeah, I think that it was pretty thrilling. It was pretty scary at some parts, especially whenever like they're in the dark and you can kind of only barely see Mama at some points. I think the design on her was pretty good.
Yeah,
it was pretty. She was like statuesque and tall, but like meaty, and like even though she was like naked, it wasn't like, because being naked like that, I feel like that could have been also like comical in a way.
Yeah,
or like taken like not so seriously, but they still did it in a way where it was like, it was still pretty scary.
Yeah.
No, and it was like human, but not looking
naked,
human.
Yeah. It reminded me of like a Titan from Attack on Titan, and they're like almost
naked. Right?
Yeah, they are naked. But like, it was almost like you don't notice her genitalia, except for her boobs.
Yeah,
which are meant to be there because she's Mama.
Yeah, which we do see her trying to like breastfeed and stuff.
Yeah, but you don't notice her vagina. Yeah. Most certainly. It's almost like she's like a
it's
Ken
tasteful
doll.
It's tasteful,
or a Barbie doll.
It's tasteful nakedness, if that makes sense. Yeah,
they never like explicitly show it.
Yeah. So all in all, I would probably have to give it like a good 4.5, honestly, out of 5. A 4.5. I think it was directed and told very well. And I don't know if you can make like a sequel or something, or a prequel. I don't know. It's cool. I don't necessarily want another movie of this like a barbarian, but like I want more people to look at this movie and be like, we need to make more films like this, kind of, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like how
definitely.
to make a good film. Here's an example.
Here's an example.
Take from it
Barbarian.
from what you will and make a good film now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it really is such a great film.
Mhm.
I really love it. You want some fun facts?
Yeah.
Let's see. The script started out after Zach Kreger read the Gavin de Becker book, The Gift of Fear, which encourages women to trust their intuition when confronted by obviously dangerous men. He used it as a writing exercise and began crafting a 30-minute short that consisted entirely of a conversation in which a woman continues to ignore a mounting series of red flags. He liked it well enough that he knew he had the makings of a longer film and began conceptualizing a broader story for the characters.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
Zach Kreger originally offered the role of AJ to Zac Efron.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, Efron turned it down, causing Kreger to rethink the role and then offer it to Justin Long, who accepted.
Mm-hmm.
The Hollywood Reporter expose on AJ is written by Kim Masters, who is a real-life reporter at the trade publication. In the wake of the Harvey Weinstein cases, she became known for breaking stories about men in the film and TV industry who had been accused of sexual assault. The film is set on 476 Barbary Street. The year 476 was when the barbarians invaded Rome. Director Kreger insists this is unintentional and purely coincidental.
Wow. Sometimes things like that happen in life.
Yeah.
But also people love to like connect dots that aren't even there, if that makes sense. Even though I guess it was a coincidence.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Richard Brake shared a story on Instagram about attending a late night screening of the movie, noting that a particular group of teenagers sitting a few rows behind him were really into the film and were terrified. When it was over, they were leaving the theater using the flashlights on their phones. When the light accidentally caught Brake's face, the teenagers recognized him from the movie, then screamed and ran from the room in genuine fear. So Richard Brake
is Frank?
Frank, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That
Which
makes sense.
I would be terrified too.
Right?
Oh.
Life imitates art.
Yeah.
Art imitates life.
Did we get Nancy's?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You want to read it?
Yeah, sure. So Nancy says, it's funny. So I don't know how to feel about this movie. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't bad by any means, but it wasn't what I expected. Kind of unsettling, which I guess was the point. The early interaction between Keith and Tess are all too familiar, being a woman in a male-dominated work environment, and I've been in many Airbnbs before, so the thought of someone living underneath me and watching me while I sleep is terrifying.
Yeah, it really is.
The film was funny and at times at the expense of the horror, but it's commendable for taking a stab at something fresh. The mama character is scary as fuck, and if I ever came across her, I would probably just let her take care of me. The twist kept me anticipating what was going to happen next, and by the end of it, it all definitely will have me rethink about booking my next Airbnb. 4 out of 5 boobs.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think any of the comedy aspects came in at the expense of the horror, but otherwise I agree.
Yeah. I feel like the beginning of it definitely felt like more rom-com vibes with a tinge of creepy as opposed to like, you know, what I guess most people feel like a horror movie would naturally be or should be, like jump scares and like all ominous and creepy the whole time.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
Which I appreciate that this film didn't really rely on jump scares at all.
Mm-hmm.
It did such a good job of being unsettling anyways.
Mm-hmm.
I think
what's your boo rating?
For me, I really enjoyed this film the first time I watched it. I didn't get to see it in theaters, but I did watch it at home once it came out on HBO, and I watched it with Andrew. Andrew was legitimately terrified. Sorry, Andrew.
That's funny. No, that's awesome.
Like that's
the
time.
point of a scary movie.
Yeah, he's not as into scary movies, but he does like to watch them, and he really enjoyed this film. He thought it was really good.
That's good.
And it did make him unsettled. So I agree. It was creepy. It was really creepy, and it has me rethinking Airbnbs too and stuff.
That is true. You never know.
Yeah, what's in other parts of the house, or like. Then there's like kind of like the 13 cameras situation where there could be cameras also terrifying. But overall, I thought this was a fantastic film. It has this film has everything.
It does. It really does.
It's got, you know, it's got a tint of romance. It's got a little bit of comedy. It's got
Boop.
a lot of bit. Yeah. The boop.
Literally
Love the
her
boop.
trying to breastfeed Justin Long. That's a bit laughable.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
And but also like
Terrifying.
simultaneously the most terrifying thing I've ever seen.
True.
And it's
Grotesque.
yeah, it's just so good.
Her hairy nipples.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Yeah. And even the milk coming out of it looked like yellowy, rotten milk.
Yeah.
Like puss.
Spoiled.
Mm-hmm.
Puss.
It's puss. It's not even milk. It's just puss coming out of her.
Puss.
It's just puss. Yeah.
But I loved all the acting in it. I thought Tess did a phenomenal job of portraying someone who was like freaked out and
But also like determined to like try to like help.
Yeah.
As no matter how scared, I guess, or freaked out she was of what was going on.
And to be the like, she had Final Girl vibes.
Yeah.
And there's a reason she lives.
Mhm.
Even though she kept going back. But I mean, then again, so did Sally
Mhm.
and Texas Chainsaw Massacre and stuff too. Not to help people, but Sally was just, that's her name, right?
Sally. Mhm.
Yeah. She's just running around everywhere. So I think, and then Skarsgård did a stand-up performance in this film. Justin Long, I've never believed someone was more of an asshole in my entire life.
Truly.
So Justin Long did a fantastic job with that. And then Mama was a wonderful creature design.
Mm-hmm.
They did a fantastic job with her. I really loved the way she looked. And this was one of the times where it's not scarier having her
Be hidden.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's scary seeing her
Mhm.
up front and like
Center.
and then especially too when she is like slightly shrouded with the shadows.
Mhm.
That is
That's the
terrifying.
scariest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it reminds me of like Slender Man
Mm-hmm.
and
Mhm.
stuff. You're just
It
seeing
was
this
super
like
scary.
spindly body.
When she was
being
running
like,
up towards them the first time, I think, right?
Yeah.
Whenever she was, coming towards Keith and then started banging in his head
and
in.
even whenever she slips away from AJ
Mhm.
whenever he's by the door
Mhm.
and she like kind of retreats to the shadows.
It's very scary.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's very scary. But yeah, I think I would have to give this film honestly like a 4.75.
Mhm.
I really, really enjoyed this film. I enjoyed it on the second watch every bit. It was so easy to get through. And I would honestly
Especially
go.
since they break it up, into like
Yeah,
the three
to
parts.
3
It feels
parts.
like 3 short episodes almost in
Yeah,
a way. Mhm.
it's very digestible, and I
Mhm.
would go back and watch this film again today if I had to.
Mhm.
I would watch it again. Like
Yeah.
if someone was like, "Watch Barbarian again,"
Breakfast,
I'd be
lunch, and
like,
dinner. Let's do it.
Okay, I will. Don't mind if I do. Yeah. So that's
4.75.
4.75, a 4, and a
4.5.
4.5. So we're at like a 4.5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4.5 for the Barbarian.
For Barbarian 2023.
Mm-hmm.
No, 22.
Was it 22? I thought it was 2023. It's 2023. It came out. Did it? Well, no, maybe
No,
2022. Was
it's
it last year?
2022.
My
Yeah,
bad.
it came out last year.
You're right. You're right.
I was like, at least I.
Yeah.
But who knows? I've gotten. Whoops.
No,
I've
it's
gotten
okay.
those dates wrong before.
No. You're right. It did come out last fall.
But yeah. So there you have it. A 4.5 overall for Barbarian by Zach Krager.
By Zach Krager.
Yep.
Once again, we're in the lovely Rogue Media Network studios.
That's all,
Mhm.
folks.
And they take good care of us. You can
That's
listen
right.
to our podcast and other podcasts on their website called RogueMediaNetwork.com.
And you can listen to them, also us and them, on a slew of podcasting platforms, the biggest two being
Spotify.
and also Apple. But wherever you do listen, don't forget to
rate, review, like, and subscribe.
That's right, because that is the only way we can get ahead in this world. And then if you want to let us know your thoughts on Barbarian, please reach out to us on our one social media platform, which is Instagram, and that is at
Boobays Podcast. That's at BOOBAES, because we're your boobays, not your boobabes.
Yep. And then if you want to keep following along with us for this spooky month of October and keeping up with the other films that we'll be watching, make sure you follow us there, and then you'll figure out what we're going to cover.
Yeah.
Because I don't think we know what we're going to cover.
But we're going to find out.
Yeah, we could do Tusk with Justin Long.
We could.
Keep Justin Long in the mix.
Just Justin Long for the rest of the year.
Justin Long, everything.
There's a lot of horror movies.
Yeah, he
Mhm.
does have quite a few.
Mm-hmm.
Love him.
But until then,
bye, bays.
Bye, bays.
This has been a Rogue Media podcast.
Boobies.
Hi.
Hello, and welcome to
Boobies.
Boobies. That's right. We're your host. I'm Caitlin.
And I'm Joshua.
And today we're here to talk to you about a third film. The sixth film.
Right.
But the third film.
And I wish I could
chronologically.
I wish I could call it Chapter 3, but you can't even call it Chapter 3 because the third film in the franchise that doesn't have anything to do with this part of the saga is called Chapter 3. So that's unfortunate.
It's a little bit confusing, and
Yeah.
they had so much thought process in the other, like with connecting all of these films together. You think they could have
Connected
had
the names a little bit
yeah.
better. Yeah. I agree because it does get a little muddled in the water, but we are talking about Insidious the Red Door, which is, the completing chapter to the saga that we're covering, which was Insidious 1 and 2. This movie just came out actually this year.
2023.
Yeah, so covering it new. It's streaming on Amazon Prime if you'd like to watch it. It does cost you a good $20 to watch it.
Yeah, $19.99.
But maybe give it another month, and I'm sure that'll go down. But yeah, it is directed by none other than Mr. Patrick Wilson in his directorial debut, his first film he's ever directed. And he is obviously the star from the first and second installation, playing Josh Lambert. He is the patriarch, right? That's what you call him.
Yeah, dad.
The dad of the family. And we essentially pick up 10 years after the last film, which was Insidious Chapter 2. And so, yeah, it's a lot to dive into.
Exactly where the second one ended.
Yep,
basically,
exactly. Mm-hmm.
Right, with them saying
that's true. Yeah,
how we
want to forget the last year.
Everything from the last year, blah blah blah, which was a nice little recap in the event that you hadn't watched the second one immediately before this. It was like, you're going to forget the whole last year of your life, basically, blah blah blah. You're going to forget the coma. You're going to forget everything existed. And then it flashes to 9 years later.
Yeah. And we are at Grandma's funeral.
Yeah, I was like, who's dead? And then I was like, oh, shit, it's Lorraine.
Yeah, Lorraine is dead.
I liked her. She was one of my favorite characters.
I felt like a missed opportunity to have her die at some point in the middle of this film.
Yeah.
Maybe be a little more...
raise the stakes a bit.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it... Or maybe her... how... Ooh, that's getting ahead, but... Later on, it seems like there might be some sort of sacrifice, but we don't get that sacrifice. You know what part?
Yeah.
Yeah. It feels like maybe if we were to replace that moment earlier in the movie with a harrowing moment from Grandma putting her life on the line to save them, essentially maybe would have
somehow
been. And her
being reunited with Dad.
Exactly, such a failed opportunity where she'd be like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," and he was like,
"I failed you,
sweetie.
I failed you both.
It was a different time. Nobody could have understood." Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Anyways, call us up. We'll write the movies for you yet again.
And so after the fact, though, you got to make it first, and then we're gonna watch it, and then we're just gonna
tell you what you did wrong,
make it better.
Yes.
And so we do have Dalton reading out of the Bible. I think is what it was. I don't know. It was so foreign to me.
Yeah.
It did not sound like a scripture.
It was definitely, I feel like, something I've heard before.
Okay.
But I don't know if it was from the Bible.
It didn't give Bible verse, but it looked like he was holding up a holy
Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But That's what it is. This is also not
Reading
a
from something.
religious podcast. So what do we know? And so we have
Dalton being moody AF.
for real, because what is it? Callie's like, I miss grandma, and mom is like, oh, grandma misses you too. And he's just like, dead people don't miss anything.
Things. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, Dalton, you were such a good little kid, and now you're like this. Come on.
And already off the bat as well, we can tell that mom and dad are no longer together.
Yeah, that threw me for a loop. I was like, wait, are they divorced?
Yeah.
And then, yep, they sure were, because they were like, oh, well, getting into the car and everything. And he was like, thanks for organizing this. And
the conversation was very much like, we're not together, but you did something for me.
Yeah.
And even, you know, mom suggesting you should drive Dalton to school next week. And he kind of seemed out of the loop, you know. Which I'm sure he did know, but he also has all these other reasons why he's cloudy-minded and a bit forgetful.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, he agrees. He's like, no, yeah, that sounds great. But I love how she also sees Carl and is like a bit like thrown off and is just like gets in the car and wants to leave.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to run into him.
It's like she's trying to change the subject real fast.
Mm-hmm.
And she hops in the car, but then Carl walks right past Josh.
Mm-hmm.
And Josh is like, excuse me.
I know you, sir.
Who are you?
Mm-hmm.
And grabs him and then is like, do I know you?
Yeah.
And
Carl was like, I knew
like,
your mother.
Yeah.
I was a friend of your mom's. And Josh is like, it's funny. Like, I feel like I should know you. Like, you look very familiar. And Carl says that line of like, well, death seems to bring back memories.
Death floods the mind with memory.
That's right. But it's always good to make new ones.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then Dad gets in the car. They part ways.
Mm-hmm.
Dad gets in the car and he's sitting there texting Dalton, asking if he can drive him to school next week, and is sitting there looking at a little baby video of Dalton and stuff, being like, aw. And
which I didn't think was cute, because why the fuck are you trying to keep your baby in the same
a dirty diaper? Yeah.
But anyways,
you can see someone moving behind the car, getting closer and closer. And I'm assuming it was the dad.
I think it was the dad.
Yeah, because it was the same orange
silhouette color blurred out. And so, yeah, it's getting closer and closer. He's texting Dalton at this point, trying to be like, you know, hey, I want to take you to school. Dalton kind of reluctantly agrees, and that's whenever we have Dad looking up again, and the figure behind him is gone. And we get a title card.
And I liked this title card much better than any of the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
It felt less forced.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, okay, and it felt again more mature. A matured version of this.
I feel that
franchise.
Had time to think on it.
Yeah, and they were like, oh, maybe we shouldn't go.
And then we get
balls to the wall.
And then we get the credits again.
Mm-hmm.
Like we got from the second one, very familiar. And the
drawings. We get to see the, I fell asleep and then I flew away. Last night I watched myself sleep and then I flew away. We see that, and then we watch Dalton's paintings and pictures mature over time to kind of show us some scenes and stuff from, and images rather, from the past two films. We get, we see him drawing the lipstick face demon again, the same little one that had his little boudoir,
whatever you call it, vanity,
and the record player. Yeah.
So all these callbacks that we get from the first and second, that's not like an exact like recap, but references to the things that we did see in those first two. And then we get a nice little lovely cut to Dad and Dalton in the car, and we're driving to school, and it's very awkward. And of course, as soon as Dalton puts in his headphones, that's whenever Dad wants to start talking to him. I hate when people start. It seems like that's what always happens. It's like I've not had my headphones in, and the moment that I do, like people want to start like
talking.
Yeah. And it's like, got my headphones on. But anyways, I digress. Helping, we're getting on our way to school. Dalton's pretty moody with Dad already, and even like walking into like whatever you call it, the courtyard of school, and like this dude is trying to pass Dalton like a flyer to a
Dalton's being moody towards everyone.
Yeah,
because like Mom texts him and stuff
True.
too, and it's like, how's it going? And he writes terrible, but then he deletes it and says fine.
Yeah.
But then like once he gets there, the frat guy tries to hand him the poster or little flyer. And he's like, just walks right past him. I was like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, you
That's
could have just said no thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't have to be a dick about it.
And even the dad is like, oh.
Nick the dick, more like Dalton the dick.
Yeah. Nick was just stupid.
Dickhead Dalton.
And I mean, I don't know. I guess
Nick was a dick too, though. He was
rightfully
just
so
stupid.
with Dalton, though. I guess you kind of grow up in a coma that you don't remember the whole year of, and then turns out you were actually getting chased by demons. But yeah, and then I guess.
Yeah, but he don't know that yet.
I guess, but I mean, I feel like the same like how Dad had effects as him being now forgetful. Sorry,
Dalton
my throat.
had
like moody effects. I don't know. Like he was
Yeah.
just pissed off, I guess.
Didn't know why.
Yeah, exactly. And then
And he's a teenager.
it's true.
So I'm assuming he's what, 19 at this point?
Like 18, 19, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, no,
'cause
because when
he-
you first go to college, I mean, I was 17 whenever.
Well, he did
senior
say,
year.
I don't remember anything from when I was 10.
Oh, that's true. So I guess he did miss a whole year of school. So he would be like 18, 19 right now.
Yeah,
going
I
to
think he'd be
college.
19.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So that makes
Since it said 9 years later.
And that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, you're right. Duh, I didn't even math. See, I'm so bad at math. And that was when he was 10. So
Yeah.
yeah, that makes sense. Damn, yeah. Poor homeboy was held back.
Yeah.
Because of that damn coma.
I'm glad he was in college because he looked a lot older.
He
I
does
was
look
like,
pretty
he
old.
looks old.
Mhm.
Looks like he
The
needs to be in
actor?
college. Like I
Yeah.
thought they were going to put him in high school at first. And I was like, no.
That would not make sense.
Yeah.
And so he ends up you know, we're getting to the dorm room, we're getting things situated, he's picking a bed, Dad's talking to him, kind of doing the regular. Dad's honestly, even for I guess being supposedly like, you know, drifted apart and being this divorcee dad, like seems like he's doing all the regular dad things, just making some dad jokes, trying to get you situated, trying to be helpful.
Yeah. I'm just trying to like, oh, I didn't make the wall.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
That is such a dad joke.
Yeah.
Like that would be such a
That's a very dad thing to say.
Yeah. Half jokingly, half like serious.
Like,
yeah.
oh, that hurts my feelings.
But I'm not gonna like. I'm gonna make a joke out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can't actually
dude.
confront our
and then
feelings.
especially here
We're
in a
men.
moment when he runs to that car, and I'm like, the way I've seen my dad do that like walk before, like, yeah. But and so. We have the whole situation. It's a little bit tense between them. Dad didn't make the wall, so we have kind of this altercation between him and Dalton where there's some words being said, like Dalton's
No wonder mom divorced you.
Yeah, and then Dad's like, "You're an ungrateful little shit," and so yeah, it's pretty bad. And then of course we have Chris coming in, who we thought was going to be a guy, but is a girl, and so that kind of throws off the vibes for a whole second. But we'll talk about Chris later more, I guess, when she comes into play. But I definitely thought she was a really cool, fun inclusion to.
Yeah,
the group of
I
people.
thought this was a way to do the comedic aspect
So much better.
well.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, way better, more natural, not forced, not cheesy.
Yeah.
like and a character that you actually start to care about, especially
Mhm.
when things start happening to her. And I thought at one point, oh fuck, not. Poor Chris is gonna die. Why are they gonna kill her? That's what I literally thought later. whenever
Yeah, I
stuff
mean, it
starts
looked
happening.
like she was gonna die.
Yeah. And so we end up, you know, having this whole moment happening between son and dad, and then dad, you know, is leaving because it's a little too tense for him, and he's like almost breaking down, which he does in the car a little bit. And also we have Dalton even having like this like silent mad cry situation happening in his bedroom. And we have
I couldn't believe the dad really was just gonna leave like that after saying all that. And then whenever he was running to the car, I was like, wait,
he's gonna go
you're
back,
not
right?
gonna go. Yeah, I was like, he's gonna go back
And fix this.
and say I'm sorry. But nope, man just really gets in his car and then puts it in reverse. And I
He's
was like,
avoidant, remember? Caitlin?
Yeah.
The first movie. That's his whole personality. He's avoidant.
True.
Yeah.
yeah. I was like, Jesus Christ, you're the adult here, sir.
And we have Chris coming back up, and Chris is getting to know Dalton just a little bit. And that's whenever, right? Yeah. Because they're getting to know each
Yeah,
other, and
she's
that's whenever
like-
she's like, "Do you want to blow my hooter?"
Yeah, and he was like, what?
the fuck? Yeah. And they
And
get to,
because she had just taken off her bra too.
yeah.
Like she
just random, just very comfortable. And it's funny how when she came up earlier too, and she was like, we're a liberal alt school, very heavy on the liberal. So she ends up basically, she's already like my type of person, cool vibes. Like she's like, so what's your weird shit?
Yeah.
Like, we're all weird. Tell me what's weird about you. And he's like, you first. And what did she say first? She she puts a monocle on Sundays and orders takeout in a British accent. Yeah.
And he was like, that is weird. And he was like, sometimes I eat oatmeal dry, which we see Dad do later.
Hella weird. Yeah.
That is weird.
I
would have been like, that is weird.
Like that's how do you even like get that down your throat?
I guess your
It's so
saliva
dry.
makes it. I don't know. Yeah, it seems pretty
no
icky.
sugar, no nothing. Yeah. And so then we have her talking about how both of her parents died when she was 10 and she had to live with her grandma. And he's like, oh, I don't remember being 10 because I was in a fucking coma.
Yeah. And he was like, you know,
That
I
nobody
had
wants to talk
viral meningitis or something. And yeah, no one will talk about it and stuff. And he doesn't remember anything. And then she is like, I could have used some meningitis.
I love how she said that too.
And I was like,
I could have used some meningitis. Which I guess
I don't
is
think
kind of,
you would want that.
I think it's comedy that comes from people though too, like who have been through shit. Because anybody who's been through trauma, I feel like can make light of traumatic events.
Yeah,
if that makes sense. Yeah, I mean,
well,
I
yeah,
guess
because she said her grandma almost died from
yeah.
a case of like something because
Yeah.
of her athlete's foot.
Mm-hmm.
Fucked with her brain.
And then I guess losing both your parents, I guess I'd probably want to forget that year too.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we have them then. It's the next day, and our dad is he's making a phone call to Dalton because I'm assuming it's the next day. Yeah, it has to be, right? Because it's daylight, and we saw that it was nighttime for them because they went to bed. Right?
Yeah.
Because that's whenever, my bad. He also has to tell her that he has
still
to sleep
needs
with the
a
nightlight. Yeah.
Yeah, because she was like, they told me I have to stay here for tonight because
Mm-hmm.
Dad was like, let me go get this sorted out in housing. And she was like, you know what? Never mind. I'll do it.
Yeah.
And then
They have to
she
spend
comes
one night
back.
together.
Yeah.
Mhm.
She's like, we have to spend the night together. They said tough luck about today.
Tough
and
titties.
Then she starts turning out all the lights and he's like, I am afraid of the dark.
Mm-hmm.
And I still need a nightlight. And so he whips out his nightlight and she's like, are you serious? But whatever.
And, it was kind of, and then also too, like, why would you have the scariest nightlight? It's like this scary green like color. Like anything that's not like just white or like a light cool blue, like red, green, like that just seems scary.
Yeah.
And so then we have the next day, you know, Dad is calling him, trying to basically apologize through a voicemail and saying like, I don't know what's going on, but I'll figure it out. And then we have Dalton, which looked like he's late, but I guess he's not. He's running up to get to art class, and that's what
trying not to be late.
Yeah, we get introduced to our Armistead or Arma tag or something like that. But
the art teacher,
yeah, the art teacher, who is supposed to be like, he's super excited to work with her
because she's supposed to be the best.
Mm-hmm. For what we're paying.
Yeah,
such a dad
she
joke.
better be.
And so you can already tell she's going to be intense. I mean, she's talking to this one student and she's like, rip that up. It looks too perfect, whatever. And he's like, I won't. And she's like, get out, casualty. You already failed. And he's like, I didn't fail. And she's like, yes, you did. The moment that you decided
quit.
that you didn't want to rip this up. And what she's basically saying is like, you know, like y'all can always improve, and once you think that you can't, then that's when you're not an artist anymore, essentially.
And also, she says anyone fool can master a technique, but we're not here for technique. We need to try to do things. We need to break the rules.
So after we have our artist getting a bit demeaned, I feel like just a little bit, poor kid, and walking out. Dalton, who is on the other side of the room, gets his piece of artwork and just rips it in
half, and it was his picture of grandma, who he said looked like she was hiding secrets.
Which she was.
Yeah. She was having to keep lots of secrets.
Yeah. Kind of feels like mom was keeping secrets her whole life. Poor thing.
Yeah, for real.
Secrets eat away at people. Yeah. And so and it's funny because the professor then at that point is like, Dalton, why would you rip that beautiful picture up? And so he's just like, and then she's like, I think basically
once more for good measure.
yeah, commends him, I guess, a little bit, kind of makes a little, makes it light, essentially. And then we move on to our task of the day, which is now, put your phones away, open your minds. And she basically says, I want you all to, and it's the choice of words, I want you all to sink further into yourselves and
bring forth your innermost thoughts.
Yeah, your memories, tap into your memories.
And basically hypnotizes them.
Yeah, because she starts counting back from 10 to 1.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And basically kind of the same process that like his dad went through whenever he was going into the further with the metronome and with the lease.
Mm-hmm.
And we have him starting to work on his artwork, and you can tell he's getting kind of very in the moment. And he's getting, I would say, kind of like already, it seems possessed in a way, the way he's making the door from memory and stuff. And then at that point, as we're getting deep into it, he starts to get visibly attacked by a hand that like pulls his hand in, and then I guess in a way scratched his palm.
Yeah, because then he starts bleeding,
and it gets it all on the painting as well.
Yeah, and she comes up and asks him as well during that, is it keeping you in or out the door? And he was like,
Yeah. And also too, like, does she not notice the blood that's like dripping, and the no red paint, only charcoal that's by him? But I don't know, because it was his blood, right?
Yeah,
like it wasn't red paint.
She might have asked him that before the blood happened.
Okay.
It might have been whenever he went back to it. Yeah.
But at the same time that happened, Dad wakes up. Like, I guess he's in a hotel, or no, that was his home. Was he at home?
Yeah,
somewhere.
I think he was at home.
Yeah, he just wakes up, and that's whenever we have Dad then visiting a sleep doctor, like a sleep study place, because he is getting put in a sleep machine.
Little MRI.
And that's whenever the doctor is explaining to him, like, the process of what's about to happen. We're going to be out here. If you need anything, like, just let us know. And so Dad goes into the MRI machine, and you can already tell he's a bit anxious as well, though. And not even like a few seconds in, like, the machine turns off, and we start to see like him freaking out a little bit, and then some hands and like this body of a person starts appearing behind him where his head is.
Yeah, I really like this part. Whenever I thought it was pretty creepy.
Take it away. Take it away.
How at the top of the machine, as he was already freaking out, and like it made me feel stressed out too with him whenever he was squeezing that ball that was supposed to help
and
notify them to let him out. Yeah, and as you can't really see the creature behind him, but you can see that there is something behind him, and reaching the hand down towards his shoulder, and then he starts tilting his head backwards to try and see behind him. But thankfully, he never sees anything, but it makes you hold your breath while you're waiting because you're expecting him to see something. And then he looks back down, and something's charging him. It was like this little demon,
like patient of some sorts.
thing coming up and being like,
yeah, which is pretty fucking scary.
Yeah, it was pretty creepy too.
You tell me, and imagine being in that situation and feeling it crawl over you.
Yeah, being trapped like that, it kind of plays on a claustrophobia level, and then lots of other things. It was just, it was just creepy.
Yeah,
and I really enjoyed this part. I thought it was good.
And then we get him freaking out, of course, and then he hops out of the machine, and that's whenever the doctor rushes in. Oh, well, also, I'm sorry, we were also getting on the like over the like a speaker the doctor's voice, but it wasn't the doctor's voice being like, there's something with you,
there's something in there with you. Yeah.
And then it also said the door is open or something like that.
Yeah.
And then that's whenever he comes out freaking out, and the doctor's like, whoa, like, are you okay? And then he's like, Josh is trying to explain, like, there was something in here, like, what was that? And then the doctor's like, you were asleep for 15 minutes.
All the lights went out, like, what was happening? Like, I was panicking,
attacked,
squeezing the button thing, and no one came to help, and y'all just left me in there.
And the doc is like, no, we didn't, like, you were asleep.
You've been asleep for the past 15 minutes.
And then that's whenever the doc gets to show him his basically the results, even though he was only in there for 15 minutes. But he was like, everything came out normal. Like, you should be okay. Like, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. But he then starts to talk to him about, like, maybe you should check out, like, your family history. Maybe there is someone with a mental illness that might be the reason why you feel like you can't sleep, or what's plaguing you, what's keeping you up and affecting your memory. And the doctor suggests to him that he should play, like, kids games, memory games,
matching games.
matching
And he
games.
was like, you want me to play kids games?
And
And
the
he's like,
doctor's
we
like-
can learn a lot from kids.
Mm-hmm. And then that's whenever we cut back to Dotson being back in his dorm room with the artwork, and he once again starts to kind of, I feel like, be like entranced by this artwork, and he starts to smear the red from the blood that was on it, like,
yeah, his
around
somehow still wet blood all over the door.
And it
I
makes-
was like, that's not super realistic, but that's okay.
but it's supernatural.
Yeah.
And that's whenever he starts to make it a little bit more red, so it's kind of coming together. I love how also, like, it doesn't start red, like, it starts to get there gradually until at the end we have this, like, visibly red painted door.
Yeah.
But yeah, he ends up, I believe, sitting back down after it's on the wall, and that's whenever the lights go off in his room, right?
Yep. All the electricity goes out, and then
He freaks out.
He's freaking out, rightly so. And then he uses his little backup generator to power on one of the light bulbs, and it's got blood on it, though,
Yeah, it
which
does.
is making it illuminate the whole room red, and it illuminates the door and makes it look super red.
And that's
now.
whenever I think what gives Dalton the idea of, like, oh, that should be red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, this is all making sense now.
Mhm.
And then he looks over, and there's this bloody handprint on the sheet, just like in the first movie. And he's looking at it, and I love how he just gets, like, a piece of tissue
from his backpack that was just sitting there. Like,
Yeah.
who has, like, some wadded up piece of tissue like that?
And
it was,
then
yeah,
tries to scrub at the stain like a tissue's going to do anything
dry,
to blood.
dry. And
Yeah.
then, like, like in the way you're supposed to blot, not like
scrub
blood in. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, and then he just takes the blanket and covers it up. I was like, she's going to notice.
Yeah. And then as he turns around, he gets attacked by a sheet, something in a sheet.
This sheet actually scared the shit out of me.
Did it?
It got me.
Mm.
Yeah. Whenever it raised up, I was like, damn it.
It happens really fast.
Yeah, it did.
And then in the blink of an eye, it's
It was
over.
a good jump scare.
Because then he's just on the ground freaking out, and that's whenever Chris walks in.
Yeah.
She's like, "You okay?" And then
And
that's
this
whenever.
was when I wrote she's good comedic relief.
Oh yeah, especially as she's like, grabbing her stuff. I think because she's getting ready to move into that other room, but then she's like, oh, she finds that flyer, and she's like, well, you want to join a frat? And he's like, no, it's just something my dad did. And she's like, okay, let's go. And so they end up going to the party.
Yep.
We get obviously all the usual frat stuff. There's like some guys part of hazing, like passing out diaper pudding, and then we have Nick the Dick giving his like little speech that I love. That seems pretty relevant. That like people weren't being like, yeah, like it feels very 2023. Like people are like, okay, dude, like
we get it.
People aren't. I don't feel like the I don't know. I guess I'm not in frats anymore, but I don't feel like it's all kind of the way it used to be, because I feel like there's some like type of woke now society where it's
there's
like,
definitely still hazing that goes on though.
oh, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, in the sense of like all the crowd goers that are at the party aren't like just eating the shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he's definitely giving that whole like, where men could be men, and everybody's like, cough.
They're like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
we have then the mention of an incident that apparently had happened the prior year before, which we will find out a little bit more of. But I love how Chris and Dawson are like, okay, this is lame. And so Chris is like, yeah, okay, let's go look through their shit then. So she ends up going upstairs, and they go trying to find a bedroom door that is open, which they eventually do. And it just happens to be Nick the Dick's room.
Yep, it's Nick's room. And she finds his, I'm assuming, hemorrhoid cream.
Yeah, it's
or
butt
something.
cream. Yeah. Mhm.
So she goes and she's like, I'm going to go smear this all over the communal bathroom, and leaves Dalton alone in the room.
Yeah.
And then as he's in there, he starts hearing someone vomiting, and it was gross.
Yeah.
I was like, can we please stop the sound of this vomiting? It was starting to like get
Vomit
to me.
pretty loud.
Yeah. Because you could hear like the chunks falling in and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was like, ugh.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
I love smoothies, but I don't love smoothie bar prices. With my BlendJet 2 portable blender, I can make smoothie bar quality beverages for a fraction of the price.
BlendJet 2 is portable, so you can blend up a smoothie at work, a protein shake at the gym, or even a margarita on the beach.
Yum.
It's small enough to fit in a cup holder, but powerful enough to blast through tough ingredients like ice and frozen fruit with ease. BlendJet 2 is whisper quiet, so you can make your morning smoothie without waking up the whole house. Lasts for 15 plus blends and recharges quickly via USB-C. Best of all, BlendJet 2 cleans itself. Just blend water with a drop of soap and you're good to go.
I do love that feature about it. It is rather nice.
It does, and
Yeah.
it stays pretty quiet.
What color did you get?
I got black because it matches the color of my soul.
Perfect. I got pink because if my whole life could be pink, it would be.
We love pink.
It matches my water bottle perfectly.
It sure does.
Yeah. So whenever I carry both, I feel very aesthetic. I'm
That's
like,
nice.
yay, got me a nice pink BlendJet 2, looking real cute. And it's real yummy with my good smoothie in it. So what are you waiting for? Go to blendjet.com and grab yours today. And be sure to use promo code
BOO12
to get 12% off your order and free 2-day shipping. No other portable blender on the market comes close to the quality, power, and innovation of the BlendJet 2. They guarantee you'll love it or your money back. Blend anytime, anywhere with the BlendJet 2 portable blender. Go to blendjet.com and use the code
BOO12
to get 12% off your order and free 2-day shipping.
Shop today and get the best deal ever.
Did you know you could be putting oil and chemicals in your coffee? I love coffee creamer, but I don't think I've ever turned the bottle around to actually see what's inside. When I did, I found out many of my favorite creamers contain ingredients I would never intentionally add to my coffee cup, like canola oil, dipotassium phosphate, ew, and artificial flavors. Laird Superfood all started when big wave surfer Laird Hamilton needed morning fuel that could allow him to spend the entire day chasing the ultimate wave. He couldn't find anything in the market that met his ingredient standards, so made himself the ultimate plant-based creamer. Laird Superfood started and launched its first product, Original Superfood Creamer, in 2015. Laird Superfoods contain no artificial flavors, colors, or additives, and no sugars from highly refined corn syrup. All Laird products are sustainably sourced and thoroughly tested to ensure that you're incorporating the cleanest, finest fuel into your routine. All Laird products are also made of all-natural whole food ingredients, and they are crafted from the highest quality all-natural real food ingredients. Are you ready to feel more energized, focused, and supported? Go to lairdsuperfood.com and add nourishing plant-based foods to fuel you from sunrise to sunset. Use our promo code BOO at checkout to save 15% off your purchase today. Are you tired of the same old boring puzzles? Mix things up with Wongo puzzles. Each puzzle is a custom design with intricate patterns and whimsical shapes that will keep you engaged for hours. Plus, their eco-friendly materials and commitment to sustainability make Wongo puzzles a guilt-free way to unwind. Wongo puzzles are 100% wooden puzzles, meaning they'll last forever. Each piece is hand-drawn, so no two pieces are the same, and you'll discover some fun, whimsy pieces as you work through it. They come in a custom wooden box, which is perfect for storage and gifting. With stunning design and unique shapes, Wongo puzzles are a cut above the rest. So what are you waiting for? Go to wongopuzzles.com and pick your puzzle today. And be sure to use the promo code BOO and get 10% off of your order. This is the most fun you've had with a puzzle guaranteed or your money back. Go to Wongo, WONGO, puzzles.com and use the code BOO to get 10% off your order and get puzzling right now. Wongo.
Did you know that dehydration is the leading cause of daytime fatigue? I was shocked to learn that even mild dehydration can cause headaches, muscle weakness, and brain fog. But luckily, there's a solution. Cure! Cure Hydration is an oral rehydration solution that contains the perfect balance of electrolytes and glucose to help your body absorb water and rehydrate quickly. The formula is made with all natural ingredients like coconut water, powder, and pink Himalayan salt, and is free from artificial flavors, sweeteners, and preservatives. Cure Hydration is vegan, gluten-free, and non-GMO, making it a great option for anyone with dietary restrictions or preferences. The packets are convenient and easy to use. Just mix with water and drink. They're perfect for on the go, travel, or anytime you need a quick and effective hydration boost. Hydration is more than just drinking water. That's what Lauren Picasso, a lifelong endurance athlete, discovered as she struggled to stay hydrated no matter how much water she drank. Lauren founded Cure, a science-backed electrolyte drink mixed to make hydrating easy for everyone. Cure believes that hydration should be simple and effective, but also clean and natural. That's why they use only the highest quality plant-based ingredients and avoid any artificial or harmful additives. They're committed to transparency and honesty, All of their ingredients are clearly listed on their website and packaging, and they're always happy to answer any questions or concerns. Ready to combat dehydration? Try Cure today and feel the difference for yourself. Use code BOO for 20% off your order.
Dalton's such a nice person, man. He's like, hey, bro, you okay? Do you need some water? Or like, what's up? And then very quickly we understand that this is not a live person.
A human being.
This is a ghost because his face is all nasty and like he's got barf all over him. He looks dead.
His
and
eyes are like the same color as his skin and stuff. He's just very gray and pallid, and
he's crying like, make it stop. And then as he's walking closer towards Dalton, he's yelling at Dalton to close the door. Which could mean close the door, but later on we kind of find out is more of a deeper meaning to it. And then
close the red door.
Yeah, as Chris comes back in and she's like, whoa, because oh no, I'm sorry. Nick comes into the room first. And that's whenever Dalton goes to hide under the bed. But whenever he does that and Nick goes and leaves, gets his condoms or whatever, we have Dalton being, I don't want to say attacked, but like, I mean, getting scared and spooked by that vomiting ghost because he's like, it was really creepy the way the ghost like popped up and started like
the bed, and
looking, bending over, and then when Dalton tries to leave because he thinks like the ghost is going to come under the bed, the ghost is on top of the bed and then just vomits all over Dalton.
Yeah, that was pretty creepy.
And this is when Chris comes in and she's like, whoa, are you okay? And then Nick comes back and Chris and Dalton have to pretend like they were kissing and like about to do it so that way they can leave. And then Nick's just a complete asshole to Chris after this.
Yeah, calls her a clown and stuff like that.
And like, yeah, was basically insinuating that she wasn't attractive, and Chris was very attractive.
Yeah, she was. She was pretty.
Very pretty girl. But
But then they get back to his room, basically, and he falls asleep at his desk while he's working on some artwork, and then he wakes up in the further. And he like wakes up, there's this lantern there and stuff. And he gets up and doesn't really question it at all and starts exploring the further.
Seems familiar, like in a way.
Yeah.
Like
he's like, I've been here before. Let me do this again. But doesn't know to be afraid of it.
Yeah. Just like when he was a kid. Like remember Elise was like, he thinks they're dreams, so he's not afraid of where he's going.
Yeah.
And so.
Exactly. And so that's what he does. And he gets up, he goes up the stairs. He goes up to room 323, which is where we figure out that Chris lives now, which is right above him. And he's kind of watching Chris sleep, which was a little creepy. But then starts playing her, what is it called?
Her hooter.
And
plays the same song that his mom wrote and that he introduced her to earlier. So there would be only one person who knows to play that song.
Yeah.
And so she's very like, what? I love whenever he like first wakes her up and she like wakes up and she says something funny. I do not remember what it was.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was.
But it was
either.
funny to me. And so it's given me that Vine energy of like when they pour water in her face and she's like, hello. And so after he plays the hooter and she like freaks out, she turns the light on, he like drops the hooter and like runs back to his room. And it's funny though, well, not funny though, it's actually pretty scary because on his way back to his room you can tell that something's kind of behind him maybe, and then right when he gets to the door you see like
little tail and like spindly
on all
body.
fours
crawling
towards him
behind him, which was pretty creepy. And he wakes up, he gets back into his body just in time for Chris to barge into his room being like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Were you just like creeping on me? Like, what are you doing?
You watching me sleep? And he was like, I feel like I'm getting like something else is happening. And he's like, I'm not a creep. And he says like, feel like I'm getting closer to something or something is getting closer to me. And kind of explaining that something weird is happening here that is a little bit different than he was like, I was asleep basically. And I woke up and there was this lantern and I just went to your room and I played the harmonica chord thingy. And then you woke up and I got spooked and went back to my room. And then now you're here.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Which is all not pretty normal things for the everyday person. And so she's obviously kind of like, oh, that's weird. But I love how she doesn't like immediate like. She's like, okay. She's like, cool. But then we have cutting to, I guess, the morning time, and Josh is waking up.
And he's eating his dry oatmeal.
He's right. Oatmeal. This is whenever he had walked downstairs and we got a really good visual of a door being closed. And then whenever he comes back up, the door is open and it's mom's room, and he's kind of taking a look in there. So kind of just adding to more of his layer of his character arc. And then we have him being downstairs. Dalton texts him back and be like, I went to the party. He was like, it was lame. And then that's whenever he starts playing the memory game on the wall, on the window, should say.
Yeah.
Which is like, what is that? What is that? Like flash card? Is it
Yeah,
just called
it was-
memory game? Or
Yeah, it was just kind of like they were
match.
Yeah, he was matching things.
Yeah.
They were like giant flashcards
Yeah.
that he was matching together, and he was trying to remember the patterns and whenever he found the same of someone, he was supposed to match it to one that he already came across.
Yeah.
But he was not doing too well.
Not at
this
all.
memory game.
Couldn't even get one.
Yeah.
Even if he just saw it. Like, that sucks.
Yeah, I think he had seen Dalton like 2 before.
Yeah.
And then still couldn't remember which one.
Or I think even when he saw his mom, like he had just seen his mom and saw a different one and then saw his mom again and he couldn't go back.
He
to
almost had it,
Yeah.
but
he doubted himself.
Yeah.
And
then
at the same time,
yeah, we get somebody standing in the window at that same orange silhouette. And I was like, so I think this is the same person from behind the vehicle, which we don't know who this person is yet. But we see this person standing there and they're getting closer each time that he like moves the little cards out of the way. We see this person getting closer and closer until suddenly they just break through the glass.
it's really loud. It's really like wham, because I break through and it freaks Josh out, rightfully so. And then as he's like trying to look back to see where they are, they're right in front of him. And then they start to like chase after him. And so he has to go all the way upstairs and then get to his mother's bedroom. And when he's in there, that was me.
I was like,
my bad. And the way he goes back to his mother's bedroom, and then he ends up getting kind of in the further. It's like he's in the further for a moment, but then not because the dude pushes him into it, I guess, right?
Yeah, he pushes him into the back of the closet wall, renders him unconscious, and I mean, I would say he goes into the further for half a second, and finds this box of pictures, and then whenever he comes back to, he's like back
to be there
in the real
life.
world, and they're there, and basically, and does he look through the photos now?
Yeah, he starts to look through it, and he's
then
like, what?
That's when you can put together that the person he just saw was his dad.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, well, dad's being awful violent for his first reunited with his son.
Yeah.
In a while, but
you had to get his attention.
Yeah.
We're back with Dalton in art class, and that's whenever he starts to work more on his artwork, I believe. And I think this is
sends him into the darkness of memory again.
That's right. And he gets a flashback. And this is whenever he starts to remember and think back on like that time that his dad basically tried to kill them.
Yeah.
And then we cut to dad. Yeah, this is where it's like he's looking through the box of things. And then we also cut to Dalton calling Foster, and he's asking him, hey, like, did anything about my coma, like, can you remember anything about it, basically? And Foster doesn't even give him anything. He's like, you should talk to mom. And also, is this what happens when you go to college? Like, you get cryptic. I don't want to go, and just hangs up. And that's whenever we go back to Dalton talking to Chris about astral projection, because she comes into the room.
Yeah, and she brings Specs and Tucker back.
And Elise, yeah.
And Elise. And I was like, Elise only has one outfit, apparently.
Yeah, that blue outfit.
Yeah, that's the only thing she wears.
Mm-hmm. And
the costume department.
I thought it was pretty cool, though, for them bringing them back in a way.
Yeah, I thought that was a good modern way to bring him back.
Yeah. And then Dalton is basically telling Chris, like, I need to find out more information from that ghost that I saw, so we need to go back to the frat house. Which also to me was kind of like, why would you, couldn't you just fall asleep in your bedroom and then, like, and the further go to the frat house. You know
He's
what I mean?
probably trying to minimize how
The-
long he was away from his body.
It's true.
But you can tell also whenever he's watching the video of Elise and she says her famous "keep a steady stride," that he recognizes her, because one of the pictures that we saw that he had drawn
Was
at the
Elise.
beginning was Elise.
Yeah.
And so you're like, he has this flicker of recognition that comes across his face. And then then he goes back to the frat house to talk to Pukey Boy.
Which they find a bedroom for him to sleep in, which is once again, like, really, what's the word, it seems like they're putting themselves in a lot of danger to BH, because like they're going to the frat house, just going into someone's room that they don't know and like trying to fall asleep. But anyways, and also they're messing with spirits. But yes, they find a room. She's like, okay, I'll watch over your body. He ends up able to fall asleep like in less than 10 seconds. And then that's whenever he starts to make his way to Nick the Dick's room. But as he's over there, we kind of sense that something else knows that they are doing this and is at the same time like going after them. So after he goes to Nick's bedroom, which the plan is not going that great, because like Nick is there, and then like we have these. This is kind of the one part where I was like, this has nothing to do with it, but okay, because Nick then has like to use the restroom, and then like the whole interaction with the girl. But then we have him only leaving that situation because Chris starts to call out for him because she feels a presence, and rightfully so. She starts to get attacked. And then that's whenever he feels and senses that she's in danger. So he starts running back to his body, but before he can get back there, like something attacks him through the wall and is yelling at him to close the door,
Close
right?
the door, And Lipstick Demon's choking Chris. And
oh yeah, because that's whenever he goes into the room and he gets that like we get that shot of him seeing it, and he's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And then Nick the Dick is even in there too, trying to help Chris at this point.
Yeah, and he's just like, what the fuck is going on? And like, what is it with you two being in this house when you're not supposed to be? But and then what happens?
That's after that we start to go to we
Back
cut
with
to Josh,
right?
yeah, because he's
Okay.
at it's like a library or something. He's looking up information on his dad and some public records.
Yeah, and so basically, it is his dad who attacked him, and apparently he had schizophrenia, and he's like just figuring out all this information about his dad, and then he goes to talk with Renee about what happened, and is explaining to her basically that it like he's ending up being like his dad, being absent, and she's trying to explain to him like, you're nothing like him, blah blah blah, and how his dad jumped to his death 40 years ago or something because he had schizophrenia, and was also like,
he was an astral projector.
And there was a note that said, this ends with me, kind of thing. And that was the last note that his mom had from him, and no one really knew what it meant
until now. I think because his dad obviously had this power of astral projection, and his dad obviously at that point, he's got to be the same age that his dad was essentially when he took his life. But at that point his dad hadn't had his memories suppressed for all those years, so he'd literally been living with that gift for 40 something years, like untamed, and like probably drove him mad at that point. And so
he probably manifested as, or seemed as if it was schizophrenia, but really people just couldn't
understand,
put a name on it.
And then he obviously thought that if he killed himself, that it would all stop there and it would stop affecting their family. But unfortunately for him, it is not the case, and he ended up just killing himself and causing more hurt in the family. But anyways, we do have at the same time that this is happening, he's talking to Renee. Dalton calls Foster, and he brings up the hammer, and this like what's the word, unearths a memory with Foster where he's like, wait, hammer, I have this reoccurring nightmare that dad essentially tried to attack us with a hammer, but mom has always told me that wasn't real, and it was a dream that I made up. And so,
and all the while he had been painting this picture with another red door and with somebody in the foreground, and at first I thought it was the licking demon or that ghost. I thought that's who it was, like,
because it had the same silhouette.
And since Josh like interacted with that demon right before going into the red door, whenever he was originally trying to find Dalton, and stuff, I thought it was that demon. And then this is where Dalton realizes, because he's all of a sudden realizes that he's painted his father in this picture, and it's his father that's holding the hammer, not someone else.
And I think definitely probably what added to because he also paints it in a way like it paints his father in the most monstrous kind of way that he could see him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's not even just him holding the hammer. It's like the act of like him like, and his face
swinging,
and it looks even more like it looks like a possessed version of his father. You know, if that makes sense. Because even the eyes are a little like bull or whatever the word is.
Well, and it's only half the face. The other half is like still unformed / it looks like it's blurred and hazed by memory and stuff.
Yeah.
And so it's still like on its way to taking shape.
And then that's whenever Josh and Renee are still having that heated conversation, and she basically at that point is like, okay, like I gotta tell you everything, like you're not a bad dad, like this is what happened.
The kids associate their pain with you, which is why like she's like, I've lied to the kids for years, but basically this is what happened, and we can't change it, kind of thing.
Yeah. And she's like, you know, I've had to live with like basically keeping this all hush hush, and that's such a burden to carry. I couldn't live like that anymore. And then unfortunately for you, the after effects of making you forget made you hazy and made you distant even more so than you were already. And then I love how he's just mad, and I love how she's like, no, hold up though, because you agreed, you thought this was the best idea too.
And we all agreed. Dalton agreed, you agreed, we all agreed, and that this was the best idea.
And so then as that argument is happening, Foster ends up coming in with the picture that was sent to him from Dalton being like, hey dad, like, was this you? Like, what's going on? And I love how Josh is like, what did we do to Renee? And I love how Renee looks over at the metronome sitting on top of the piano. And it's a very big callback to like, and I love that Renee was literally like, one day I might need this again.
So we're going to keep it.
Yeah.
And while all this is happening, Dalton ends up falling asleep in his room and is kind of transported back to the basement. And he's watching everything happen all again, the whole attack with Josh attacking the family, and watching his mom hide Foster, and watching him go crawl underneath there to go to sleep and stuff. And basically he's watching it all happen. Dad's got the hammer right above Dalton, and Dalton stops him from the future, and then gets like he tackles his dad right as when
the Black Bride's body was getting sent out of the soul was getting sent out of his body.
Yeah, basically when Elise was
killed the lady,
killing the mom of death, the mother of death.
Yeah.
Back. So it was all like all these things happened at once to help save Josh, basically.
Yeah.
And but then as soon as Dalton stops him from the future, he then gets like kind of sucked into the demon's lair. And I think the lipstick demon looks better this time. He looks less like Darth Maul. In my opinion,
they used like more black paint on his face.
It was more black instead of red. And it wasn't like as bright of a red. It was the
bloody-ish red,
blood red, which looked less like Darth Maul. And it was pretty creepy how he was like ripping his skin, ripping at his flesh and stuff, like with his talons, and like kind of it looked almost as if he was like pulling gloves on, but he was just scraping at his flesh and stuff, and like scraping at his face, making it all bloodied and extra creepy looking. But yeah, I thought Lipstick Demon looked better this time.
Good.
Less like Darth Maul, so it didn't bother. And I liked how his face was shown essentially twice very quickly. Once when he was attacking Chris, and then once now. And then really that's all you see of him.
And then at the end.
I appreciate
the hole in the door. But not even then, because it's like a second.
Yeah. I appreciate the lack of him this go around.
But then as all that's happening, and since Dalton's down there in the lair, and I love how even Dalton gets like this, like, we see that lipstick face. Excuse me. Oh, okay. I couldn't fight that one. My bad, you guys. That was the lipstick face.
We have a sneeze at however many minutes in. At 1:23.
Yeah. As I love how Lipstick Face has basically been obsessed with him, because he built like basically all these like homages to him, like all the memories of like, you know, when he fell off the ladder and then when he got rescued by his dad and then just all these different things.
Yeah,
His
different little
his sick bed, like whenever he was in the coma.
Yeah, all these different little like miniatures, but they weren't miniatures. They were
Life size,
life
but-
size with like little art mannequin kind of things, portraying all of Dalton's life.
And
well, that year of Dalton's life that he'd forgotten. So I think it was kind of a way to jar his memory more too and help him remember what in the hell was going on during that time.
Yeah.
And it was a good way to quickly retell the story from the first film, basically.
In
like
a creative way.
Yeah.
That adds to the plot. And also because I do feel like Lipstick Demon has been obsessed with him ever since and has like been literally waiting for the moment to like come back and get him.
Yeah.
Because he feels like you were my captive and then like you got away from me. But at that point, with that happening, we come back to the real world and Dalton comes too, but it is no longer Dalton. That is Lipstick Face Demon possessing his body.
I was like, this doesn't feel like Dalton.
Yeah.
Whenever Chris came in and was talking to him and he wasn't responding.
Yeah.
And then especially once he like
when she's plugging in those lights.
Yeah, and then his face was pretty silly looking.
Yeah.
In that like third flash or whatever. And then but
I like how they didn't keep it like that, because then when he's in the corner and he turns around, it's just basically the eyes, and that looked more scary than what was happening.
Exactly.
And so we're in there. Chris is with Dalton, but she's kind of realizing, oh fuck, this is not Dalton. And he just like,
because she turns around and he's gone, and it
Oh, yeah.
takes her a second to find him standing in the corner.
well,
Just-
she even looks around in that corner and he's not there.
Yeah.
And then he magically appears there. And then he like flings her across the room. Poor Chris.
and she's like, if you fucking touch me again,
Yeah.
I will end you.
And then that's whenever we have Josh going into the further, because he's like, gotta do this again. I gotta go save Dalton. Because Dalton, unfortunately, is once again trapped in the layer of Lipstick Demon. We can see that he is in this like cell made out of chairs turned on upside down on themselves and everything. And he's shackled to it. And then that's whenever we have Dad finds him. We don't get a lot of like how the first one, like, right? Oh, because we do. He's in the darkness, and then Dad ends up running into
His past
his
self,
past
holding
self with
Dalton.
Dalton.
Yeah.
And that's how he knows how, I guess, to find the old layer that Dalton was in. And then we get Dalton, who is shackled up, getting pulled by his dad. And then even at that point, I think Dalton is very much like, because all he has is that recent memory of his dad and that flashback chasing after him, and he's like basically fearful of him. But Josh is like we've got to go, like, I'm here to help you, like, if you that wasn't me that chased you, I was being possessed, and now the same thing is happening to you, and if we don't go, he's gonna hurt people.
Yeah. And all the while he's getting him and they're trying to escape back in the real world, Chris has Dalton's body, who's now rendered unconscious. And all of a sudden these ghosties start coming out of the corner. She looks under one bed for some reason, to click on the lights, and then the lights go off underneath the second bed, under Dalton's bed.
Yeah.
And she clicks him back on, and there's this demon looking person that's there, and it honestly looked like Nick with his face mask on.
It
I was
did.
like, is this Nick with his face
And then,
mask?
well, because I'm assuming these are maybe because they're in a college campus, these are students that have passed away on campus, because then we get this like acrobatic cheerleader looking girl coming out of like a drawer, and then it's a horde of a whole bunch of like ghosts coming around them,
And they're all trying to get at Dalton's body. And then while they're doing that, basically the ghosts are coming out. We flash back to Dad and Dalton escaping through the red door, and the dad is holding the door, and he's like, Dalton, help me hold this. And Dalton's like, no. Basically.
He's like, we don't have time, and we can't hold it back. We just have to keep going.
to go.
Yeah.
And Dad's like, no, I'm basically, it looks like he's going to sacrifice himself to hold the door closed.
Yeah.
And he says the same thing his father said, and he says, this ends with me. And we even get the dad's heartbeat stopping.
Yeah.
Doesn't this look like a worm?
It does look like a worm, like a
Or
Alaskan,
Patrick.
like an Alaskan something woolworm.
If Patrick was long and tall.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of looks like Patrick too.
It does. And so we have all of that happening, and then thankfully, just in the nick of time, Dalton ends up getting to the real world in his body and is able to start painting on the door that he had drawn, essentially. And it's kind of like the physical world meets the spiritual world, like it's all connected. And so as he's painting this black paint over the door to cover it up, it's bleeding into the further and covering up the red door that Josh is holding on to.
Yeah, at first I thought it was blood. I was like, blood dripping on the door, and then I was like, oh wait, JK, it's paint, and Dalton is like literally painting the door shut.
To physically and metaphysically shut it. Yes. And then as all that's happening, the demon is able to last minute like punch through the door, and then it's like grabbing onto Josh, and we're thinking like, oh my God, this is it. But thankfully, because it's getting covered up, the demon gives one last look through the hole with his face, and then it all gets covered up. And at that point, Josh is able to get back to his body.
Now it's a belly button.
It does. Oh, it looks kind of gross. And then at that point, because he's walking back, and he ends up meeting his father, and his father is able to kind of they don't even speak. They say no fucking words to each other, but there's just like resolution,
a little bit of closure.
Yeah, closure to like knowing, like at least Josh knows like he can empathize, and he'd be like, okay, like you didn't really want to leave me. You thought you were saving me. And I think it's a good moment for Josh as a dad too, to realize like they can only do so much. It does very much look like an anus. And so at that point, everything seems to be hunky-dory. Everything seems to be fine. The families are good. We call Josh. He's good. And at this point...
and I guess, does the dad cross over to the other... there's like a bright flash of light.
It gives very much like his unfinished
over.
business was done and taken care of. And so it seemed very much like the dad even was at peace. And everything seems to be okay the next day. We have... dad is leaving, and we have mom being like, hey, we'll see you next Friday for, come pick up Foster, but why don't you come to dinner a little earlier? It kind of seems like maybe since they figured this shit out, maybe there could be some reconciliation between the parents, because it doesn't even seem like maybe the love was lost. It was just like there's a bunch of heavy shit in between them. That's a lot to cut through.
And it seems like Josh definitely still loved Renee.
Oh yeah, he just was battling all those demons that unfortunately kind of wasn't even his fault,
because at one point he was like, we could have fought through this together. Like we could have done this together if you would have just like told me, basically. And then he gets out to his car, and Elise is somehow now in the real world. And then I was like, unless he's still in the further, because she told him to keep a steady stride. Which I was like, that would be fun if he came out and was still like in the further, but he's dead and he's dreaming all of this. And because then I was like, if he was dead, then he would be able to see Elise. I don't know, but maybe
it's the way that she said, you'll have a bright future.
Yeah.
It's not an error. It definitely
I want him
gives
to still be in the further.
It definitely gives that there's a lot of possibilities and like stuff for the story to go to.
Yeah.
Afterwards. But yes, he talks to her, and then she ends up fading away because she was a damn ghost. And then we have Dalton putting up a painting, and finally Dad made the wall.
Yeah, Dad comes in and he's like, wow, I made the wall. I was like, what does this note mean? I forgot what happened. All I wrote was, wow, I made the wall.
Yeah.
And was like,
because Dawson painted a picture of whenever Dad had saved him from the further at the end of the first movie, which is kind of a sweet, father son
Dad
carrying him out,
carrying Dalton with the little lantern and everything.
And then we have the end of the movie.
And that's
everything's
all of it
fixed and nice and great. At the end of the post credits, there is a scene though. It's like 2 seconds. But
I didn't get to it.
It's right at the very end, and I didn't know the first time I watched it. I only found it out because I googled it, or I saw it on Google. Sorry, on something when I was looking more information up about the movie. And yeah, it's basically remember how there was the red door and there was the light on top of it. There was a light like shining down. It comes back on and it's like flickers. That's all. So it basically kind of gives like, oh, it's not done yet.
Wow, it got 38% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Jeez.
And a 5.5 on IMDb.
Poor thing.
Yeah, not very good.
No. I didn't think it was that bad.
I didn't think it was that bad either.
Yeah. If anything, I thought it was really good, especially for.
I thought it was a good
tying in all these stories together.
Mature version.
Yeah. And so
Again.
we that's pretty much it. That's it on Insidious, The Red Door, the closing chapter 1 and 2 of Insidious. Do you have any fun facts for us?
Yes, I do. The song featured in the end credits is called Stay, and it's performed by Ghost featuring Patrick Wilson. And it's a cover song originally from the band Shakespeare's Sister. The college featured in the film is named after Jane Pierce, who is one of the former first ladies during Franklin Pierce's term. She was an occultist who would hold seances in the White House to communicate with her dead son.
Yeah.
So that's cool. Dagmara Dominics, who has a role in the film, is married to the film star and director Patrick Wilson. I'll have to click on the name to see who that is. And then in each scene, rather than each frame, there is something red. The use of a red thing is subtle and purposeful. So there's red. There was a lot of red in the film.
Yeah.
You could tell. I wonder who. I don't remember seeing her.
Yeah, the wife. I'm looking and I don't remember seeing her at what part at all.
Oh, it says priest voice.
I don't remember there even being a fucking priest in the movie.
Me neither.
She was in the Count of Monte Cristo. I do not remember. Anyways, yeah, I digress.
Anyways, what would you rate this film?
4.5, a 3.8. I would rate this a 4. I'll just do a 4. Solid 4. It's a little bit less for chapter 2 for me, but in terms of like the storyline, I thought it was really cool, and I thought they did a really good way as well as like making it modern, essentially, even though it's Jesus. Only now it's Tragic Star. It's someone doing ballet. The way they're like, whoosh. I think that they did a really good job trying to control and move the story in a way that's like they didn't go too far, but then they stayed right in the parameters, but they gave me a little bit more. We got some new characters. It was really cool to see all of the returning cast, to see Dalton grown up, to see even Rose Byrne have more, like, I loved how when we saw when the flashback when they were in the basement and she was talking to Dalton, I was like, wow, you can actually see like the natural aging on like her as a like it just seemed also real natural, if that makes sense. Like, yeah,
I thought she looked the exact same.
For the most part. I'm not saying she looked like trash. I'm just saying you could definitely tell she looked a little older.
Yeah, no, she looked good.
Yeah, she obviously looks good for her age. And then she also, I feel like, had less of a storyline in this movie, but still somehow managed to like hold her own spot as well, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I especially love the fact that like Mom's always coming through. The way she had that backup generator for Dalton.
I know, so sweet.
Uh-huh.
Moms think of everything.
They literally do. And then I really like the whole bringing Josh's dad into it and seeing how like this has been like a family thing, like lineage wise, like all of the
fetus.
It looks like aliens, like the little alien from Aliens and the sack, the face huggers. And so, yeah, what do you think?
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if I liked this film more or less than the second one.
Or maybe equal.
Maybe equal, yeah. It again felt like a really good middle of the run horror film to me. It was overall, I think, a pretty decent film. I think maybe I liked the complexity of the story from the second one more. This one felt like it added a little bit more of resolution to things and like tied up some like loose ends and stuff, which was nice. But again, there wasn't a whole lot of story other than like plot, other than them just like trying to beat this demon. And again, the lipstick demon wasn't hard to fight off.
No, not at all.
So there was nothing really, there were no stakes. But I thought overall that the music choices were a lot better, not as on the nose. And I thought that I liked all the red imagery and everything that was in each like frame or whatever scene they said.
Yeah.
I thought that was cool. I think it was a pretty good third movie to the film. I haven't seen, well, apparently I've seen part of
one of, we don't know which one.
Which one? Yeah, but
It's a 50-50.
It seems like a pretty good movie to me. I don't know. I didn't hate it. So
it's coming far from the first one. So
yes. Yeah. Like, I mean, honestly, they did a much better job on the second and the first one. The first one was just so hard for me to get through. And I just could not get past Lipstick Face Demon. And in this one, they did a much better job. If Lipstick Face Demon would have looked like this and had less screen time, as he did in this film, I think I would have enjoyed it much more. But they just showed his face so many times, and his face was just so bright red, like candy apple red instead of blood red.
I think this one they did a better job of making him seem a little bit more menacing.
Yeah.
Like not showing his feet was probably like a good choice too, because that made it seem a little bit more comical.
Yeah.
I feel like as well, this one we basically just kind of got like a silhouette-ish, like with him in that tail chasing after Dalton, and then just the Chris moment and then the end moment. So yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
And then when he comes and he's like makes himself present to Dad, but that's it. Yeah. But yeah. Oh,
And
what's
I
your
liked
rating?
his like ripping at his flesh too. I thought that was pretty good. I think I did still like the second one more. I give that a 3.5, right? I think I'll give this one a 3.2. Yeah, what my original one was for it's a good middle of the road horror film. Good middle of the pack. It wasn't my favorite thing I've ever seen, but I definitely don't feel like I'm less of a person for watching it. It was good. It was good. I'd recommend it to people, and I never thought I'd say those words. I liked the second one a good amount.
Yeah.
Second one was pretty good.
And I even feel like, honestly, if you were to watch the third one without necessarily even watching the first or second one, you'd still be in good shape.
Yeah,
They
really.
do a pretty good job
It
of kind of
doesn't-
connecting some moments for you, and then in its own story as well, so you don't have to necessarily watch those other ones. But it does add to it, I feel like, obviously. But yes, that is our take on Insidious Chapter 3, but not 3, The Red Door.
The Red Door.
Sorry if we sound a little bit haggard at this point. We did 2 shows today, back to back.
Back to
so
back.
We're coming right at the end of our wits here. But once again, as always, we're in the lovely RogueMedia Network studio.
That's right. They take great care of us.
Really good care of us. You can listen to our show and many other shows on RogueMediaNetwork.com.
Or you can listen to us and all those other amazing podcasts on a slew of podcasting platforms, the biggest two being
Spotify
and also Apple. But wherever you do listen, don't forget to
rate, review, like, and subscribe.
That's right, because that's the only way we can get ahead in this world. And word of mouth, tell your friends, tell everyone. And then get ready, because next week starts our kickoff of spooky season, right? This one will come out at the end of September.
Oktoberfest, yeah.
So we'll start our spooky season back to back, 2 episodes a week. And we'll
with
figure
some
out
listener requests.
with some listener requests in there, and we'll get that scheduled to you, so that way you can watch along with us and let us know your thoughts on any of the films that we're going to cover. So if you want to do that and let us know, and if you want to see what we are going to cover, we will post that on our Instagram, and that is at
Boobays Podcast, and that's at BOOBAES, because we're your boobays, not your boobabes. And until next time, you guys.
Until next time, bye, babes.
Bye, babes.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Hola, mi nombre es Jessica Torres.
Hola, yo soy Jackie Espinosa.
Y esto es Zona del Crimen. Bienvenidos una vez más a Zona del Crimen. Yo soy Jessica Torres.
Y yo soy Jackie Espinosa.
¿Cómo has estado, Jackie?
Bien. I'm ready for Halloween.
Ready. ¿Ya tienes los disfraces de tus hijos?
Yes.
¿Nos vas a decir o no? Es sorpresa.
No.
¿Me vas a dejar? ¿Nos vas a dejar así?
Les
Jackie?
digo. Ay, no, que sea sorpresa.
¿Is something scary?
No.
¿De miedo? No. ¿Tiernos?
Pensé en vestir a Valeria de zombie porque she does that.
Le
hace a monster. Y ella es más tipo... She's a little beast. No sé cómo explicarte. You know what I mean? Es eso. Pero no. Ella va a ser de la chilindrina. Y mi niño del Chavo del 8.
No.
Yo estoy buscando uno de la bruja del 71, pero está todo bien caro.
Yeah. ¿Por qué no lo mandas? Allá andabas en México, Jackie. ¿Te hubieras acordado? Hubiera sido más fácil.
Desde junio.
Ya.
Güey, lo estoy buscando en Amazon.
Cuando vas, aprovechas
a comprar.
Lo que tengas que aprovechar y te traes.
Lo estoy buscando en Amazon. Es que los vestidos que están como similares.
Ah, sí, sí.
They're like $50-$60. No mames.
Go to Walmart.
Es lo que estaba pensando. Voy a la Walmart o like a Goodwill o algo para buscarme like un vestido de viejita y
no
la
like
peluca.
that, pero creo que solamente los hispanos van a entender la referencia. Los demás probablemente van a decir, se disfrazó de anciana. ¿Me entiendes?
Yeah.
Ay, qué bonito.
Yeah, so...
Entonces vas a salir ¿Y los llevas a pedir dulces? Usualmente es como...
Usualmente sí.
Reuniones o...
No, sí, a veces vamos aquí a donde vive mi mom.
Okay.
Antes cerraban la calle y toda una cuadra, you know I'm talking about 6th Street. Pero este año
no sabes.
A lo mejor voy el del barrio de los ricos para que nos den dulces buenos.
¿Verdad?
Yeah. Para que tan siquiera para que me saque lo del disfraz.
Güey, yo soy esa tía que a todos les robo un poquito.
Me too.
Porque yo no tengo
Your
niños.
taxes. Yo les quito, güey, yo amo el chocolate.
Güey, yes.
Aunque me hace mal, ¿verdad?
Apenas te voy a decir, diabetes.
Sí, pero yo amo el chocolate.
Puedes comer poquito.
Yo le quité, te toca pagar lo que
mi inversión.
Tus taxes.
Móchate, ponte la camiseta.
Y so, eso es lo que tengo planeado. Todos los años también les compro a cada de mis hijos, nomás tengo 2. A mis 2 hijos y a mis sobrinos les compro calabazas, una calabaza a cada quien. Y like we carve them and we cut them and everything. So we do that.
Amo cómo se miran, pero odio hacer eso.
No,
es el
messy.
Proceso. Yes.
Está como like
güey, y aparte, de hecho, descubrí que no me gusta cómo huele la calabaza así.
A mí tampoco no me gusta cómo sabe la calabaza. El pumpkin spice, güey.
No me gusta tampoco. Ni el pie.
En este tiempo todos se vuelven locos por el pumpkin spice latte de Starbucks.
Para los que escuchan que están en nosotros estamos en Estados Unidos, aquí es un, güey, como dice Jackie, es un pedo. ¿cómo se dice?
Overrated.
Overrated.
Yeah,
Sí.
está sobre hyped, I don't know cómo decirlo.
Yo sabía. Evaluado. Sobrevaluado, creo que se dice.
Le hacen mucho de pedo.
Sí, para todo lo que es noviembre y es de que ¡pum! Calabaza.
Ajá.
Todo, le quieren meter calabaza hasta
Sabor
el
a
culo.
calabaza. Yes.
Todo sabor
Los
calabaza.
cafés de Starbucks, pumpkin spice.
Y yo sé, si hay mucha gente que les gusta, güey.
A mí
mi
no me
esposo
gusta,
le
no.
encanta el pie de calabaza.
I hate it.
No, yo no puedo. No sé qué es lo que tiene que no me gusta, pero bueno.
No,
esperaremos las fotos. Bueno, si pones fotos, yo sé que mucha gente, de hecho, no pone fotos, de hecho, estoy de acuerdo. Fotos de sus niños, pero espero por lo menos verlos. Oh, that's gonna be so cute.
I know.
Como quiera. Chilindrina
Mi
y
Chilindrina
el chavo.
y el
Y
chavo.
Alexander sí, o sea, sí se quiso vestir.
Yeah, which is rare, porque le
Ajá.
dije, mira, si compro el disfraz, you better wear it.
Y sí quiso.
Él es okay, mami, porque mi niño me da mucha pena decirlo, pero he's an old kid.
Ah, ok.
Y yo pensé que él no iba a saber
quién
era el chavo,
Ujú.
pero sí supo. Dijo, mami, ¿ese es el que vive como en un barrel? And I'm like, yes, Alex, sí supo.
De hecho, está como muy perturbadora si lo piensas la historia del chavo.
Yes. Güey, no,
¿verdad?
Es para otra historia.
Sí,
Mira,
de conspiraciones y cosas así.
De
sí,
creepypasta,
esa es
del
otra
ñoño
historia.
y el dad. Anyways.
Pero ojalá y se la
Yeah.
pasen bien y que vayan. Cuídense mucho. De hecho, yo les traigo la semana que viene una historia relativa al Halloween.
Ujú.
Entonces, no te la voy a spoilear, pero cuídense mucho.
Okay.
Salgan, no te quedes hasta muy noche tampoco. Güey, ¿qué hace gente bueno, honestamente aquí no creo que sea normal, especialmente si es el día entre semana, no sé ni qué día vas a caer. Creo que es un lunes.
Un martes.
Un martes.
Creo.
No, es entre semana. Pero a mí me ha tocado que son las 11 de la noche, usualmente son ya más grandes igual,
Ujú.
pero igual miras y usualmente es nuestra gente, nosotros los hispanos, que son las 10, 11 de la noche y todavía andan
todavía
tocando
estamos.
puertas. Señora, es martes,
Apaga
quiero
la
dormir.
luz, güey.
Aunque esté apagada. Bueno,
Yeah.
nosotros no celebramos, mi mamá tampoco da dulces ni nada así, somos
Ujú.
esos
¿Tipo de
vecinos,
gente?
ese
¿Codos?
tipo de gente. No, a mí yo lo respeto, mi hermana
Ujú.
no lo festeja ni nada, entonces simplemente apagamos las luces.
No, Candy, no
y ya.
trico.
No trico, ni modo.
Bueno, como estamos en el tema de Halloween, y Halloween es espanto, es brujas, es todo eso, ¿me entiendes? Terror. Ya. Este caso de hoy,
¿qué nos traes?
Es de brujas.
Ok.
Right, ya que estamos en el tema
my
de... este caso...
¿Es lo que pienso?
Es los juicios de brujas de Salem.
De Salem, sí.
The Salem Witch Trials. Ok. Güey, yo sabía que este evento histórico había pasado, pero nunca había leído, nunca había aprendido los detalles, nunca había sabido cuántas personas, nunca había sabido, you know what I'm saying,
Sí,
las razones tan estúpidas.
Exactamente.
You know what I mean?
Yo lo amo, me he chingado documentales tras documental de esto porque me llama mucho la
Yes,
atención de cómo realmente, güey, gracias al cielo hemos avanzado, pero cómo se crean este tipo de cosas. No quiero decir que no exista la brujería ni nada de eso, pero en este tiempo realmente era algo que, güey, morías por eso. Era causa de muerte. Pero prosigue, Jackie, cuéntanos.
Okay. Los eventos de Salem en 1692 fueron solo un capítulo de una larga historia de witch hunts o cacería de brujas, que comenzó en Europa entre los años 1300 y 1330. O sea, ya tiene tiempo. Y terminó a finales del siglo XVIII. Con la última ejecución conocida por brujería que tuvo lugar en Suiza en 1782. Esto es cosa de los bolillos, de los europeos, ¿eh?
Como
siempre
trajeron.
la cagan. Después de estas cacerías de brujas europeas, algunas tuvieron lugar en el oeste de Alemania, Francia, el norte de Italia y Suiza. So like allá en todo allá Europa ya estaban a todo lo que daba, right? El número de juicios y ejecuciones varían de país a país, pero en general se cree que unas 110,000 personas en total fueron juzgadas por brujería, y de esas 40,000 a 60,000 fueron ejecutadas, y esto es solo en Europa.
Un chingo, güey.
So, Europa nos ganó, nos dejó, en esa
área.
En esa área, right? 80% de las víctimas eran obviamente mujeres. Mujeres que en estos tiempos la sociedad pensaban que que éramos moralmente débil y sexualmente cargadas, que éramos como cosas del diablo, no sé.
Tentación.
Éramos pura tentación.
Provocación, ajá.
Yeah. Para los pobrecitos de los hombres, right?
No ellos.
No.
Nosotras.
Ajá.
Okay.
De una manera u otra, esta paranoia viajó a los Estados Unidos, en especial a Massachusetts. Tuve que decirlo despacio porque
Massachusetts. Massachusetts. ¿Cómo?
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts.
Okay. Al final del siglo XVII se habían formado 2 comunidades de Salem, que yo no sabía esto, right? Había un Salem Town, que era una comunidad muy apurada, tenía puerto y estaba orientada al comercio de Massachusetts Bay, que era como la ciudad, right? Y que hoy es lo que se llama Salem, right? Aproximadamente a 10 millas o a 16 kilómetros, la otra comunidad era agrícola, más pequeña, más pobre, como de alrededor de 500 personas, y era conocida como Salem Village.
La villa de Salem.
Las 2 comunidades tenían una notable división social que se vio exacerbada por una rivalidad entre 2 familias, right? Como Romeo y Juliet. La familia de ricachones eran los Porters, que tenían fuertes conexiones con los ricos comerciantes de Salem Town, y los Putnams, que de esos vamos a hablar bastante, que buscaban una mayor autonomía para el pueblo y eran los abanderados de las familias agrícolas menos prósperas. Los pleitos eran comunes entre la gente de estas 2 comunidades, y era un tiempo donde la gente era extremadamente religiosa y te juzgaban hasta de los pedos que no te echabas.
Pues sí.
Literally. Y como siempre, las mujeres somos las que pagamos los platos rotos cuando al patriarca no le parece que desafíen su poder. Déjame decir que la mayoría de las mujeres que fueron acusadas y después colgadas, quemadas, etc., eran mujeres que de alguna manera u otra no seguían las reglas de la sociedad. Eran mujeres que tenían opiniones, que se mandaban a sí mismas, y que a los hombres les daban miedo de su persona, right?
Las rebeldes,
las
problemáticas.
O sea, también miré que si tenías el pelo rojo, eras brujita. Sí.
Todo lo que fuera diferente
eras
o fuera de lo común les asustaba. Entonces, naturalmente, como tenemos la naturaleza pendeja del ser humano, pues le tememos, y de ahí procedía todo.
Y aquí en mi página le puse a la mierda, le puse fuck the patriarchy. Que se tradució
A la mierda el patriarcado. Yes. Anyways.
A la mierda el patriarcado.
En enero de 1692, Elizabeth Perez, de 9, Abigail Williams, de 11, quienes eran la hija y sobrina de Samuel Perez, un recién apuntado ministro de Salem, right? Empezaron a tener como tipo convulsiones, incluyendo contorsiones violentas y ataques incontrolables de gritos. Se agarraban y gritelas. No, there's something wrong with them. Algo tenían. Samuel Perez le habló al doctor del pueblo y el doctor diagnosticó a las chicas como tener embrujamiento.
Ah, no mames.
Yeah. Trataron de curarla con rezos y oraciones, pero sorprendentemente no las curaron, o sea.
Qué raro, eso
Qué
siempre
raro.
funciona.
Yeah.
Thoughts and prayers.
They always work. Rápidamente, otras niñas de la comunidad empezaron a tener los mismos síntomas. Una de ellas era Ann Putnam, de 12, Betty Hubbard, de 17, Mary Warren y Mercy Lewis, que de esas no encontré la edad. Pero el pánico empezó a dispersarse entre las dos comunidades de Salem.
Fue aquí como, ya no hubo distinción de ricos y pobres, fue todo parejo.
Todo era parejo, güey. Fue como el primer pánico satánico, güey. Like the original.
Sí, se paniquearon bien.
Bien gacho, güey. Se llevaron a todos entre literal, ahorita saber que nadie estaba a salvo, güey.
Sí, porque cualquiera podía acusar a cualquiera.
Ya, por cualquier razón.
Si alguien te caía mal,
ahí. Sí, su pinche madre es bruja.
Es bruja.
Okay. Un miembro de la congregación de Samuel Perez ordenó a Tituba, que era la trabajante o la esclava de Perez, y a otra mujer que cocinaran lo que ellos le llamaban a witch's cake o pastel de bruja. Este pastel contiene orine de la víctima, weird, mezclado con rye, que es un tipo de trigo.
Okay.
Y se cocina rye, obviamente en un horno, y después se le daba al perro. Se le dio al perro de Perez, no al perro hombre, al mascota.
La mascota.
Aunque si era un perro, el hijo es nada.
Ahorita que dijiste lo del matracado, le digo, te imaginé bien cagada la Jackie poniendo ahí en sus notas de que no se me olvide, que no se me olvide decir.
Casi quebrando mis teclados. Anyways, según sus creencias, esto revelaría a la persona que embrujó a las niñas, right? Según. So, en Gran Bretaña, este mismo pastel es hecho cada año y se hace entre el primer día, entre el 1 y el 6 de abril, right?
¿Incluye la pipí?
Yes, everything. El mismo pastel.
¿Original?
Yes, y se cuelga en la puerta como protección de las brujas.
Ay, gracias al cielo. Pensé que dije,
no sé si
que se lo...
No sé si todavía se hace esta costumbre.
Okay.
Pero en ese entonces era los americanos y los británicos usaban este pastel en diferente forma.
Como amuleto para ahuyentar.
Ajá, los britanos eran como para protección.
Okay.
Y los americanos se los daban al perro como para... Y el perro decía, o no sé cómo chingados, el perro revelaba quién era la bruja.
Me imagino el perro, ¿y yo qué hice?
Porque me andan de sus miados. Ok. So, Titubia era la esclava de Perez. Y ella fue la que hizo este pastel. Cosa que después, sería usado en su contra. Porque fue una de las que acusaron.
Y que empezó con todo este
O sea, la ironía de esto se me hizo muy chistoso. Really, porque estás acusando a alguien de embrujamiento, pero a la misma vez estás usando, en mi opinión, eso es brujería.
Sí.
Right? Like, usar, I don't know, a mí ese pan se me hace como brujería. You know what I mean? So, se me hace como muy hipócrita de ellos, ¿no? De haber hecho eso.
Suena porque usualmente cuando, bueno, en la actualidad hemos entendido que cuando alguien quiere hacerle un mal a alguien, usualmente utilizan algo
Comida.
y muy personal de esa persona, ya sea cabello, en este caso orina, o, ¿me entiendes? Algo así, muy personal. Ahora es más como el cabello.
Really?
Sí.
I've never heard of that.
¿Nunca has escuchado eso?
Yo nomás sé que la gente te puede embrujar a ti dándote de comer. Nomás no sé qué chingados le ponen en la comida.
Dicen que hasta cuando alguien te da algo con mala intención, lo creo, la verdad.
Te cae mal o ya.
Me ha pasado.
Te da chorrillo.
O sea, te hace daño la panza.
La panza.
No
Ay,
tan
esa güey me
específicamente.
tenía malas vibras.
No, pero es que cuando tú sabes, o cuando te dicen que tú sabes que tú le caes mal a alguien y aún así
Y
como
te le dan
que como que te relacionas, ¿verdad? Como con esta persona. Por ejemplo, vamos a decir, es un ejemplo, ¿verdad? Que tú vas a la casa de tu cuñada y que tú sabes que tu cuñada y
No te
tú han
traga.
tenido sus roces o que no te tragan y vas a su casa y comes. Dicen. No
Dicen.
Dicen las malas lenguas. Yo no sé.
Que de la comida.
Que cuando te dan comida de alguien que viene de alguien que no tiene como
buenas intenciones.
No eres santo de su devoción, que nunca es bueno comerlo, porque nunca viene con buena intención.
No, güey, y además, nunca sabe. Aparte de eso, güey, la gente es cochino.
Güey, yo odio, los americanos tienen mucho esto de ser estas fiestas donde cada quien lleva
a potluck,
que llevan a su
cada quien lleva un platillo
y usualmente es en los trabajos, güey. Yo me como lo que yo llevo y nunca como de los demás porque he mirado unas cosas, güey, que digo, nunca sabes si si se rascó la cola y luego probó la comida. Si tienen animales y los
dejan caminar.
No, nada en contra de los animalitos, pero que llegan y que están arriba de la cocina, de todo, un pelo. Bueno, total. Síguele, Jackie, porque.
Anyways.
Ya.
Pero
no coman. Cosas que vienen de personas que no.
Hablando de comer, me invitaste a tu casa, ¿eh? I still want those albóndigas.
Ya te he dicho.
Okay. Un poco después, en febrero 29, bajo la presión de los magistrados llamados Jonathan Corwin y John Hawthorne, quien sobreveían los casos locales, las niñas empezaron a soltar la sopa y nombraron nombres. They snitched. Eran sapos, ¿cómo se dice?
Sí, zapas.
3 mujeres de la comunidad fueron señaladas. Titubia, quien era la que hizo el pastel.
La criada.
Era esclava, pero...
No le quise decir así. Ay, como si criada fuera mejor.
No, es que ya.
La servidumbre.
La chacha. Sarah Good y Sarah Osborne. Estas mujeres no eran las típicas mujeres de esta época. Eran mujeres, obviamente, como dije antes, que no seguían la norma social.
Nacieron en la época equivocada.
Yes. Tenían muchos cajones. Titubia era la esclava de la familia Pérez. Se cree que Titubia era del Caribe, como de Jamaica o Haití o por allá, y ya se conoce que allá hacen mucho el vudú y todo eso. Quién sabe, en esos tiempos a lo mejor hasta más, I don't know. Sarah Good era una mujer pobre que a veces tocaba de puerta en puerta de sus vecinos por ayuda, como
pidiendo
como comidita.
Caridad.
En esta época la pobreza era sinónimo de pereza o de ser un criminal.
Ah, cabrón, ok.
Solo miraban feo.
Bien clasistas, güey.
Exactamente. Right. Sarah Osborne era una mujer que estaba en problemas legales con los hijos de su esposo fallecido sobre un terreno. Ya con pelear terrenos ya eras una mujer problemática.
Güey, con abrir la boca y decir lo que pensabas, simplemente.
Yes, exactamente, ya. So, ya eras vista como sospechosa, right? En marzo 1 de 1692, las 3 mujeres se enfrentaron a Hawthorne y Corwin y fueron cuestionadas por varios días. Un testigo dijo que Good tocaba su puerta y cuando se negaban a ayudarle, ella les murmuraba algo. Cuando le preguntaron qué era lo que ella decía, Good respondió, los mandamientos. Cuando se le preguntó cuál de todos, ella no les supo decir, o como lo dijo, como toda, like, los murmuró. Y ellos lo tomaron esto como no podía decir ella, y lo tomaron como culpabilidad, porque ellos pensaban que las brujas no pueden recitar oraciones
benditas.
Ya.
Nada bendito.
So they're like, she's lying, no puede decir porque los mandamientos son
Sí,
whatever.
son benditos. Y lo que está diciendo es maldito. Nos
Yeah.
está echando una maldición. Sí.
Yeah. Después siguió Sarah Osborne. Ella trató otra estrategia y dijo que había soñado un indian o nativo americano que la pellizcó en el cuello y que la jaló hacia una casa. Lo que no pude aclarar era si ella lo soñó o lo vivió, pero de todos modos no le creyeron. So, like,
quedó igual.
Quedó igual. La tercera, quien era Tituba, le valió madre y confesó diciendo que sí. Que sí era bruja.
¿Y qué?
¿Y qué? ¿Qué putos? ¿Qué van a hacer?
¿Qué van a hacer? Pues colgarte nada más.
Les dijo que el diablo vino a mí y me dijo que le sirviera.
O sea, de huevos.
Le dijo. Describió imágenes de perros negros, gatos rojos y pájaros amarillos. O sea, gatos rojos era el Garfield y el Tweety Bird. Y de un hombre alto que quería que ella firmara su libro. No firmen nada, especialmente si se los da el diablo, güey, porque eso ya valió madre.
Contrato.
Esto es contrato.
Como el matrimonio.
No, tan siquiera el contrato de matrimonio se puede quebrar, güey, pero con el diablo. Ella admitió que sí firmó el libro y también declaró que había otras brujas trabajando para destruir a los puritanos. Muchos historiadores especulan que Pérez le sacó esta confesión a Tituba a golpes. Obviamente.
Sí, que fue obligada.
Yo sí lo creo. En marzo 7 de 1692.
1600, ¿no?
Sarah Good, Sarah Osborne y Tituba fueron enviadas a una cárcel en Boston para esperar su juicio formal. 2 meses después, Sarah Osborne murió en la cárcel, no se sabe específicamente, pero fue de las malas condiciones de la cárcel. Fue por una enfermedad o lo que sea, pero no.
Lo cual antes te morías de una gripa, pero.
Sí. Osborne fue la primera de muchas víctimas.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
Otra mujer que también cayó en las acusaciones fue Martha Corey. Corey se rió cuando le contaron sobre el comportamiento de las niñas y su supuestamente posesión demoníaca. Y desafortunadamente su escepticismo la convirtió en un blanco fácil.
¿Solamente porque no creía?
Ya. Yeah.
Ah, cabrón, ok.
So, Corey mantuvo su inocencia bajo interrogatorio, pero durante su juicio, cada vez que hablaba, las niñas gritaban en dolor. That's weird.
Ok.
Right. Hasta el marido de Corey testificó en su contra, diciendo que se le hacía difícil orar en su presencia.
Perro.
Y sin poder comprobar que no era bruja ella, la mandaron a la cárcel en Boston. So allá, es que en ese tiempo no tenían abogados, pero era literalmente, tú tenías que comprobar de alguna manera que no eras bruja.
Lo cual sabemos que, aparte...
¿Cómo chingados ibas a hacer eso?
No tenías ni permiso de hablar casi, güey, por el simple hecho de ser mujer.
Se me hacía injusto porque, o sea, aquellos güeyes no tenían que comprar, ellos no tenían que comprobar
que
era, nomás con el simple decirlo. Que era.
Sí.
Y pues ahora yo, I would be like, man, just kill me. Entre más y más pasaba el tiempo, más mujeres caían víctimas de los rumores y chismes de la gente. Todo Massachusetts se puso en pánico y nadie confiaba en nadie. Todos se miraban con cara de fuchi. Like, literalmente. Tanto era el pánico que hasta Dorothy Good, que que era la hija de Sarah Good, de 5 años.
Pobrecita.
También fue acusada de ser brujita.
Sí,
This
sí.
made me so sad. Ah, pobrecita. Y aunque es muy pequeña, y aunque era muy pequeña para ser colgada, sí fue arrestada y sobrevivió más de 7 meses en la cárcel.
No mames.
No mames.
That's fucked up, dude.
Una de 7, una de 5 años. Imagínate si le dijera, es que la Valeria es brujía. Ay.
Es un demonio.
Es una pinche Chucky, sí, pero no es bruja. Like,
no, qué cagado, güey.
Tanto era su pinche pánico, güey.
El fanatismo.
En abril 21, en abril 21 más personas fueron acusadas, incluyendo 5 hombres.
Oh.
Y esto fue la primera vez que las acusaciones cruzaron género. Which eso es algo que yo no sabía. Yo pensaba que la mayoría, obviamente, sí, la mayoría fueron mujeres, pero nunca pensé que había hombres entre las víctimas.
Incluso después hubieron familias enteras.
Yes.
Yeah.
Al igual que Tituba, muchas otras mujeres admitieron ser brujas y también dieron nombres de otras. O sea, entre ellas mismas se apuntaban, se empezaron a sapear. Esto comenzó a abrumar el sistema judicial. Dijeron, no, es muchos casos, no aguantamos. Así que el 27 de mayo, el gobernador William Phipps, acuérdate de ese hombre, porque es importante, ordenó el establecimiento de un tribunal especial que sería exclusivamente para los acusados
para este tipo de casos.
Ajá, y que prevería sobre varios condados. Right. El 2 de junio, la primera bruja acusada llevada a este tribunal especial fue Bridget Bishop, she's a famous, es famosa entre...
Una de las que más resaltó.
Entre este caso, este evento. Que era una mujer mayor conocida por ser chismosa y promiscua. O sea, ¿y qué?
Tenía necesidades.
Y puse mujer mayor, los 30. Que dijo que en ese entonces ya éramos mayores nosotros también.
Yo me estaba imaginando una anciana, güey.
No mames, en ese tiempo anciana ya era 30, 40.
Güey, pues casaban a las niñas súper chiquitas también.
Los 12, güey, 10, estás casada.
Ya eran mujeres.
Ay,
lo senté aquí.
Pero por ser chismosa y promiscua, no, a mí me hubieran matado desde... me hubieran acusado.
Sí,
porque mira, porque soy gritona, hocicona, no me dejo, soy chismosa. O sea...
También tiene buen corazón.
Tengo buen corazón, pero este hocico no me dejo. Y ha sido así desde chiquita,
güey. Y te ha metido en tantos problemas. Es el problema cuando tu boca es más rápido que tu cerebro. Sin ofender, Jackie. A veces sí, no la piensas, nada más, pum.
Estoy como Hagrid. And I'm like, I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. No hubiera dicho eso. No hubiera hecho eso.
No te puedes enojar con tus hijos.
No.
Just remember that.
No, I know. Igualito. La chiquita, Dios mío. Cuando se le preguntó a Bridget si había participado en brujería, ella respondió: soy tan inocente como un niño no nacido.
Ay, güey.
So, they're like, you're still guilty, man. En el juicio hubo 10 testigos que contaron de haber encontrado puercos negros y changos voladores en el sótano de Bridget.
Ah, cabrón.
No mames, eso
Lo
ya
de los puercos negros pues no es tan inusual.
Ajá. Pero los changos voladores.
Ay, sí, me sacó de onda. Ahí fue de que...
ay, no sé cómo defenderte, maná.
No sé cómo justificarlo. A lo mejor eran murciélagos muy grandes. No sé.
Finalmente, hubo un humillante examen corporal en donde supuestamente Bridget tenía la marca del diablo en sus genitales.
Sí, las desnudaban enfrente de todos.
I would be like, my bush.
Cut that out. Cut that shit out.
Pero
Too much.
Pero ¿cómo iban a ver la marca del diablo? ¿Cómo sabían?
all,
Era un pinche lunar que tenía en la pinote.
Es lo que te iba a preguntar. Según ellos, ¿cuál era?
La marca del diablo.
¿Cuál era la marca?
Unless que era 666 o el pinche like literally.
Me estaba yo preguntando lo mismo, de qué marca era.
Y
¿Era
luego
un
las
número?
mujeres en ese tiempo eran naturalitas. ¿Cómo
Sí.
iban a ver con el semejante bush? Yo sigo con el, I don't know.
Un peine.
Así como si tuvieran piojito, las iban, no mames.
Conti sabe que me estás No. Nos van a cancelar. Okay.
Okay.
Why do you hate, like, tu imaginación, like, it goes there?
Siempre. Mi imaginación siempre está en el basurero. In the gutter. All the time.
Creo que
100%.
muchos lo pensamos, pero, like I say.
Pero yo lo digo.
Tú lo dices.
Yeah. Sorry. En junio 10, 1692, Bridget fue la primera mujer ejecutada. Se fue colgada. Después de la ejecución de Bridget,
Sí, ¿era la horca o
like,
o
así
las
como Hocus Pocus.
¿Era la horca o o la hoguera, ¿no? Antes las penas de muerte, que es morir quemada.
No.
Todavía no.
Creo que eso es como un mito. ¿Es el myth?
¿Is it?
Que fueron quemadas. De lo que yo he leído, la mayoría fueron colgadas. Imagínate Hocus Pocus, güey.
O eran quemadas después de muertas, ¿no? Porque supuestamente era la única manera que podían... Okay.
Después de la ejecución de Bridget en junio, ese mes no hubo más ejecuciones. Dijeron, let's take a break. We need a break from this.
Un descansito.
Un descanso. Agarramos energía. Mirando que esto ya se estaba saliendo de las manos, un respetado ministro llamado Cotton Mather le escribió a la corte suplicándoles que no usaran evidencia espectral o la prueba del tacto. Déjame explicarte qué son esas.
Okay.
Miraste
mi cara.
Te miré like, La evidencia espectral era una forma de evidencia legal basada en el testimonio de aquellos que afirman haber experimentado sueños o visiones.
Ok.
Hasta
que alguien tuvo coherencia.
Como dicen, su única forma era decir, es que yo soñé que esta güey andaba volando en una escoba. Y eso era la única evidencia que tenían.
No sustentable.
Ministro were like, ¿un pinche sueño? No mames.
Por eso, hasta que al fin alguien...
Ya. La prueba de tacto era cuando el acusado era obligado a tocar a las niñas embrujadas y si las niñas dejaban de gritar de dolor, entonces el acusado era considerado culpable. That's the touch test.
No.
Como diciendo, tu único alivio es que yo te toque, la bruja tocara a las niñas.
¿Tú crees?
Ya. Poco a poco la gente fue notando del talento que tenía Mercy Lewis y Betty Hubbard, que poseían ellas en poder identificar a las brujas. Decían, estas mendigas nacieron buenas para saber quién es bruja y quién no. Y estas dos jóvenes viajaron 12 millas o 19 kilómetros a otro pueblo para ayudar a un hombre a identificar si su mujer estaba embrujada o no. Porque él le tenía como sospecha que su mujer era bruja. Estas chiquillas, como ya habían apuntado a varias mujeres, le dijeron, ellas tienen talento, tienen un don de reconocer a las brujas. Andaban dando su little tour de...
¿Y a ellas no se les consideraba brujas?
Por tener ese, exactamente, te digo.
Es ilógico, sí.
Es lo que a su conveniencia, right? La siguiente persona en ser acusada fue una sorpresa para todos en el pueblo de Salem. Rebecca Nurse era una anciana admirada y respetada por la comunidad.
De 30 años.
Una anciana de 30 años.
Sí. Culeros.
That's so funny. fue acusada cuando los testigos declararon que vieron a Nurse enojarse con sus vecinos cuando su perro destruyó su jardín.
That's fair.
Ok, pero me dejaste terminar, güey.
Oh, my bad.
Y un poco antes de que su vecino se muriera.
Oh, ok.
So la miraron que se andaba peleando. Tu pinche Firulais se metió a mi jardín y me mató todas mis rosas. Y ya después se murió.
Vas a pagar.
Mendigo. Y el Firulais y todos se murieron. Pues se murió el dueño. No sé cuál de todos, pero el vecino se murió. Después de esto dije,
sospechoso.
Eso sí es un sospechoso. Ann Putnam y su madre también nombraron a Rebecca Nurse como su verdugo. Después de estas acusaciones, Nurse fue enviada a la cárcel de Salem Town. Y ahí empezaron a crecer los grupos de apoyo a la oposición. Un magistrado renunció y una petición empezó a dar vuelta para la liberación de Rebecca Nurse y otras 5 personas. So, como que ya la gente they're like, si a esta mujer que tanto se le quiere, puede ser, como que ya no se la andaban creyendo, ya la gente empezó a
agarrar la onda que tal vez solamente las acusaban por acusar.
So, empezaron una petición para que la soltaran, right? En agosto, 5 más fueron acusadas. En septiembre, 15, incluyendo a Giles Corey, esposo de Martha Corey, quien se negó a testificar en contra de su esposa y fue aplastado por piedras. He was crushed.
Mames.
Porque dijo, no.
Ese sí no lo sabía.
Yeah. So, he was like, no voy a acusar, a tirarle tierra a mi mujer. And they're like, okay, well, we're going to crush you. So, lo acostaron y le crushed him con piedras. A finales de octubre.
¿Qué pasados de verga, güey?
I know. A finales de octubre, lo que finalmente dio el fin de las acusaciones fue cuando la esposa del mismo gobernador William Phipps fue acusada. No, no. Ahí se mamaron.
Sí.
Aquí no.
Siempre, güey, cuando es alguien de arriba.
Exactamente.
Son muchas cosas, no han cambiado.
El gobernador aquí ya es cuando empezó a soltar a la mayoría de los encarcelados. En diciembre formaron una nueva corte para correr los juicios que no soltaron a todos de un sas. Era poco a poquito.
Todavía les hacían juicios.
Y a los que todavía tenían en cárcel, le formaron una nueva corte, fueron a juicio and everything. So, no a todas. Right? So, en mayo del año siguiente, de 1693, Phipps había perdonado a todos los encarcelados por cargos de brujería, pero el daño ya estaba hecho. Right? 19 mujeres habían sido colgadas en Gallows Hill, que era donde las colgaban ahí en ese lugar. Al menos 5 de los acusados murieron en la cárcel. E incluso algunos animales fueron víctimas de la histeria colectiva. Fueron 2 perros que se creían que estaban relacionados con el diablo. Yo no le creo de los perros, yo creo más de los gatos que están aquí. They're like, are they sure?
Porque son más cabrones,
Los
gatos. Les vale
like,
madre.
Yo creo que eran los gatos, ¿no? Los gatos hubieran sido... Nomás me imaginé al gato de... I don't know si nunca has visto Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
Are you kidding me?
Con Salem. I love
Estaba
him.
obsesionada con la serie. Me la sé casi de memoria toda.
Ese gato, güey, me cagaba de la risa.
Güey, era lo mejor de la serie.
Yes.
Salía con unas cosas.
I was like, what the fuck?
El sarcasmo de Salem, güey. Ay, no mames.
Ya. Es lo que me imaginé. Dije, no, es que los perros no se me hacen muy mencitos para hacer del día. Son los gatos. Los gatos son más malvados. Anyways, muchos de los que liberaron perdieron sus casas, sus pertenencias, sus negocios y regresaron a la pobreza.
Porque estaban encerrados.
Ya, y mucha gente se metió a robarles, a whatever.
Yeah.
Aparte de haber perdido todo lo que tenían, también salieron con deuda de la cárcel. Porque les estaban cobrando la comida y el alojamiento de la cárcel. So tenías idea, estabas en la cárcel 30 días, comiste 2 veces al día, es $5 por
el
comida,
baño, agua.
So salieron con deudas aparte de eso. No era nomás como que salites y ya lo normal. No, era like completamente solamente con los calzones que traía y creo que ni los calzones porque en ese entonces no sé si usaban calzones.
Eran como largos, ¿no?
I don't know. El 14 de enero de 1697, la Corte General de Massachusetts ordenó un día de ayuno y examen de conciencia sobre la tragedia de Salem. Pero no fue hasta 1957, más de 250 años después, que Massachusetts se disculpó formalmente por los eventos de 1692. Elizabeth Johnson fue la última mujer que fue exonerada en julio de 2022. Su apenitas, güey, el año pasado.
I know, I heard about it and I was like...
Apenas.
Sí. Fue como, ups, lo sentimos.
Híjole. Les dieron
nos
como...
Nos pasamos ese día.
Yes, les dieron como restitution. Les dieron como un dinerito a los parientes de las víctimas. Les dijo, pues so sorry for you. Matamos a tu mamá, matamos a tu tía o tu abuela, whatever.
A todas tus pasadas putas generaciones.
Ya. Aquí está un dinerito.
¿Cómo se dice?
Una restitución. Se dice compensamiento.
Compensamiento, there you go. Jackie.
Ay, estoy aprendiendo.
You're getting so good.
I know. Y algunas personas hasta el día de hoy se preguntan cómo y por qué sucedió esto. Bueno, algunos expertos dieron sus teorías y tú puedes elegir cuál es la más lógica para ti. Un experto teorizó que todo esto fue causado por comer pan de centeno, que es rye, hecho de un grano que estaba infectado por hongos.
Lo cual suena muy probable, güey.
Ese hongo era Claviceps purpurea, creo que así se dice, que es una sustancia natural de la que se deriva el LSD. El LSD hace alucinar, ¿no?
Sí.
Andaban todas bien pinches acá.
Ellas bien felices, y no las dejaron.
O sea, y pensaron que vieron brujas y ya ahí empezó todo el rollo. Eso es una teoría. Otros expertos creen...
ayahuasca.
Otros expertos creen que fue la paranoia y la injusticia alimentada por la xenofobia y el extremismo religioso, o que simplemente pudieran haber sido los celos, rencor y la necesidad de atención. So they're like, ¿pudo haber sido?
Creo que combinación de las tres, güey. Poquita de la fanatizada religiosa principal.
Pudo haber sido que las chicas comieron algo y de ahí empezó, y la mujer y la gente como estaba toda paranoica, y en ese tiempo también tenían pleito con los nativos americanos. So like empezaron a like, I don't know. Fue como un snowball. Creció y creció y creció y creció hasta que se llevó a todos. Cualquiera que haya sido la razón, el punto es que personas inocentes, en su mayoría mujeres, algunos hombres y 2 perritos, fueron ejecutados injustamente porque la gente parece que no se puede preocupar por sus propias creencias religiosas.
Hasta la fecha.
Y si no sigues las reglas del hombre o no encajas en su caja sagrada, entonces eres dispensable. Hay una cita de Affinity Soul que dice: ¿quién sabe por qué nos enseñan a temer a las brujas y no a los que las quemaron?
Exactamente. Bravo. Yep.
So, en total, 200 personas fueron ejecutadas. 200 personas fueron acusadas, pero 20 fueron ejecutadas. Y esto fue el juicio de las brujas de Salem, the Salem Witch Trials.
Love it. Es one of my favorite, es una de mis historias favoritas. Te digo, me he chingado documentales, pero es porque, es más que nada eso, es la fascinación de que realmente quedas de que, ¿qué pedo, güey? Todo lo que se armó, el desmadre que se armó por ignorancia, güey. Lo cual sí sabemos que era otro
tiempo.
Otros tiempos, sabemos que nos parece súper ilógico y que aún en este tiempo, güey, ahorita
todavía
ya
hay
todavía
gente
hay gente
que,
que o sea,
tiene fanatismo.
Y le tememos a lo desconocido como seres humanos. Es como el primer instinto, lo cual es bueno. Es bueno, pero como tú dices, ¿hasta qué punto, güey? ¿Hasta qué punto nos va a dejar de importar lo que la otra persona...
Hasta que acusan hasta los de mero arriba, es cuando dicen, no, ¿sabes qué?
A lo mejor hay otra posibilidad. A lo mejor hay otra cosa. A lo mejor no es lo que estamos pensando. Es cuando se lo cuestionan.
Porque no fue hasta que a la esposa del gobernador la acusaron.
Que dijo,
no, espérense, no, espérense aquí. A ella no me la tocan. Like, she's not a witch. How do we know, motherfucker? Todos los demás fueron, y hubo muchísimos más casos donde, like, literalmente, no me acuerdo el nombre del señor, era un hombre, creo que era ministro, también lo acusaron de ser brujo o de...
cómplice.
Ajá. Y que ese señor en el juicio empezó a rezar. Y pues obviamente ellos creían que no, es que los brujos no pueden rezar rezos sagrados, lo que sea, you know? Y ahí es cuando la gente empezó, like, no, empezaron a, like, gritar, he's innocent, él es inocente, está rezando, bla, 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 y de todos modos lo ejecutaron. Like, no sabía de dónde escoger de tantas, like, casos, pero...
Sí, porque hay un chingo.
Fueron 20 personas. Y eso solamente aquí en like, Salem.
En Estados Unidos.
En Europa, güey, no. Nunca hubiera acabado.
De hecho, todavía no está en exhibición o sea, que puedes ir
que
así
puedes ir a Massachusetts.
A Massachusetts, así ¿qué es? ¿Que el pueblito de Salem?
Es Salem. I think que, no sé si todavía se llama Salem. Creo que miré que se llama Danvers, Massachusetts. Porque acuérdate que había dos. So creo que uno tiene un nombre y el otro tiene, like, uno es Salem y otro es lo cambiaron a Danvers. I'm not 100% sure. Pero, güey, todos los años va un chingo de gente que va a visitar. Eso es uno de mis bucket list. De ir a visitar a Salem. Porque estoy en mi era de witchy vibes right now. Ahorita, güey, yo soy...
Y yo con mis cristalitos.
Yo sí, güey, yo tengo mis cristales al lado de mi cama.
Sí.
El viernes 13, güey, dijeron, no barras, tú te cortas el pelo.
Say no more.
Ajá, I'm like, well, barrí porque no mames, es que Valeria me hace mugre. Así que, ay, me estoy barriendo mi suerte. Pero, like, estoy en mi...
En esa era.
En esa área. Sí, a veces agarro mi palo santo and I'm like...
Déjame limpiar las malas vibras.
Güey, la mala vibra soy yo. Ahí me caigo, me estoy ahogando, ahumando.
Te deshaces de ti misma, güey.
And I'm just like... Estoy en mi bitch... Like, I'm just... Ahorita estoy en, like... No me menciones nada de, like... I'm obsessed right now. Estoy en mi era, ¿ok?
Creo que se ha puesto más y más eso de regresar más a lo espiritual. Espiritual hablando energéticamente, hablando. Al menos yo de mi parte es como yo lo miro. Nada de ¿cómo se dice? De andar ahí con... Ay,
nada.
De andar ahí con conjuros y hacer como rituales.
Nada de
eso.
Nada de Ouija board, nada de lo oculto.
Pero hasta ritualitos así como mucha gente y es muy creyente de que al principio de cada mes que pongas canela
¿Canela en tu puerta
en
o...?
tu puerta para
Ajá.
que venga la abundancia y cosas así.
Ujú.
No soy muy creyente de todo eso, respeto.
Ujú.
Es más de que quiero estar en paz, güey, quiero estar en paz conmigo, con la gente.
Lo que me ayude a quitar las malas vibras, no importa. A lo mejor ni siquiera nada en este mundo es real, pero si te da
paz mental,
do it, hazlo.
Y mientras no
te valga.
perjudiques a nadie más,
exactamente,
es todo.
Fuck it.
Te doy muchas gracias por el
Ajá.
caso, Jackie. A mí, en lo personal, es una de mis historias favoritas.
Eventos
históricos favoritos me obsesiona. Hubo un tiempo que me obsesioné bastante viendo documentales de los casos de Salem. Se me hacían muy interesantes, todavía se me hacen interesantes. Así que te doy las gracias por haberlos presentado el día de hoy. Muy de acuerdo para este mes de
brujas.
Literal.
Allegedly.
De brujas. Te doy las gracias por la historia. Le doy las gracias a ustedes por habernos escuchado y permitirnos estar aquí con ustedes una vez más. Yo soy Jessica Torres.
Y yo soy Jackie Espinosa.
Y esto fue
Zona del Crimen. Adiós.
Hasta la próxima.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
Stream your favorites and discover more with the Disney Bundle. Watch the new season of Loki on Disney Plus. On Hulu, fear creeps in with the boogeyman. And touchdown with college football on ESPN Plus. All of these and more streaming now. Get the Disney Bundle with plans starting at $9.99 a month. Plans with ESPN Plus starting at $14.99 a month. Terms apply. See DisneyBundle.com for details.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Benjamin Betts. It's all about the Benjamin Betts, baby. You know what's up? Yes, Benjamin Betts, baby.
All right, we are back, Summoners, for another edition of the Benjamin Betts podcast, League of Legends style here. World Championships going on in Korea. We're moving into day 4 of League of Legends championships, World Championships. Yesterday we had 2 best of 3s to determine who moved on to the knockout stages. You know what? We're always gonna tell you when we do well, and I'm gonna tell you when we miss. And last night we didn't do so hot. You know, we picked G2 for the upset, did not happen. Gen G got a 2-0 sweep there to move on to knockouts. G2 still in it, of course, but we picked them to cover, and they didn't even cover. They lost, and they got slaughtered. So that's okay. Our other matchup, we did pick JDG to move on, but we picked it in a sweep. They did end up winning the series 2-1. So we did get a little bit right there, just not all the way. So, but as we move in here now, we got the 1-1 teams. These are still just one gamers, okay, because they haven't moved into an elimination match yet. So the first one, SKT, Korean Royalty versus Cloud9, the NA upstart, the NA hope. The hope that we just believe that we can do well at Worlds. We have Cloud9 in this. I just have to do it. I think Cloud9 has been playing well. I know they lost their last match. SKT did too and looked a little sloppy. I'm taking Cloud9 in a close game. We're going to get them at plus 9.5 here. That gives us minus 135. I feel like that's pretty good money here. So Cloud9 plus 9.5 in the first game. I do hope they outright win, but I just don't know if that can happen. But I do think they can cover the spread here. Now, moving into the next game, we have some EU-NA matchup here, which is always fun to see at Worlds. It's a little bit more even. NRG versus Mad Lions. Give me NRG again. I'm probably being a little biased here for NA. I know I was rough on them when we were picking our teams at the beginning of Worlds because we just don't show up. But you know what? NRG is going to play well. And we're getting plus 4.5 here. So maybe Mad Lions still pulls the game out, but maybe I think it'll be close. These are two evenly matched teams, but NRG could just pull up the upset here too. But give me NRG plus 4.5 against Mad Lions. Now we're moving on. BLG playing Fnatic. We got China versus Europe. BLG heavily favored in this matchup. And you know what? I'm rolling with them. I believe in them. I have not been a believer in Fnatic all tournament. I'm not a believer in them in this match. BLG minus 9.5 is minus 120. We got to cover that. I think we can. Minus 9.5 kills. BLG moves on to 2-1 at Worlds. And then the last matchup, this is going to be wild. KT Rolster against Weibo Gaming. Korea versus China. These matches are always fire. They're hot. KT Rolster is a Korean favorite. The crowds love KT Rolster. You can tell Korea is behind this team. But Weibo Gaming is playing really well. I'm taking them there. We get them at plus 3.5 at minus 110. I'm taking that. Plus 3.5. I think they outright win this too. You get plus 104 if you take them in an outright win. So you get some good value there. But just to cover our bases, we're taking them at plus 3.5 against KT Rolster. Now, this is a great episode because not only are we getting a round of games, we're getting another round because on Sunday, we're moving into, again, a best-of-3 match. But this, instead of determining who goes to knockouts, these matches are determining who goes home. These are elimination games. 0-2, these are the teams that are 0-2. They're matched up against each other. So remember, who moves on to knockout stages? First teams to get 3 wins move on. If you get to 3 losses, you're out of Worlds. So Team Liquid's 0-2 versus GAM Esports, who's 0-2. They're going off against each other. Give me Team Liquid, okay, to get this match. I think NA can survive. Vietnam has played well, but they're going home. But I do think GAM plays a close game 1. So give us GAM Esports plus 8.5.